In the kingdom of Xia, within the depths of the sky prison, in the torture chamber, a handsome young man, clad in prisoner's garb, was bound to a rack. His head hung low, his face as pale as paper, already devoid of breath. His body was covered in crisscrossing lash marks, flesh torn and bleeding profusely. Some areas were a mix of old wounds and fresh injuries, oozing foul pus. At that moment, the door to the torture chamber was pushed open, and a man dressed in a robe adorned with the pattern of a four-clawed dragon entered. His gaze was dark and calculating as he inspected the young man on the rack, putting on an act. "Brother Chen, the matter of the assassination attempt on the emperor has been thoroughly investigated. You were not the mastermind behind it. Your Highness the Crown Prince. He is already dead." A jailer cautiously approached, speaking in an extremely faint voice. A barely perceptible cold smile flashed across the Crown Prince's eyes. Having been in the sky prison for so long, enduring almost every form of torture imaginable, even a body of iron would not be able to withstand it. Death was inevitable. He had calculated the time perfectly, deliberately delaying the announcement of the investigation results. Despite his scheme succeeding, he put on a show of painful regret, forcing out a couple of tears. "What? Didn't I instruct you to be careful with the questioning? He is my closest kin. Brother Chun, it's all my fault for coming too late. I failed to take care of you. Get out. All of you, get out." A woman's furious voice rang out from outside the torture chamber, and in the next moment, a dignified and elegant woman barged in, shoving aside the jailers. When she saw the young man on the rack, already lifeless and his body growing cold, tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. She quickly stepped forward and tightly embraced the young man. In an instant, heart-wrenching sobs filled the entire torture chamber. Several jailers, seeing the situation, prepared to separate the two, but the Crown Prince gave them a knowing look, then put on a self-reproachful expression. "Princess, this is all my fault. If only I had uncovered the truth sooner, Brother Chun would not have died. You may hit me, scold me, do whatever you need to vent your anger." Smack! The princess slapped him hard across the face without hesitation, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted, "Xiaja, stop your fake show of concern. Everyone knows that the assassination attempt was your own plot." Xiaja was momentarily stunned. He never expected someone would dare to publicly slap the Crown Prince. His gaze turned sinister, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, as he suppressed his anger and said, "Princess, I understand your grief over losing your son, but you cannot slander my innocence with baseless accusations. That is a capital offense." "Slander?" The princess's body trembled with fury, her teeth clenched in hatred. Some things couldn't be said too directly, but she was as clear as day. The current emperor of Xia had seized the throne from her husband, who was also the emperor's elder brother. To solidify his rule and quell the hopes of the former court's old retainers, the emperor had ordered the elimination of all his elder brother's descendants, claiming their deaths were accidents or disappearances. Only because Xiaoliang was young at the time, coupled with his act of pretending to be simple-minded and the princess's fervent pleas, did he narrowly escape the same fate. But Xiaoliang was ultimately too young. One night, after getting drunk, he confided the secret of his act to a personal maid he had grown up with, unaware that she was an informant planted by Xiaja. Thus, the plot of the assassination attempt was born. Xiaja had bribed Xiaoliang's guards, instructing them to stage an assassination attempt on the emperor under the banner of the former dynasty, implicating Xiaoliang in the process. All that was needed was to extract a confession through torture in the sky prison, and the matter could be concluded perfectly. But everyone had underestimated the princess's capabilities. She had gathered evidence proving Xiaoliang's innocence. Combined with the pleas of the ministers in court on Xiaoliang's behalf, the emperor had finally relented. But it was too late. The man had already perished in the sky prison. "Princess, no matter how you see me, no matter whether you believe it or not, I have always regarded Brother Chun as a brother. I assure you, Brother Chin's funeral will be held with great honor. Please, accept my condolences." Xiaja pretended to comfort the princess, placing his hand on hers and gently stroking it. You. The princess was shocked, raising her hand to slap him again. I am the crown prince of this dynasty, the future emperor. If you strike me, even if I do not pursue it, the emperor will demand an explanation. Xiaozhi reacted quickly, tightly gripping the princess's wrist. In his eyes, there was not a shred of respect for his elder. It was more akin to a hunter, high and mighty, gazing at a trapped prey, contemplating how to toy with it. Release my mother. At that moment, a deep, angry voice echoed within the torture chamber. Everyone turned to look, and to their astonishment, the already lifeless Xiao Yang slowly lifted his head. His features were resolute, his eyes fierce as a lion or tiger. Though bound to the rack, he seemed like a blade piercing the heavens, instilling awe in those who beheld him. Ghost! Ghost! The Duke of Qin has returned as a vengeful ghost to seek retribution. The jailers in the torture chamber, seeing this, fled in terror, their faces pale. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaozhi and the princess remained. It seems you are quite disappointed, Xiao Yang said with a ghastly, unnerving smile. He was not the original Xiao Yang, but the war god of the Blue Star. He had merely fallen off a cliff during a mission due to incorrect intelligence, and his soul had transmigrated into this body. In truth, he had already awakened, but it had taken some time to integrate the memories of the original owner. How could that be? You're alive. That's wonderful. Xiaozhi's stiff face forced an awkward smile, cursing those jailers in his heart. Lianger, you scared me to death. The princess hurried forward to untie the shackles, feeling Xiao Yang's warmth and weak pulse, finally allowing a relieved smile to appear on her face. Mother, I made you worry. Xiao Yang, supported by her, slowly descended from the rack. Every step caused searing pain, as if being cut by a knife or struck by an axe. This grudge. He had made a mental note of the grudge. It's fine, it's fine. The princess wept with joy, holding Xiao Yang tightly and unwilling to let go, afraid it was all just a dream. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you just mentioned that the assassination attempt has nothing to do with me. If that's the case, am I free to leave the sky prison now? Xiao Yang's gaze was intense, unwavering, and unapologetically sharp. Of course, I will immediately inform the emperor and request a royal physician to treat Brother Chen's wounds. Xiaozhi bowed with both hands, then quickly departed from the sky prison. Lianger, let's go. Back home to recover. The princess looked at the numerous wounds covering his body, feeling even more pain than if she had endured them herself. Not yet. We need to go to the Zhaoyang Hall. That's where the ministers hold their discussions. What would we do there? Besides, you're so badly injured. The priority is to heal your wounds and avoid any lingering ailments. Mother, going back now means waiting for death. Only by facing the challenge head-on can we have a chance at survival. I can't argue with you. The princess's eyes sparkled with understanding, seeing through his intentions. With a helpless sigh, she supported him as they left the sky prison. Chapter 2. Departure to the Fiefdom. Imperial Marriage. At that moment, in the Zhaoyang Hall, Emperor Xia, clad in a golden silk dragon robe and adorned with a jade bead imperial crown, sat upon the dragon throne. His square face exuded the majesty of an emperor. The ministers of both civil and military ranks on either side hid their thoughts deep within. Xiaozhi stood in the center of the hall, having just reported the situation in the prison, and added, Brother Chen is severely injured. I hope your majesty will send a royal physician immediately. Granted. Emperor Xiao waved his hand decisively. As their voices faded, the hall fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, anyone who dared to speak ill of Xiao Yang would be seen as a blatant persecutor. Yet, if someone spoke well of Xiao Yang, it would undoubtedly push him into the fire pit. Just then, an old eunuch rushed into the hall and whispered a few words into Emperor Xiao's ear. Emperor Xiao's deep eyes revealed a hint of confusion, then he nodded. Summon the Prince of Qin to the hall. The old eunuch stood straight, his sharp voice echoing throughout the hall. Your humble servant, Xiao Yang, pays respects to your majesty. Xiaoyang staggered into the hall. His wounds had only been crudely treated, with blood repeatedly soaking through the bandages and staining his outer garments. From a distance, he looked like a blood-soaked figure, evoking pity. Swish. In an instant, the officials turned to look. Though they concealed their thoughts well, the moment they saw Xiaoyang, their emotions surfaced on their faces. What puzzled them was why, with such severe injuries, he didn't seek medical treatment but came to this treacherous hall instead. Since the matter has been clarified, you are no longer under suspicion. Bring a chair for the Prince of Qin. With a glance from Emperor Xia, the old eunuch understood and quickly had guards bring in a soft chair. Thank your majesty. Xiaoyang bowed with difficulty, trembling as he sat down. Xiaoyang, you endured so much suffering in the prison and almost lost your life. Do you harbor any resentment towards me and the crown prince for doubting you? Emperor Xia's voice softened, and his address shifted from Prince of Qin to Xiaoyang. The assassin was my personal guard. Whether from a logical or legal standpoint, I should be investigated, and the entire process was lawful. I harbor no resentment whatsoever. Xiaoyang's expression was sincere. Well said. But since you suffered so much unjustly as compensation, I can grant you one request. Speak, what do you want? Emperor Xia's face showed a kind smile, no longer the sternness from before, appearing like a benevolent elder. Your servant wishes to leave the capital and take up the fiefdom. Xiaoyang spoke without hesitation, this being his purpose for coming. Upon hearing this, the silent hall erupted in murmurs. The officials' faces showed disbelief. Xiaja raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiaoyang as if he had gone mad. Since ancient times, royal offspring reaching adulthood were sent to their respective fiefdoms. Within their territories, the feudal lords had the power to appoint and dismiss officials, could train their own armies, and enjoyed the taxes from their lands. By then, they would truly be free as birds in the sky, making it much harder to eliminate Xiaoyang. Just as everyone thought Emperor Xia would refuse, he smiled kindly and said, Xiaoyang, you have reached adulthood and it is indeed time for you to take up the fiefdom. However, the Qin region is barren and its people are fierce. Are you sure you want to go? I am certain. Xiaoyang replied decisively. Good, I grant it. The departure is set for 10 days from now. The journey is long and arduous, so I will allocate 5,000 elite soldiers, 5,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, 3,000 stones of grain, 1,000 bolts of silk, and 1,000 horses. Emperor Xia agreed very readily, and his bountiful rewards left everyone in the hall stunned. Not only was he letting Xiaoyang go, but he was also bestowing such abundant resources. Even other princes did not receive such generous treatment. And Xiaoyang was merely his nephew, the orphan of the previous emperor. It made no sense. Father, Brother Chun is gravely injured. Shouldn't this matter be reconsidered? Xiaja looked up, extremely puzzled. I have spoken, and since Xiaoyang has made his request, how can I refuse? Emperor Xia glared at him, forcing him to swallow all he wanted to say. Thank your majesty, but I have one more request. Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Speak. Your servant humbly requests an imperial marriage. Oh, you must have taken a liking to the third daughter of the Minister of War, isn't that so? Very well, such a joyous occasion. I grant it. Minister Shun, what do you say? Emperor Xia's gaze shifted to Minister Shun in the crowd. Minister Shun frowned, feeling 1,000 reluctances in his heart, but he could only step forward and reply, to receive an imperial marriage is my daughter's fortune. Though he didn't understand why Emperor Xia suddenly treated Xiaoyang so well, one thing was certain, Xiaoyang must die. Only when the offspring of the previous emperor were eradicated could his throne be secure, and the remnants of the previous dynasty would finally give up. This marriage was 100 harms and no benefit. Father, marriage is a serious matter. How can it be taken lightly? Moreover, you only gave Brother Chen one opportunity to make a request. Xiaja, anxious, spoke again. He had long admired the third daughter of the Shin family, but she had secretly fallen for Xiaoyang. Therefore, the assassination case was not only to solve the emperor's troubles, but also for his own selfish desires. But now, the emperor, apparently feeling guilty, had agreed to so many conditions. This matter is settled. Dismissed. Emperor Xia glared at him with disappointment. We humbly take our leave. The officials gradually exited the Zhaoyang hall, and Xiaoyang left with the assistance of a eunuch. When everyone had dispersed, Xiaozhe could no longer contain himself and asked, Father, why did you agree to let that man take up the fiefdom? And you've always known that I like the third daughter of the Shin family. Why agree to the marriage? The third daughter of the Shin family, Shun Yinyan, was renowned as the capital's first talented beauty, acknowledged for her dual excellence in both talent and appearance. Those who liked her could line up from the borders of the Xia kingdom to the capital. Just thinking about his beloved soon becoming Xiaoyang's wife, being subjected to his whims, made him clench his fists and feel utterly frustrated. If you had half the wisdom of Xiaoyang, you wouldn't ask such a foolish question. Emperor Xia glared at him with disappointment. The assassination case had caused a huge uproar. If Xiaoyang had died, it would have been fine, but he had walked out of the prison alive. Emperor Xia's position was already precarious, and exterminating the offspring of the previous emperor would only further tarnish his reputation. Fortunately, he had implemented benevolent policies in recent years, regaining some favor with the people and the court. If he continued to persecute now, all his efforts over the years would be in vain. By agreeing to the fiefdom and bestowing abundant rewards, he wanted to convey to the officials and the people that the assassination was not a conspiracy, and he was not a narrow-minded person. As for the marriage, it was to use the Shun family's hand to eliminate Xiaoyang. Xiaozhe was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling utterly wronged. Leave. Emperor Xia waved impatiently. Your son humbly takes his leave. Xiaozhe bowed, feeling bitter as he exited the hall. Just as he was about to leave, the old eunuch from inside the hall caught up and said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have a few words. I wonder if I should speak them. Lu Gonggong, please speak without hesitation. In fact, the emperor's intention is... After hearing this, Xiaozhe felt as if he had woken from a dream. So that's what father meant. Thank you, Lu Gonggong, for the guidance. I think I know what to do now. Chapter 3. The Organization of the Previous Dynasty. Mission ***. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang returned to the Qin Wangfu, Prince Qin's residence. He lay on the bed, and the Princess Changgong helped him change his bandages again, repeatedly reminding him, Your little schemes, the emperor must have seen through them all. Be extra careful from now on. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to leave the Qin Wangfu. I know he saw through them. Now it's a game of open cards. It all depends on who has the better skills. Xiaoyang smiled, feeling a sense of direction in his quest for survival. However, making a safe and complete journey from the capital to his fiefdom was no easy task. Everyone leave. The Princess Changgong commanded the servants in the residence. Yes, Your Highness. The servants bowed and retreated outside the residence. Once assured that no one else was around, the Princess Changgong lowered her voice and said, Lianger, since you're about to go to your fiefdom, it's time to tell you some secrets. What secrets? Xiaoyang asked curiously. The Princess Changgong carefully took out several waist tokens from her robe and swiftly stuffed them into Xiaoyang's clothes. Keep these tokens safe. Do not show them to anyone unless absolutely necessary. Mother, what are these? These are the tokens of the head of the Tianxiao Merchant Association, the chief escort token of the Sci-fi Escort Agency, and the identity token of the Qinchao Alliance. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang gasped in disbelief, as if his wounds didn't hurt anymore. The Tianxiao Merchant Association was the largest merchant guild in the Great Xia Empire, with thousands of branches and business dealings even in foreign lands. It could be described as wealthier than a kingdom. The Sci-fi Escort Agency was the largest escort service in the country, comparable in scale to the Tianxiao Merchant Association, and boasted countless skilled individuals and martial arts masters. The Qianchao Alliance, on the other hand, was an organization formed by the remnants of the previous dynasty. Legend had it that the members of this organization did not know each other's identities, recognizing one another only by the numbers on their identity tokens. These individuals all held key positions in the government, wielding significant power. Xiaoyang had always thought this was just a fabricated rumor, but never expected it to be true. Not only was it true, but even the Tianxia Merchant Association and Sci-fi Escort Agency, two of the most powerful factions, were on their side. With these three forces backing him, his journey to his fiefdom seemed much more feasible. "Mother, why don't you come with me?" Xiaoyang said with concern. "Lianger, you'll be in a remote, harsh land. You need someone in the capital to relay information. Besides, I am the emperor's own sister. Nothing will happen to me." The Princess Changong smiled gently, finished dressing his wounds, and reassured him again, "Don't worry. Your mother can handle things on her own." Clatter, clatter, clatter. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the door. A guard knelt outside and announced loudly, reporting to the Prince Qin, "The third miss of the Shin family has arrived and is waiting for you in the study." "That girl must be here to pass on some information," Xiaoyang chuckled. The two had grown up together since childhood, practically childhood sweethearts. Privately, they had already pledged their lives to each other, a fact known to the Princess Changong. If Xiaoyang were to go to his fiefdom alone, she would likely be married off to Xiaozhe. Therefore, even if it meant offending the Shin family, she had to take the risk. "Go ahead. Your mother has been out for too long and should return to the palace. Be very careful with the rest of your affairs." The Princess Changong, despite her myriad concerns, understood that she couldn't be by his side forever. The thorny path ahead could only be navigated by him alone. "I understand, Your Highness," Xiaoyang nodded slightly, then escorted the Princess Changong out and headed to the study. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, a book flew toward his chest. Xiaoyang could have dodged but chose not to, taking the hit and feigning pain. "Ouch! It hurts. It seems my wound has reopened." "Ah, did the wound reopen? Quickly, sit down and let me see." Xin Yunyan put down the other books in her hands and hurried over to help Xiaoyang sit down, apologizing incessantly. I'm sorry. I was angry and forgot you were injured." She was stunningly beautiful, with bright eyes and white teeth, a well-proportioned and curvaceous figure. More importantly, she had a unique aura, like an elf that had stepped out of the forest. Just one glance was enough to leave an unforgettable impression. "I survived a near-death experience, and instead of being happy for me, you're angry? Why?" Xiaoyang asked with a smile, his tone teasing. "Your situation is already so precarious. Why would you ask the emperor for a marriage alliance? Don't you know this will offend the Shin family?" Xin Yunyan was both anxious and angry. She knew Xiaoyang was worried about her, but leaving the capital alone would have been much easier. "I know that, but I also know you would come to warn me. Tell me, how does your father plan to deal with his future son-in-law?" Xiaoyang wrapped an arm around Shan Yunyan's waist and let his other hand wander indiscreetly over her body. "At a time like this, you still have the nerve to joke around." Xin Yunyan shot him an annoyed look, but didn't stop his hand. All right, let's talk seriously," Xiaoyang said with a straight face. "Well, my father has secretly trained a group of assassins, and now they've been deployed throughout the capital." "Assassins in broad daylight? Your father, the Minister of War, wouldn't resort to such a crude tactic, would he? No matter how you eliminate him, the Shin family will always be the scapegoat. So, the method doesn't matter as long as the result satisfies the old emperor." "That makes sense." Xiaoyang nodded with a frown. This method was simple and brutal. If the assassins completed their mission and committed suicide in public, it would be impossible to prove anything. Even if someone suspected the Shin family, there would be no evidence to back it up. Moreover, with the dense population of the capital, these assassins could easily blend into the crowd, making them nearly impossible to detect. It was easy to guard against open attacks, but hard to defend against hidden ones. Besides, there were still many things to take care of, so staying cooped up wasn't an option. You came to me, so you must have a solution, right? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. I do, but I can't guarantee it will work 100%. Nothing in this world is 100%. Go ahead. The Crown Prince is extremely hypocritical and values appearances. Whenever you go anywhere in the future, bring the Crown Prince along. The assassins will be hesitant and won't dare to act rashly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang stroked his chin and pondered for a long time. The Crown Prince was full of moral righteousness and always proclaimed brotherhood. If he were to accompany him, the Crown Prince probably wouldn't refuse, and it might work. The only issue was that every move Xiaoyang made would be under the Crown Prince's watchful eye, leaving him with no secrets. Your residence is full of spies, and there are plenty of the Crown Prince's spies in the capital. You have no secrets to begin with, so what are you worried about? Shun Yunyin pouted. How did you know what I was thinking? We've grown up together. Do you think I can't figure out what's on your mind? Hee, let's try your method then. Chapter 4. All old, weak, sick, and disabled. For the next 5 days, Xiaoyang stayed in the mansion, recovering from his injuries. Strangely, except for the princess and Xiaozhe, no one from the court visited him. It was as if they were afraid of being associated with Xiaoyang, fearing retribution from the emperor. On this day, Xiaoyang took Xiaozhe out of the mansion, with Shan Yunyin accompanying them. The two of them avoided mentioning past events and walked along the street, laughing and chatting as if they were close brothers. Elder brother Chen, you are going to the Qin region to serve as a vassal, which requires money to pave the way. Yet you exchange the money for these seemingly useless medicinal herbs, grains, meats, and salt. Are you worried about not being able to adapt to the harsh life in the Qin region? Xiaozhe laughed heartily. The Qin region was barren, with a fierce populace and frequent bandit raids. To establish a foothold, the most important thing was to have an army. And the most crucial aspect of having an army was the military pay. However, these past few days, while accompanying Xiaoyang, they had almost visited all the major markets in the capital. They had spent all the silver bestowed by the emperor and even sold off many assets of the Prince of Qin's mansion, yet what they bought were all seemingly useless things. At times, Xiaozhe even thought that this might be a sign of Xiaoyang's weakness, a demonstration of his loyalty and his desire to be a carefree prince. Fool! Shin Yunyin rolled her eyes. Sometimes she couldn't understand how such a foolish person could have stayed on the throne for so long. Xiaoyang was already a regional prince, enjoying the taxes from his fiefdom, so he was in no shortage of money. On the contrary, the Qin region was impoverished, lacking various resources, especially grains and meats. To maintain an army, besides military pay, the most crucial aspect was logistical support, and items such as medicinal supplies, grains, and meats were indispensable. Only with sufficient supplies could one have the conditions to maintain an army. At this moment, Xiaoyang took over the conversation, laughing bitterly. The Qin region is a world apart from the capital. Of course, I need to prepare more. That makes sense. The sky is getting late now. How about we go straight to the military depot and hand over the 5,000 elite soldiers promised by father to you? That way, we can complete one task. All right, Your Highness, please get on the sedan first. We are good brothers, and there are no outsiders here. Let's share the same sedan, and Miss Shun can take a separate one. Xiaozhe directly pulled Xiaoyang into the Crown Prince's exclusive palanquin, and they set off for the military depot. To ordinary citizens, this scene illustrated that the current Crown Prince was amiable and deeply affectionate. In reality, he was just jealous of Xiaoyang's proximity to Shen Yunyin. A moment later, the sedan arrived at the military depot. Xiaozhe stepped down from the sedan with the help of a guard and asked, "Where is the depot master?" As soon as the words fell, a man clad in iron armor rushed out, knelt down and said, "I was unaware of Your Highness's arrival and failed to greet you properly. I beg for your forgiveness. I ask you, has the 5,000 elite soldiers promised by the emperor to my brother been selected?" "It has been completed. They are all waiting inside." Hearing this, Xiaozhi led Xiaoliang into the military depot. The military depot, which could house tens of thousands of people, was surprisingly empty. After walking for a long time, they couldn't see a single person. After walking for a while, they finally saw a dense crowd in the distant open space. However, these people had nothing to do with elite soldiers. They were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. Some soldiers were in their 60s or 70s, with white hair and almost no teeth left. Others were emaciated, as if a gust of wind could blow them over. The rest were mostly wrapped in bandages or had limb injuries. Seeing this scene, Shun Yunyan was furious. Can these even be called soldiers? The journey to the Qin region is long and perilous. With such a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, who would take responsibility if something happens? Xiaozhi was inwardly satisfied, but had to put on an angry expression. The emperor personally ordered the selection of 5,000 elite soldiers. I also gave you 1,000 reminders and warnings. Is this how you are fooling around? Don't you believe I'll cut off your head with a single sword strike? Thud. The depot master's legs went soft, and he knelt down, hurriedly explaining, Your Highness, recently, there have been constant bandit disturbances in the counties around the capital. All the able-bodied soldiers have been dispatched. It was already difficult to gather these 5,000 people. I don't want to hear these excuses. If you can't gather 5,000 elite soldiers today, I'll take your head as an apology to my brother. Your Highness, even if you cut off my head, I can't do it. Do you really think I won't? Xiaozhi suddenly drew the sword at his waist and slashed it directly towards the depot master's neck. At the critical moment, Xiaoliang intervened, knocking away Xiaozhi's sword with a smile. He is also helpless. Since these are the only people left, let's just go with them. No, absolutely not. Taking them is no different from taking a bunch of burdens. I must report this to the emperor and reselect 5,000 elite soldiers. Shin Yunyan strongly opposed, feeling disgusted by Xiaozhi's hypocritical appearance. Your Highness, let's proceed with the handover. Xiaoliang said calmly. How about this? I'll make the decision myself and give you 10,000 sets of military armor as compensation. Xiaozhi pretended to be regretful and generously offered. Then, I thank your Highness. Xiaoliang was inwardly overjoyed, but had to maintain a helpless expression. The handover was quickly completed, and these 5,000 elite soldiers officially became Xiaoliang's troops. Xiaozhi casually gave a few instructions before taking everyone away. In no time, the vast square was left with only Xiaoliang, Shun Yunyan, and the 5,000 listless elite soldiers. Xiaoliang, are you crazy? There are many assassins lurking in the capital, and there must be ambushes on the way to the Qin region. With this group, how can they protect our safety? Shun Yunyan was filled with confusion and anxiety, like an ant on a hot pan, almost wanting to pry open Xiaoliang's head to see what was going on in there. Xiaoliang smiled, and after confirming that there was no one around, he revealed his true thoughts. Judging by their current state, they don't have much combat power, but take a closer look at their injuries. What about the injuries? These injuries were all earned on the battlefield, including those old soldiers in their 60s and 70s. Do you know what this means? What does it mean? You really have no military knowledge at all. This means they are all battle-hardened veterans with very rich battlefield experience. If they are used to train new soldiers, they can definitely build an army capable of fighting and winning battles. Moreover, although they are now heavily injured, as long as their injuries are healed, they can still exert formidable combat power. If we improve their diet a bit, after some time, they will definitely impress you. Xiaoliang's lips curled up as he laughed heartily. These were not a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled, but living treasures. In his previous life, he was a war god and could completely apply modern advanced combat experiences to this era. For example, the 3-3 combat formation, where one veteran leads 2 new soldiers to form a combat unit. Combined with the 10,000 sets of military armor given by Xiaozhi, they could equip a 15,000-strong army. Chapter 5. Winning Hearts. Shin Yinyan was initially stunned, but after careful consideration, she realized there was some truth to it. But if everyone who understands military strategy knows this principle, then why would they possibly give away such a group of treasures? There must be a hidden plot behind this. Xiaoyang smiled gently, seeing through the doubt in her eyes. With the methods of the military physicians, it's naturally impossible to heal their injuries, which is why they were discarded like trash. Even those physicians couldn't heal them, can you? Shun Yinyan blinked, her pretty and sweet face filled with doubt. The two had grown up together since childhood, and they could guess what the other was thinking just by the slightest movement. But she had never heard that Xiaoyang had studied medicine. It will take some time, but it shouldn't be a big problem, Xiaoyang said as he walked toward the crowd. 5,000 soldiers stood haphazardly, whispering among themselves, completely disregarding Xiaoyang. They were nothing but a bunch of ruffians, not even bothering to pretend. Shun Yinyan was already quite displeased, and seeing their behavior, she became even angrier. You don't even have the demeanor of a soldier. No wonder you were treated like trash. Excuse me, Miss Shin, what should a soldier look like? Asked a middle-aged man covered in bandages. Still as a mountain, swift as the wind, fierce as fire, disabled in body but not in spirit, always with an unyielding fighting spirit. That's what a qualified soldier should be. As Shun Yinyan spoke with force, the 5,000 men burst into laughter. They had heard such textbook-like words far too many times. But they were also human, capable of feeling and getting injured. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Shun Yinyan's anger intensified, and just as she was about to reprimand them, Xiaoyang stepped forward and stopped her. Xiaoyang slowly advanced, his respectful gaze sweeping over each of them, and he said in a deep voice, I understand you. At one time, all of you were brave warriors who had fought countless battles. You defended the borders for the court, suppressed internal rebellions, eliminated bandits. You have made great contributions. The wounds on your bodies are the medals of your honor. Perhaps you are too old, or perhaps your injuries are too severe, and in the eyes of the court, you have lost your value. This is the injustice of the court. In an instant, the gazes of the 5,000 soldiers towards Xiaoyang changed. These words struck a chord in their hearts, especially the last sentence about injustice, which seemed to voice their innermost feelings, bringing tears to their eyes. Each of these men had been to the battlefield more than once, and some old soldiers had fought dozens of hard battles in their lifetime, earning numerous merits. But they were born into humble backgrounds, without noble patronage or financial resources to pave the way. They could only watch those who had no skills or achievements climb the ladder, stepping on their shoulders. And when they grew old and were injured, they were discarded like trash. It was unjust. Too unjust. What is your name? Xiaoyang patted the middle-aged man covered in bandages and asked, Your Highness, the Qin King, my name is Zhang Jin. Do you have any battle records? Yes. I enlisted in the 7th year of the old calendar and have fought in 27 battles of various sizes. I have accumulated 139 bandit heads in the military tent and served as a centurion. And you? Xiaoyang's gaze shifted to the others. My name is Li Si. I enlisted in the 7th year of the old calendar and have fought in 20 battles of various sizes. I have accumulated 100 bandit heads in the military tent. My name is Yang Kong. I enlisted in the 10th year of the old calendar and have fought in 19 battles of various sizes. I have accumulated 85 bandit heads in the military tent. Each man shouted with all his strength, as if to vent all the grievances and injustices they had endured over the years. Their voices were deafening and struck straight at the soul. Shun Yinyan stood there in a daze, completely stunned. She had never expected that these soldiers, who looked like ruffians, all had such glorious battle records. If they hadn't been injured or abandoned, these 5,000 men would undoubtedly be an invincible force. Regret welled up in her heart, and Shun Yinyan's face also showed deep respect. These men were the true pillars of the nation, and that official was nothing more than a dog at Xiaozha's side. Are you willing to follow me to the Qin region? Xiao Yang's expression changed, and his deep gaze carried a hint of the authority of a ruler. We are willing. The 5,000 soldiers shouted in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Joining the military was all about making achievements. To make achievements, one must choose a wise leader. And right now, a leader who understood them stood before them. Looking at them now, they no longer resembled the ruffians from earlier, but rather a pack of injured yet still ferocious wolves. Their bones still carried that fierce spirit. Good. From today onward, Zhang Jian will be the commander under my command, leading 5,000 troops. Li Si and Yang Kong as deputy commanders. Chen En and Luo Zhan as captains. Xiaoyang promoted them one by one, from commander to decurion. In just a few short sentences, he had elevated them to heights they had never reached in their entire lives. More touching than the promotion was the fact that the Qin king had remembered the names of so many of them. This meant that the Qin king truly cared about them. Later, I will have someone send some medicinal herbs and food over. You all heal well and eat and drink to your heart's content. We will set off in 5 days. Yes. Thank you, Your Highness the Qin king. Xiaoyang gave a few more instructions before leaving with Shan Yanyan. There were too many injured soldiers, and treating them individually was not practical. Fortunately, their injuries were mostly the same, and as long as the same type of herbal medicine was prepared, they would recover their combat effectiveness after a period of recuperation. You're quite impressive, aren't you? Just a few words and you've won over these old soldiers, Shen Yanyan said, giving Xiaoyang a thumbs up from inside the sedan chair. It's not that I'm impressive. Many people understand them, but those people have better options and don't value them, Xiaoyang said with a bitter smile. If one could choose 5,000 elite soldiers, who would choose 5,000 injured ones? But then again, since they were the trash that no one wanted, it basically eliminated the possibility of being infiltrated by spies. Using them was the most reassuring thing. Do you have confidence in healing them? If you can't, everything will be in vain. We'll see the results in 5 days. Just as the two were talking, the sedan chair suddenly stopped. Shen Yanyan lifted the curtain and asked in surprise, Have we already arrived at the Qin King's residence? Third miss, please disembark. A maidservant bowed her head, her tone firm despite her submissive demeanor. As the maidservant spoke, a dozen black-clad, masked assassins emerged. Shen Yanyan looked around and suddenly realized they were trapped in a dead-end alley. Only then did she realize that all these people were her father's spies. She had thought she could sneak past them, but it turned out that the old ginger was still hotter. No, if you want to kill him, then you'll have to kill me first, Shen Yanyan said firmly, spreading her arms to shield Xiaoyang. Third miss, we're sorry. The maidservant struck Shen Yanyan's neck with a chop, knocking her out instantly. Chapter 6, Master of Rumors. Next, it's my turn, isn't it? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery as he looked at the maid. The maid snorted coldly, Your Highness, don't blame me when you end up in the underworld. Blame your own misfortune for being born into the wrong life. Be more careful next time. Before her words even finished, a dozen assassins outside couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward in unison. Xiaoyang showed no fear. He was the war god of Planet Blue. Would he be afraid of mere assassins? The maid knocking Shen Yanyan unconscious earlier had saved him some trouble. For now, he had no intention of revealing his full strength. However, these assassins didn't matter. Dead men tell no tales. He grabbed the long sword thrust at him, then kicked out fiercely. Before he could act further, the sounds of battle erupted again outside. Soon, another dozen black-clad figures appeared, engaging in a chaotic fight with the previous assassins without asking any questions. Blood spilled across the ground as the two sides clashed, and for a moment, no one paid any attention to Xiaoyang. Sitting in the sedan chair, he placed Shen Yanyan's head on his lap and watched the thrilling spectacle of the slaughter unfold. Soon, both sides suffered heavy casualties. The maid, unwilling to give up, glared at Xiaoyang and shouted, Retreat! But escape wasn't so easy. She was quickly entangled by the later group of assassins, and soon, not a single one was left alive. Just as Xiaoliang thought they would turn their attention to him, the assassins suddenly vanished without a trace. Now, Xiaoliang understood. The second group was on his side. There was a mastermind behind the scenes, using magic to defeat magic. The grand play had just begun. It wouldn't end halfway. Soon, Xiaozhi arrived with a group of men, wailing from a distance, "Chun-Di, my brother, I'm too late. It's all my fault. If I hadn't returned to the palace, you wouldn't be dead, Chun-Di." Xiaozhi's tears seemed genuine. The surrounding civilians soon gathered, praising the crown prince for his benevolence and lamenting the unfortunate fate of the Prince of Qin, who couldn't escape his doomed life. Waiting in the sedan chair for a while without seeing Xiaozhi come in to check, Xiaoliang rolled his eyes in disdain. Was this guy getting carried away with his acting? If he truly cared for his brother, why would he only cry without even taking a closer look? "Chun-Di, rest assured, I will. Your Highness, your humble brother is here." Xiaoliang lifted the curtain and stepped out of the sedan chair, completely unharmed, not even a hair out of place. How could this be? Xiaozhi's face was filled with shock upon seeing him, forgetting his act, his tears forgotten. "Why? Are you disappointed to see me alive, your Highness?" Xiaoliang asked the same question as in the prison. In an instant, the situation reversed, and the crowd began to murmur. "The Prince of Qin is unharmed. What a blessing! I saw it myself. Many people fought here. Look, there are still so many dead bodies, and the blood hasn't dried yet." The crown prince didn't even check on the Prince of Qin before crying. Hearing these comments, Xiaozhi clenched his fists beneath his wide sleeves. Still, he forced himself to step forward and hugged Xiaoliang tightly. "You scared me. I thought you were really in trouble. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters." The surrounding guards quickly moved in to clean up the scene. "Your Highness, rest assured, your humble brother is fine." Xiaoliang gently pushed him away. But the third young lady of the Shun family was attacked and has fainted. "What?" Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. "How could this happen? I clearly what?" Xiaoliang stepped forward and pressed. Xiaozhi panicked and quickly said, "Clearly, I just left for a moment. How could something happen?" That was enough. Even the common folk in the capital were well informed. They knew that in the royal family, there were no such things as coincidences. This matter must have hidden motives. However, in front of the nobility, they dared not discuss it openly. Xiaoliang said nothing more, turning back to pick up Shen Yunyan in his arms. "Your Highness, I'll leave the aftermath to you. The third young lady's health is more urgent. I'll take her back first. Don't worry, I will find the culprit and give you an explanation." Xiaozhi vowed solemnly. Beneath his wide sleeves, his fists trembled, and the smile on his face was barely holding. Especially seeing him carry Shen Yunyan so openly in front of everyone, Xiaozhi couldn't help but think deeper. Could it be that they had already? The thought of this possibility sent Xiaozhi's anger surging. "What are you all standing around for? Are you all dead? Quickly escort the Prince of Qin back." All his rage was vented on his subordinates. To the public, it seemed like he was jealous of Shen Yunyan, but in reality, Xiaoliang smirked coldly, carrying Shen Yunyan and walking away. He still had some hidden injuries, so carrying someone made his steps slow. "Put me down!" Shen Yunyan suddenly opened her eyes and blinked at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang had known she was awake for a while but hadn't exposed her. "We're almost home." Xiaoliang didn't put her down immediately. Shen Yunyan struggled to get down, huffing. "I heard you panting. Am I that heavy?" "It's not tiredness, it's pain," Xiaoliang said, pressing a hand to his chest, his expression tinged with grievance. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry. I forgot you're still injured." "It's fine. As long as you're okay," Xiaoliang chuckled. "Your maid didn't hold back when she hit you, huh?" Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes. "I'll deal with her when I get back." "So, what are you planning to do next?" "You can seal a jar, but you can't seal people's mouths. I just need to go with the flow." Xiaoliang's eyes were deep, revealing a hint of mischief. Seeing his expression, Shen Yunyan knew he wasn't up to anything good. Thinking of how she had been hit earlier, she gritted her teeth. Don't let those bastards off easy. Don't worry, I'll make sure they remember it for a long time. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. I'm the best at spreading rumors. Indeed, it's only been a few days, and you've become even more shameless than I imagined, Shen Yunyan chuckled, walking with him toward the Prince of Qin's residence. Although Shen Yunyan insisted she was fine, Xiaoyang still checked her over. Your neck is swollen, isn't it? No wonder it looks so thick. You're saying my neck is thick? Shen Yunyan's voice suddenly rose, her teeth gnashing. Say that again. Chapter 7. It doesn't matter who it is. Xiaoyang nodded and quickly fetched a mirror. Look, isn't it swollen? Seeing herself looking like a bloated fish, Shen Yunyan's anger flared even more. She slapped the mirror away and gritted her teeth. Xiaoyang, I won't rest until I get revenge. Don't worry, you're not a gentleman, but I promise I won't let those bastards off. Xiaoyang immediately assured her. That's more like it. Shen Yunyan propped her chin with both hands, raising an eyebrow at Xiaoyang. Do you think it was your brother or my father? This girl is really blunt. Xiaoyang chuckled, then lowered his voice. It doesn't matter who it is. After all, they were all under the command of the Emperor of Xia. Ultimately, the blame would fall on him. Shen Yunyan could see from his expression what he was thinking. All right, let's each deal with our own matters. That old geezer dared to send people to beat me up. Just wait and see how I deal with him. Shen Yunyan hurriedly left through a secret passage. Watching her bustling figure, Xiaoyang felt a warmth in his heart. He had been a lone warrior, accustomed to solitude, always alone. But now, with Shen Yunyan around, many things seemed different. Although he knew Shen Yunyan was loyal to the original Xiaoyang who had died, but since he had taken over this body and identity, he was Xiaoyang. Within 3 days, the streets and alleys were buzzing with activity. Even the storytellers at the brothels were talking about the assassination attempt on Prince Qin, and some daring gambling houses had even started taking bets on whether the mastermind was the crown prince or the minister of justice. After all, these two had always been hostile to Prince Qin, so they were the most likely suspects. Especially the crown prince, who seemed kind on the surface, but how could someone who had ascended to the position of crown prince in the royal family be simple? Perhaps he was the mastermind, wanting to eliminate Prince Qin before he went to his fiefdom. But it could also be the current emperor, since Prince Qin was the last surviving descendant of the previous dynasty. If he were gone, the emperor's rule would be unshakable. Back then, when the emperor had just ascended the throne, all the remaining descendants of the previous dynasty had died one after another. If it weren't for Prince Qin's mother being the princess, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. These rumors spread like wildfire through the capital, quickly reaching the emperor's ears. At first, the emperor didn't pay any attention to these trivial rumors from the common folk. He was the exalted emperor. How could he care about such things? But the rumors grew stronger and stronger, threatening to become an uncontrollable blaze. Most importantly, the old stories of how he had seized the throne at the beginning of his reign and how the remaining descendants of the previous dynasty had been killed were all being brought up again. Outrageous! The emperor roared, hurling the Zhou to the ground. Who dares to cause trouble for me at this juncture? Where is the crown prince? Summon the crown prince to me. The emperor immediately thought of his dim-witted son. If not for his noble birth, rightful claim, and powerful maternal family, he would have deposed him long ago. Xiaoxia had also heard the rumors on the streets and was fuming at home when a royal decree arrived. He grabbed his military advisor. Father is summoning me at this time. Surely he has heard the rumors and wants to question me. What should I do? How should I respond? He had already been reprimanded by his father in the palace once before. If he couldn't clear his name this time, it might really anger his father, and then how could he hold on to the crown prince's position? Your Highness, don't worry. With all the rumors flying around, anyone could be blamed. Why must it be you? As long as you don't admit it, who can prove anything? Bai Shu, the military advisor, smiled at Xiaoxia. Hearing this, Xiaoxia felt a little relieved. He nodded. You're right. As long as I don't admit it, no one can pin this on me. If Xiaoliang had evidence, he would have already gone to the palace to seek justice. Why would he use such underhanded methods? Your Highness, rest assured, no matter what, you are still the crown prince. When the time comes, the emperor will choose to protect you over the minister of war. Bai Shu stepped forward, analyzing the situation. To the emperor, the minister of war was important, but not as crucial as the crown prince. So the emperor's choices would always be based on weighing the pros and cons. With this in mind, Xiaozhi felt more at ease. He changed into clean clothes and headed for the palace. Sure enough, in the imperial study, he saw Minister of War Shun Tao kneeling there as well. As soon as he entered, he felt the intense pressure and the emperor's suppressed anger. Xiaozhi, who had been confident, now felt uncertain. He knelt down respectfully and performed a deep bow. Greetings, Father Emperor. Look at what you've done. The emperor hurled a memorial scroll at him, which landed squarely at Xiaozhi's feet. Even without looking, he knew what it contained. Xiaozhi immediately knelt down. Father Emperor, I am innocent. On the day my brother was attacked, I was at my mother's palace, discussing preparations for his journey. Hearing this, Shun Tao's face turned pale. The crown prince had so neatly denied any involvement. What did that mean? Was he trying to pin this whole mess on him? After all, they were at least on the same side now. Wasn't this too shameless? Shin Tao bowed even lower. I am innocent. I would never dare to assassinate Prince Qin. The emperor looked at the two of them, knowing what they were thinking. His expression changed several times, and he gritted his teeth. I summoned you here not to let you defend yourselves, but because the situation is now out of control. What are your plans? Do you have any solutions? Solutions? How could they stop these rumors that spread by word of mouth? The two of them looked at each other, both looking troubled. Seeing this, the emperor felt a wave of chest pain. Why did he have such stupid sons and ministers? Right now, the capital is full of rumors, and the situation is already unstable. This matter cannot be left unresolved. What you need to do is to solve this problem before it turns into a full-blown crisis, understand? The emperor glared at them. Xiaozhi immediately nodded. Yes, I will immediately find the real culprit and give my brother an explanation, and an explanation to the people of the realm. I will certainly cooperate with the crown prince's investigation. Shin Tao also came to his senses and began to promise. The emperor waved his hand. This matter is left to the crown prince to handle. You, take the Ministry of War and investigate who is spreading these rumors. Anyone at the brothels or tea houses who talks about this should be arrested and severely punished. Yes. Shin Tao immediately nodded, trembling in fear. The emperor wasn't just trying to punish those people. He was clearly aiming to punish him. Chapter 8. Useless Outbursts. This was a warning, the final warning. Shin Tao trembled uncontrollably, his liver and gallbladder nearly shattering. When the emperor was enraged, thousands of corpses would float. Their lives and fortunes were entirely in the hands of another. How could they not be terrified? Get out! The emperor roared again. Shin Tao immediately kowtowed, scrambling out like a frightened animal. In the imperial study, only Xiaozhi remained, facing the furious emperor alone. Father, it really wasn't me, Silence. The emperor glared at his only legitimate son with a mixture of disappointment and anger, his teeth clenched. Why was he so incapable? The schemes they played were as transparent as glass in the emperor's hands. It was precisely because they were so transparent that the emperor realized just how inadequate his own child was. Xiaoliang had merely made a slight move, and they were already defenseless. Worthless. All of them were worthless. You are the crown prince. You should have a long-term vision. Why are you constantly entangled in trivial family matters? Last time, I already told you to send the Prince of Qin to his fiefdom. Didn't you hear me? If he dies in the capital, whose hands will remain clean? Go and listen to the rumors outside. My old face has been completely disgraced by you. The emperor's anger grew with each word. His throat parched for water. Turning back, he realized there was no teacup on the table, only then remembering he had smashed it in his rage earlier. Outrageous. Someone, drag that tea-serving eunuch out and give him 80 lashes, then throw him into the torture chamber. The emperor vented his anger on an innocent eunuch. This was the nature of a monarch, the essence of imperial power. Reward was punishment, and punishment was reward. Xiaxia trembled. Yes, I admit my mistake. Things have become sufficiently embarrassing. Clean this up quickly. These rumors must not spread any further. Having punished someone and vented his anger, the emperor's tone softened slightly. Yet, Xiaxia was a simple-minded fool. He looked pitifully at the emperor, tentatively asking, "What about the Prince of Qin?" "Send him to Qin. Who can say for sure what bandits or thieves might do on the way?" The emperor raised an eyebrow at Xiaxia. If he still didn't understand after this, then he was truly a fool. Fools were unfit to be emperors. Fortunately, Xiaxia was full of cunning. While he might not understand other things, matters like this were instantly clear to him. "Yes, I understand. I will arrange it immediately. You'd better arrange it well." The emperor rolled his eyes. If he couldn't even handle something taught step by step, then it still proved he was a fool. As before, fools were unfit to be emperors. "Father, please calm down. It's all my fault for causing you worry." Xiaxia quickly spoke some conciliatory words. As a monarch, despite his questionable character, he did possess the ability to control his emotions. The emperor calmed down, frowning as he looked at Xiaxia and sighed. "Ah, forget it. You're still young. But remember, you are the crown prince, the future emperor. The great Xia dynasty will one day be in your hands. Have a long-term vision, understand?" "Yes, I understand." Xiaxia lowered his head, his hands tightening into fists beneath his wide sleeves. What was the point of being a crown prince, of being the future emperor? He couldn't even have the woman he loved for so many years. What use were these empty titles? At this moment, the woman he had cherished for years was kneeling in the family temple. Shun Yunyan knelt there, looking disdainfully at the ancestral tablets before her. The Shin family wasn't corrupt just from Shan Tao's generation. Their ancestors had never been virtuous either, all of them opportunistic sycophants. "You ungrateful daughter, do you know your father was almost killed because of you?" Shun Tao glared at her, his teeth gritted. Shun Yunyan tilted her head, pointing to her neck. "Father, I'm the victim here." "You dare say that? Do you think the rumors in the capital have nothing to do with you? I tell you, the emperor is furious and wants to severely punish you. If not for the position your father holds, you'd have already been dragged off to be flogged and exiled." Shin Tao's finger nearly touched the top of Shan Yunyan's head. However, Shin Yunyan felt that this old man was merely venting useless anger. "Father, since the emperor has given you a task to investigate, why aren't you out there looking into it, but instead calling me here?" Shun Yunyan looked innocent. "I was attacked alongside the Prince of Qin and injured by the assassins. I'm traumatized and should be resting in bed." "Shun Yunyan, do you think you can ignore me now that you're going to accompany the Prince of Qin to his fiefdom?" Shin Tao growled. "Don't forget, you are Shun Tao's daughter. Even if you become the Princess of Qin, you're still a member of the Shin family. What good will it do you if something happens to the Shin family?" Shin Yunyan paid no heed to these words. She stood up, looking at Shun Tao. "Father, in front of our ancestors, you should be careful with your words. I am the future Princess of Qin. Although we are blood relatives, it's still first the ruler, then the father. We must follow the rules outside, or else the Shin family will truly lose face. I'm not feeling well, so I'll take my leave." Shin Yunyan turned and left. After all, her heart had always been close to Xiaoyang's. As for father-daughter or familial bonds, they were nothing but shackles to her. Although she was the eldest daughter of the Shin family, her mother had passed away early, and the current wife of the minister was a stepmother who had always looked down on her, causing her no end of suffering since childhood. She had once naively hoped her father would stand up for her, only to realize what it meant to have a stepmother and a stepfather, despite being blood relatives, who in this family truly treated her as one of them. If that was the case, what was there to hesitate about? She should follow her heart. Unfortunately, she was still an unmarried woman, and at home, she was still bound by rules. No sooner had she returned to her courtyard than it was sealed off, with orders that no one was to enter or exit freely. It was said nicely that she was to prepare her dowry and learn etiquette for her marriage, but in reality, it was a form of house arrest. This wasn't the first time such a trick had been played, and Shen Yunyan didn't take it to heart. She wrote a letter to Xiaoyang, asking him to clean up the loose ends. Upon reading Shen Yunyan's letter, Xiaoyang's first reaction was one of admiration for this young woman. To remain so clear-headed and self-aware in such a feudal dynasty was truly remarkable. As for the cleanup, he had already taken care of it. While the emperor was still in the palace berating his son, the streets had already been cleaned up. The rumors had almost completely disappeared overnight. Of course, they hadn't truly disappeared. They had merely turned into whispers. The initial rumors had been spread by Xiaoyang himself, but the current whispers were the people's own thoughts. After all, humans have a rebellious streak, and sometimes the more one suppresses, the more it rebounds. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. That's the principle. Chapter 9. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Emperor Xia's reign was already built on shaky ground, and his ascension to the throne was anything but legitimate. Although the world had become relatively stable, no one had forgotten how he had come to power. With the previous dynasty's remnants being systematically eliminated, only Xiaoyang remained, and even he was not safe. There had to be more to this than met the eye. Now, with the assassination attempt on Prince Qin, the court was going to great lengths to silence dissent, merely because of some rumors. Wasn't this a clear sign of guilt? Even the common people had their own sense of justice. They might not have the power to speak out, but they knew what was right. These small sparks of discontent would one day ignite a prairie fire. This was Xiaoyang's parting gift to Emperor Xia before leaving the capital. A seemingly minor incident had already lost him the support of the majority. Xiaoyang was curious to see how Emperor Xia would recover from this. In reality, the affairs of a nation were nothing more than the daily concerns of its people. Ordinary citizens just wanted to live their lives without the constant scheming and plotting. It all came down to basic needs: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Yet, Emperor Xia's eyes were fixed on the heavens, completely oblivious to these simple truths. Xiaoyang put away Shen Yunyan's letter, cursing Shan Tao for his stupidity. The day of his departure to his fiefdom was fast approaching, and Shen Yunyan would have to accompany him no matter what. Locking her up now was pointless and only served to damage their father-daughter relationship. Xiaoyang sat there, tapping his fingers on the table. He was about to leave the capital for Qin province. Qin province was known for its fierce locals and was located near the border, making the journey fraught with danger from bandits, thieves, and assassins. However, it was not yet time to use the remnants of the previous dynasty's forces. After some thought, Xiaoyang stood up and said, "Afur, to the prison." "Your Highness, you were just targeted by an assassin. Why go to the prison?" Afu was Xiaoyang's shadow. He had been with Xiaoyang since birth, serving as his human shield, possessing high martial skills and unwavering loyalty. Though of the same age as Xiaoyang, he was more mature and steady. "I'm about to head to Qin province, but I only have 5,000 weak and elderly soldiers under my command. I don't even have a counselor or an accountant. Am I supposed to be a general without an army? Do you think the people of Qin province will be more reliable than those we bring with us?" Xiaoyang hit the nail on the head. Xiaxia, like Emperor Xia, was a shameless hypocrite who preached righteousness while committing despicable acts without hesitation. "Your Highness is right, but that doesn't mean we should look for help in the prison," Afu said, looking troubled. Could it be that Xiaoyang had developed some attachment to the prison after his own brief stay there? Xiaoyang gave him a look. "Don't overthink it. The prison houses former officials of the previous dynasty, or those who have offended the emperor. Relatively speaking, they are talented and reliable, making them the best choice. But how do we get them out?" Afu asked, looking even more troubled. Although Xiaoyang was a legitimate prince with a noble title, he had no authority to just take people out of the prison. Xiaoyang waved the token in his hand and smiled. "I have this." It was the token of the Minister of War, sent along with Xian Yinyan's letter. With this, he could certainly get people out. Seeing this, Afu couldn't help but admire. The princess is indeed formidable. This mention of princess greatly pleased Xiaoyang. He nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. Soon, they arrived at the prison. With Prince Qin's current prominence, the prison officials didn't dare to offend him and let them in without hesitation. Former Minister of War of the previous dynasty, Song Zhao, correct? Xiaoyang stood at the cell door and said, "At the beginning of the new dynasty, your family was exiled and your male descendants sent 3,000 miles away, while the women were made into government prostitutes. You yourself have been imprisoned here, with no hope of release, right?" Inside the cell, a man sat, filthy from head to toe, but with a straight back, maintaining his dignity even in such a wretched place. Upon hearing this, he turned his head, and through the messy hair, his eyes revealed a trace of hatred, though his voice remained calm. "Yes, I am Xiaoyang, the son of the previous dynasty's princess." Xiaoyang smiled at him. "I know you didn't do anything wrong. You were just caught in the change of power and ended up like this." Song Zhao didn't respond. Over the years, many had claimed to be remnants of the previous dynasty to test him, and he had become immune to such tactics. Seeing this, Xiaoyang didn't get angry. Instead, he said, "Your 2 sons are exiled in Qin province, and your 3 daughters are learning arts in the government brothel. I've secretly investigated and found that they are still pure, so I had them bought quietly. Their names are Chower and Linger, right?" At the mention of these names, Song Zhao, who had been indifferent, finally reacted. He suddenly stood up and rushed forward, but was pulled back just a step away from the door. The sound of chains scraping was harsh and unpleasant. Only then did Xiaoyang notice that Song Zhao's shoulder blades were pierced, and he was chained here. "What do you want?" Song Zhao's eyes were filled with rage. "They are just children, innocent. They are innocent. The purity of your 2 younger daughters was bought with the life of your eldest daughter. But do you think it can last? As the head of the family and a father, shouldn't you be trying to protect them? An opportunity is right in front of you. If you agree to come with me, I guarantee they will be safe and return to your side." Xiaoyang's gaze was firm, his words sincere and serious promises. "Who are you really?" "I told you, I am Xiaoyang, the son of the princess." After a brief silence, Song Zhao suddenly laughed. He tugged at the chains on his body, wincing in pain as his face contorted. "How can I get out of here?" "I can help you," Xiaoyang said with certainty. Song Zhao laughed bitterly. "These are the toughest black iron chains. Without the key, they can't be opened, and the key is in the emperor's hands. He won't kill me. He wants me to live, to suffer here day and night. Only then will those who want to restore the dynasty be afraid and not dare to act." Of course, this was just Emperor Xia's twisted thinking. Those truly intent on restoring the dynasty wouldn't be deterred by such tactics. Instead, it would only enrage them. "I can unlock them. Trust me." Xiaoyang's voice seemed to carry a magical power, turning the seemingly impossible into a glimmer of hope. "I'll come back in 3 days. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer by then." Xiaoyang glanced at Afu. Afu understood and looked outside, then shook his head at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately produced the token of the previous dynasty. "Wait for me." When Song Zhao saw the token, his pupils constricted. He immediately knelt down and performed a deep bow. "I am willing to serve the young master with my life." Xiaoyang felt a bit awkward. If he had known the token would be so effective, why had he wasted so much time talking? Chapter 10. Recruiting in the Heavenly Prison. Before long, he managed to locate 2 former generals of the previous dynasty, a former minister of personnel and a former minister of revenue within the Heavenly Prison, all with the help of the token. Together with Song Zhao, he now had a complete team. Military command, financial management, everything was covered. The next step was to figure out how to sneak these people out within 3 days and transport them away in advance. Their bodies were all somewhat damaged, so the transport conditions couldn't be too harsh. Otherwise, even if they escaped the prison, they might die on the way, which would be a huge loss. After leaving the Heavenly Prison, Xiaoyang stood at the entrance, gazing at the sun in the sky for a long time without speaking. Afu simply stood by his side, offering silent companionship and refrained from speaking. They had grown up together, and Afu was the most understanding of Xiaoyang. Even though Xiaoyang didn't say anything, Afu could sense that he was different from before. However, Afu was loyal. No matter how Xiaoyang changed, as long as he was still Xiaoyang, Afu would remain devoted for life. Soon, a carriage approached from the front, and Xiaoja hurriedly got off. When their eyes met, Xiaoyang clearly saw the awkwardness on Xiaoja's face. "Your Highness, you arrived quickly," Xiaoyang said, stepping forward and bowing. Xiaoja coughed to hide his embarrassment and put on his usual fake smile. "Why are you here, Brother Qin?" "Oh, isn't your Highness here to see me?" Xiaoyang feigned surprise. When did this guy become so sharp-tongued? Xiaoja noticed that ever since this man had miraculously returned from the dead in the heavenly prison, he had become as prickly as a hedgehog. These days, Xiaoja had been wondering whether Xiaoyang had always been like this, or if he had changed recently. Or perhaps he had never changed. Maybe he had always been this way from the start. "Brother Qin, you're joking? I'm here to interrogate a prisoner. But what are you doing here?" Xiaoja quickly made up an excuse and deflected the question back to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang reached into his sleeve and pulled out a blood-stained pouch. He smiled at Xiaoja and said softly, "I came to look for something. I lost a pouch here before, and although it's not worth much, it was embroidered by my mother, so I couldn't bear to lose it." Seeing the blood-stained pouch, Xiaoja's face immediately changed color. He wanted to curse, but the words stuck in his throat. Although the previous incident had been glossed over, everyone knew what had really happened. Yet Xiaoyang chose to bring it up now, clearly trying to embarrass him. Xiaoja was furious but had no words to respond. His face changed repeatedly, but eventually, he forced a fake smile. "Brother Qin, you truly have a pure filial heart. Mother has always doted on me. It's a pity she can't accompany me to my fiefdom. Mother and son being separated is always sad." Xiaoyang sighed, looking at Xiaoja. "It's good to be your Highness, always able to stay by your parents' side." What did that mean? Did he not want to leave for his fiefdom and was instead eyeing the throne? Xiaoja's expression darkened. He frowned and looked at Xiaoyang. "Brother Qin, what exactly are you trying to say?" "Nothing much, just a bit sentimental about leaving the place where I grew up. Since your Highness has official business to attend to, I won't delay you. I'll take my leave now." Xiaoyang bowed and turned to leave. He wanted to leave his words hanging, leaving Xiaoja restless, unable to sleep, constantly wondering what he meant. Sure enough, after Xiaoyang left, Xiaoja searched the heavenly prison but found nothing. Frustrated, he returned to the Eastern Palace with a belly full of anger. "Bai Shu, what do you think Xiaoyang meant by that?" Xiaoja paced back and forth like a restless donkey. Bai Shu felt dizzy from the constant movement, but dared not say anything due to Xiaoja's status. He could only murmur, regardless of what he meant, "His Highness, the Prince of Qin, is about to leave for his fiefdom. Why worry?" "So you're saying you don't know what Xiaoyang meant either? He's a descendant of the previous dynasty, more legitimate than I am. If he truly harbors rebellious thoughts, the entire court will be thrown into chaos." Xiaoja thought more and more that this man couldn't be left alive. Having served by Xiaoja's side for years, Bai Shu could somewhat understand his thoughts. He whispered, "What your Highness fears is also what the Emperor fears. If so, how can he survive?" Hearing this, Xiaoja immediately calmed down. He smiled and nodded. "Yes, you're right. If the Emperor wants him dead, then he must die. But we can't rely solely on the Emperor. Go, make proper arrangements. I want my dear brother to have a smooth journey." Xiaoja's eyes gleamed with a hint of ruthlessness. Finally, he stopped obsessing. Bai Shu felt relieved and quickly left. With the day of his departure to the fiefdom approaching, Xiaoyang arranged for a boat and quietly infiltrated the heavenly prison. He began unlocking the shackles of the former officials. Song Zhao couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Xiaoyang's skilled movements. "Young master, how did you learn such underhanded tricks?" You only got locked up here because you're too upright, Xiaoliang retorted, rolling his eyes. Once you're out, don't look back. Someone will take you to the dock, and your 2 daughters are already waiting on the boat. At this point, Xiaoliang paused. I also found your first wife, but she's been violated. Do you still want her? She was a pure and noble lady of the court before marrying me. After we had children, she suffered because of me. How could I abandon her? Song Zhao frowned, looking at Xiaoliang. You wouldn't have. No, I got her out too. She's on the boat. I just wanted to ask if you still want her. If not, I'll throw her into the river and give her a quick death. It's better than suffering. Xiaoliang spoke as his hands continued their work without pause. Click. A faint sound echoed. Xiaoliang let out a breath. Done. He then pulled out a small vial from his chest, poured out 3 or 4 pills, and stuffed them into Song Zhao's mouth. These are for stopping blood and relieving pain. The conditions here are crude, but once you're on the boat, you can properly heal. Thank you, young master, Song Zhao said, standing up and heading out. Using the same method, within a single night, the heavenly prison was turned upside down. Xiaoliang moved through the night, leaving no trace. However, the token from the Ministry of War was used to its fullest extent. If no one pursued this matter, it would be fine. But if someone did investigate, the one to suffer would be Shan Tao, not Xiaoliang. This was Xiaoliang's parting gift to his father-in-law before leaving. These former officials, condemned to death, never expected that the vessel waiting for them would be a pleasure boat. This, although they had been celibate for years in prison, with their injuries and the precariousness of their situation, who could possibly have such thoughts? Chapter 11. The most important thing is to survive. Father. Daddy. 2 girls, around 11 or 12 years old, rushed out from the boat and threw themselves into Song Zhao's arms. They wailed uncontrollably. Song Zhao's eyes reddened as he gently stroked their heads. Showerlinger, you're both here. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. A trembling voice called out from the front. Husband. Looking up, Song Zhao saw his wife, the woman he had been separated from for several years. She was still as beautiful as she had been back then, but the woman approached, inspecting Song Zhao from head to toe with a smile. Thank goodness you're alive. This is truly wonderful. Husband, I am no longer pure. I cling to this worthless life only to see you safe and sound with my own eyes. Rest assured, husband, I would never tarnish the 100-year reputation of the Song family. I will take my own life and spare you any trouble. Her eyes were filled with determination. The reunion brought her immense joy, but she was also acutely aware that the Song family could never accept a fallen woman. Song Zhao's heart ached as if it were being seared. Ignoring everything else, he embraced her. Tangyu, you are my wife. This will never change, for this life and the next. Husband, Tangyu sobbed, I am not worthy. We are bound by marriage, one flesh. There is no worthiness or unworthiness, and you do not need to die. Song Zhao held her hand. The children are here. If you are gone, they will be without a mother. And what of Wonner and Hooer? Do you not care for them? Husband. Tangyu clenched her fists. I do not think of such things. Just focus on surviving. Song Zhao wrapped an arm around her shoulder and led her into the painted boat. Although they had escaped the prison, this place was no safe haven. Danger could strike at any moment. At times like these, nothing mattered more than survival. To survive, one needed a strong mental support. Xiaoliang had arranged for the families of these people to be brought out early, disguising them all as courtesans to avoid suspicion. Such pleasure boats were a common sight in the capital. Many nobles spent entire nights on them, so no one would pay attention to them, let alone question their final destination. By following the river out of the city and switching to smaller boats, they could leave without a trace. The journey was well planned. The originally anxious group gradually calmed down, impressed by Xiaoliang's meticulous arrangements. Meanwhile, Xiaoliang was staging a tragic drama in the palace to divert attention from the capital. Mother, I truly cannot bear to leave you." Xiaoyang sobbed, clinging tightly to the leg of the princess. Though she knew Xiaoyang was acting, the princess was genuinely heartbroken over their parting. She reached out and gently stroked Xiaoyang's cheek. "Mother also cannot bear to part with you. Mother, please take good care of yourself. Once I am settled, I will write to you, detailing everything, what I eat, what I wear." Xiaoyang leaned against his mother's shoulder, murmuring softly. He knew the entire Zhaoyang palace was filled with the emperor's spies. These words were deliberately spoken to ensure the emperor would spare the princess's life after his departure. After all, if he wanted to know about Xiaoyang's situation in Qin, he would have to rely on the letters Xiaoyang sent. Without the princess, there would be no letters. Seeing how Xiaoyang thought of her at every turn, the princess felt a warmth in her heart. "You are about to leave. The Qin region is harsh, and you have been pampered since childhood. I'm afraid you won't be used to it. A poor journey requires wealth. Besides the emperor's gifts, I have prepared some things for you." The princess smiled and glanced at the maid beside her. Soon, for young eunuchs struggled to carry in 2 large chests. The princess stood up, walked over, and opened the chests. Inside, golden treasures were neatly arranged, filling the 2 chests with gleaming gold. Was the princess this wealthy? Xiaoyang looked at the treasures, feeling a pang of guilt. After all, he was not the original owner of this body. These were the princess's heartfelt gifts for her son. "Take all of these with you. If anything happens, they can be used in emergencies," the princess said with a smile, looking at Xiaoyang. "Mother, I am not short of money. Besides, you need it more here in the capital. Perhaps you should keep it for yourself?" Xiaoyang felt uneasy taking so much from her. Previously, all the rewards he received had been converted into provisions and livestock. Once he reached the Qin region, he would benefit from local taxes, so he wouldn't be too short of money. However, the imperial palace was a ruthlessly practical place. Without money, one could hardly move an inch. "I am the princess, enjoying the tribute of the people. I won't go hungry in the palace. Take it. You should have it." The princess smiled. These were mere trifles. The future would likely demand even more resources. Hearing this, Xiaoyang stopped declining and simply nodded. "Thank you, mother. You are about to leave. Before you go, let's have a farewell family meal together. I will cook personally. Would you like that?" The princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at him with deep affection. Though she knew he would be free and far away, as a mother, she just wanted to spend more time with her child. She feared he would fly too high and grow too tired. Yes. Xiaoyang felt a wave of emotion. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, never experiencing the warmth of a family. Now, having taken over someone else's body and gained a mother's love, this feeling left him somewhat overwhelmed. "Your Highness, the eldest daughter of the Minister of War has arrived." A maid hurried in, accompanied by Shen Yunyan. Seeing Shen Yunyan enter, Xiaoyang was a bit surprised. Soon, the servants withdrew, and the princess went to prepare the meal, leaving just the 2 of them. "What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me?" Shen Yunyan sat down beside Xiaoyang. "You heartless thing, it's only been a few days, and you don't even recognize me?" Xiaoyang chuckled. "How could I not recognize you? I just didn't expect you to be able to come out." "Pfft. I'm the future princess of Qin. The princess said we're having a reunion dinner, so who dares to stop me?" "Ha ha ha, you should have seen my father's face. I'll remember it forever. It was too satisfying." Shen Yunyan laughed loudly, unconcerned that it was her own father. After all, her father didn't care about her, so it balanced out. "By the way, how did things go?" Shen Yunyan stopped laughing and tilted her head to look at Xiaoyang. "I've been pretending to be a proper lady at home all this time to keep them off guard. You didn't fail, did you?" "It's done. They've left the city and will arrive before us," Xiaoyang hinted cryptically. Chapter 12. Presenting a grand gift to the father-in-law. "That's more like it." Shen Yinyan nodded in satisfaction. She leaned against Xiaoling's shoulder and asked, "How are your 5,000 old and weak soldiers doing?" "They've been given medicine, but since it's been such a short time, they haven't fully recovered yet. However, they won't hold us back during the march. My mother also gave me 2 chests of gold. I'll convert them into grain and livestock and take them to Qin territory. Xiaoling answered every question without hesitation. When they were together, their interactions felt like those of an old married couple who had been together for years, everything flowing naturally. Yes, Qin territory is barren, so it's wise to bring more supplies. Shun Yinyan coughed lightly and added, by the way, I heard Qin territory is bitterly cold. Should we bring more furs? Qin territory, in its current state, was similar to the northeast of the future, barren and cold, but capable of growing good crops and developing a thriving livestock industry. However, no one in this era could envision such possibilities. I've never been to Qin territory, so I don't know what it's like there yet. I've asked the old matrons at home, and they said Qin territory is bitterly cold, with 4 seasons that are all quite chilly. Summer is fleeting, and half the year is covered in snow. Under such conditions, the people live a hard life, and taxes are a heavy burden for them. Shin Yinyan looked at Xiaoling with sympathy. Xiaoling nodded. There will always be other ways. It's a pity for you. You were meant to soar like an eagle in the 9 heavens, yet now you're being sent to that cold, desolate place. Isn't that just like being exiled? Shin Yinyan said indignantly. But Xiaoling covered her mouth. Both thunder and rain are the emperor's grace. Don't speak recklessly. Heh. They had grown up together since childhood. Could she not know what kind of person he was? She pulled his hand away. There's only you and me here. What are you pretending to be loyal and patriotic for? You little brat. Xiaoling, caught off guard, pinched her cheek in annoyance. How annoying. Shin Yinyan leaned against him. Although the current emperor is corrupt and vile, he truly cares for the princess. So you don't need to worry too much. Qin territory may be cold and lacking in resources, but it's our own place. With the sky high and the sea wide, we'll truly be free. Shin Yinyan smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. She had been confined to the minister's residence since childhood, longing for the outside world. Like her, Xiaoling had been confined to the imperial city since he was young. They were both birds eager to break free from their cages and explore the vast world. After we eat, will you come with me to inspect the troops? Right now, the most important thing for me is to return to the minister's residence and restore everything to its original state. With that, Shun Yinyan extended her hand toward him. Xiaoling understood and handed her the token. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. After all, it's for both of us. Shin Yinyan smiled. Besides, I can't wait to see how the minister will react to this. I'm looking forward to his expression. Seeing Shun Yinyan's cheerful expression, Xiaoling felt a pang of heartache. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but that person was her biological father. Blood is thicker than water, and this should have been the closest of relationships. Yet, it had turned into this. She must have been heartbroken, right? Fortunately, she was naturally clear-minded and wouldn't dwell on such sadness. Should I just go back and confront him directly? Shun Yinyan suddenly said. Xiaoling smiled and nodded. As long as it makes you happy. Of course it makes me happy. As long as he's unhappy, I'm happy. Shun Yinyan huffed. She would never forget how her mother had died in despair. She would never forgive that so-called father. Soon, the princess returned, followed by a dozen young palace maids. This was the first time Xiaoling had eaten in the palace since his transmigration. Seeing over 20 dishes on the table, he couldn't help but sigh. How decadent. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. The voice of Eunuch Lu suddenly came from outside. In the next moment, a bright yellow figure appeared before them. We pay our respects to the Emperor. The 3 of them quickly put down their chopsticks and bowed. In their hearts, they silently grumbled. Could he be here to join us for dinner? Emperor Xia's gaze fell on Xiaoling, and he smiled benevolently. Has Xiaoling's health improved? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Although my body still has some minor issues, it won't affect my departure to the fiefdom. Xiaoling straightened up and replied. Emperor Xia was a bit surprised. He had heard about how severely Xiaoling had been injured in the prison. At one point, He had been beaten to the brink of death. Now, less than 10 days after being released, he could move freely. How had he recovered so quickly? Could it be that his condition in the prison hadn't been that serious after all? But Emperor Xia had personally witnessed his condition in the hall that day, barely intact. Indeed, young people recover quickly. Rise, all of you. It seems I haven't eaten yet, so let's dine together. Emperor Xia didn't stand on ceremony, sitting down at the table without hesitation. A perfectly good family meal was disrupted by this uninvited guest. The princess's expression was somewhat displeased, but she still patiently played the host. Someone, bring more utensils for the emperor. The palace maid stood there, trembling, afraid that any misstep would cost them their lives. Earlier, a young eunuch in the imperial study had been beaten half to death and thrown into the torture chamber just for failing to refill a teacup in time. They didn't want to suffer the same fate. Sitting there, Xiaoling had lost the desire to speak, focusing solely on eating. To be fair, the princess's cooking was top-notch, with a perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste. The fresh ingredients from the palace made the dishes even more delicious than those outside. Was it the princess who cooked this? It seems I arrived just in time. Normally, how could I have such luck? Emperor Xia chuckled. When he looked at the princess, there was genuine affection, a brother's love and guilt toward his sister. After all, he had taken the throne from his brother-in-law, which was somewhat shameless. The princess's expression remained calm. If the emperor likes it, I can prepare it daily and send it to you. I've told you many times, call me brother. We are siblings born of the same mother. Why be so formal? Emperor Xia said with a smile, even a hint of obsequiousness in his tone. Hearing this, Xiaoling almost choked on his rice. First, he had stolen his sister-in-law's husband's throne. Then he had nearly killed her child, causing a rift between mother and son. Yet here he was, shamelessly calling himself a brother, acting like a loving sibling. Indeed, those who could become emperors were no ordinary people. At the very least, their skin was thick enough. Chapter 13. Eager anticipation. Your Majesty is jesting. First, there is the matter of the sovereign and subject, then that of siblings. How can we transgress the rules? The princess spoke in a formal and businesslike manner, clearly showing that she was not going to yield. Having been brushed off, the Emperor of Xia did not get angry. Instead, he smiled with a magnanimous air. His gaze then fell upon Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, you are about to leave the capital to assume your fiefdom. Is there anything you lack? Don't hesitate to ask your uncle. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The generous gifts you bestowed earlier have left me wanting for nothing. Xiaoyang immediately put down his bowl of rice and adopted a similarly formal tone, mimicking the princess. Seeing Xiaoyang's demeanor, the Emperor of Xia assumed a loving expression. You are still young. I had initially thought to keep you here for a few more years, but then I considered that a true man's ambition lies beyond the confines of home. I cannot always keep you under restraint. You may go and see how things are. If you find it truly unsuitable, you can always return. The palace will not lack for a place for you to stay. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I will strive diligently and dedicate myself to serving the nation. Xiaoyang immediately displayed his ambition and determination. His naive appearance, as seen by the Emperor of Xia, was quite pleasing. In the Emperor's eyes, Xiaoyang was treating the act of assuming his fiefdom as a last lifeline, blindly believing that once he left the capital, he would be free to do as he pleased, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Xiaoyang intentionally left this impression on the Emperor, hoping to make him underestimate the situation, thus diverting his attention elsewhere. The Qin region was harsh and developing it would require time. Therefore, Xiaoyang needed to buy himself some time. Satisfied, the Emperor of Xia nodded. Xiaoyang has indeed grown up. After the meal, the princess shed more tears before finally seeing them off. Holding the token, Shun Yinyan waved at Xiaoyang. Tomorrow, I'll be waiting for you at the city gate. All right. Xiaoyang smiled indulgently. If it weren't for the fact that they could leave the capital tomorrow, she probably wouldn't have allowed herself this final indulgence. Leaving the palace, they did not immediately return to the Qin prince's residence. Instead, they climbed step by step to the top of the city wall. From here, the vast and prosperous landscape of the capital could be seen in its entirety. Although the emperor of Xia was shameless, he was somewhat capable in politics. Under his governance, the capital could be considered quite prosperous. Yet, such a prosperous place was not where he could stay. The capital, the next time I return, it will be with arms clashing, Xiaoliang muttered, his hand behind his back. Behind him, Ah Fu's eyes darkened. He knew that the young master's ambitions extended far beyond the Qin region. Send our 5,000 veteran soldiers ahead of us, but do not take the previously planned route. Take an alternate path. Select 200 strong and capable men to escort the provisions, taking the original route. Record the names of their families. If anything goes wrong, ensure their families are well taken care of. Xiaoliang clenched the token in his hand. Informed the Four Seas Escort Agency to begin their operations. This was Xiaoliang's insurance for those 200 soldiers. If they encountered any trouble on the way, the Four Seas Escort Agency could step in to help, all under the guise of legitimate business. No one would suspect anything. After all, escort agencies transporting goods was an ordinary occurrence. Yes. Ah Fu responded and quietly slipped away. Xiaoliang stood still, as upright as a pine tree. His eyes were filled with ambition. One day, the vast lands would return to their rightful owner. Minister's residence. Shun Yinyan held the token and went straight to Shun Tao's study. Father, I return this to you, intact. Shun Yinyan smirked, tossing the token onto the table. Upon seeing the token, Shun Tao was momentarily stunned, then reacted with fury. How dare you? Do you know this is a capital offense punishable by death? Are you mad? Father, I don't understand what you're saying. I merely found something you lost outside. How is that a capital offense? Instead of asking me these questions, you'd better hurry to the prison. Otherwise, this capital offense might fall squarely on your shoulders. Shin Yinyan's words were icy. Her attitude was not that of a daughter speaking to her father, but of mortal enemies locked in confrontation. Shun Yinyan, you are a daughter of the Shin family. If something happens to the Shin family, what benefit will you gain? Shin Tao was utterly baffled. He couldn't understand when his daughter had become like this. Seeing his enraged expression, Shin Yinyan remained unmoved, coldly stating, Indeed, so the Shun family must not be allowed to fall. Father, you'd better hurry to handle the situation in the prison. If you delay, something might truly go wrong. Tomorrow, I will leave this Shin family. Remember my words, Father. If I ever return, I will dismantle this place brick by brick. Shun Yinyan coldly delivered this message before turning and walking toward her courtyard. Her personal maid, Tianzhao, watched her with concern. Young mistress, what if the master decides to act against his own kin? You're leaving the capital tomorrow, yet the family hasn't prepared your dowry. What kind of situation is this? If our late mistress were still here, she would never have let you suffer such humiliation. As she spoke, Tianzhao's tears began to fall. When the original mistress was still alive, they had been the center of everyone's affections. But now, to the Ling Garden. Shin Yinyan cut her off and turned toward the Ling Garden. Upon entering, she saw her 11-year-old brother practicing with a spear. She stepped forward, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking softly, Yuan Feng, I'm going away. Don't worry, sister. When I'm 13, I'll join the army. I'll fight on the battlefield, earn merit, and establish my own household. I'll petition for a noble title for our mother, and then we'll never have to endure this humiliation again. Though his voice was still childish, the determination in his eyes was unwavering. Shun Yinyan gently stroked his head, saying softly, You are the only son of the family. Father would never let you join the army. I'm leaving, so you must take good care of yourself. Learn to bide your time and not show your true strength too soon. When you're older and leave this place, the world will be vast, and you can carve out your own path. I'm sorry, sister is selfish. I'm leaving you here to face them alone. Shun Yinyan pulled her brother into her arms, her eyes brimming with tears. If there was anything in the Shin family she still cared about, it was this only brother. Their mother had died giving birth to him, and all these years, Shin Yinyan had pretended to be indifferent, even outwardly showing disdain for him, all to protect him. If she weren't leaving so soon, she wouldn't have come to speak with him during the day. Sister, don't cry. Shun Yuanfeng's eyes reddened. He turned and went into the house, returning with a small box. These are all the treasures I've collected over the years. I give them to you as your dowry. Chapter 14. Provocation. As she gazed at the items her younger brother had brought out, tears streamed down Shan Yunyan's face. She hugged her brother tightly, saying, I don't need anything. Your sister has everything she needs. You must be careful here. Do you understand? Don't cry, sister, Shin Yuanfeng said, struggling to keep his own voice steady. He was 11 years old now, a big boy, and he couldn't keep crying in front of his sister. Unable to linger any longer in her brother's courtyard, Shen Yunyan steeled herself and turned to leave. She ultimately decided not to take the dowry her brother had prepared for her. Watching his sister's retreating figure, Shun Yuanfeng clenched his fists, vowing to become strong enough to be with his sister whenever he wanted. Returning to her own courtyard, Shen Yunyan found the current mistress of the Ministry of Works household, Zhao Meiyu, waiting for her. The two women had always been at odds, so their encounters were rarely pleasant. What brings the esteemed madam to my humble abode? Shun Yunyan asked coldly, her eyes fixed on Zhao Meiyu. Zhao Meiyu, feigning hurt, replied, Have I done something to offend you? Why do you treat me this way? Since I entered this household, I've treated you as if you were my own child. Is it because you can't bear children that you treat others' children as your own? Shun Yunyan retorted, striking directly at Zhao Meiyu's sore spot. After all, she was about to leave this wretched place. If she didn't seize this opportunity to hurt Zhao Meiyu now, when would she? How dare you? Zhao Meiyu exclaimed, her voice trembling. You, a maiden, have no shame to speak such words. It wasn't entirely Zhao Meiyu's fault. She wasn't much older than Shin Yunyan. She had married into the household at 16 and was now only 27, still a young woman. Indeed, less than a year after the death of the original wife, this second wife had entered the household. Shin Yuanfeng had been born the same year Zhao Meiyu married into the family. This was what Shin Yunyan hated most about her father, Shin Tao. Her mother had died giving birth to a son for him, yet he had married again while her mother's bones were still fresh. The man was a scoundrel. Am I shameless? Or is it you who lack shame? Shin Yunyan shot back. Zhao Meiyu, stop prattling in front of me. I'm about to leave, so I won't be in your way anymore. Do whatever you want. After all, she was about to escape this place. There was no need to put on any pretenses now. Seeing her like this, Zhao Meiyu smiled, regaining her composure. She sat down and looked at Shin Yunyan, saying, The Qin region is harsh, far from here. Along the way, there are many bandits and thieves. Be careful. Instead of worrying about me, you'd better go back and drink more fertility tonics, Shin Yunyan retorted, rolling her eyes. 11 years of marriage without a child was Zhao Meiyu's greatest weakness. Because of this, her relationship with her husband had always been strained. Normally, if she couldn't bear children, there were plenty of concubines in the household who could. Yet, after 11 years, there had been no new births. The vast Ministry of Works household had only Shen Yuanfeng, the sole male heir, and a daughter born to a concubine, who was a year younger than Shin Yunyan. Shin Tao always believed that Zhao Meiyu's bad luck was the reason the family had no new heirs. Over the years, he had grown to dislike her, yet because her family was of scholarly nobility, he couldn't easily discard her, so their relationship remained lukewarm. What Shin Tao didn't know was that no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't matter. Soon after his first wife's death and his marriage to Zhao Meiyu, Shan Yunyan had secretly given him a sterility potion mixed into his wedding wine. Suddenly, Zhao Meiyu chuckled. You're still young, she said. You don't understand the saying, as long as the mountain remains, there will be firewood. Let me tell you something. I'm pregnant. She placed a hand on her belly, looking at Shun Yunyan with a triumphant smile, eager to see her reaction. But all she saw was Shun Yunyan laughing heartily. It was hilarious. Shin Yunyin couldn't believe her luck. She was about to leave, yet she got to witness such a farce. Her father had been cuckolded. She wanted to tell everyone, to announce it with drums and gongs, but she held her tongue. Crossing her arms, Shin Yunyin looked at Zhao Meiyu and said with a smile, "Pregnant and acting like you found a treasure? What's there to be proud of? Be careful. This child's origins are unclear, and it's not legitimate. You'll have to give it back sooner or later." "What do you mean by that? Stop talking nonsense," Zhao Meiyu said, her voice trembling with fear. "How dare you speak to me like this? I'm your mother." Shin Yunyin, tired of the game, waved her hand dismissively. "Enough talk. Either leave on your own, or I'll kick you out. Your choice." "You're so arrogant because you think the household has only your brother as the sole male heir," Zhao Meiyu retorted. "But your good days are over. I'm pregnant now, so your brother isn't so special anymore." Shin Yunyin had no intention of resorting to violence, but Zhao Meiyu's arrogance was testing her patience. Before she could respond, a voice called out, "Shin Yunyin is the emperor's chosen bride for the Qin prince. Before we are even married, you dare to say her good days are over? What do you mean by that?" Xiaoyang stood beside Shin Yunyin, his presence commanding respect as he coldly stared at Zhao Meiyu. Zhao Meiyu was stunned. She hadn't expected a prince like Xiaoyang to enter the inner courtyard so brazenly. She hurriedly knelt down, bowing. "I greet the Qin prince." "I'm asking you a question," Xiaoyang said coldly. "Do you have any objections to the emperor's decree?" With his battle-hardened aura, Xiaoyang's presence was overwhelming. Zhao Meiyu, a mere woman of the inner courtyard, could hardly withstand it. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. "I dare not, Your Highness. Please forgive me." "Good that you know your place," Xiaoyang said, not even glancing at her. "Now, leave." Turning to Shin Yunyin, he gently wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye. "Why are you crying?" "The wind is too strong," Shin Yunyin replied, waving it off. "Why are you here?" Xiaoyang smiled. "To stand by you, to help you pack, and to take away what you care about most." "What do I care about most?" Shin Yunyin asked, her eyes lighting up with realization. "You're taking you on phone with you?" Xiaoyang nodded. "I've already spoken with your father. He's agreed to let me take your brother." "Spoken with him?" Shin Yunyin said skeptically. "Are you sure it was a conversation?" Chapter 15. Learning to Endure. In the study of the Ministry of Revenue Residence, Shin Tao sat slumped on the ground, a dagger lodged between his legs. But the dagger wasn't piercing his flesh. It was embedded in the floor. Trembling uncontrollably, he couldn't even muster the strength to move, terrified that the slightest shift might truly leave him childless. A wave of unprecedented humiliation surged through him. He wanted nothing more than to kill the culprit immediately, but this person was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. "Really? Ha ha ha." Shin Yunyin burst out laughing, patting Xiaoyang's shoulder. "That's so like you. You're incredible." "I brought this for you this time," Xiaoyang said, handing her a stack of banknotes. "Your dowry." These were the gold coins the princess had previously given him. He found the coins too cumbersome, so he exchanged them all for gold notes. Shin Yunyin took the notes, glanced at them, and smiled. "Why? Worried I'd run out of money?" "A woman's dowry is her personal property. The Shin family hasn't treated you well, so I doubt they provide much. But I don't want you to feel wronged," Xiaoyang said honestly. He was determined that his woman would not be inferior to anyone. The words were touching, but Shin Yunyin extended her hand. "You're marrying me, but you only brought a dowry and no betrothal gifts?" "Of course, I have those too." Xiaoyang smiled tenderly, pulling out a jade hairpin from his sleeve. The entire piece was a deep green, clearly of great value. "This was the betrothal gift my father gave my mother. Now, I'm using it to propose to you." Gently, he inserted the hairpin into her hair. Shin Yunyin blushed, pinching Xiaoyang. "We've grown up together. You should know I don't care about these things. I was just joking. This hairpin is too precious. You should return it to the princess." Precisely because we've grown up together and share such deep affection that I don't want you to feel any weight. Xiaoyang kissed her forehead tenderly. Marrying me and moving to Qin territory is already a sacrifice for you. These material things, if you like them, they're yours. What harm can it do? In any era, finding a partner who truly cares for you is a rare and precious thing. Shen Yunyan tilted her head, looking at the face she had grown up with, and smiled. You seem a bit different from before. It feels a bit strange, but it's good. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled. Before, I always endured to stay alive, but even then, I ended up in prison, almost dying. Now, if I don't change, I really won't survive. Shen Yunyan nodded, kissing him. Tomorrow, we can leave this wretched place. Even though it's just one more night, the closer we get, the more we need to be cautious. Be very careful and don't let anything go wrong. Got it. Now go back. I have something important to do tonight. Her father's head had turned green, and she couldn't just let it go without saying something, could she? Hearing this, Xiaoyang's instinct screamed that something was off. He frowned at Shen Yunyan. What's this important thing? Don't do anything reckless. It's a family matter. You don't need to worry. It won't affect our plans. Shen Yunyan pushed Xiaoyang out the door. Relax, I know what I'm doing. Shen Yuanfeng waited outside. Seeing Xiaoyang come out, he immediately knelt. Thank you, Prince of Qin, for your help. That's too much. This place isn't a dragon's lair. Xiaoyang laughed, quickly helping him up. Off the battlefield, Xiaoyang was actually quite cheerful. Most of his previous life had been spent fighting, leaving no time for enjoying life or being cheerful. I'm happy to be with my sister. Qin territory is harsh, nothing like here. Aren't you afraid? Xiaoyang asked curiously. Shen Yuanfeng snorted disdainfully. What's good about these things? Look at this damned Ministry of Revenue residence. It may look grand, but it's nothing more than my prison. Shen Yuanfeng clenched his teeth. One day, I'll tear this place down, brick by brick, until nothing remains. Xiaoyang felt his bones and nodded. You're quite a talent for martial arts. Are we leaving now, leaving my sister behind? Your sister will meet us tomorrow. Afraid that delays might bring complications, Xiaoyang decided to take Shen Yuanfeng first. After all, Shen Yunyan's marriage was a royal decree. Even if Shen Tao was dissatisfied, he couldn't hide her. But Shen Yuanfeng was different. If Shen Tao changed his mind and hit him, all their efforts would be in vain. Master, are you really letting the eldest young master leave? He's the root of our Ministry of Revenue family. Zhao Meiyu tugged at Shen Tao's sleeve. This was the only card they had to control Shen Yunyan. Losing him was unbearable. Get lost. Shen Tao, already furious about the situation, exploded at her words. With a flick of his hand, he sent her sprawling. Ah! Zhao Meiyu fell, instinctively clutching her stomach. Master, I'm pregnant. Pregnant with what? Shen Tao snapped impatiently. Having married a barren woman was already frustrating, and now he had a whole brood of them. Zhao Meiyu stood up, her eyes filled with weichief and sorrow as she looked at him. The child, our child. Child. Hearing these words, Shen Tao perked up immediately. Is it true? Are you really pregnant? Yes, it's been 2 months. The imperial physician said it's not stable yet, so we didn't announce it. Zhao Meiyu blushed shyly. 2 months. The timing was perfect. Shen Tao immediately became solicitous. Look at you, pregnant and not saying a word. I almost hurt you earlier. Are you all right? Quickly, call the imperial physician. Seeing how much Shen Tao cared about this child, Zhao Meiyu felt a surge of pride. She leaned into his embrace. I'm a bit unwell. Hurry and call the imperial physician. This was the first child in 11 years. Of course, he treasured it. Inside the carriage, watching the chaos at the Ministry of Revenue residence, Shen Yuanfeng's face darkened. That bitch is pregnant. That's your mother, Xiaoyang corrected gently. At the fierce look in Shen Yuanfeng's eyes, Xiaoyang shrugged. Even if you're unhappy, she's still your mother. You can't curse her, not even in private. In the Xia Dynasty, filial piety comes first. If you gain a reputation for being disobedient, you won't have a bright future. Sighing, Xiaoliang added, these years, your stepmother has provoked you countless times, but your sister has endured it all for the sake of a good reputation and to ensure you have a clean future. Do you understand? Chapter 16. I want to help my sister. Although Shen Yuanfeng was young, having lost his mother at a tender age, and with his sister unable to always be by his side in the household, and his father solely preoccupied with power and influence, he had grown up exceptionally intelligent. Now, he fully understood the hardships his sister faced. Looking up at Xiaoliang, he asked, how can I help my sister? First, come with me, Xiaoliang said directly. He knew Shen Yunyan had other matters to attend to. The matriarch of the Shen family was pregnant, a joyous occasion that had the entire household bustling with activity, summoning doctors, procuring tonics. Only Shen Yunyan stood at the entrance of her courtyard, watching the commotion with a sardonic smile, her eyes filled with mockery. She couldn't recall if the household had been this chaotic when her mother was pregnant, but the thought of the Shen family going to such lengths for an illegitimate child was utterly laughable. Miss, it's getting late. Shall we return? Tian Zhao, feeling uneasy, tried to comfort her with reddened eyes. Please don't be sad, Mississippi. Now that young master is sad? Why would I be sad? Shen Yunyan waved her hand, pinched Tian Zhao's cheek, and said with a smile, I'm too happy for that. Why would I be sad? Happy? What was there to be happy about? Tian Zhao was full of questions, but dared not voice them, obediently following Shen Yunyan back to their courtyard. In the study of the Qin prince's residence, Xiaoliang looked at the shadowy figure before him. Speak, what exactly is going on? Miss Shen said the child isn't the minister of works and sent me to catch the adulterer, the shadow replied in a monotone, though a hint of helplessness could be detected. What? This was explosive. Initially, Xiaoliang, worried about Shen Yunyan, had assigned one of his shadow guards to protect her. But he never expected Shen Yunyan to make full use of the shadow guard to do something like this. Xiaoliang leaned forward. Who is it? It's a tailor who frequently delivers clothes to the minister's residence. I've already brought him here. The shadow guard sounded awkward, though it was dark and his blush couldn't be seen. Good. Xiaoliang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Send him to Shen Yunyan. Tell her to do as she pleases. Yes. The shadow guard acknowledged and left. Shen Yuanfeng, standing nearby, looked utterly perplexed, his expression peculiar as he glanced at Xiaoliang, hesitating to speak. Xiaoliang shrugged. That's the kind of understanding I've developed with your sister over the years. Now, let's talk about you. This is a conversation between two men, so take it seriously. Xiaoliang suddenly became serious, directly staring at Shen Yuanfeng. This sense of being valued and respected was something Shen Yuanfeng had never experienced before. His life in the Shen household wasn't much better than Shen Yunyan's, and if not for being the only male heir, he might not have survived this long. What do you want to say? Shen Yuanfeng clenched his fists, nervously looking at Xiaoliang. Xiaoliang didn't point out his nervousness, merely smiling. Once we reach Qin, it will be our own territory. You can do whatever you want, but you must tell me now what you plan to do. I want to become a great general commanding 10,000 soldiers. Shen Yuanfeng declared without hesitation. This aspiration surprised Xiaoliang. After all, the Shen family had been scholars for generations. How had this generation produced someone so unique, aiming to become a military general? You know, our dynasty values literature over martial arts. If you choose the path of a general, it will be difficult. And you? Do you value literature over martial arts? Xiaoliang's pupils constricted, surprised as he looked at him. What did you say? Shen Yuanfeng smiled. You wouldn't be content just being a prince, would you? This little rascal has sharp eyes. Xiaoliang kept a straight face, snorting coldly. Accusing a prince of the realm, do you know the crime? Whether it's an accusation or not, the prince knows best. Although I'm just a son of the Shen family, I'm aware of all the family's dealings. After Shan Tao's death, I can help you control the court scholars, while I become the great general. This way, both literature and martial arts will be in our hands. I'm willing to pave the way with my body, just for the sake of freedom. Shen Yuanfeng's gaze was resolute. Only now did Xiaoyang realize that this child wasn't some delicate flower sheltered behind his sister. He was a formidable, upright man. Good. Our agreement is made today. If there comes a day when we reach the pinnacle, I'll grant you freedom. Xiaoyang was straightforward, agreeing immediately. Shen Yuanfeng finally revealed his first genuine smile. Thank you, Prince. Call me brother-in-law from now on, Xiaoyang chuckled. Once we reach Qin, I'll marry your sister. Yes, brother-in-law, Shen Yuanfeng immediately replied. His sister was the only person in the world he cared about. So as long as his sister had a good future, he had nothing to fear. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyan sat in her courtyard, looking at the trembling tailor kneeling before her, and smiled. It takes courage to put a green hat on my father's head. I don't understand what Miss is saying, the tailor hastily kowtowed, trying to explain. Go to my father and claim the child, and I can save your life. If you play dumb here, I can send you to meet the Buddha right now. Whether you live or die, it's up to you. Shen Yunyan was never one to dawdle, especially since she was leaving tomorrow. The tailor looked up at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. She's pregnant? You're quite handsome. It's a pity you're just a tailor. Shen Yunyan candidly assessed the young man's face. The tailor gritted his teeth. Will the child live? What a big heart. With his own life on the line, he was still thinking about the child? Shen Yunyan smiled. I can try to help you, but you must make it known tonight that the child is yours. What does Miss want me to do? Do what you did before. I'll distract my father and then send you back. Shen Yunyan smirked mischievously. For the first time, she felt such a rush of satisfaction. All right, I'll follow your instructions, but I want the child. I promise you, the child and the woman will be yours. Shen Yunyan shrugged. After all, whether Zhao Meiyu lived or died after leaving the Shen family was no longer her concern. The shadow guard immediately took the tailor and delivered him to Zhao Meiyu's courtyard. Shen Yunyan, meanwhile, carried some pastries to the study. Every evening, Shen Tao would handle official documents. In court, he was meticulous, never missing a day of work. Chapter 17. The truth can't be hidden. As she opened the door and stepped inside, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the sight of her father, Shen Tao, sitting there with a delighted expression. However, outwardly, she showed no trace of her amusement. Instead, there was a hint of sadness in her demeanor. When she approached, Shen Tao furrowed his brows slightly. Why are you here? He asked. Father, I'm leaving tomorrow. Are you really being so heartless? Shen Yunyan put on a look of grievance and placed the pastry she was holding onto the table. She spoke softly. Even if I've been disobedient, I'm still your daughter. Have you truly abandoned me now that you have a new child? Hearing these words from Shen Yunyan, Shen Tao was somewhat taken aback. He responded coldly, It's all because of your willfulness. I'm busy trying to deal with the mess in the prison. Shen Yunyan felt no guilt about the matter. She simply placed the pastries on the table and murmured, Tomorrow I'll be leaving. Is there nothing you want to say to your daughter? Despite his anger, Shen Tao couldn't deny that she was still his flesh and blood. He took out a small box and handed it to her. This is your dowry. Be frugal, and it should suffice. Your younger brother is the only male heir of the Shen family. You must take good care of him. The Qin region is harsh, and if he can't endure it, you must find a way to bring him back, understand? Shen Tao stared directly at her. Although he had no choice but to send his child away, he still placed his hopes on Shen Yunyan, hoping she could bring his son back. Shen Yunyan had expected as much. When her father first mentioned the dowry, she had harbored a fleeting hope that perhaps, just maybe, her father had some affection for her. But now, she realized that this was merely a way to buy back his son. It was laughable. Shen Yunyan didn't even glance at the small box. Instead, she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Father, even though you've never treated me as your daughter all these years, and you've always ignored me, this life is yours. Today, I kowtow to repay this debt of gratitude. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. You take care of yourself." With that, Shun Yunyan stood up and strode out. As for the contents of the small box her father had given her, she no longer cared. No matter what was inside, it couldn't make up for the years of suffering she had endured. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Shun Tao suddenly felt an intense sense of unease. For the first time in years, he realized he might truly be losing his daughter. "Yin Yin, father always had you in his heart." Shin Tao blurted out involuntarily. Shin Yunyan's body paused slightly. "Me and my brother no longer have a father or mother. Don't let the child in Zhao Meiyu's belly suffer the same fate. Despite my disgust, he is still my brother." After speaking, she left the study with firm steps. Indeed, acting was the hardest thing. Shin Yunyan wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. She wouldn't cry for that old man. It was all an act. Returning to her courtyard, she looked at Tianzhao. "Have you prepared everything I asked for? These are things you used as a child, Mississippi. Are you really giving them to Madam?" Tianzhao seemed reluctant. Back then, Shun Yunyan was the first child in the family, so naturally, she had the best of everything. Many of these items were handmade by her mother, priceless in value. Shin Yunyan scoffed disdainfully. "A bastard like that doesn't deserve such fine things. I'm just taking these to watch the show." With that, she hurried toward Zhao Meiyu's courtyard, carrying those items. "Mother, look what I've brought you." "What?" As soon as Shin Yunyan entered, she sensed an oppressive atmosphere. The tailor and Zhao Meiyu were kneeling side by side, their clothes disheveled. Even Zhao Meiyu's undergarment was hanging from the tailor's waist. This was too explosive. Shin Yunyan knew the two lacked moral integrity, but she never expected them to be so shameless. How desperate could they be? Pregnant and still acting out? Seeing her father's face darken with anger, Shun Yunyan's first reaction was to usher everyone out. But it was too late. What needed to be seen had already been seen. "How dare you? You scoundrel! Zhao Meiyu, do you really think I won't kill you?" Shin Tao was so furious he overturned the table. He had waited 11 years for a child, only to discover it was a bastard. He had labored for 11 years without result, yet this tailor managed to. It was infuriating. Shin Yunyan hid the items she had brought behind her back and spoke softly. "I didn't know something like this was happening. I came to give mother these things." "It was you. You set me up, didn't you?" Zhao Meiyu shrieked, seeing Shun Yunyan as if she were her mortal enemy. Shin Yunyan feigned fear and took a few steps back. "What does this have to do with me? Did I make you take off your undergarment? Take them out and beat them to death." "Wait." Suddenly, Xiaoyang appeared from somewhere. He shouted coldly, shielding Shun Yunyan behind him and frowning at Shun Tao. "What is the meaning of this, Minister Shin?" Being cuckolded was already humiliating, but being cuckolded in front of his daughter and future son-in-law was even more disgraceful. Shin Tao clenched his teeth. "This is a private matter of the Shun household. I'm afraid it's none of the prince's business." "It wasn't my business, but I'll be taking Yunyan away to the Qin region tomorrow. The emperor has granted us marriage, so this is considered her wedding. Are you, as her father, trying to bring bad luck by shedding blood on such an occasion?" Xiaoyang spoke with righteous indignation. If not for hiding behind Xiaoyang, Shin Yunyan would have been exposed. Her shoulders shook slightly. To an outsider, it might have seemed like she was weeping in distress, but in reality, she was struggling not to burst out laughing. Who was really bringing bad luck here? Shin Tao felt he was the unluckiest person of all. He gritted his teeth. Then, what is the prince's suggestion? The heavens have mercy. How about, for my sake, you let this go? Xiaoyang spoke earnestly, though his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Let it go? Let it go. It was absurd, utterly absurd. After decades of studying the classics, Shin Tao couldn't hold back his anger and cursed, "Your Highness, aren't you being too ridiculous? How can such a matter be dismissed so lightly? It would be a disgrace if word got out. Minister Shin, if you don't care about your own reputation, at least consider ours." Xiaoyang sighed. looking genuinely pained. Chapter 18. Overstepping Boundaries. Shin Yunyan listened to these words and secretly admired Xiaoyang. This was someone who knew how to be sarcastic. With just one sentence, he directly left Shen Tao speechless. Minister Shen, why not consider this from another angle? Now that the emperor has granted the marriage, our union is a done deal. Yet, at this moment, something like this happens in your household. This would be a slap in the emperor's face, making people mock his poor judgment. Xiaoyang continued, pushing further. If he didn't shove this metaphorical pile of excrement into Shen Tao's mouth, he wouldn't be Xiaoyang. After weighing the situation, Shen Tao understood that now was indeed not the time to deal with these two scoundrels. He suppressed a frustrated anger, gritting his teeth and said, "Out of respect for the Prince of Qin, I'll temporarily spare your worthless lives. Guards, throw them into the firewood room. No food." Shen Tao bellowed to the outside. It seemed that only this could vent his pent-up rage. Xiaoyang held Shen Yunyan's hand and whispered, "The Shen family is so chaotic, it's not suitable to stay here any longer. Come with me, won't you?" Shen Yunyan, disregarding Shen Tao's murderous glare, nodded, "Yes, I will follow your highness's lead." "Then, I shall take my leave first," Xiaoyang said boldly, pulling Shen Yunyan and turning to leave. Soon, the sound of Xiaoyang's voice came from Ziwei Garden. "These are all the future princess's belongings. Handle them carefully. If anything is damaged, I'll have your heads." Hearing Xiaoyang act so domineering in his own home, Shen Tao felt his dignity being ground into the dirt once again. Seeing this, Shen Yunyan sighed helplessly. "We'll be leaving tomorrow anyway. Why provoke him? I'm afraid he might change his mind and hesitate to harm his future son-in-law," Xiaoyang scoffed. "Now that I've taken away his children and humiliated him so, even a real turtle couldn't endure it. Let alone, he's a venomous snake." "What do you mean?" Shen Yunyan quickly understood and grew anxious. "We only have 5,000 old, weak, and sick soldiers. You're courting trouble for yourself. Don't you want to live? If they succeed, it's me who dies, but they won't succeed, so it's him who will die." Xiaoyang was full of confidence. He squeezed Shen Yunyan's hand. "Trust me." Shen Yunyan blushed slightly. They had grown up together, and such intimate actions were not uncommon, but she had never felt this shy before. She wasn't sure what had changed recently, but she felt Xiaoyang was different somehow, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Leaning against his shoulder, she said, "If one day you dare to betray me like Shen Tao, I'll have a whole bunch of kids with someone else for you to raise. You're really ruthless." Xiaoyang pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to cheat on me." The whole night was a whirlwind of activity, leaving no time for sleep. By the time everything settled down, it was already dawn the next day. Seeing his sister at the Prince of Qin's residence, Shen Yuanfeng rushed over immediately. "Sister, you're finally here. Worried about me?" Shen Yunyan smiled, gently caressing his cheek. "Don't worry, I couldn't bear to leave you, so I didn't." The time for their departure from the city had been set, so Xiaoyang quickly ushered Shen Yunyan and Shen Yuanfeng into an inconspicuous carriage. He sent them out of the city first. You're going to take the risk yourself?" "I don't agree." Shen Yunyan tightly gripped his hand. "I won't allow it." Seeing Shen Yunyan so determined, Xiaoyang felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He smiled slightly, kissed her forehead. "Silly girl, do I look like a short-lived ghost?" "Then, you must hurry up and catch up." Shen Yunyan blushed and let go of his hand. Xiaoyang nodded. "I'll be there soon. Don't lift the curtain along the way. Once you're out of the capital, you'll be free." "I understand, be careful." Shen Yunyan reluctantly let go of the curtain. Seeing his sister's shyness, Shen Yuanfeng timidly said, "Sister, your face is red." "Shut up." Shen Yunyan snapped, pinching his ear. "Don't think that just because we've left the Shen family, you can slack off. You still need to study hard, understand?" Shen Yuanfeng nodded, quickly freeing his ear and leaning on his sister, trembling slightly. "Sister, we're really free, aren't we? There will still be dangers along the way, so you must stick close to me. Promise me one thing. No matter what happens, you must survive, understand? Shen Yunyan stroked her brother's head. If it weren't for being forced into a corner, she really wouldn't have brought her brother out at this time. The journey would undoubtedly be perilous, but she had no other choice. Sister, even if I really die, I have no regrets. Shin Yuanfeng was 11 years old, not a fool. How could he not understand what his sister meant? At the city gate, Xiaxia cried with genuine emotion. Chun Di, the journey ahead is long and perilous. Please be careful. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will take good care of myself, Xiaoyang said with a smile, watching him. I certainly won't trouble Your Highness. What did that mean? Xiaxia felt uneasy. His crying momentarily paused. Don't worry, Chun Di. I will take good care of the princess. With the Emperor's protection and Your Highness's care, I naturally feel at ease, Xiaoyang replied with a subtle jab. At this moment, the princess, dressed in her elaborate palace attire, tearfully approached. These luxurious, layered royal garments, are they not a cage that confines her? Lianger, the journey ahead is full of dangers. Please take good care of yourself. Be careful. The princess held Xiaoyang's hand, sobbing. Let me have a good look at you. Let me see you. Xiaoyang's heart also felt a bit uneasy. In his previous life, he had never experienced such affection. Now, seeing the princess so heartbroken, he felt a warmth he had never known before. He reached out, embracing the princess, and said softly, Mother, don't be sad. Once I'm settled, I'll petition to have you join me, so we can be a family and enjoy our days together. Both mother and son knew that this was an extremely difficult goal to achieve. After all, the princess in the capital was also a pawn in the emperor's threats. Good, mother will wait for you. The princess wiped her tears with a handkerchief, then took out a box. This was my dowry back then. Give it to your princess. I hope you two will live in harmony and have many children. Xiaoyang nodded and accepted it. He wiped the princess's tears. Mother, don't cry. I'll write often and take good care of myself. Good. The princess tried to stop crying, but the tears kept falling. Good, my Lianger. You've grown up. Go. Fly. Chapter 19. Malicious Intent. Xiaoyang mounted his horse, gazing at the bustling capital city before him. He tightened the reins in his hands and spurred his horse forward. The princess, slumped in the arms of her personal maid, wept uncontrollably. Xiaxia sneered at the sight. Approaching her, he spoke softly. There's no need for the princess to grieve so. I will surely take care of you in place of Chen Di. Get away from me. The princess struggled to stand, her voice firm. I have my own son. You are not needed to show filial piety. If the crown prince truly wishes to be filial, perhaps he should consider how to avoid angering the emperor. You. Xiaxia clenched his teeth, his face twisting in anger. He had never expected her to humiliate him so openly in front of everyone. However, the thought of Xiaoyang's imminent death calmed him, and he forced a smile. Thank you for your concern, princess. Humph. The princess disdainfully snorted, turning away and stepping into her carriage. Inform the emperor that I am unwell and will not return to the palace. I shall retire to my estate in the city outskirts to recuperate. Yes, princess, her maidservant replied, glancing at those around her. This was the princess's confidence. At any time, she could act as she pleased without fear of consequence. On one hand, the emperor truly valued their sibling bond. On the other, regardless of the circumstances, the throne had been wrested from her late husband, and there was always a lingering sense of guilt. With these two factors, as long as she did not rebel, the princess's life of luxury and privilege was assured. As the princess's carriage disappeared into the distance, Xiaxia clenched his fists. Let's see how long you can remain so arrogant. The slap in the prison was still fresh in his memory. Xiaoyang, leading his 5,000 battered soldiers, galloped in hot pursuit. Finally, 50 miles from the capital, they caught up with Shan Yunyan. Aoyang. Shun Yunyan lifted the carriage's curtain, seeing Xiaoyang on horseback, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me to death. Xiaoyang smiled, riding beside the carriage. There's nothing to fear. We're still close to the capital. They wouldn't dare act now. They'll likely strike near Qin territory. So, we needn't be overly cautious. Let's enjoy the scenery along the way. At this pace, the journey from the capital to Qin territory would take at least a month. By the time they reached Qin, it would be near the end of the year, the coldest time in the region. Every step had been meticulously calculated. If not for the years spent in the northeast during his previous life, Xiaoyang might not have been able to endure the cold of Qin territory. Shen Yunyan leaned out the window, gazing at the surrounding flora and fauna. I thought I'd be confined to that place for the rest of my life, yet here I am, blessed with the chance to leave that small world behind. I've rerouted our journey. Don't worry, it won't be dull. Xiaoyang smiled. The original route was already compromised. They could take their time, stopping to enjoy the scenery. Moreover, the wounds and illnesses of these soldiers hadn't fully healed. While they were better than before, overexertion could undo all previous progress. My father has already executed those you replaced. He claims they instigated a riot in the prison, Shen Yunyan said with a sardonic smile. He sure knows how to pick his moments. With you out of the capital and things in disarray, no one will investigate this. Xiaoyang nodded, dismounting and entering the carriage. Sitting beside Shen Yunyan, Shen Yuanfeng scratched his nose, speaking quietly. Though you'll soon be my brother-in-law, isn't this a bit improper? Don't be so rigid at such a young age, Xiaoyang chuckled. Your sister and I grew up together, but our relationship has always been proper. We're merely sitting together for convenience, and you're still here, aren't you? Shen Yunyan, less verbose, simply shot her brother a glare. Stay if you want. If not, get out and walk. Under the pressure of familial authority, Shen Yuanfeng learned to keep his peace, silently sitting in silence. Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan, speaking softly. Qin territory is bitterly cold. By the time we arrive, it will likely be blanketed in snow. You should prepare yourself. Snow-covered? Shen Yunyan's eyes lit up with excitement. That would be wonderful. I've never seen snow before. Seeing her enthusiasm, Xiaoyang understood she was trying to comfort him. These 5,000 soldiers, I wonder if they'll endure the cold, Shen Yunyan sighed, her voice heavy. They were pulled back from the brink of death. To freeze to death in Qin territory would be a terrible waste. Xiaoyang shook his head. They are battle-hardened veterans. They won't die so easily. But I'm concerned about other matters. Qin territory is harsh, with a fierce populace. At this time of year, most households have little surplus grain. If we arrive and impose taxes, we'll be cursed by the people. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Shen Yunyan. We'll be arriving at the end of the year. Perhaps we should exempt the taxes this year? Exempting taxes would be good, but others might accuse you of buying the people's loyalty. Though Qin territory is far from the emperor's reach, do you think he'll let you pacify the region so easily? He's likely prepared a trap for you. The trap they've prepared isn't in Qin territory, but on the way there, Xiaoyang snorted coldly. With the few trump cards the princess had provided, he had a general idea of the emperor and Xiaoja's schemes. A sovereign of a nation conspiring with bandits and thieves against a former royal descendant. It would be a laughingstock if it ever got out. Though they had changed their route, it wasn't without risks. Trouble likely awaited them. However, Xiaoyang wasn't concerned. With his soldiers and his own abilities, how could he fear mere bandits? Still, if possible, he might use this journey to strengthen his forces. In the imperial study, the emperor stood by the door, gazing at the vast palace. He sighed, "Sister, do not blame me. He is, after all, a cursed child." "Father, our men have made contact." Xiaoja hurried over, his voice tinged with excitement. He hated Xiaoyang not just because he was a former royal descendant, but because the emperor, to appease the people, had treated Xiaoyang with kindness, neglecting his own son. As a child, the emperor had taken Xiaoyang hunting, while he, the crown prince, could only watch enviously. Why? He was the emperor's son, the crown prince. The best of everything should have been his alone. His father's attention should have been his alone. Chapter 20. Eating and Exploring. Watching Xiaoja's excitement, The Emperor Xia felt nothing but embarrassment. He furrowed his brows. You are the crown prince of a nation, not some commoner on the streets. Such trivial matters should not elicit such a display of emotion. What will you do when faced with truly significant matters in the future? Xia's smile instantly froze. His hands, hidden beneath his wide sleeves, clenched into fists. Nevertheless, he forced himself to respond, Yes, father. Your teachings are correct. If it weren't for the fact that Xiaoyang is not my son, do you think you would be sitting on the throne of crown prince? Look at yourself. How can you compare to him? You truly do not deserve your position. The Emperor Xia expressed his disdain once more. His son was a fool, utterly lacking the qualities he possessed. If not for being the son of the Empress and having a powerful maternal family backing him, he would never have placed him on the throne of crown prince. Every time it was like this, Xia's eyes turned vicious. His father never had a kind word for him, always lamenting that Xiaoyang was not his son. What was Xiaoyang? A short-lived wretch. He deserved to die. Enough! The Emperor Xia waved his hand impatiently. Now that Xiaoyang has left, you no longer need to keep an eye on the princess. Attend to your own duties. You need to learn to manage matters of the court. This year's harvest has been poor, and the new year is approaching. You must carefully consider the rewards for the officials. Go now, and consult with the internal treasury. Every time he saw Xia's face, the Emperor Xia was reminded of how his son paled in comparison to others. Xia bowed and turned to leave. Although he was given a task, he was dissatisfied. As the crown prince, how could he be concerned with such accounting matters? That was the responsibility of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Revenue. Yet, the imperial decree could not be disobeyed. Reluctantly, he made his way to the internal treasury. Upon seeing the current state of the national grain reserves, Xia's expression grew even darker. What is going on here? Why is there so little? What are those farmers doing? This year, most regions have suffered from droughts and floods, with grain yields less than a third of previous years. The internal treasury supervisor, Su Fu, sighed helplessly. Your Highness, please calm your anger. Fortunately, the new year will bring spring, and with the planting of new crops, there is always hope. Hearing this, Xia's expression darkened further. He had previously thought that Xiaoyang's acquisition of so much grain was the act of a madman. Now it seemed that Xiaoyang must have known about this situation beforehand, fearing he would go hungry in the Qin region, and had deliberately taken so much grain with him. His eyes darted around, and he immediately ordered his secret guards to send a message. After all, the dead do not need grain. For a full 15 days, Xiaoyang and Shen Yunyan leisurely indulged in all the delicious food along the way, both of them gaining weight, and even Shen Yuanfeng became more cheerful. This was no way to govern a region. It was more like a leisurely vacation. As they drew closer to the Qin region, Xiaoyang's vigilance increased. In the dead of night, a black shadow descended into Xiaoyang's room. Young master, the man knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. You are one of my father's old subordinates? You are also named Xiaoyang? Upon hearing this, the man felt a pang of sorrow, his eyes reddening as he kowtowed deeply. Yes, I am Xiaoyang. Rise and speak. Xiaoyang softened his tone. He had investigated and learned that the original Emperor Xia had been betrayed by his closest confidants, dying a humiliating death. The incident had been sudden, and by the time everyone reacted, the world had already changed. To preserve their strength, the old Emperor Xia's subordinates had all gone into hiding, and for them, Xiaoyang represented hope, the hope of restoring the kingdom. Even before I decided to govern the Qin region, I had already instructed you to go there and await me. Now, how is the situation? Xiaoyang was no fool and would not blindly venture into the unknown. Naturally, he needed to understand the local situation. Xiaoyang sighed and whispered, the situation is not good. This year, the Qin region has suffered from a severe drought, with grain yields less than a third of previous years. After paying the taxes and public grain, what's left is barely enough to survive. The Qin region is harsh, and at this time of year, it's especially difficult. Many families are slaughtering their livestock just to survive, Xiaoyang said, his voice softening with distress. Before coming, Xiaoyang had anticipated this outcome, so he was not surprised. He nodded and then whispered, "This time, I've exchanged all our cash for grain. Before dawn, take your men and replace the grain with straw and ashes, then transport it to the Qin region. Distribute it to the people first. My trusted officials should already be there. Find a man named Song Zhao. He will handle it well."
Yes,
Xiaoyang acknowledged. He stood up, hesitating as he looked at Xiaoyang. "What about you, young master?" "I'm not afraid of a few bandits," Xiaoyang scoffed. "If they dare come, I'll teach them what it means to face a formidable army." Where was such a formidable army? Xiaoyang felt helpless, whispering, "Young master, you only have 5,000 old and weak soldiers with you. If a real battle breaks out, we may suffer. The rest of our forces are setting up decoys. If anything happens to you, we'll have no hope." "Don't worry. I value my life and won't put myself in danger," Xiaoyang chuckled. "The person who can kill me hasn't been born yet." Was he serious? Xiaoyang cautiously looked at Xiaoyang. His words caught in his throat, his eyes filled with doubt. Now, Xiaoyang remembered, he was supposed to be a useless figure. In the capital, to survive, he had always pretended to be a fool, incompetent in both literature and martial arts, just a burden. This was indeed a case of bad reputation. He smiled. "What? Don't you believe me?" The moment the words, "Your Highness," were spoken, Xiaoyang immediately averted his gaze. "Understood. I will obey. I shall take my leave." "That's more like it." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He glanced outside. The wind precedes the storm. Under the cover of night, all the grain Xiaoyang had brought was replaced with ashes and straw. A group of men, carrying the supplies, headed straight for the Qin region. The next morning, Xiaoyang saw the completely replaced grain and cursed, "Is this person insane? What about us? Do we not eat for the next half a month?" Xiaoyang said that the bandits also have plenty of supplies. "Don't waste them," a Fu beside him meekly replied. "Fine, fine. You better stay alive." Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, ready to beat the living daylights out of that troublesome subordinate when he returned. Without grain supplies, the entire group moved much faster. Previously, they had been cautious, fearing bandits. Now, they almost hoped for the bandits to appear. 3 days later, as they grew closer to the Qin region, the weather became colder. They all donned the padded coats they had brought from the capital. The 5,000 worn-out soldiers were also equipped with cotton garments, each one beginning to admire Xiaoyang's foresight. Chapter 21. Subduing the Bandits. Originally, when they set out with these cotton clothes, they were all a bit puzzled. It was clear they didn't understand why they needed to carry such cumbersome items. After all, these were things they wouldn't need in the capital, and they were heavy, wasting a lot of the horse's strength. Now, as the weather grew colder, they understood that the Qin region was entirely different from the capital. At the moment they finished their last piece of meat, the bandits arrived. They were only 3 days away from the Qin region. They really knew how to pick their spot. This must be a double insurance, as the other group had already been attacked on the 10th day after leaving the capital. But this place was a must-pass route no matter which road they took, making it the safest spot to ambush. This showed that these bandits were likely arranged by the Emperor of Xia, as Xia's brain wasn't that sharp. Seeing the bandits was like seeing rice, flour, and meat. "Brothers, let's charge." Xiaoyang led the way, charging towards the bandits. Shen Yunyan, on the other hand, tightly held her younger brother and stayed in the carriage. "Sister, let me go. I want to join the battle too." "Shut up and stay put. Don't cause him any trouble." Shen Yunyan scolded. The 5,000 wounded soldiers, after recovering with medicine along the way, had now become a roaring pack of tigers and wolves. They never expected that the seemingly delicate and pampered Xiaoyang, who only knew how to eat, would be the first to charge. They immediately took up their weapons and charged alongside him. What's going on? These bandits, who had been in the business of killing and robbing for years, had never encountered such a situation before. The ones being ambushed were the ones launching the attack first? Most importantly, who was the bastard that said the Prince of Qin was a weakling who couldn't even carry a load? Look at this valiant figure, this ruthless killing intent. Wasn't this the living king of hell? Charge. There's heavy rewards. Xiao Yang led the way, waving his spear and roaring. Damn it! The bandit leader cursed inwardly. They panicked and tried to fight back. Despite being prepared, Xiao Yang's actions had thrown them into disarray, causing their morale to collapse. They were quickly defeated and slaughtered. First, seize the provisions. We'll have meat to eat. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement, his body covered in blood. Yet he still remembered to give orders. This was incredibly satisfying. It had been a long time since he had fought so intensely. Before the bandit leader could react, Xiao Yang had already charged forward. Look at you. You're clearly a ruthless killer. Today, I'll take the heaven's justice and eliminate you. You're really the Prince of Qin, Xiao Yang? The bandit leader frowned, looking at him. This didn't look like someone who was sickly and weak. That's right, your father here. What? Regretting it now? It's not too late to regret. Xiao Yang sat there, his spear swinging with great force. The bandit leader quickly dodged, barely avoiding being knocked off his horse. He gritted his teeth. You're sickly and weak? Haha, yes. I'm sickly and weak. Xiao Yang laughed loudly. With a backhand thrust, he knocked the man off his horse, his spear pointing directly at the bandit leader's throat. Everyone listen up. The bandit leader has been brought down by me. If anyone is wise, lay down your weapons and surrender, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, none will be spared. Although the bandits were ruthless, most of them were desperate people who had no other choice. They didn't want to die, especially seeing their leader now lying on the ground like a dog, which only made them more dispirited. They immediately threw down their weapons and surrendered. You spineless cowards! The bandit leader was furious. Xiao Yang glanced at him. You seem to have some backbone. Are you planning to die rather than surrender? The bandit leader gritted his teeth. He was somewhat conflicted. Xiao Yang gave him time to think, waving his hand. What are you all standing around for? Move the supplies. I want all these provisions. Yes, strip the dead of their cotton coats. Those are good furs. They can still be used after washing. Xiao Yang sat on his horse, shouting orders. This didn't look like the behavior of a prince at all. He was practically a street ruffian. Xiao Yang didn't care about decorum or manners. What mattered most was that his soldiers wouldn't go hungry or cold. He turned back to look at the bandit leader, who was still gaping in shock on the ground, and grew impatient. Well, are you going to speak up? Do you want to die or surrender? If we surrender, will you let us go? The bandit leader raised an eyebrow, looking at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang dismounted and smirked at him. You're quite the businessman, aren't you? You don't even have any leverage yet, and you're already trying to negotiate terms with me? I won't let you go. Besides, you only have so much food. Going back empty-handed, you'll all starve to death? Or do you plan to continue robbing and killing? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Now, letting you go would be letting the tiger return to the mountain. Do you think I'm stupid? Hearing this, the bandit leader grew anxious. You're tricking us? All's fair in war. Xiao Yang said this quite confidently. Not just the bandit leader, but all the surrendering bandits began to get agitated and started cursing loudly. But they also knew that no matter how harsh their curses were, it wouldn't change their fate. They were still going to die. You still have a choice. Either be executed here, or follow me and become true soldiers. Xiao Yang's voice was firm and resounding. What? You want to amnesty us? We're ruthless bandits who kill without blinking. The bandit leader struggled to his feet, glaring at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang looked at him. If I'm not mistaken, you've also been a soldier, haven't you? Were you abandoned by the capital during the battle 3 years ago? Forced to become a bandit? How do you know? The bandit leader gritted his teeth. Did you investigate me? I don't even know you. Why would I investigate you? It's just that the moves you used earlier are standard military training techniques, and I've also seen your previous formations. That's how I guessed. Xiao Yang chuckled. His gaze swept over everyone present. I know you've been abandoned by the court, and you feel wronged. In fact, I'm just like you. I've been abandoned by the court too. I'm a descendant of the previous dynasty, and surviving until now has been no easy feat, so I'm willing to give you a chance. As long as you pledge loyalty to me, I'll incorporate you into my forces, allowing you to live as honest people. When spring comes, I'll also bring your parents and relatives here, so you can be reunited as a family. Every word from Xiaoyang struck deep into the hearts of these men. These 7-foot-tall men, who had been abandoned by their faith and their reliance, now had tears in their eyes. Forced into becoming bandits out of sheer desperation, all they wanted was to survive. Now, there was a chance to live differently. Who wouldn't want that? I, Chun Tao, am willing to submit to the Prince of Qin. I, Wang San, am willing to submit to the Prince of Qin. One by one, they knelt down. One by one, they surrendered. Finally, the bandit leader stared at Xiaoyang. Can you truly treat us equally? Words mean nothing. Give us 3 months. If you experience injustice, I'll return your provisions, and you can leave. Chapter 22. Serving the Prince. Was it really that hasty? The bandit leader stared at Xiaoyang, examining him again and again. Normally, he wouldn't have believed such a hasty decision, but for some reason, he felt a compelling force in this person, reminiscent of the former emperor. At this thought, the bandit leader knelt down. I, Chi Tai, am at your command, my lord. You are very good. Rise, gather your men, and prepare to depart. Xiaoyang nodded. In truth, he could see the loyalty in this man's eyes, knowing he was a man of integrity. Such a person was worth investing in, for he would never betray you. Once inside the carriage, Shen Yunyan frowned at Xiaoyang. Who exactly are you? Had she discovered his secret? Xiaoyang chuckled. What? Don't you recognize me anymore? I grew up with you. How did I not know you could fight? Even my mother didn't know. What's so surprising about that? If everyone knew, wouldn't I have been dead long ago? Xiaoyang shrugged, speaking as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Though his expression showed no cracks, Shen Yunyan still harbored a slight suspicion. But now was not the time to pursue these matters, so she chose silence. Seeing this, Xiaoyang leaned closer. What? Do you think I'm quite impressive? His playful teasing made Shen Yunyan blush. She pushed him away, displeased. Stop fooling around in front of my brother. I only knew you were secretly studying, but I didn't know you were also training in martial arts, Shen Yunyan laughed. If I had known you were skilled in both literature and martial arts, I would have treated you better. Xiaoyang wasn't picky, smiling. Then treat me better from now on. I remember you weren't so thick-skinned before. Isn't that what growing up does? Indeed, growing up also thickens one's skin. The distance to the Qin region was only about 100 miles, but for safety's sake, Xiaoyang stretched the journey to 3 days before they finally saw the Qin region. In truth, Xiaoyang already knew what to expect before they arrived. But for the Shun siblings, who had lived in the capital all their lives, they had never seen such a snowy scene. In this world of ice and crystal, the biting wind of the Qin region felt like tiny knives slicing against their faces. The moment they stepped out of the carriage, the cold air filled their chests. Yet, this couldn't dampen their longing and passion for freedom. Sister, look! Such a huge snowfall, so beautiful. Shen Yuanfeng stood amidst the vast expanse, holding snow in his hands, laughing joyously at his sister. Finally, he had escaped his ordeal. Soon, Song Zhao arrived with men to greet them. Your humble servant pays respects to the Prince of Qin. We pay respects to the Prince of Qin. Behind them followed several officials, all rooted here for years. Though Xiaoyang had foreseen this and sent many men ahead, it was clear that a powerful dragon couldn't suppress the local snakes. Xiaoyang waved his hand, choosing not to assert authority at this moment, instead showing concern. Such cold weather, why wait here? Let's return to Cold City first. Your Highness, won't you return to the Qin Palace? I wish to first see the people of Cold City. Xiaoyang sat tall on his horse, facing the biting north wind of the Qin region, heading towards Cold City. What was going on? The local officials were somewhat puzzled. Normally, The Prince of Qin, pampered in the capital, would be quite unaccustomed to such a place. How could he, Qitai, escort the princess back to the Qin palace?
Yes.
Qitai bowed in acknowledgement. Not only Shen Yunyan and her brother, but also the 5,000 remnants of the army and all the previously subdued bandits were sent to the Qin palace. Upon arriving at the Qin palace, Shen Yunyan's expression darkened. For there were over a dozen beautiful women being kept in the Qin palace. Each woman had a seductive figure, and despite the thick coats and furs, their stunning beauty was evident. Combined with the unique Qin-style attire, they exuded a wild charm. Seeing this, Shen Yuanfeng's expression also soured. Sister, what is the meaning of this? I don't know. If these women like standing outside so much, let them stand, Shen Yunyan huffed, leading the way into the Qin palace. She surveyed the place. Bring out everything we brought and arrange it as we did in the Qin residence. When the prince returns tonight, it will feel familiar. Yes, princess, the servants acknowledged. After all, the respect the Prince of Qin showed to this future princess during the journey was evident to all. How could they not treat Shen Yunyan with reverence? At that moment, an old matron stepped forward, standing before Shen Yunyan, her brow furrowed. How dare you? Who are you to order about in the Qin palace? How dare you? This is the Princess of Qin. Tianzhao immediately stepped forward to defend her mistress's status. The atmosphere between the two sides instantly grew tense. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang arrived in Cold City and carefully observed the place. Though every household seemed to be closed off, the entire city exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Entering the government office, Xiaoyang found that while it was cold outside, the inside was quite warm. Yet, there was no central heating. Only charcoal braziers were used for warmth. Such an arrangement would incur significant costs for charcoal annually. However, this was the Qin region, rich in mineral resources in the future. Xiaoyang wasn't too concerned about this. He remained silent, merely strolling around the office. After getting a general idea, he leaned heavily on Ah Fu. Cough, cough, cough. Though I wish to see more, my body cannot endure it. I'll return first. What was going on? When he had single-handedly fought off 10 enemies on the battlefield, why didn't he mention his body couldn't endure it then? However, Ah Fu quickly caught on. Our prince has been frail since birth. The harshness of the Qin region is too much for him. Please forgive him, esteemed officials. With that, he publicly carried Xiaoyang out of the office. I thought the Prince of Qin was formidable. Seems he's just a sickly weakling. A burly man with a beard scoffed. The pale-faced scholar beside him hesitated. To survive the journey to the Qin region, he must have some skill, no? Meanwhile, Xiaoyang arrived at the Qin palace, only to be greeted by the sight of over a dozen beautiful women standing in the courtyard. He frowned slightly. These? These are gifts from the city lords below, sent to serve your highness. Song Zhao stepped forward, smiling. Chapter 23. None shall stay. Yes, they are all here to serve the prince, Shen Yunyan added through gritted teeth. This, I can't handle this. Xiaoyang didn't even think twice before waving his hand. Send them away. Send them all back. Send them back? Song Zhao was completely taken aback by Xiaoyang's reaction. Almost instinctively, he glanced at Shen Yunyan. Shen Yunyan was also somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Xiaoyang would really send them back. She frowned slightly and looked at Xiaoyang. Are you really not going to keep these women? Xiaoyang shook his hand, grabbed hers, and led her inside. The room was already warm, so as soon as they entered, Xiaoyang took off his fur cloak. He sat down and said softly, "We can't keep these women." Why? Shen Yunyan looked at him curiously. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. Do you really need me to explain something so simple? These women were sent by the city lords below. They are definitely their spies. Do you think we can keep such people? So that's how it is. Shen Yunyan felt a bit disappointed and snorted. Then it's up to the prince. Xiaoyang felt that Shen Yunyan was acting a bit strange. He quickly realized what was going on. He immediately stepped forward to comfort her, smiling. Of course, what I said earlier is secondary. The most important thing I haven't told you yet. Shen Yinyan didn't really want to listen, but seeing Xiaoyang's earnest expression, she decided to be patient. Go ahead. The main reason is that I love you so much. I want to be devoted to you and keep myself pure for you. No other woman will ever touch my body except you. I only want you. Xiaoyang suddenly hugged Shen Yinyan. Don't get upset over such a small matter. Shen Yinyan was originally quite angry, but after hearing Xiaoyang's words, she couldn't help but want to smile. However, the lessons from her mother were still fresh in her mind. She wouldn't completely trust Xiaoyang so easily. She snorted and said quietly, Actually, from the day I decided to marry you, I never expected to have you all to myself. After all, you are a prince, and having multiple wives and concubines is normal. I'm not a petty person, but I just hope that this day can come a little later. I don't want to share you so soon. In truth, Shen Yinyan didn't want to share Xiaoyang with anyone, but unfortunately, the religious and social norms dictated otherwise, and there was nothing she could do about it. She could only pray that this day would come as slowly as possible. Yinyan? Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yinyan's red eyes with a pang of heartache. Don't you believe that what I said is true? Shen Yinyan raised her head, stubborn and proud. She refused to show weakness in front of anyone. She smiled faintly and said softly, My mother trusted him too, but in the end, she was betrayed so badly. Even her own children didn't benefit from it. She died giving birth for him, yet he took on a new wife while her body was still warm. So, Aoyang, you tell me what is real? Tears slid down the corners of her eyes and disappeared into her hairline. She suddenly snapped back to reality and looked at Xiaoyang, saying softly, I think you're right. These people staying in the house would be a disaster, so it's better to send them back quickly. All right, Xiaoyang nodded. He looked at Shen Yinyan. How is the Qin Prince's palace? Song Zhao and the others have done a great job, so this place is now under our control. However, there are some old matrons who are quite troublesome. Shen Yinyan's expression darkened. They've been here for so long that they think they are the masters of the Qin Prince's palace. It's absolutely shameless. Xiaoyang knew that Shen Yinyan wasn't usually a harsh person. He chuckled. Where are these people? Follow me. Shen Yinyan led him to the firewood storage room. When they opened the door, they saw 5 or 6 old women tied up together. They were all dressed in palace attire, indicating their high status. Seeing this, Xiaoyang rubbed his nose, genuinely impressed by Shen Yinyan. These people have committed treason. Please deal with them, Your Highness. Shen Yinyan immediately curtsied to Xiaoyang. Little troublemaker. She's the one who made enemies, yet she's dragging him into it. She's using all her tricks on him, isn't she? Since they have committed treason, have them all dragged out and given 50 lashes. Xiaoyang waved his hand, speaking as if it were nothing. He had no good feelings for these people to begin with. Before he arrived, Qin province might not have had an official ruler, but there were people in charge. These old matrons were under the command of that person, and they were all vicious and cunning. Keeping them around would only cause trouble. Originally, they thought that since Xiaoyang had just arrived at his fiefdom, he wouldn't start any major executions. But they didn't expect him to be so ruthless, ordering their deaths without any hesitation. The old matrons didn't even have a chance to scream before they were dragged out and beaten to death. From today onwards, you will be in charge of the entire Qin Prince's palace. I believe you will manage it perfectly, Xiaoyang said seriously, looking at her. I will prepare the wedding as soon as possible and marry you. Hearing this, Shen Yinyan was quite satisfied. However, she looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. What about you? I've been weak since childhood. The Qin province is harsh and cold. As a newcomer, it's natural for me to fall ill, Xiaoyang said, actually pretending to look frail. Really? Seeing Xiaoyang's appearance, Shen Yinyan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Then, Your Highness, please take care of your health. Shen Yinyan immediately played along. And so, on the second day of Xiaoyang's arrival, he fell ill. Originally, when the prince arrived, all the city lords were supposed to come to the Qin Prince's palace to report their work. The fiefdom was like a small independent country, and Xiaoyang was its ruler. But just as he arrived, he fell ill on the second day, making it difficult for him to even survive, let alone handle administrative duties. The city lords, braving the snow, came only to have to return empty-handed. All the schemes they had prepared to test him now fell flat. Seeing these people dejectedly leaving, Xiaoliang snorted coldly. Do they really think I'm a fool? Song Zhao stood beside Xiaoliang, and they were now at the highest point of the Qin Prince's palace. I've been here for over a month. The hierarchy here is strict. In the summer, the people can only rely on farming to survive. By winter, they have no hope and can only live off their stored food. However, the taxes are too heavy, so the people don't have much stored food. By the end of the year, some starve to death, and selling children is common, Song Zhao explained. Before your highness arrived, Qin province was dominated by the lord of Han City. This man is greedy, shameless, ruthless, and audacious. Your highness must be careful. Song Zhao briefly outlined the situation here. This was also the reason why Xiaoliang had sent him ahead of time. Who controls the Qin province's army? General Qin Tang. Song Zhao looked around to ensure no one was listening before continuing. Qin Tang is the nephew of the former General Qin Mu. He's on our side, but he's been pretending to cooperate with the Lord of Han City. Chapter 24. Keeping one's virtue intact. Whose hands does the money pouch fall into? It's in my possession, Your Highness. Song Zhao chuckled. He looked at Xiaoliang. The Qin region is harsh and cold, so funds are not abundant. In previous years, all the taxes were handed over to the imperial court. As soon as I arrived, the money pouch was placed in my hands, but it was empty. Heh. Xiaoliang knew this would be the case. However, he didn't mind it at all. He controlled the largest merchant house in the empire. Would he ever lack money? It doesn't matter. As long as you hold onto the money pouch, whether it's filled or empty is irrelevant. The troops are in your hands, and the money is in your hands. Even if the Lord of Han has great abilities, he won't be able to turn the tide. It was only now that Xiaoliang realized that long before he came to the Qin region, the princess had already started paving the way for him. It's said that parental love for their children is profound, planning for their future. It seems the princess had long made her plans, hoping he could escape and live a carefree life in the Qin region. Unfortunately, he would disappoint the princess. He had no intention of staying here. His ambitions extended far beyond this place. All right, everyone should go about their business. Xiaoliang waved his hand. Call Chi Tai to see me. With that, he turned and returned to his palace. In the capital, the imperial palace, the study. Upon seeing the letter from the Qin region, Emperor Xia's face turned pale with anger. He slammed the letter onto the table. How dare they? How dare they? Please calm down, Your Majesty. The Grand Eunuch Lu hurriedly knelt, not daring to raise his head. Emperor Xia gritted his teeth. This Xiaoliang has been pretending to be a fool in the capital all these years, truly cunning. Now that he's fled to the Qin region, who knows what he's plotting? Father! Father! Xiaozhi rushed in hastily, kneeling. Father! Xiaoliang is cunning and disguised himself. My men! Silence, you fool! You utter fool! Emperor Xia was so furious that he hurled the memorial directly at Xiaozhi's face. It was only then that Xiaozhi realized that discussing the plan to eliminate Xiaoliang was something that absolutely couldn't be spoken aloud. Regret filled him. He knelt silently, not uttering a word. Seeing this, Grand Eunuch Lu didn't dare to linger and quickly left. Looking at the scattered memorials on the ground, Xiaozhi's face grew even grimmer. He actually made it there safely. How dare you? Emperor Xia, seething with anger, swept all the documents off the table. You scoundrel! Other people's sons were both brave and wise, while his son could only cry out for his father. Truly a useless piece of clay, a waste. Seeing his father's rage, Xiaozhi trembled, not daring to speak. He felt that no matter what he said at this moment, it would lead to his doom. He could only obediently kneel there. After a while, Emperor Xia finally calmed down. Clenching his fists, he said through gritted teeth, arriving in the Qin region is no great feat, surviving there is what truly counts. Xiaozhi cautiously glanced up at him. Father, I have no... You useless fool, what could you possibly have? Even with minor matters in the capital, you can't handle them, let alone the entire empire. Emperor Xiao roared again. What kind of sin did I commit to have such a foolish child? Could it be that you were swapped with Xiaoyang when you were young? How could there be any swapping? They weren't born in the same year. How could they have been swapped? In essence, Emperor Xia simply didn't want this useless son and wished Xiaoyang were his instead. Xiaozhi clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Yet, he still didn't dare to confront his father directly. He could only direct all his resentment towards Xiaoyang. Why are you still kneeling here? Get out. Seeing you only adds to my irritation. Emperor Xia impatiently waved his hand. Xiaozhi could only reluctantly stand up and walk out. He did not return to his eastern palace, but went instead to the empress's glazed palace. Seeing her son enter with a dejected expression, the empress frowned slightly. Did your father scold you again? Mother, does father truly despise me? Xiaozhi sat on the couch, feeling dejected. Over the years, he had diligently pursued his studies and practiced archery, never daring to slacken his efforts. Yet, for some reason, he could never seem to meet expectations. Your father doesn't despise you. He's merely strict because you're the crown prince. There's no need to feel resentful. The empress smiled, handing him a cup of tea. Gazing at her son, she said with a hint of exasperation, Xiaoyang is a descendant of the previous dynasty. Even if he rises to power, he can never inherit the throne. Why are you comparing yourself to someone else's son? Ultimately, he'll only be a lowly worm beneath your feet. Hearing this, Xiaozhi felt a bit better. He took a sip of tea and muttered sullenly, Xiaoyang's luck is truly good. My partner and I, along with the minister, couldn't eliminate him. Didn't your father also fail? The empress scoffed. However, soon she regained her composure and looked at him. The Qin region is far away, harsh and cold. Even if Xiaoyang arrived safely, he might not survive. Instead, you should be more careful of the other princes in the capital. They're just a bunch of lowly, illegitimate brats. What's there to be careful about? Father may be dissatisfied with me, but he doesn't like them either. Xiaozhi scoffed disdainfully, as if those people weren't even his own brothers. The empress shook her head. You shouldn't think that way. Although they're illegitimate, they're still your father's children and dragon sons. Besides, don't forget, your father wasn't even a prince back then. Mother. Xiaozhi grew anxious, hurriedly shaking his head. You can't just say things like that. The current Emperor Xia's rise to the throne was anything but honorable. The whole world knew this, yet the emperor chose to turn a blind eye, forbidding anyone from mentioning it. The empress was also crowned after his ascension. Originally, she should have. Shaking off these thoughts, the empress calmly took a sip of tea. Whether it's spoken or not, the truth remains. Why bother hiding it? Mother, if father hears you say such things, he'll surely be displeased. He won't dare to kill me, and he certainly won't dare to offend the Duke of the Borderlands, who stands behind me. You can rest assured. The empress scoffed again disdainfully. Xiaozhi looked at his mother with concern. Previously, he had always felt that his mother harbored some resentment toward his father. Today, it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. Mother, I came to you with a request. Speak. The empress set down her teacup, elegantly glancing over. Mother, could you give the princess some hardships? Xiaozhi gritted his teeth. Even though Xiaoyang is far away, I want him to know that the princess is still here, and I want to teach him a lesson. The empress frowned slightly. I've been clever all my life, so why do I have such a foolish son? The princess is the emperor's own sister. Even though I'm the empress, why would I provoke her for no reason? Chapter 25. Secret Study Sessions. Xiaozhi couldn't believe how unpopular he had become. Not only was his father cold and distant, but even his mother seemed to disapprove of him. Feeling wronged, he looked at the empress and said softly, But mother, I've suffered so much. Don't you feel any pity for me? What kind of suffering is this? The real suffering comes when you become emperor. Do you really think being emperor is the most glorious thing in the world? The empress looked at him with disdain. Only you would think it's the best thing. Without another word, she turned and walked into the inner chamber, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. You may leave. Yes, Xiaozhi replied through clenched teeth, his anger boiling as he stormed back to the Eastern Palace. Once inside, he kicked over everything in his path, muttering through gritted teeth, "What is wrong with me? Why does everyone look down on me?" "Your Highness, please calm down," Baishu said, trying to soothe him. Xiaozhi suddenly turned to him, his brows furrowed. "Why doesn't the Emperor like me? Why doesn't the Empress like me?" "The Emperor and Empress both care deeply for you, Your Highness," Baishu replied, keeping his head low. "Do I not know whether my own parents love me or not?" Xiaozhi sighed, sitting down in frustration. The current Emperor and Empress were hardly a model of a loving couple. One was driven by power, the other by family interests, each with their own motives for being together. Naturally, they treated Xiaozhi with indifference. Soon, news from the capital reached the Qin Principality. These days, Xiaoyang had been feigning illness during the day and venturing out at night, finally gaining a thorough understanding of the defense and the people's sentiments in the Qin region. With the news from the capital confirming that his mother was safe and the court was stable, he breathed a sigh of relief. Watching him work so hard, Shen Yunyan felt a twinge of concern. The new year is almost here. This will be your first new year in the Qin Principality. "Do you have any plans?" she inquired, pouring him a cup of water. "It's so cold at night. You shouldn't be going out so much. I know you're pretending to be sickly, but remember, your body is still made of flesh and blood." Xiaoyang chuckled, taking a sip of water. "What, are you worried about me? This is our first new year here. It's a great opportunity to win over the people and establish your authority. The New Year's Eve banquet can't be skipped. Don't you think so?" Shen Yunyan shot him a look. There was no time for sweet talk now. Xiaoyang scratched his nose sheepishly. "These are matters for the inner chambers. You can handle them. I trust you. As for the officials' rewards, I already have some ideas. I'll write them down, and you can distribute the rewards to their families accordingly." "All right, I'll wait for your instructions," Shen Yunyan nodded, turning to leave. But Xiaoyang suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind. "It's all my fault. I thought you'd come here to enjoy a life of luxury, but instead, you've had to endure so much hardship. I'm truly sorry. Next spring, I'll make sure to select talented individuals and bring in some female officials to help you out." He rested his head on her shoulder. Shen Yunyan's eyes widened in surprise. "You want to appoint female officials? Is that true?" "Of course it is. Why would I lie about something like this? Women are not inferior to men, and in some ways, they are even more meticulous. If a woman is capable, why shouldn't she be an official?" Xiaoyang argued convincingly. Having come from a world where he had seen many great women, he held a deep respect for them. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan's face lit up with joy. "I always thought you were old-fashioned, but I guess I was the one with the narrow mind." "Oh, so you've been secretly calling me old-fashioned behind my back? And what if I have?" she retorted, standing her ground. Xiaoyang just smiled indulgently. He pulled her down to sit with him. "The people of the Qin Principality are tough, and the women are as bold as the men. I believe they would love to have their own space. Why should we clip their wings? How about this? Next year, you can be in charge of selecting the female officials. What do you say?" He pinched her cheek playfully. Shen Yunyan finally regained her focus, her eyes slightly disappointed. "You mean, the female officials would only be for the inner chambers, correct?" "No, I plan to appoint women to many other positions as well," Xiaoyang smiled. He had already prepared for this long before arriving. He knew how to develop the economy here and ensure the people had enough to eat and wear. In any era, economic development was the most important thing. Everything else was secondary. If the people couldn't even fill their stomachs, how could they understand loyalty and patriotism? If you wanted people to love and respect you, you had to first ensure they had enough to eat. Although Xiaoyang was reluctant, Shen Yunyan understood the rules. She wouldn't overstep her boundaries before their wedding. As soon as she left, Ah Fu entered. The city lord of Han has convened several meetings with the local officials, discussing plans for next year's spring planting. If it were before, that would be fine. But now that the prince is here, they're overstepping their bounds. It's outrageous. Ah Fu huffed. Seeing Ah Fu's indignant expression, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He chuckled and said calmly, "What's so hard to understand? Everyone thinks I'm just a sickly prince who might die any day. Why would they care about me?" "Please don't say such unlucky things, Your Highness. You are strong and healthy. You will live a long and prosperous life," Ah Fu said urgently. Even though he knew the prince was just joking, he didn't want to hear it. Xiaoyang sighed, feeling a bit sorry for Ah Fu. How could he explain to him that the prince he had been loyal to had already been killed by Xiaozha? The person he was serving now was not the original Xiaoyang. Seeing Ah Fu's loyal gaze, the words he was about to say stuck in his throat. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly. If only you could stay this innocent forever. "Your Highness, I'm not naive. I'm just worried because your health was always fragile when you were young," Ah Fu said earnestly. He had grown up with the prince, so no one knew better than him how the prince had been before. Although the prince had changed after returning from the prison, his loyalty to the prince had never wavered. "The security of the Qin Palace is now in your hands. Be very careful. I'm afraid that before I even fall ill, someone will be eager to make a move." Xiaoyang's eyes darkened. Hearing this, Ah Fu immediately responded, "Yes, I will take care of it right away." "That's more like it." Xiaoyang lay back on the couch, his eyes darkening. That night, he summoned Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian had been one of the most accomplished generals in the capital when Xiaoyang had been given command of the troops. After some time of recuperation, his injuries had fully healed. Kneeling before Xiaoyang, he showed complete respect. "Your Highness." Chapter 26, Embezzling Salaries. Zhang Jian felt a headache coming on. Before he was abandoned, he had also led troops. But such a poorly trained army was something he had never seen before. It was practically a disorganized mess. Seeing Zhang Jian's troubled expression, Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, "Isn't this actually a good thing? They have 50,000 embezzled salaries. Doesn't that mean I have 50,000 elite soldiers?" "Your Highness, you only have 5,000. Where would 50,000 come from?" Zhang Jian blinked, puzzled. Soon, he caught on. Your Highness, are you planning to recruit more soldiers?" "Yes. Since the numbers are incomplete, we need to fill them. Otherwise, if the court learns of this embezzlement, all those involved will face execution. They won't stand in our way." Xiaoyang chuckled, having already made his plans. "This is the border. The general stationed here, Zhong Wuyun, was raised by my father. Over the years, he's focused only on the frontier, ignoring the court. Known for his bravery and the soldiers' loyalty to him, even Emperor Xia would hesitate to remove him for now." Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "That's our leverage." "The group led by Chitai can also be useful," Zhang Jian sighed. "They're pitiful souls. They fought bravely on the battlefield but died on their way back to the capital. How could they not be pitiable?" "I know. Combined, your forces can muster about 10,000. The rest, you'll have to figure out yourself." As for the commander, Xiaoyang looked at Zhang Jian. "What do you think?" "I naturally want to be the commander, but these two groups won't submit to each other. Why not have a competition?" "Good. Let's organize a military exercise." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. He chuckled. "We'll hold it next spring. Let everyone enjoy the new year this year. None of you have been to such a cold place before. How are you adjusting in the army?" Xiaoyang still felt concerned. "Is anyone sick or uncomfortable?" Zhang Jian felt a warmth in his heart. He lowered his head and softly replied, "No one is sick. We've all survived the bloodiest battles. We're not so easily defeated." "Good, that's good. The new year is coming soon. How are your families settling in?" "The families of the soldiers have been brought here. Your Highness's generosity has provided settlement funds, and everyone is deeply grateful." Zhang Jian quickly reported these matters. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. "Good, that's very good. With their families here, they'll feel more settled, avoiding the pain of separation." He looked at Zhang Jian and softly said, If I remember correctly, you have no parents, only a sister, right? My sister is already engaged and didn't come with me. You haven't been betrothed yet, have you? Xiaoyang suddenly thought of this serious matter. Instantly, Zhang Jian, a rough man, blushed. He stammered, Your Highness, with my appearance, where would I find a wife? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you won't be left alone. Now, go. Be careful not to be seen. Xiaoyang instructed. Zhang Jian turned to leave. At that moment, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered something. Oh, and when you go back, count how many bachelors like you are among the personal guards. There are quite a few. Most of them are. Zhang Jian scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. Xiaoyang looked at him in surprise. Weren't marriages common in ancient times? Why were so many of them still single? Some lost their wives, some had them leave, and some never had one to begin with, Zhang Jian chuckled. There are many who are single. Hearing this, Xiaoyang understood. These bachelors. All right, go. Xiaoyang rubbed his temples. Winning their loyalty was proving to be difficult, especially with these unruly fellows. The next morning, Shen Yinyan had almost finished handling her tasks, but there were still a few issues that needed attention. She held a list and went straight to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was also holding a long list, his face scrunched up. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm actually feeling a bit off. Xiaoyang sighed, looking at the list in his hand. Before Shen Yinyan could speak, he asked first, You looked troubled when you came in. Did something happen on your end? Not exactly something bad, just a bit troublesome. Shen Yinyan handed over the list. According to palace rules, if a maid hasn't been favored by the age of 25, she can leave the palace. But look, there are over 30 maids here, all in their late 20s or 30s, and none have been favored. What can they do if they leave? In this era, a woman over 25 was already considered past her prime. At 30, she was seen as an old maid. Even if married, her life wouldn't be good. Xiaoyang looked at the list, his eyes lighting up. Shen Yinyan frowned, slightly annoyed. You're not actually interested in this, are you? You're overthinking. Look at this list. Xiaoyang handed her his list. See? Shen Yinyan glanced at it. Most of the names were familiar to her, but she didn't understand why they were on this list. She raised an eyebrow, curious. What is this? This is a list of bachelors in the army. I thought, since things are calm now, it's a good time for them to marry and settle down. Xiaoyang spoke naturally. I was just wondering where to find women of similar age, and here you bring me the perfect solution. You're truly my lucky star. Is this really suitable? Shen Yinyan frowned. These women are honest and decent. Marrying these rough soldiers? Isn't that too much of a compromise? How is it, Weich? Once married, they'll be the head of the household. If their husbands have a good future, they'll benefit too. Is it better for them to take money back home, only to be exploited, than marry some peasant and suffer for life? Xiaoyang believed that as long as there was potential, it wasn't suffering. Hearing this, Shen Yinyan suddenly understood and nodded. You're right. What the husband does isn't important. What matters is being able to live a good life. Exactly. That's why you followed me thousands of miles, isn't it? Xiaoyang grinned at her. Was he allowed to say that? Shen Yinyan frowned at him. You. Hee. Xiaoyang hugged her and laughed foolishly. I really can't wait to marry you. Chapter 27. Endless Gratitude. Shen Yunyan felt the changes in Xiaoyang's body and frowned slightly, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Not yet. I know. I just want to hold you. Just hold you. Xiaoyang said, hugging her tightly, feeling a warmth spread through his heart. Soon, New Year's Eve arrived. After spending so many days lurking in the Qin Palace, it was finally time for Xiaoyang to make his official appearance. Everyone inside and outside the palace had new clothes, so the atmosphere was festive and joyous. Especially Xiaoyang, whose robe had been personally sewn by Shen Yunyan, a cherished gift that he adored immensely. He had specially put it on today to show it off. The city lords all knelt down. We humbly greet the king of Qin, May your highness live for 1,000 ages, 1,000 ages. Xiaoyang sat regally. Rise, everyone. Today is New Year's Eve, a family feast. Please don't be too formal. Act as you normally would. Seeing Xiaoyang so approachable, the Lord of Han immediately stepped forward. Thank you, your highness, for your grace. We are endlessly grateful. Are you the Lord of Han? Xiaoyang glanced at him. I hear that before I arrived, you were managing all affairs of the Qin region. This place is bitterly cold. You've worked hard. The Lord of Han was utterly surprised that Xiaoyang actually recognized him. For some reason, he felt a pang of guilt and quickly knelt. Serving the country is my duty, whatever it may be. Exactly, serving the country is our duty. I love hearing that. Serving the country. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. I too serve the country. Rise quickly. Didn't I say there's no need for such formality? Xiaoyang chuckled. Then he clapped his hands. Soon, performances and dances began. Although the region was cold and barren, the entertainment was plentiful. On this joyous occasion, I have an idea that could make it even happier. Your Highness, please speak, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Shen Yunyan. Today, Shen Yunyan wore a deep purple royal gown, exuding elegance and dignity, quite different from her usual carefree demeanor. She stood up, smiled at Xiaoyang and said, Thank you, your highness. I was thinking, the soldiers who followed you from the capital to the Qin region deserve a reward. So, I've selected some eligible palace maids for everyone to consider, hoping to match a few happy couples. What? The Lord of Han was utterly shocked by this. He had assumed that since Xiaoyang had fallen ill upon arrival, he must be anxious to understand the situation in the Qin region. But never had he expected that Xiaoyang would be concerned about the soldiers' marital status, worried about whether they had spouses or children. What did this mean? Others were also puzzled by Xiaoyang's intentions and looked toward the Lord of Han. Seeing this, Xiaoyang smiled at the Lord of Han. Is there something wrong, Lord of Han? These fools, what are they looking at him for? Do they want to make it obvious what's going on? Fools! The Lord of Han cursed inwardly but quickly stood up, bowing to Xiaoyang. Your Highness honors me. How could I find anything wrong? I only think it's a blessing for the soldiers to have such consideration from you. As they say, cultivate virtue, manage the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. The family is very important. Esteemed officials, remember to cherish your wives when you return home. Xiaoyang raised his cup and laughed. He truly seemed carefree and unrestrained. The Lord of Han, who had been on edge, relaxed upon seeing Xiaoyang's behavior. He had thought Xiaoyang might be a formidable figure, but it seemed he was just playing petty tricks, indulging in trivial matters and feminine concerns. Feeling at ease, he found the palace banquet delightful, with beautiful performances and delicious food. Xiaoyang's eyes darkened slightly upon seeing this, but he didn't show anything further, laughing and joking as if he were simple-minded. There had been rumors that the king of Qin was not very bright and was sickly. Now it seemed those rumors were not unfounded. New Year's Eve passed peacefully. However, none of them knew that while they were enjoying themselves in the palace, the entire Qin region had undergone a dramatic change. All key strategic points had been taken over by their own people, with swift and decisive action, leaving no room for resistance. By the time the city lords returned, drunk and unable to handle affairs, it was too late. They could only regret it the next morning. Xiaoyang had drunk quite a bit that night, but being a heavy drinker, he didn't feel much discomfort. Lying in bed, he blinked, looking at the woman before him, and whispered, Yin Yin, you're so beautiful. Am I? Shen Yunyan chuckled. How beautiful. More beautiful than a star, Xiaoyang said truthfully. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan's eyes darkened. A star? Which girl is that? A star isn't a single girl, but many beautiful ones. They're all lovely, but I still think you're the most beautiful. I came to this unfamiliar, desolate place, and yet I've gained everything I ever wanted. But I can't be happy, you know? I'm not satisfied. Shen Yunyan knew that no one would want to leave the capital and come to such a place unless forced. Yes, you've suffered. It's not suffering, not with you by my side. I'm just a bit worried. What if one day you discover? The words trailed off as Xiaoliang fell into a deep sleep. What did that mean? Shen Yunyan was momentarily unsure of his intentions. But since Xiaoliang was drunk, she didn't dwell on it, helping him undress and cover him with a blanket before leaving. As soon as she stepped out of the palace, she was grabbed by a shadowy figure. "Ah, sister, it's me." Shen Yuanfeng laughed. "You little rascal, trying to scare your sister to death?" Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes and punched him, speaking irritably. "It's freezing out here. Why aren't you resting?" Shen Yuanfeng pulled her quietly out and into his room. "Sister, this is the first time I've spent New Year's with you since I was born," he said, handing her a red envelope. "Sister, Happy New Year." Seeing him like this, Shen Yunyan's eyes grew moist. She didn't take the red envelope, speaking crossly. "It's usually the older sister who gives the younger brother a red envelope. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" "Sister?" Shen Yuanfeng was at a loss for words. "I'm a man. Of course I should give the best to my sister." "Your heart is enough. Sister is already very satisfied," Shen Yunyan said with a smile. Shen Yuanfeng lit the stove and began boiling dumplings, whispering, "Palace banquets are the worst. Sister must not have eaten enough. Let's eat dumplings together." Holding the warm dumplings and watching Shen Yuanfeng set off fireworks for her, Shen Yunyan felt she was the happiest person in the world. Shen Yuanfeng pulled her down to kneel. "Mother, do you see? Your son can finally celebrate the new year with his sister, eating dumplings together. Mother, I want to spend every new year, every day, like this with my sister." Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan couldn't hold back her tears. "Mother." Chapter 28. This is impossible. "Mother, don't worry. My brother and I are doing well now. The Shen family wronged you, and I will definitely avenge you. I will make every member of the Shen family regret it, make them regret it for the rest of their lives." Shen Yunyan sobbed uncontrollably. Shen Yuanfeng tightly gripped his sister's hand and whispered, "Mother, watch over us from heaven. We will personally dismantle every brick and tile of the Ministry of Revenue's mansion." "Silly brother," Shen Yunyan said, hugging Shen Yuanfeng tightly. "After the new year, you'll be 12. Go and join the army." "Sister, I will become a great general," Shen Yuanfeng promised earnestly. Shen Yunyan cried even louder. "But all I want is for you to live well. No, you must become a great general, ride a tall horse, and then even your brother-in-law won't dare to bully me." "All right." Shen Yuanfeng smiled. The siblings hugged each other, laughing and crying. Xiaoliang stood outside the door, listening to the sounds from within, feeling a sense of indescribable loneliness. Whether in modern times or here, he had always been alone, with no family or friends by his side. Thinking of this, Xiaoliang sighed softly and turned to walk toward the highest point of the Qin King's palace. As soon as he reached the top, Afu suddenly appeared. "Happy New Year, Your Highness." "It's already past midnight," Xiaoliang said, finding Afu's nervous demeanor amusing. Afu huffed. "It's still a Happy New Year. When did this little guard become so willful?" Xiaoliang chuckled, handing him a red envelope. "Happy New Year. Your Highness has changed a lot. You never used to smile before." "I didn't smile before because I couldn't. Now that I'm in my own domain, why should I always wear a stern face?" He wasn't some cold-faced killer. He was a lively and cheerful young man, after all. Hearing this, Afu pondered for a moment, then nodded and whispered, "Your Highness used to be like that before, but I don't know when it started. You suddenly stopped smiling and even pretended to be foolish. Actually, this whole world. Enough. Some things should stay in your heart. Speaking them out loud can lead to disaster." Xiaoliang looked at him. "You are the closest person to me, and your thoughts are my thoughts. If someone hears this, they might think I'm plotting a rebellion." Afu was a bit indignant and huffed. And who knows who's really the one plotting a rebellion? Indeed, who was the one rebelling? Time flew by quickly. Although Qin territory was cold, the Spring Festival was a signal for the people of Qin. After the festival, preparations for spring plowing had to begin immediately. For the people of Qin, Spring plowing was the most important task of all. In previous years, the spring plowing was managed by the Lord of Han City, and this year, everyone naturally followed the usual routine. Stationed in Qin territory, the biggest source of profit lay in this very matter, so the Lord of Han City certainly wouldn't change anything just because of Xiaoyang's arrival. But when everyone gathered together to discuss the preparations for spring plowing, Xiaoyang arrived uninvited. His Highness the Qin King has arrived. Greetings, Your Highness. All the officials and local landowners knelt tremblingly on the ground. The might of this Qin King had already been experienced on New Year's Eve, and now, everyone felt an indescribable sense of awe in their hearts. Xiaoyang waved his hand and unceremoniously took the seat of honor. Rise. He casually glanced at the documents before them. Are you discussing next year's spring plowing? Why not do it at the Qin King's palace? His question left everyone silent. This question was indeed difficult to answer. The crowd looked at each other, not daring to breathe loudly. It's fine. If you don't go, I'll come here. Where we discuss doesn't matter. What matters is that we get the matter clear, Xiaoyang said with a smile. He took out the plan he had prepared. Unlike them, Xiaoyang had secretly traveled throughout Qin territory and drawn a detailed map, detailing everything. This is our entire Qin territory. The border areas are exceptionally cold, so they will be the last to be plowed. We'll start here. I've investigated and found that this area is mostly well-watered, even prone to annual floods, so I think we should plant rice instead of wheat. This area here is suitable for corn growth, and this surrounding area should be for fruit trees. This area should be specifically designated for vegetable cultivation. Every area was clearly demarcated. But the Lord of Han City's expression grew increasingly grim. He took a step forward, interrupting Xiaoyang. Your Highness may not know, but this area is too cold, so vegetables are unlikely to survive. If the vegetables die and we replant something else, we'll miss the season. Seeing his rude behavior, Xiaoyang frowned. I haven't finished yet. Although our Qin territory is cold, the soil is fertile, so if we cultivate it well, we can still. May I ask Your Highness, what is corn? How is it eaten? The Lord of Han City spoke again. This time, Xiaoyang lost patience. What is the Lord of Han City trying to imply? Does that mean I have no right to speak in your city lord's mansion? Your servant dares not. It's just that Your Highness is a noble, and it's normal not to understand farming matters. But why is Your Highness so insistent? The Lord of Han City spoke with righteous indignation. Indeed, they had been here for years, and farming was second nature to them. I am the Lord of Qin territory. Whatever I say goes. Do you dare to defy me? Xiaoyang snorted coldly. The Lord of Han City's eyes flickered, and he immediately knelt down. Your servant is only thinking of the people of Qin territory. Fine. So you're openly accusing me of being incompetent. Ah fu. Take him out and give him 80 lashes to calm him down. Xiaoyang shouted. In the next moment, Ah Fu suddenly appeared and dragged the man out. Today, Xiaoyang had planned this deliberately, using the Lord of Han City's humiliation to pave his own way. In the past, I wasn't here, so it didn't matter. But now that I've been granted the fiefdom, Qin territory is my home. I will not allow anyone to bark at me in my own home. Xiaoyang exuded an imposing aura. It immediately intimidated the remaining officials. Although Xiaoyang had been low profile since his arrival, he had already subtly taken control of the entire Qin territory. Now, even if they wanted to resist, they had no way to do so. An elderly man in his 50s stepped forward, bowing to Xiaoyang. This old man has farmed all his life and has never heard of corn. Seeing his genuine confusion, Xiaoyang knew this was sincere. He didn't get angry, but instead took out the prepared item and handed it to the old farmer. This is corn. This, can it be eaten? Yes, the stalks can be burned for warmth or fed to livestock. Xiaoyang quickly took out the processed corn kernels and showed them to the old farmer. The corn kernels were already cooked. The old farmer didn't hesitate and took a bite. He looked at Xiaoyang in astonishment. This, it really can be eaten. May I ask Your Highness, how many pounds can be harvested per acre? About 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. Chapter 29. Will you marry me? What? This is absolutely impossible. The old farmer's eyes, which had just lit up with hope, dimmed again upon hearing this. Your Highness, you must have been deceived. The best rice yields only about 500 caddies per mu, and wheat less than 800 caddies. How could there be 2,000 to 3,000 caddies of grain? Just because you haven't heard of it before doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Xiaoyang chuckled. I know that these things are unfamiliar to you, so it's normal to have doubts. But I ask you to trust me. If the yield doesn't reach that level, I will make up the difference. However, you must follow my instructions. Each household should send 2 representatives to learn the planting techniques. In this era, farming techniques were still relatively backward, which led to the waste of these fertile black soils. But with him here, things would be different. He would not allow any waste. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. The land here was precious, and they simply couldn't bear to risk it. Your Highness, please reconsider. This land is our life. The old farmer knelt on the ground. What did these wealthy young men know about farming? Xiaoyang sighed, feeling a bit helpless. He understood that accepting new things was difficult, especially when their livelihoods depended on this land. All right, then we'll plant wheat as you wish, but you must still send people to learn with me. For each day they attend, I'll pay 51. Xiaoyang decided to use money to persuade them. 51 might be so insignificant in the capital that even beggars wouldn't bother picking it up. But here, 51 could buy a lot of things. Soon, everyone agreed. Earlier, when Xiaoyang surveyed the terrain, he noticed that although Qin province was vast, there wasn't much arable land, and many areas remained undeveloped. This gave him room to work with. He could reclaim these barren lands and plant what he needed, proving his methods through action. All right, this year's spring planting is settled. Follow my instructions. Plant rice where it's suitable, and wheat where it's appropriate. Do not mix them up, understood? Fruit trees and vegetable seeds will soon be transported from the capital. We'll plant them all together. Vegetables were considered a luxury here. Due to the cold climate, vegetables struggled to survive locally, so they had to be imported from elsewhere. However, vegetables were prone to spoilage, making transportation a challenge. As a result, they had to be sold at a premium, and only the wealthy could afford fresh produce. For ordinary people, being able to fill their stomachs with potatoes was already a blessing. But Xiaoyang had high hopes for this fertile black soil. He knew that correcting the wrongs wouldn't happen overnight. With enemies lurking all around, they first needed to fill their stomachs and amass enough wealth. Only then could they have a strong army and the confidence to act. Although his mother had given him a lot, he preferred the feeling of creating things himself. More importantly, despite the rugged local customs, the people here were warm and generous. He truly wanted to improve the lives of these poor peasants. Post a notice. I am hiring workers. Both men and women over 13 years old are eligible. The minimum wage is 81 per day, with different wages depending on the job. Xiaoyang waved his hand, quickly arranging the next steps. Although every word Xiaoyang said seemed groundbreaking, the people couldn't fully understand what he was planning. But seeing his full of energy, they began to look forward to it. Could this be a good start? As for Han, the half-dead city lord, no one cared anymore. After all, they also hated this tyrant who lorded over them. After arranging everything, Xiaoyang looked at them. You are the backbone of Qin province. The common people rely on you for food. Remember, I am the lord of Qin province. If there's anything, come directly to me. Yes, we obey. Everyone bowed and agreed. It was only then that they truly realized that the heavens and earth of Qin province had changed. After the 80 lashes, the city lord was on the brink of death. But Xiaoyang didn't leave. He sat in the main hall, looking at the bloodied city lord. Do you think I don't know about your dealings with Xiaja? I don't understand what your highness is saying. The city lord stubbornly refused to admit anything. Xiaoyang shook his head, smiling. Whether you understand or not doesn't matter. Who cares about the thoughts of a dead man? You want to kill me? The city lord struggled to rise. You dare? I am under the protection of the crown prince. Pfft. You. Pfft. Before the city lord could finish, Xiaoyang had already slit his throat. Xiaoyang looked at the blood spilling out, slightly dissatisfied. He flexed his wrist. It's been a while since I've done this. I'm a bit rusty. Your Highness, did you just kill him like that? What's the point of asking now that he's dead? Throw him into the wilderness to be eaten by dogs. As for his family, the men will all be sent to hard labor, and the women will be made into government prostitutes. And all their property will be taken to the Qin Palace. That's all ill-gotten gains. Xiaoyang sheathed his sword, stood up, and stepped over the city lord's body. He snorted disdainfully. Remember to be more low-key in your next life. The city lord was dead, killed by the Qin prince himself. This news quickly spread quietly among the city officials. Since Xiaoyang had announced that the city lord had died of illness, no one dared to speak out, even though everyone knew the truth. The new Qin prince was both feared and anticipated. He seemed brutal, yet he treated the common laborers well and even opened up opportunities for women to be selected as officials. Many young ladies from noble families were even considering trying their luck. This mix of harshness and kindness seemed contradictory, yet it was all done by the same person. Xiaoyang leaned on the desk in his study, watching Shan Yunyan's serious expression with her brows slightly furrowed. He chuckled softly. What are you looking at? Your eyebrows are all scrunched up. Nothing. I'm just looking at the young ladies who are participating in the female official selection. They are the bravest, Shan Yunyan smiled, looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang frowned slightly, seeming a bit jealous. And what about me? Am I not the bravest? Yes, you are the bravest, Your Highness. Shan Yunyan laughed, looking at him helplessly. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at her and spoke softly. You? What? Shan Yunyan looked up. Your Highness, just say it. Xiaoyang stood up and walked toward her step by step. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee and pulled out a ring. Will you marry me? Your Highness, please get up. This is not right. Shan Yunyan quickly stood up and moved to the side, not daring to accept this gesture. Although they had grown up together, she was the daughter of the Ministry of War, and she couldn't ignore the rules. Xiaoyang chuckled, slipped the ring onto her finger, and then onto his own. This is our wedding ring. With this, I am your husband, and you are my wife. Chapter 30. Preparations. Looking at the almost identical rings in her hand, Shan Yunyan frowned slightly, puzzled, and whispered, This? What custom is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? This is something just between you and me, Xiaoyang said, embracing her. I want to give you a wedding that is unique in the world. I love you. After spending this period of time together, Xiaoyang had already fallen deeply in love with the girl in front of him. He had decided to spend his life with her. Looking into Xiaoyang's eyes, Shan Yunyan felt a warm sensation in her heart. She leaned against him, smiling softly, and whispered, Even if it's not just us in the future, with what you've said today, I'm willing. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded gently, kissed her, and softly said, I don't want to make promises, but I will act to make you feel secure. So, what are you planning to do next? Shan Yunyan pulled away from his embrace, pointing at the list on the table. These girls are all so talented. I want them all. Glancing at the list of girls, Xiaoyang smiled and then said softly, If you really like them, keep them all. If there are any particularly outstanding ones, let me know. I have other tasks to assign them. What other tasks do you have? Shan Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with curiosity. Xiaoyang smiled and said gently, Our Qin region, though harsh, is vast. I believe there are many things we can develop, such as breeding cattle, sheep, and rabbits. These can all be bred in large numbers to generate income. There's also wool processing, rabbit fur processing, and leather processing, which are tasks suitable for women. Is that even possible? Shan Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. She had never known that he had so many ideas. This was simply amazing. Where did you learn all this? Shan Yunyan looked at him suspiciously. Are you really Xiaoyang? Xiaoyang didn't flinch and leaned closer, smiling. Why don't you verify it for yourself? Go away. Shan Yunyan blushed, whispering, It's broad daylight. How shameless. Xiaoyang chuckled, retreating back to his desk to continue reading his documents. Xin Yunyan didn't persist and began sorting the girls into categories. With the power of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, Xiaoyang could get whatever he wanted. Your Highness, there's a merchant surnamed Tao outside, requesting an audience with you. Let him in, he's my guest. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Xin Yunyan stood up. Then you go ahead. I'll head back first. All right, don't overwork yourself. If there's a chance, bring those girls in. I still need to meet them. Xiaoyang smiled at her. Xin Yunyan understood that it wasn't about beauty, but to verify if these girls matched the information on the list. I know. I'll notify them soon. Xin Yunyan nodded and turned to leave. Tao Jinzi entered from outside and knelt down. Subordinate pays respects to the young master. Are you the head of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce? Yes, subordinate is temporarily managing the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, but it all belongs to the young master. Xiaoyang raised his hand. Get up, speak while standing. These are the items I need before the spring planting next year. Take a look and see if you can get them all. Xiaoyang handed him the list he had prepared. Tao Jinzi had initially thought they might be luxury items, but to his surprise, they were seeds and animals. These, what? Young master, what is this corn? And what is this Angora rabbit? He had seen a lot in his life, but these were completely unfamiliar. Xiaoyang blinked. This corn is like millet, and the Angora rabbit is a rabbit with long fur, with big ears. I see. These things are rare but not scarce. How many does the young master need? As many as possible. I want as much as you can get. Xiaoyang was preparing to make a big move and wouldn't hold back. Yes, subordinate understands. Is there anything else the young master needs? Tao Jinzi looked at him curiously. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said softly, for now, nothing else. But does your chamber have any skilled craftsmen? What kind of craftsmen does the young master need? Those who can make iron tools and mechanisms. Tao Jinzi thought for a moment and then shook his head. No. Thinking that long for a no? Xiaoyang's face darkened, and he gave him an annoyed look. All right, you can leave now. Tao Jinzi bowed and turned to leave. By the way, how long will it take to deliver these? A month should suffice. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. The Tianxia Chamber of Commerce is finally proving its worth. Tao Jinzi was speechless. Was that even a compliment? Xiaoyang leaned on the table, feeling a bit frustrated. He wasn't familiar with the Qin region. How could he? Xiaoyang suddenly sat up. Fu, I remember that among the old, weak, and disabled soldiers Xiaxia gave me, there was an older man named Qiao Hua, an old military craftsman, right? Yes, there is such a person. Fu nodded obediently. Great. Call him over. I have something to discuss with him. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Hurry up. He picked up a pen and paper and began sketching. Soon, Qiao Hua followed Fu into the room. Subordinate pays respects to your highness. Rise and speak. Xiaoyang smiled at him. If I'm not mistaken, you're 52 years old, right? Xiaoyang tilted his head, looking at him. Qiao Hua wasn't sure what Xiaoyang meant and felt a bit nervous. Yes, subordinate is 52 years old, but your highness, please rest assured, my legs are fine. I won't slow everyone down on the battlefield. At your age, you shouldn't be on the battlefield. Our great Xia doesn't need someone of your age fighting. Xiaoyang chuckled. Hearing this, Qiao Hua immediately knelt down. Your highness, my family has the elderly and young, all relying on my military stipend to survive. If I'm discharged from the army, my entire family will have no way to live. Get up, that's not what I meant. Xiaoyang stepped forward, helping him up, and then said softly, you're not fit for the battlefield, but you should do something else, shouldn't you? Saying this, he handed over his drawing. Take a look, can you make this? Seeing the strange design on the paper, Qiao Hua instinctively glanced at Xiaoyang and said softly, I can make something like this, but I'm not sure what these are for. When you make them, you'll understand. You can have as many people as you need. I want at least 150 sets of these within a month, understood? Xiaoyang didn't mince words, directly assigning the task. Xiaohua took a deep breath. He knew this was his last chance. If he couldn't complete this task, even if the prince didn't dismiss him, he would have no face to stay. Chapter 31. Quite unlucky indeed. Accepting the blueprints, he bowed respectfully. I will do my utmost, Your Highness. Good, I trust you. You may go. Xiaoyang smiled and waved him off. Thank you, Your Highness. Xiaohua immediately stood up and turned to leave. With most matters now arranged, the most pressing task at hand was the wedding. As the wedding of the Prince of Qin, it could not be treated lightly. Therefore, Xiaoyang had specially submitted a memorial to inform the emperor. In the capital, having already received a letter reporting safety, the emperor was already in a foul mood. Seeing this memorial now only added fuel to the fire, especially since it was accompanied by a report on next year's spring plowing in Qin province, which was meticulously organized. This made the emperor even more cautious. At this time, Xiaozhai also learned of the death of the Lord of Hancheng. Sudden illness leading to a sudden death? How is that possible? Xiaozhai clenched his teeth. It must have been Xiaoyang. It must have been him. Bai Shu watched Xiaozhai's reaction, unsure of what to say for a moment. After a pause, he spoke softly. Your Highness, please calm down. The Prince of Qin is already beyond our control. It would be difficult to rein him in now. Perhaps it's better to focus on the capital for the time being? No. As long as Xiaoyang lives, I cannot rest easy. Go and contact the envoys of the Zhou Kingdom. Your Highness, please reconsider. Bai Shu knelt down. If it were discovered that the Crown Prince was secretly contacting foreign envoys, it could be used against you. It would be tantamount to treason. I only want Xiaoyang's life. Xiaozhai clenched his fists tightly. Hearing this, Bai Shu could only sigh in resignation. He lowered his voice and said, I will arrange it discreetly, but it must be done in secret. If discovered, it could indeed cause chaos. In the imperial study, Xin Tao examined the memorial in his hands, frowning slightly. What does your majesty intend? Shun Yinyan is your daughter, and she has gone to Qin province with Xiaoyang. Since the wedding is approaching, shouldn't you attend as well? The emperor smiled faintly, his gaze unreadable. Xin Tao felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Was he being used as a pawn? However, in front of the emperor, he dared not express anything else. He simply nodded. It is customary to attend, but the Ministry of War has been quite busy recently, so I'm afraid I cannot be away. While my daughter's marriage is important, I believe that serving the state takes precedence over family matters. His words were impeccably diplomatic. The emperor looked at him coldly, his smile fading. He said blandly, I know you have been working tirelessly for the country, but since this concerns your daughter's marriage, you should make the trip. What does your majesty mean? Go. The emperor smiled, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Indeed, since they couldn't kill Xiaoyang on the road, they would go to Qin province and assassinate him there. He didn't believe Xiaoyang could escape once trapped. Yes, I thank your majesty. You may leave. The emperor waved his hand dismissively. Standing up, he stretched his limbs. Go and see the empress. The emperor glanced at the eunuch beside him. The eunuch immediately nodded and led the way. In the palace of azure glass, a maid hurried to the empress's side. Your majesty, the emperor is here. What does he want? Quite unlucky indeed. The empress put down her teacup impatiently, stood up, and glanced at her reflection in the mirror. This outfit is too fresh. Bring me something more suitable for bad luck. Hearing this, the maid beside her dared not breathe heavily. She whispered, Your Majesty, is that appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? When meeting someone unlucky, one should dress accordingly. Do you expect me to doll up like a flower for him to admire? The empress shot her a disdainful look. Soon, she changed into a deep purple gown. Though she was well preserved despite having a child, this color made her appear older than she was. The emperor has arrived. Your Majesty, I greet you. The empress curtsied perfunctorily, not waiting for the emperor to speak before standing up straight. Seeing her attitude, the emperor's gaze darkened with displeasure. However, she had always been like this over the years, so the emperor had grown accustomed to it. He suppressed his displeasure and smiled. "How have you been lately, Empress? The palace provides well for food and lodging. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." The Empress responded coolly, sitting down without waiting for his permission. A maid quickly stepped forward to pour tea for the emperor. Ignoring her indifference, the emperor sat beside her and smiled. The crown prince handled his duties well during the new year. "I am quite pleased. After all, he is our son and naturally the best." The empress's stomach churned with disgust. However, she showed no outward reaction, merely replying blandly, "He is the crown prince, taught by your majesty himself. How could he be anything but excellent?" There was a memorial from Qin province. "The prince of Qin wishes to marry." The emperor dispensed with pleasantries and got to the point. The empress sneered upon hearing this. "It was a marriage arranged by your majesty, so completing the wedding is only proper. The princess has been widowed for so long, and now her only child is to be married. Shouldn't she be allowed to attend?" When mentioning the princess's late husband, the emperor could no longer contain his anger. He overturned the tea in front of him, glaring at the empress. "Luo Lioli, must you always make me unhappy? Must you keep reminding me, over and over again?" He stepped forward, gripping her chin. "You are already the empress, with the highest status and position, and we have a child together. What more could you possibly want? Tell me, tell me." He tightened his grip. The maids nearby were terrified. They knelt down, pleading, "Your Majesty, please calm down." The empress looked at his furious face and laughed coldly. She pulled out a hairpin and stabbed it fiercely into the back of his hand. The emperor winced in pain, releasing her, his expression full of shock. "You dare?" "Yes, I dare. What will your majesty do about it? Kill me?" The empress looked at him coldly, then elegantly wiped the hairpin clean and put it back in her hair. The emperor took a deep breath. "You still love him, don't you? How I came to this position, we both know. You can play act in front of anyone else, and I don't care, but spare me the performance. It disgusts me." The empress was unsparing. This was why the emperor rarely came to her. Every visit left him nearly spitting blood with rage. He clenched his teeth. "Do you believe I would depose you? The empress's throne? Take it if you like. I never wanted it in the first place." The empress snorted disdainfully. She was originally the only daughter of the Duke of the State, and she had long been in love with someone else. If not for this usurper overthrowing the dynasty, she would never have been trapped in this four-walled prison for a lifetime. "What exactly do you want?" The emperor looked at her, perplexed. "Haven't I treated you well enough?" Chapter 32. Always being disliked wherever you go. If one were to compare the relationship between the emperor and the empress, it would indeed be true that Emperor Xia treated her well. However, what the empress desired was not this. She coldly stared at Emperor Xia. "Why waste words with me, your majesty? Wouldn't it be better to spend this time favoring other women and ensuring the continuation of the royal lineage? Luo Luli, do you truly believe that I fear you? You don't fear me, but you fear the Duke of the State. You fear the pillar of the nation. You fear those 800,000 troops, don't you?" The empress pressed on relentlessly. She stepped forward to face him. "This throne is surrounded by thorns. Do you really think that once you've obtained it, everything will be smooth sailing? Without the ability, you'll still fall, won't you? How dare you?" Emperor Xia gritted his teeth and instinctively raised his hand to strike. But the empress showed no fear. Instead, she stepped forward. "If you strike me with that hand, I'll hang myself on the palace walls. Do you believe me?" You. Emperor Xia was so enraged that he could barely speak coherently. Yet, in the end, he didn't dare to strike. Fine. Emperor Xia gritted his teeth, laughing in anger. "I'll see just how long you can remain so defiant." With that, he turned and stormed away. Xiao Xian, the palace maid kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear. looked at her helplessly and whispered, "Your Majesty, so many years have passed. Why do you still do this to yourself? What's so hard about it? He wouldn't dare kill me. If he really did, I'd be free." The Empress impatiently waved her hand. "Clean up and throw out everything he used." After saying that, she turned and walked toward the Zhaoyang Palace. The princess could not stay outside the palace for too long, so even if she didn't want to return, she had no choice. Seeing the Empress approach, the princess quickly stood up to greet her. "Greetings, Empress." "Xiaorong, stop with these useless formalities. Who cares about being Empress? Only a dog would cherish such a title," the Empress said with clear disdain. The princess couldn't help but laugh. "You look so angry. Did you get into another argument again?" "What argument? That coward wouldn't even dare argue with me." The Empress rolled her eyes in disgust. Seeing her like this, the princess sighed, pulling her hand and sitting down. "Although my brother usurped the throne, he's sincere towards you. In fact, he's wanted to propose to you for a long time." Hearing this, the Empress felt even more disgusted and hurriedly waved her hand. "Stop talking about that. I'm scared. I still need to sleep well tonight. I came to tell you that Liang is going to get married." When the Empress mentioned Xiaoyang, her eyes softened. The princess nodded, her voice sullen. "It's a pity that I only have one son, and I can't even attend his wedding. I've already told that dog of a man, but he disagreed. I think he's just too afraid. He's scared that if you go, you won't return, and then he'd have one less hostage to control Liang." The Empress was bold, saying whatever was on her mind. The princess was both amused and exasperated. "Luli, can't you be a little less direct? After all, he's your husband and my brother. Did I ask him to be my husband?" The Empress's expression darkened as she muttered quietly, "I already had someone in my heart, but General Ling hasn't married yet." The princess looked at her with pity. The Empress's eyes reddened. Her voice choked. "I've already told him he should marry and have children. I won't be heartbroken. I'm trapped here, and I'll never be free again. Rong'er, do you know how much my heart hurts?" The Empress stood up, looking up at the sky above her. Her voice choked. "I could have ridden across the grasslands, gone to any corner of this world, living freely and unrestrained. But now I'm trapped here. Even breathing fresh air is difficult." Seeing her in such pain, the princess didn't know what to say. After a moment of thought, she whispered, "How about going to the Qin region for a visit?" "The Qin region?" The Empress suddenly came to her senses, slapping her thigh. "That's right. I'm the Empress, and it's perfectly reasonable for me to attend the wedding of the Prince of Qin." The princess smiled. "So, let's work together to make it happen. Even if it's just for a moment, it'll be worth it." "All right, it's settled then. I'll write to my family immediately and have the Ministry of Rights propose this matter. That dog of a man is most afraid of offending the ministers and losing his throne. Once there's a commotion, he'll have no choice but to compromise," the Empress said, lifting her skirt and walking away briskly. Watching her back, the princess sighed softly. A woman like her shouldn't be trapped here. But when the princess was young, she was like this too. Xiaoyu, standing beside her, felt a pang of sympathy. "Your Highness?" "Stop it. I'm no longer a princess. If someone hears you calling me that, you could get beheaded." The princess turned, frowning at her. Tears welled up in Xiaoyu's eyes. "Yes, I understand. I've made a mistake." Emperor Xian never expected that this matter would come so quickly. Just the day before, they had discussed it, and the next day, during the court session, he was confronted by officials who seemed to have coordinated their actions. They appealed to reason and emotion, insisting that since the Prince of Qin's wedding was a significant event, the princess, as the mother, and the Empress should both attend. The suddenness of the situation caught Emperor Xia off guard, and in the end, he had no choice but to agree. The news quickly reached Xiaoyang. "Heh, this Emperor Xia is even more cowardly than I thought," he muttered. He burned the message. Looking at Shen Yunyan, he said, "There's a good news and a bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Shen Yunyan, who had been busy with the selection of female officials, was almost exhausted. She frowned, annoyed. Are you going to tell me or not? The good news is that my mother will attend the wedding. The bad news is that the Empress and your father will also be coming. What? My father is coming too? Why? Shun Yunyin was furious, standing up and walking over. She had barely escaped, and now he was chasing her all the way here? Didn't he fear dying halfway? Maybe because I didn't die on the way. They're planning to make me die on our wedding night, Xiaoyang said with a cold smile. These people are truly delusional. Shin Yunyin was frustrated. Is Shin Tao's brain broken? It's obvious he's being used as a pawn. Ministers are naturally weapons in the emperor's hands. What's so hard to understand about that? Xiaoyang laughed. If they want to come, let them come. I'd like to give them a proper welcome. By the way, how's the selection going? Xiaoyang changed the subject. Tao Jinzi's capabilities were considerable, and the items he needed were mostly already delivered. However, Xiaoyang hadn't anticipated that Shun Tao would come, so now he was a bit hesitant. If Shun Tao saw these things, it might arouse Emperor Xia's suspicions, but the timing couldn't be delayed. If they didn't plant on time, they might face a year without harvest. Chapter 33. A proper arrangement. After much deliberation, Xiaoyang suddenly slapped the table. Everything should prioritize the welfare of the people. All the struggles are nonsense. If they affect the lives of the people of Qin, it would be unforgivable. Seeing Xiaoyang make such a decision, Shin Yunyin also nodded with a smile, feeling very gratified. If you can think this way, I am truly very gratified. Xiaoyang chuckled, putting his arm around Shan Yunyin's shoulders. Although he came here under imperial orders, if I don't let him run wild, he won't be able to leave this Qin palace. Exactly. He's come to our territory, and he thinks he can move around freely? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Shin Yunyin humphed. If it weren't for the fact that I can't kill my father, I wouldn't let him go back. Xiaoyang looked at Shan Yunyin's expression and suddenly felt a chill run down his neck. How come I didn't know this little girl could be so ruthless before? He chuckled softly. Our big day is coming soon, so don't worry about these things. There's still at least a month until our wedding. We need to make proper arrangements during this time. All right, let's act separately. Xiaoyang immediately handed Shin Yunyin the plan he had written. Shin Yunyin looked it over, finding it well organized and detailed, and immediately understood. Don't worry, I'll take care of livestock farming. However, grain will be your responsibility, Shin Yunyin said, looking at him. You should know that all grand plans are empty talk without grain. I know, I've already prepared for the grain situation. Xiaoyang pinched her cheek. Find some smart and capable girls to raise these livestock until they're plump and healthy, okay? Shin Yunyin chuckled, finding his words quite endearing. She nodded, yes. Indeed, having a capable and virtuous partner is a great advantage. Fu, go to the various cities and announce that the king will be getting married in a month. This is their chance to legitimately send gifts and curry favor with me. Tell them to seize the opportunity and properly show their respect to me. Yes. Shin Yunyin frowned slightly hearing this. Isn't this a bit improper? These city lords are rolling in wealth, yet they don't let the common people eat enough. What I'm doing is robbing the rich to help the poor. By the way, I'll be inspecting the camp tomorrow. You stay in the palace and take care, okay? Xiaoyang smiled. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shin Yunyin nodded immediately, leaning on his shoulder. I can't believe we'll have such a triumphant day together. This will be our everyday life from now on. Good. The next morning, Xiaoyang completely ignored the old man Shin Tao and went about doing what he needed to do. He rode a tall horse towards the Qin military camp. Speaking of which, Xiaoyang had been here for some time, but this was his first visit to the Qin camp. Seeing the soldiers training with vigor even in the cold wind, Xiaoyang was quite satisfied. He looked at Zhang Jian and smiled. Not bad, you're doing very well. You're very good at leading troops. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the praise. If it weren't for your trust, I wouldn't have had this opportunity, Zhang Jian said, full of gratitude towards Xiaoyang. He had thought he would be discarded as a useless soldier among the old and weak, but never expected to lead troops in battle again in his lifetime, and even provide a better life for his family, ensuring their safety. Today, I'm here to test you. Call Chi Tai over. Xiaoyang entered the camp and sat down. Noticing that the room wasn't too cold, he relaxed. In the capital, after the new year, it would start to warm up, but in Qin, even after the new year, it remained cold. Is everything in the army's supply sufficient? Yes. Zhang Jian immediately handed over the military supply list. Besides what we brought from the capital, there's also Chi Tai's contribution, but the most crucial factor is that the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce has been highly efficient, managing to secretly transport a significant amount of supplies. Zhang Jian chuckled, looking at Xiaoyang. All of this was thanks to Xiaoyang. Without Xiaoyang, they wouldn't be living a life of warmth and fullness now. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Even when not at war, the soldiers should be well treated. Otherwise, when it's time for battle, who would risk their life? Subordinate Chi Tai pays respects to the king. Chi Tai lifted the curtain and walked in. He even gave Zhang Jian a glare as he entered. Of course, as expected, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. I've been worrying about this. It's easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but hard to find a good general. You two are rare talents, but there can only be one commander. My idea is, you two fight it out. The winner will be the commander. How about it? Is this possible? Zhang Jian and Chi Tai were stunned, looking at him in disbelief, feeling it a bit hasty. But soon Xiaoyang continued, of course, you have another choice, which is to draw lots. Whether to rely on strength or luck, you can choose for yourselves. Of course, we rely on strength. Leading an army, one wrong move can result in death and bloodshed. Do you want to rely on luck? Chi Tai spoke first. He had been a soldier and later a bandit, so naturally, he carried a strong air of the martial and outlaw spirit. Bring it on. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Zhang Jian hemphed. It's time you knew my strength. Good. Xiaoyang immediately became excited. Come, gather the troops, and hold a martial arts competition. The soldiers, who had been bored for days, were finally presented with something exciting, and their spirits were high. Even in the cold wind, their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Xiaoyang sat on the high platform, aimed to stop at the point of victory begin. With a single order, the two started fighting. In terms of youth, Chi Tai had the advantage, being 10 years younger than Zhang Jian. But when it came to experience, Zhang Jian was more seasoned. A 30-year-old man versus a 40-year-old man, naturally, there was a disparity in strength. So from the start, Zhang Jian didn't plan to confront him head-on. Instead, he chose a roundabout strategy, first exhausting the opponent's stamina while conserving his own. But Chi Tai, though appearing rough, was not a reckless man. He was as cunning as a ghost, and after seeing through the opponent's intentions, he also started a prolonged battle. Seeing this, Xiaoyang nodded in approval. It seemed these two were indeed evenly matched. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang became even more eager. Who would be the first to lose patience? Neither of the main characters was in a hurry, but the subordinates below couldn't take it anymore. Boss, hit him. Yes, Zhang General, strike. Both sides were shouting, but the two on the platform were unaffected. Realizing that dragging it out wouldn't lead to a result, the two almost simultaneously launched an attack, charging towards each other. Chi Tai had been trained in martial arts since childhood, while Zhang Jian's skills were honed in the battlefield, deadly and ruthless. The fight between these two was truly bone-crushing and thrilling. Chapter 34. Might makes right. The ferocity in Chi Tai's demeanor particularly impressed Xiaoyang. When he had previously subdued Chi Tai, it hadn't taken much effort. Initially, he had thought Chi Tai was just an ordinary ruffian, but it turned out he was hiding his true capabilities. Zhang Jian was likely going to lose. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Jian was exhausted and kicked to the ground. Since this was a friendly sparring match among comrades, this meant Zhang Jian had lost. He slammed the platform heavily. I've lost. The boss is mighty. Mighty. Chi Tai's subordinates immediately became unbearably arrogant. Next round archery, Xiaoyang declared with a wave of his hand. As the commander-in-chief, How could he possibly decide so casually with just one match? Obviously, more was needed. The two men glanced at each other, then turned to look at Xiaoyang. How shall we compete? Xiaoyang casually picked up an apple from the table and placed it on his head, smiling. 5 arrows each. The one who hits more wins. This. The two men exchanged glances and almost simultaneously knelt down. We dare not. Xiaoyang, with the apple still on his head, said calmly. What's there to be afraid of? Begin. This. Who should go first? Zhang Jian gritted his teeth and stepped forward. I lost, so I'll go first. With that, he knocked an arrow, drew his bow, and let it fly. 5 arrows in quick succession struck the apple. Chitai was not to be outdone. He knocked all 5 arrows on his bowstring, aiming directly at Xiaoyang. Chitai, what are you doing? Zhang Jian grew anxious. This is too dangerous. Xiaoyang, however, found it quite amusing. He waved his hand, picked up another apple, and placed it on his head. Chitai, you, Zhang Jian's heart was in his throat. You, move aside. Chitai kicked him away, then released the 5 arrows, which shot straight toward Xiaoyang. Bang! The apple on his head exploded in an instant, spraying juice everywhere. Xiaoyang stood up, clapped his hands, and laughed. Good, excellent marksmanship and great courage. I now officially declare that from now on, Chitai will be in charge of the Qin military camp. Xiaoyang immediately fulfilled his promise. When one is outmatched, one must admit it. Although Zhang Jian was disappointed in his loss, he was also genuinely impressed by his opponent. Subordinate Zhang Jian pays respects to General Qi. General Qi, General. The entire camp erupted in thunderous chants. Xiaoyang looked directly at Chitai and smiled. Come with me. Yes. Chitai obediently followed behind him into the camp. Xiaoyang sat there, looking at him with a half-smile. Chitai knew he couldn't hide it any longer, so he decided to be straightforward, almost as if he didn't fear the consequences. Seeing this, Xiaoyang found it somewhat amusing. Will you speak up, or shall I ask you? I'm not sure what His Highness wishes to ask. Who do you truly serve? Xiaoyang cared about nothing else, only this. Chitai had imagined many possible questions, but never did he expect the final one to be this. This. Chitai took a deep breath and knelt down. I serve the Prince of Qin. Good. With this answer, it was enough. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Very well, go about your duties. With that, he stood up and walked out. Was it over just like that? Your Highness, don't you wish to ask anything else? No. Xiaoyang's footsteps didn't pause. The most important question had been answered, so what else mattered? Xiaoyang shook his head. His mood greatly improved as he headed toward the Qin palace. Zhang Jian sat in his tent, feeling rather frustrated. His adjutant was even more so. General, what exactly just happened? What do you mean, what happened? Zhang Jian frowned. Didn't you just see it? I lost and I admit it. But what? This is a military camp. Strength comes first. Tell our men to behave and not cause trouble. Zhang Jian waved his hand irritably, dismissing the adjutant. But no sooner had the adjutant left than Chitai entered. I didn't realize you were so skilled. Seems you've been playing the fool to catch the wise, Zhang Jian said with a half-smile. Chitai chuckled. I thought you'd at least have the grace of a defeated general. What grace does a defeated general need? Zhang Jian rolled his eyes. What are you here for? To laugh at me? Chitai shook his head calmly. Before, we served different masters, so any conflicts were understandable. But now, we both serve His Highness. I believe we should work together harmoniously and complement each other. You're here to make peace? Zhang Jian looked at him in disbelief. Chitai nodded, then brought out a jar of wine from behind him, smiling. Drink until we drop. The bond between men is often simple. Moreover, they would soon be fighting side by side on the battlefield, so how could they truly hold a grudge over this? Good, drink until we can't anymore. Zhang Jian completely let go, ready to win big in their drinking match. By the time Xiaoyang returned to the Qin palace, it was already evening. The city lords had received the news and had come, each bringing gifts. "Greetings, your highness." The group bowed in unison. You've come at a good time. How are the tasks I assigned you last time progressing?" Xiaoyang inquired, looking at them. Last time's tasks? The men looked at each other. Clearly none of them had taken the matter seriously. Seeing this, Xiaoyang's expression darkened. Was I not clear enough? Xiaoyang slammed the table. Why aren't you speaking? At the sight of his genuine anger, the group lowered their heads, not daring to breathe heavily. Very well. City Lord He, you speak first. Xiaoyang pointed to the man at the front. City Lord He was the weakest and youngest among the city lords. He looked up and bowed to Xiaoyang. This humble servant, Fu Yao of He City, pays respects to your highness. Regarding the matter your highness mentioned last time, I have completed it, but I am unsure where to obtain the rice seeds. Did you select the people I asked for? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at him. Fu Yao immediately nodded. Yes, I have selected them. They are young men like myself, experienced farmers, clever and dexterous. Excellent. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and directly ordered, return now and bring those you've selected. This year, all the farmland in Han City will be farmed by you. At this, an old man with a white beard spoke up unhappily. Your Highness, this may not be appropriate. Oh, it's City Lord Ji. What's inappropriate about it? Xiaoyang frowned, displeased. Are you dissatisfied with my decision? City Lord Ji trembled in fear but still insisted. Han City is the largest in the Qin region, with the most farmland, while He City is the smallest. So, City Lord He may not be able to handle the task. Chapter 35. Why does it feel so hasty? Xiaoyang snorted coldly and looked at him. So, what exactly are you suggesting? That you should be the one to take over as the Lord of Han City? I dare not. The Lord of Ji City quickly knelt down. However, his attitude was clear. Even the Lord of He City was not qualified. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang impatiently waved his hand and said indifferently, I don't have that much patience. If you think it's inappropriate, then this year he'll take charge, and next year it'll be your turn. If you do a better job than him, then naturally, the Lord of Han City will be yours. What? The Lord of Ji City was completely taken aback. He never expected such a significant decision to be made so hastily. It's said that the Prince of Qin is a playboy, and now it seems the rumors are true. But the words had already been spoken, and it was too late to take them back. He could only grit his teeth and reply, yes. That's more like it. Xiaoyang turned to the Lord of He City. You stay. The rest of you can leave. Was he going to give private instruction? The Lord of Ji City shot a threatening glance at the Lord of He City. He City was relatively remote, not a very large place, but their farmland was the best. Pure black soil that could grow anything. However, due to being marginalized for years, they hadn't fully utilized their potential. Your Highness, I am deeply grateful for your trust, but I fear I may disappoint your good intentions. The Lord of He City sighed and said softly, Although I have great ambitions, I dare not act on them. Any misstep and I'll be suppressed by the other two city lords, and the people of He City will suffer as well. I truly cannot bear that. So that's how it is. Xiaoyang looked at him and smiled, saying softly, I like your straightforwardness. It's better to say what you mean than anything else. Don't worry. Whatever I ask you to do, just do it. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, they're defying me, and anyone who defies me will face death. Xiaoyang spoke with an air of absolute authority. Now, the Lord of He City felt a surge of confidence. He knelt down and bowed deeply. I am deeply grateful for your Highness's guidance. Go now. Bring all the young men you've selected from He City here. And have you chosen the women I asked for? He City is remote and lacks beauties. I beg your Highness's forgiveness. The Lord of He City knelt on the ground, looking pitifully at him. What a scoundrel! Xiaoyang looked at him, feeling a mix of amusement and annoyance. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, I have serious matters to discuss. What are you thinking about? Hearing this, the Lord of He City hesitated. Isn't it about continuing the lineage? No. Besides farming, raising livestock is also important. It's too hard for women to work in the fields. It's better for them to stay at home and do something easier that can also make money. What do you think? Xiaoyang explained patiently. Although this guy seemed a bit annoying, he was a good official, always thinking about his people. At this thought, Xiaoyang began to appreciate him. Yes, I will immediately return and select suitable women to enter the palace. The Lord of Hay City happily agreed. Scoundrel! Xiaoyang cursed inwardly once more but still smiled politely and said softly, Go now. The sooner, the better. These core techniques were engraved in Xiaoyang's mind, so no one else understood them except him. He had to personally teach them. He had originally thought this wouldn't be difficult, but he never expected the biggest challenge to be that these people were afraid of him. They all knelt down as soon as they saw him, not daring to look up, let alone listen to the lesson. Seeing their reaction, Xiaoyang felt speechless. He took a deep breath and said, You are all the best from each city. I've called you here not to kneel, but to learn. Once you've learned, you'll take it back and increase food production and your income. Hearing this, everyone looked up, but their gazes quickly dropped upon meeting Xiaoyang's. Seeing this, Xiaoyang was even more speechless. Look, during the lessons, don't think of me as a prince. Just think of me as a teacher. Everyone can call me Mr. Xia. This way, everyone would feel more at ease. This approach indeed had some effect. Everyone relaxed and straightened up, ready to listen. Xiaoyang had already received the finished product from Qiao Hua. It was a plow designed by Xiaoyang and made by Qiao Hua himself. It was much better than the current ones, saving time and effort and working faster. He began to demonstrate how to use it. When you return, each of you can take 300 sets, Xiaoyang smiled. So make sure you remember how to use this. When you go back, you'll have to teach others how to use it and how to make it to improve efficiency. At first, everyone was a bit worried about Xiaoyang's status. But now, seeing how down-to-earth he was and with such an amazing tool, they all forgot about their concerns and focused intently on Xiaoyang's demonstration. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied with this atmosphere. Shen Yunyan watched from afar as Xiaoyang interacted with the others, then looked at Shen Yuanfeng and smiled. I never expected him to really pull this off. Shen Yuanfeng was also a bit surprised. The prince is so approachable? He should have been like a moon hanging high in the sky, but someone has changed his fate. Shen Yunyan clenched her teeth, full of resentment. Shen Yuanfeng quickly covered her mouth and whispered, Sister, you can't say things like that casually. I'm in my own home, and I'll say whatever I want, Shen Yunyan huffed. She pulled her brother aside and whispered, Shen Tao will be arriving in the Qin region soon. This time, he's coming primarily for our wedding, but he'll also be here to scout out the situation in the Qin region. Most importantly, he wants to take you back. What do you think about that? Which escapee would want to go back? Shen Yuanfeng snorted coldly, Sister, I had planned to leave after your wedding, but now, for the sake of freedom, I have to leave earlier. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan nodded in agreement and smiled. You're right. Under these circumstances, you should leave immediately. But you're still so young, and I can't bear to part with you. Seeing his sister like this, Shen Yuanfeng felt a pang of guilt, but he still spoke firmly. A man's ambition is to roam the world. I want to go out and make a name for myself with real battles. Then we won't have to look at anyone's face. I want to earn a noble title for our mother. Good ambition. Shen Yunyan nodded in satisfaction, hugging her brother and patting his head. But don't be too hasty. Be careful, okay? Don't worry, sister. I know, Shen Yuanfeng smiled. My brother-in-law gave me a book on military strategy, and it's quite interesting. I'll study it well. That's more like it. That evening, at the dinner table, Xiaoyang, having talked all day, felt parched. Seeing Shen Yunyan's subdued mood, he frowned slightly. What's wrong? My brother said he's going to the border immediately. Shen Yunyan replied gloomily. It's a good thing, but I'm still worried. He's too young. What if something happens? Chapter 36. When will it end? Men need to go out and fight. Always staying in the backyard is not right, is it? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at her. Upon hearing this, Shin Yunyin felt even more depressed. Of course you'd say that. He's my brother. How can I not worry? I know you're worried. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Trust me, Xiaoyang reassured with a smile. I'll make arrangements to have someone take care of him and ensure his safety. Shin Yunyin looked at him. Neither of us has been to the battlefield. We've only heard how dangerous it is. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Xiaoyang squeezed her hand. As I said, with me here, you can rest assured. Before, Shin Yunyin only thought of Xiaoyang as her childhood friend, but now she suddenly felt that long before she realized it, Xiaoyang had already grown up, becoming the true man who could protect her. She leaned on his shoulder and muttered, "When can we finally be a peaceful family together?" Becoming a great general and fighting on the battlefield is his dream. You should respect that, shouldn't you? Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at Shin Yunyin. If he didn't like it, I wouldn't force him, but he truly loves it. Then, after dinner, just send him off directly. Shin Yunyin picked up her bowl again and started eating. Despite the reluctance in her heart, she knew this was something that had to be done. Standing on the city wall, watching her brother walk further away, Shin Yunyin couldn't stop her tears. She hugged Xiaoyang, sobbing. When will this kind of life ever end? Soon, Xiaoyang wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Trust me, very soon. Shin Yunyin buried her head in his chest, crying uncontrollably. Watching her in this state, Xiaoyang felt a twinge of heartache and could only offer gentle words of comfort. Suddenly, Shin Yunyin lifted her head and stared straight at Xiaoyang. Why do you seem different from the Xiaoyang I used to know? People always change, don't they? Xiaoyang smiled at her. Let's go back and rest. Shin Tao will be here soon. Shin Yunyin nodded and held Xiaoyang's hand as they walked back together. When Shan Tao arrives, don't arrange for him to stay in the Qin Prince's palace. I've prepared a manor for him, and all the servants there are carefully selected by me. Even if he wants to spy, he won't be able to move an inch. Before, he trapped me in the minister's residence. Now, it's time for me to show him what it feels like to be controlled. Shin Yunyin snorted coldly. For her biological father, apart from disgust and hatred, she truly had no other feelings. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded gently. That's good. I trust you with this matter. Our wedding is not far away, and you'll be very busy that day. So these days, you must rest well and not overwork yourself, okay? Xiaoyang pinched her cheek. Let's go back, get some rest. Shin Yunyin shook her head and refused to let go of his hand. My brother is gone, and I feel sad. Tonight, will you stay with me? Shin Yunyin looked at Xiaoyang pitifully. If they were in modern times, Xiaoyang would naturally take the opportunity, but now, he knew the consequences of premarital intimacy for a woman. So, for Shin Yunyin's sake, he had to restrain himself. They lay in the same bed, and Shin Yunyin smiled. You really have more self-control than I imagined. Are you testing me? Yes. What if someone else throws themselves at you? I need to know how you'll react. Shin Yunyin spoke with complete confidence. Holding his arm, she soon fell asleep. Xiaoyang, though outwardly calm, was inwardly stirred. Seeing her asleep, he carefully pulled his arm back and quietly left the room. Tao Jinzi was already waiting outside. Speak. That old fox Shin Tao is up to no good. He's brought dozens of skilled warriors, all sworn to die. This time, he's after your life. Tao Jinzi gritted his teeth. This, Xiaoyang had already anticipated. He snorted coldly, unimpressed. What's surprising about that? The Minister of War couldn't have dozens of sworn warriors on his own, so he must be acting under the Emperor's orders. There's one more thing. The Princess and the Empress have also set off. Tao Jinzi stepped closer, smiling and handing Xiaoyang a letter. This is from the Princess. Xiaoyang took the letter and smiled. It's rare for my mother to leave the capital. Since she's coming this time, I won't let her return. That might not be possible. How would you explain it to the Emperor if she doesn't return? Tao Jinzi sighed. The princess's intention is that a small act of forbearance can prevent major chaos. She's staying in the capital so you can be more at ease, saving the Emperor from constantly thinking of ways to deal with you. Hearing this, Xiaoyang snorted and then said calmly, "All right, I understand. Have the other things I requested been delivered? I couldn't get the other things you asked for, but I brought the best tailor. How about having the tailor make it on the spot?" Tao Jinzi scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed. He had traveled far and wide, but he had never heard of a wedding dress. What even was that? Realizing Tao Jinzi was having difficulty, Xiaoyang didn't press further. He simply smiled. "Good. You know how to handle things. Xin Tao will be arriving soon. Have everyone from the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce withdraw and ensure no traces are left behind. Understood?"
Yes.
Tao Jinzi responded and turned to leave. Watching his back, Xiaoyang opened the letter in his hand. It was indeed the princess's handwriting, filled with concern but no other significant content. Mostly, she was worried he might lose his patience. If it were the old Xiaoyang, he might indeed lose his temper, but the current Xiaoyang understood the importance of patience and biding his time. He burned the letter and went back to sleep. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. After finishing his lecture, Xiaoyang had the plows, seeds, fertilizers, and young livestock, including rabbits, brought back. Everyone left with a full load. Not only were they carrying these things, but their minds were also filled with knowledge they had never had before. These were treasures. "Your Highness, Zhang Jian is here," Ah Fu reminded from the side. Xiaoyang nodded and waved to Zhang Jian. "Come here, take a look. What do you think?" Finally, there's a bit of spring feeling. Zhang Jian stood beside him, looking over the entire Qin region. Spring came late to Qin, and most of the time, it was still windy. However, amidst the wind, they finally saw a hint of green. With the green came life, and it lifted their spirits. Zhang Jian looked at Xiaoyang. "Your Highness, did you call me here for something? Is the 10,000 elite troops fully equipped?" "They are fully equipped and training daily without any slack." Zhang Jian immediately responded. Xiaoyang looked at him curiously and smiled. "I didn't make you the main general. Are you upset?" "A gentleman honors his word. Why would I be upset?" Zhang Jian was magnanimous. "Your Highness always acts fairly. I am convinced." Chapter 37. Different Treatment. "Good." Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, then smiled and said, "I'm glad to see you have such thoughts. Take this group of 10,000 and go to cultivate the land," Xiaoyang said with a slight smile, glancing at him. "What? Cultivate the land?" Zhang Jian initially thought he had misheard, looking at him in disbelief. "Your Highness, are you asking us to farm? When there's a war, you take up arms and go to battle. When there's no war, you stay home and farm, growing your own food. If you have surplus, you can sell it to enrich your household. Isn't that better than relying on a meager income?" Xiaoyang reasoned logically. This true. Zhang Jian initially thought Xiaoyang was dismissing them because they were old, weak, or injured, sending them to farm. But after hearing Xiaoyang's explanation, he realized he had misjudged and was being narrow-minded. "Go, take your people. There are no restrictions. Cultivate any land you can. I don't believe such fertile land can't grow crops."
Yes.
Zhang Jian responded, full of confidence, and turned to leave. A Fu, standing beside Xiaoyang, spoke with concern. "Your Highness, if the northern border learns our troops are farming, they might take advantage of us." "No matter. Isn't there a border general? Only if our soldiers seem undisciplined can we make them feel secure, don't you think?" Xiaoyang said with a smile to a Fu. A Fu immediately nodded. "Yes, Your Highness is right. Your Highness is brilliant." This was a win-win solution. It could deceive the enemy and increase food production. With the world relatively peaceful, even the harsh border rarely saw conflict. Now was the time to stockpile grain. If war did break out someday, they wouldn't be caught off guard. A month quickly passed, and Shan Tao, along with the Empress and the Princess, arrived in Qin territory. These were rare and noble guests, and the entire Qin territory came to greet them, eager to catch a glimpse of the Empress, the mother of the nation. Xiaoyang led a group to welcome them at the entrance of the Qin palace. "Your son pays respects to his mother and greets the Empress." Xiaoyang knelt down and performed a formal bow. However, The princess disregarded formalities. She hurried over, grabbing Xiaoyang's hand, crying, "You've grown thinner and darker. How are you here? Are you eating well? Are you living well? Let me see, quickly. Where has he grown thinner? I think he's much sturdier than in the capital. Just a bit darker, but that's fine for a young man," the empress said, examining Xiaoyang closely. In the original owner's memories, the empress was not a significant figure, so hearing her say this, Xiaoyang was momentarily unsure of her intentions. He furrowed his brows, hesitated, then said softly, "The empress is right. Your son is eating and sleeping well here. I haven't lost weight. It's just that mother misses me too much, huh?" The princess, seeing his expression, also laughed. "You rascal, since coming to Qin, you've become more wild, but that's good. Mother, empress, please come in. The Qin palace has been decorated, and it's quite beautiful." "Oh, and Minister Shun. Entering the palace is against protocol. Someone, take Minister Shun to rest." Xiaoyang glanced at Shun Tao with a slight smile. Though Shun Tao was his father-in-law, Xiaoyang was a prince, and first came the duties of the crown, then family ties. By protocol, Shun Tao should bow to him. However, Xiaoyang didn't care about such formalities, so he turned and led his mother inside. Originally, he thought the Qin palace would be desolate, but to his surprise, it was quite splendid. Good, beautifully decorated. "It's truly lovely," the princess said through tears. Seeing the princess like this, the empress rolled her eyes in disdain. "This is a happy occasion. Why are you always crying? Besides, aren't we here for our son's wedding? As a mother-in-law, crying like this is inappropriate. Your servant pays respects to the princess and the empress." Shin Yunyan stood at the palace entrance, bowing respectfully to the two. The empress waved her hand dismissively. "I've finally gotten out of the palace. Stop calling me empress. It's inauspicious." "What?" Xiaoyang coughed, surprised by the straightforwardness of Xiaja's mother. The empress shrugged and snorted. "Like your mother, I don't care for this princess title. I don't care for this empress nonsense either." "All right, that's enough," the princess quickly interjected. They couldn't continue. Otherwise, more outrageous remarks might follow. Xiaoyang chuckled. "Since the empress finds it inauspicious, I'll call you auntie. I believe you deserve it." Hearing this, the empress laughed heartily, patting the princess's shoulder. "Look, your son is so charming. If only my son had half his wit, I wouldn't get so annoyed with him." "You'll get yourself in trouble with that loose tongue of yours someday," the princess said, looking at her helplessly. The empress waved her hand dismissively. "I've lived long enough. If that scoundrel dares to kill me, so be it. Enough. We're here for a joyous occasion, not to dwell on inauspicious matters. Tell us about Qin territory." "What's fun here?" the empress said, smiling at Xiaoyang. At this moment, Xiaoyang noticed the empress's eyes sparkled, quite different from her demeanor in the palace. He smirked slightly. "It seems anyone confined in the palace for too long goes mad. Horseback riding, fishing, beautiful mountains and waters. Everywhere is full of rustic charm," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Since we're not in the capital, there are fewer rules here. Annie can do whatever she likes. The prince has invented a very fun game called Mahjong. We four can just make a game," Shin Yunyan chimed in, smiling at the empress. The empress, who had been mischievous and playful as a young girl, was naturally eager to try. "Let's go. Let's play." While things were lively here, it wasn't so peaceful elsewhere. Seeing the desolate manor before him, Shun Tao's face darkened. "Is this the residence the Prince of Qin prepared for me?" "Minister Shun, you've misunderstood. This was arranged by the princess," a Fu said with a smile. Shin Tao, hearing it was his daughter's doing, twitched his mouth. "What kind of place is this? Is it even livable?" The princess said this is Qin territory, naturally remote and desolate. She asks you to bear with it. Besides the Qin palace, this is the best manor here. Please understand, a Fu said with a smile, his words carefully chosen. "This is the best manor? Are they fooling a fool? I want to see my son. Is that possible?" Shin Tao frowned. He had come here to see his son. A Fu looked troubled again. The young master has gone to the border to serve in the military and cannot return at will. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him. Chapter 38. Probably crazy.
What?
Xin Tao clenched his teeth. Xiaoyang actually sent my son to the border military camp. Lord Shun, please watch your words. Although our two families are related by marriage, our prince is an imperial prince appointed by the emperor himself. It is inappropriate for you to address him by his name so directly. Fu stood there, neither humble nor overbearing. Xin Tao had never expected that after traveling for a month, he would be treated so dismissively. Not only did he not get to see his own son and daughter, but he was only met by such a lowly servant who dared to speak to him in such a manner. The pent-up anger in his chest finally erupted. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, "How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to me like this? No matter what, I am the Minister of War." "Oh, and what does that matter? Our prince is a first-rank imperial prince." Fu retorted even more confidently, showing no sign of backing down. Just as Shun Tao was about to continue scolding him, Fu simply bowed and said indifferently, "I bid you farewell." You, how dare you, you scoundrel." Xin Tao had never been so humiliated before. Enraged like a raging gorilla, he kicked over the items on the ground and growled, "Xiaoyang, I'll kill you. I'll personally kill you." "Personally kill me?" Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh upon hearing Fu's recount, saying lightly, "I think he's gone mad." "He does seem a bit mad," Fu said, covering his mouth with a smirk. "He's not mad enough yet." Xiaoyang waved his hand and said calmly, "It's fine, ignore him. Go about your business as usual these days. Don't let him leave the house. Place him under house arrest."
Yes.
Fu bowed, then said with some difficulty, "Spring is approaching, so coal supplies are running low." "Haha, that's great. Then don't supply him with any. With all that anger, he probably doesn't need it anyway," Xiaoyang said with a laugh, looking at Fu with a hint of appreciation. Clearly, he hadn't expected the man to be so devious. But why does he feel so satisfied? After a chuckle, he turned and walked inside. "Come here quickly." The Empress waved at Xiaoyang. "I never realized you had such skills before. This mahjong game is so much fun. I won't be bored when I return to the capital." Her demeanor was far from what one would expect from an empress. He smiled and then said softly, "It's fun, but you should play in moderation. Too much isn't good for your health. Auntie, you've traveled far and must be tired. Rest up, and tomorrow we can play all night." Since she didn't want to act like an empress, then in the Qin region, she wouldn't have to. Upon hearing this, the empress, though still reluctant, realized Xiaoyang probably had something private to discuss with the princess. So, she didn't press further and waved her hand, saying with a smile, "All right, I'll take a nap and deal with you tomorrow." After saying that, she followed Xin Yunyin to the back courtyard. Seeing her carefree manner, Xiaoyang was a bit surprised and looked at the princess with confusion. "Mother, why is the empress like this?" "What? Different from what you expected?" "Yes, quite different." Xiaoyang nodded. The princess smiled and said softly, "Actually, she was like this when she was a young woman in her maiden days. But later, due to various reasons, she had to enter the palace and become the empress, which suppressed her true nature. She is the one who loves freedom the most, but unfortunately, she's trapped there for life." The princess said this with a hint of sadness. They had been good friends before, but now, due to many reasons, they couldn't be as pure friends as they once were. "Lianger, do you have ambitions?" "Yes." Xiaoyang nodded. Standing there, he said softly, "If the people could live in peace and contentment, that would be fine. But since they are bent on extermination, I must take that position to survive. Otherwise, I'll live in constant fear all my life." "I've always felt that I've wronged you and your father," the princess said, her eyes red and her voice choked with emotion. "If it weren't for me marrying your father, he would never have been eligible for that position." Xiaoyang didn't know how to judge this matter. He only said softly, "I think father wouldn't regret it." Although he didn't know the specifics of their relationship, Xiaoyang knew that his biological father had only his mother as a wife during his reign. For an emperor to do so, It must have been true love. Because I know he never regretted it, that's why I felt guilty all these years. This world should have been yours. He stole it and should return it. The princess's attitude was also resolute. But soon, she sighed softly and said, Lianger, you've seen the empress's demeanor. She has no interest in that emperor and won't be reluctant to leave. But no matter what, Xiaxia is her biological son. Can you promise me not to kill him? Mother wants to give the empress freedom, to let her take her child and live far away, living a good life, right? Xiaoyang immediately understood the princess's intentions. To have such a smart child, the princess's heart was full of pride. She nodded and looked at Xiaoyang. Can you? Of course, anything mother wants. Xiaoyang smiled and then said softly, Mother, I want the position of the world to restore order and to survive. I don't like killing, so as long as he doesn't seek death, I won't kill him. Xiaxia deserved to die, but for the empress's sake, he could show mercy. But if Xiaxia sought death, then sorry, no one would be spared, not even for the empress's sake. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, the princess seemed to recall the dashing young man she had fallen in love with. She looked at him with a nostalgic gaze, reached out, and stroked his hair, smiling. You know, you're very much like your father, not just in looks but also in character. Having a son like you, I have no regrets in this life. Mother, Xiaoyang held her hand. Then you must promise me one thing. What is it? The princess smiled. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. If one day I truly stabilize the world, you must not do anything foolish. You child, you. The princess was surprised, but tears fell. Actually, after your father passed away, I was in great pain alone. Living on was only for. Xiaoyang hugged his mother and said softly, I know, but father loved you so much. He wouldn't bear to see you in pain. Seeing the deep bond between mother and son, the empress, who was hiding in the shadows, felt a bit speechless. Chapter 39. He is Xiaoyang. She rolled her eyes and grumbled, Look at other people's sons and then at your own. It'd be better to have given birth to a piece of char siu. However, Xiaoyang's words were truly rebellious. Although rebellious, why did they sound so satisfying? Xiaoyang gently patted the back of the princess, speaking softly, Mother, you must live well. You need to witness how the world my father defended with his life and blood grows stronger day by day. When the time comes and you pass away peacefully, you can tell him, his son is quite amazing, Xiaoyang said with a smile. In his previous life, he was an orphan and had never experienced such warmth. Now that he finally had a mother, he couldn't bear to see her do anything foolish. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, the princess smiled and said softly, Lianger, you've really grown up, so different from before. You never used to say such things. Before, their mother-son relationship wasn't this close. After all, one was in the palace and the other in the Qin prince's mansion, making it difficult to meet often. Due to their unique identities and upbringing, the original Xiaoyang was somewhat introverted. But that doesn't matter anymore. The most important thing is that he is now Xiaoyang. Mother, you've also been through a lot. Let's go back and rest. Xiaoyang supported her as they walked towards the palace. After a hectic half-day, the princess soon fell asleep. Xiaoyang quietly left, only to find the empress at the door. What's wrong? Didn't my aunt say she wanted to get a good night's sleep? Since you call me aunt, I have to do what an aunt should. Xiaxia is a fool, always acting without thinking. If one day this fool gets in your way, don't hesitate, just cut him down. The empress said casually, as if she were talking about a rock, not her son. What? Even though Xiaoyang had seen much in his life, he had never imagined a mother could be like this. He looked at her in disbelief, whispering, Aunt, are you tired or something? Your mother is too sentimental, that's why she can't bring herself to act. If it were me, I would have killed that bastard long ago instead of letting him sit on the throne. What nonsense about brotherly love. When he killed his brother-in-law, did he think of his sister? When he wanted to kill his nephew, did he think of his sister? Hypocritical bastard. The empress, ranting, seemed to get carried away. Watching her so indignant, Xiaoyang didn't know who to feel sorry for. Now he understood. In the Empress's world, the Emperor was a bastard. Xia Zhe was a fool. Neither of them were likable. All right, I've said what I needed to. I'm going back to sleep. The Empress waved her hand casually, ignoring his astonishment, and turned to go back to sleep. Could she really be so carefree? Watching the Empress's retreating figure, Xiaoyang sighed. Such a clear-minded and passionate woman truly shouldn't be confined to that small space. Emperor Xia, can you look at what you've done? What a mess. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and went to find Shen Yunyan. Seeing her in low spirits, he frowned. What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with my arrangement for your father? A bit. He should have been sent to the stables. Shen Yunyan snorted coldly. Leaning against Xiaoyang, she whispered, he's here, and so are the assassins. I'm worried about you. If it were in the capital, I might be a bit worried. But now we're in Qin territory, our own territory. Can he fly? Without my command, this man can't even step out of the door. Xiaoyang smiled, kissed her. I've already written to the border. On our wedding day, your brother will come to attend the ceremony. Really? Shen Yunyan was genuinely happy. Xiaoyang knew Shen Yunyan well. A wedding without a father was fine, but without a brother, it would always feel a bit incomplete. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang smiled warmly, looking at Shen Yunyan. Although we grew up together, I know that as girls grow up, they have secrets they don't share with others. I cherish and love you. Just want you to be happy. So if there's something you don't tell me, you can tell me directly, okay? Shen Yunyan smiled. You've really grown up, talking so eloquently. Every word I say comes from the heart. Being with me is already a compromise for you, and I don't want you to feel any more weight. As long as it's within my power, whatever you desire, I'll give it to you. Xiaoyang gazed at her earnestly. In fact, Shen Yunyan didn't ask for much from him. But now, seeing the seriousness in his eyes, she took a deep breath. I don't want you to take concubines. All right. Xiaoyang agreed without hesitation. What? When Shen Yunyan made this request, she was just testing the waters. Not to mention royalty, even ordinary officials had concubines. She had always known that in the future, she would have to share her husband with others. So when she brought this up, Shen Yunyan had already prepared herself for Xiaoyang to storm off. But she had considered many possibilities and never imagined that he would agree so decisively. Seeing her disbelief, Xiaoyang smiled. I promise you, I won't take concubines. After saying that, Xiaoyang stood up and pointed to the heavens, swearing, I, Xiaoyang, swear to the heavens today, that for this lifetime, I will only have Shen Yunyan, never taking concubines. If I break this promise, let me be pierced by 10,000 arrows and die a terrible death. Stop. Shen Yunyan was furious. She stood up, punched Xiaoyang, and said grumpily, I believe you, so stop talking nonsense. I mean what I say. Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yunyan earnestly. I only want you, only love you, always prioritizing you in everything. You. Shen Yunyan's eyes reddened. Why are you so good to me? Because you deserve it. Everything you get is because you're excellent and deserve it. Xiaoyang smiled, looking at her seriously. This Xiaoyang was someone Shen Yunyan had never seen before. Although they had grown up together, Shen Yunyan always felt that the current Xiaoyang was like a different person, with no trace of the past. Yet, she had to admit, this Xiaoyang still made her heart race, even more so than before. She suddenly stepped forward and hugged him. Xiaoyang, I love you. This was the first time Shen Yunyan had expressed her love so directly. For a woman in a feudal society, saying such words required great courage. Chapter 40. Are you disappointed? This undoubtedly greatly pleased Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang held her tightly, wishing he could merge her into his very bones. Shen Yunyan, listen carefully. I love you. This lifetime, I only want you. Xiaoyang's gentle yet firm voice reached her ears. At this moment, Shen Yunyan felt she must be the happiest person in the world. Time flew quickly, and soon the grand ceremony day arrived. Though it was already April, the land of Qin had not yet reached the season of spring blossoms, and the weather was still a bit chilly. Early in the morning, Xiaoyang dressed himself meticulously. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, dressed in a crimson robe, he couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. He had once thought his life would be spent in blood and slaughter. He had believed his fate was to live in solitude. Yet, he never expected to grow old with the person he loved, and to receive the undivided affection of his mother. Such days felt like a dream he never wanted to wake from. "Your Highness looks so handsome today." Afu stood by, wiping away tears. Xiaoyang knew Afu was simply too emotional, but the gesture felt a bit presumptuous. "Where is the princess?" "The princess has set off. She's circling the Qin Palace and will be here soon." Afu chuckled, adjusting Xiaoyang's attire one last time. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, tugging at the large red flower pinned to his chest. He had never particularly liked red. While others saw it as festive, Xiaoyang had known from birth that red symbolized bloodshed and death. But today, dressed in his crimson robe and adorned with a red flower, he felt he was the happiest man in the world. Soon, Shun Yunyan's palanquin arrived. By custom, Xiaoyang should have stood on the high platform, waiting for Shun Yunyan to approach step by step. But seeing the palanquin stop, Xiaoyang descended the steps hurriedly and made his way directly to Shan Yunyan. "Your Highness?" Shan Yunyan exclaimed in surprise. "This isn't proper." Xiaoyang smiled, wrapping the red silk around her hand. "Let's walk together." "Your Highness," Shan Yunyan's voice trembled with emotion. Side by side, they ascended the platform. Xiaoyang's voice was low yet tender. "From now on, we are husband and wife. We share both glory and peril. This path is fraught with thorns and danger, but do not fear. I will hold your hand, just as I do today, and we will walk together. I will never leave you alone." Shun Yuanfeng, watching from the crowd, saw how deeply Xiaoyang cherished his sister. His eyes reddened. "Mother, do you see this from heaven? My brother-in-law treats my sister so well, so very well." "You, child, returned but didn't come to see me." Shin Tao, seeing his son, hurried over. "Haven't you had enough fun? Come back with me when you're done. You're the direct heir of the minister's estate, not some stray dog or cat." Shin Yuanfeng's eyes flashed with disgust upon seeing Shan Tao. But mindful of his sister's wedding, he suppressed his anger and remained silent. Seeing his son drift further from him, Shin Tao grew anxious. "What's wrong with you? I've been good to you, yet you have no rapport with me. I don't understand. What's so good about Xiaoyang that you like him so much?" "Father, today is my sister's wedding day." Shin Yuanfeng could no longer hold back. "Isn't it inappropriate to speak of this now?" Shin Tao didn't want to discuss this on such a day. But since his arrival, he had been confined like livestock. How could he find the opportunity to speak? He looked at Shun Yuanfeng. "What dissatisfaction do you have with the Shin family? You're my son, my own flesh and blood." Shin Yuanfeng met his gaze. "Am I your son, or your tool, or your hope? If you had another son, would you treat me this way?" "You." Shin Tao was hit where it hurt, his teeth clenched. "How dare you?" He struck out with a resounding slap. The sharp sound immediately drew attention from the crowd. Everyone turned to look, their eyes filled with reproach. This was the day of the Qin prince's grand wedding. How could anyone be so boisterous and disrespectful during the sacred ceremony? Feeling the gazes of those around him, Shan Tao felt another surge of anger but could only slink away. During the incense burning, Xiaoyang sensed something amiss. The bronze cauldron beneath likely concealed a sinister secret. Upon closer inspection, he detected the scent of gunpowder. If the incense had been placed inside, an explosion would have ensued, possibly leading to their deaths under the guise of divine retribution. Subtle and undetectable, his security measures had been tight, yet Shun Tao had managed to smuggle in the gunpowder. Very well, indeed. It seemed even a dog serving the emperor wasn't entirely useless. Xiaoyang remained composed, taking the incense from Shan Yunyan's hand and tossing it to the ground. Then, he took her hand and glanced at the officiant. The officiant, unwilling to interfere, raised his voice. "First, bow to heaven and earth. Bow to heaven and earth? Shin Tao, hearing this, frowned and instinctively looked over. His gaze met Xiaoyang's, who wore a knowing smile. Shin Tao felt an inexplicable unease. The ceremony quickly concluded, and Shan Yunyin was escorted to the bridal chamber to rest. The princess and the empress accompanied her. This was at Xiaoyang's request, as he knew both the princess and the empress were crucial to the emperor. With them by Shan Yunyin's side, she would be safe. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiaoyang approached Shin Tao with a cup of wine. "Father-in-law, I toast you." Xiaoyang downed the drink and smiled at him. Shin Tao's face was now uglier than if he had eaten feces. He frowned at Xiaoyang. "You."
What?
Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "Disappointed?" "You." Shin Tao clenched his teeth. "You won't always be so lucky." Xiaoyang shrugged. "You'd better think about how to explain this to the emperor when you return. How dare you slander me? What did I say?" Xiaoyang looked innocent, confident Shin Tao wouldn't dare speak openly in such a setting. Indeed, Shin Tao couldn't. He could only swallow his humiliation, glaring at Xiaoyang. "Give me back my son. Your son is right here. If you have the ability, take him back. What are you yelling at me for?" Xiaoyang snorted. He turned and went to mingle with the guests. As Shin Tao watched Xiaoyang mingling at the banquet, his expression darkened. He wanted to say more, but black-clad men suddenly appeared, seizing him and dragging him away. What did this mean? Shin Tao erupted in fury. "Xiaoyang, you MMPH. A Fu sneered. "I knew you'd spew nonsense. Let's shut you up first." ####Chapter 41. Do you still want it? Shin Tao was shocked. He never expected that the man would actually dare to do such a thing in front of so many people. Xiaoyang snorted coldly and continued with his socializing. Now that the entire Qin region was under his control, no one dared to speak out of turn. Under such circumstances, what was there that he wouldn't dare to do? After the socializing, the most anticipated moment arrived, the wedding night. As a prince, no one dared to disturb his wedding night, so he quietly made his way to the bridal chamber alone. Opening the door, he saw the woman sitting gracefully on the bed, her lips slightly raised. He walked over step by step, picked up a long sword from the side, and thrust it fiercely toward her. "You." The woman was shocked and quickly dodged, her movements agile. Soon, the two were locked in a fierce battle. The woman's body was as flexible as a willow, and one wrong move could result in being entangled. Xiaoyang kept retreating, waiting for the right moment. Then, he changed the direction of his sword and pierced through the woman's shoulder. But that wasn't the end. Xiaoyang quickly pulled out the sword and thrust it again. The woman, injured and moving slower, looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief as he pressed forward relentlessly. "You? Do you not want your princess anymore? Once you're dead, I'll naturally find her." Xiaoyang's face was expressionless. He had no trace of mercy. His sword moved like a dragon, quickly piercing the woman's body, leaving her riddled with wounds. The woman collapsed to the ground, unable to understand why the rumored useless prince had such skills. She was Tian Sha from the Dark Pavilion, one of the top assassins. Few in the world could take her down so easily. Who exactly was this Qin prince? Xiaoyang didn't even glance at her as he stepped over her and opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, Shan Yunyin was unconscious, dressed only in her undergarments, weakly lying inside. With such intelligence, she dared to come out as an assassin? He picked her up and placed her on the bed, then sat down, coldly looking at the dying female assassin on the floor. "You're quite skilled." The woman gritted her teeth. "The prince is the one who keeps surprising me. Will you speak, or shall I ask you?" Xiaoyang smirked. The woman looked up. "You don't really think I'll tell you anything, do you?" "Fine, then don't." Xiaoyang nodded and picked up the sword, preparing to strike. The woman mustered all her strength to dodge the fatal blow, looking at him in disbelief. "You're not even going to ask me? You said you didn't want to talk, so I don't force people." Xiaoyang snorted coldly. "Those who want to kill me are only a handful, either the crown prince or Shan Tao, or maybe the emperor. It doesn't matter who sent you, because they'll all die." You! The woman looked into Xiao Yang's eyes and felt a chill run down her spine. He was serious. There was no threat, no strategy. Every word he said was from the heart. This man was terrifying. My name is Hong Yun. I'm the top female assassin of the Dark Pavilion. Don't kill me. Keep me alive. I can be of great use to you. Realizing the situation, Hong Yun quickly made her choice. She had worked hard to become Tian Sha and reach this point. How could she die here? Hearing this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. What makes you think I'm a fool? I can really help you. The Crown Prince trusts me. We've even been intimate. Hong Yun grew desperate. You can have me do anything, even kill the Crown Prince if you want. So it was indeed Xiaozha who sent her. Xiaoyang looked at her and said calmly, Xiaozha's life. I'll take care of it, but not now. With that, he slashed the sword, ending her life. He didn't want a traitor who had betrayed her master. Keeping her around would only be a danger, and who knew when she might turn on him. Moreover, she was a woman who had been intimate with Xiaozha. How foolish. Her mind was only good for wasting food. Soon, someone came to clean up the mess. Looking at Shun Yunyan sleeping peacefully on the bed, Xiao Yang's heart softened. He gently brushed the hair from her forehead, his lips curling into a smile. He took off his clothes, wrapped his arms around her, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Shun Yunyan woke up groggily, startled to see Xiaoyang holding her. She instinctively pushed him away. Xiaoyang, who had been sleeping deeply, didn't wake up and fell off the bed, hitting his head on the cabinet behind him. In the midst of the pain, he sat on the floor, holding his head and looking at Shin Yunyan in disbelief. What are you doing? Seeing this, Shin Yunyan felt a bit embarrassed and awkwardly forced a smile. If I say I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me? No, there was an assassin. Shin Yunyan suddenly remembered what had happened the previous night. Xiaoyang got up from the floor and said sullenly, Yes, there was an assassin, but I've already dealt with her. You can rest assured. The real problem is that you're about to kick me to death. On our wedding day, you're trying to murder your husband. Xiaoyang was utterly speechless. Shin Yunyan blushed, but she quickly regained her composure. Last night was our wedding night. You and I both slept like pigs. Xiaoyang laughed, hooking his finger under her chin. Are you a bit disappointed? Disappointed in what? Shin Yunyan felt flustered and shy under his gaze. Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Never mind. Let's get ready. We need to go see your father. Aren't we going to pay respects to the princess? Shin Yunyan looked at him, feeling a bit embarrassed. Usually, on the first day of marriage, one would pay respects to their mother-in-law, right? Xiaoyang shook his head and said calmly, My mother isn't the kind of person who cares about such formalities. Besides, we have more important things to do. Hurry and get ready. On their wedding night, the only one without any impure thoughts was probably Xiaoyang. Has Xin Tao's assassination attempt really ended? It's not that simple. If he only had this much skill, he wouldn't be in his current position. The only reason he's holding back is because your brother is still in my hands, so he's cautious. Xiaoyang sneered at this point, his tone cold. I never thought his son would become my shield. He must be furious, right? With that, he took Shan Yunyan's hand and walked out. The princess and the empress stood on the city wall, watching their carriage leave. The empress frowned. These two have a tough life. On their wedding day, they have to deal with such troublesome matters. Fortunately, we've handled the rest of the troubles for them. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. The secret guards of the Duke of Guarding the Nation are indeed legendary. The princess smiled, her eyes filled with genuine gratitude. But the empress waved her hand indifferently. I just didn't want that scoundrel to get his way. It has nothing to do with you. Chapter 42. Thank you for listening to me. The princess knew that her current words were merely a stubborn facade. After a moment of thought, she softly said, I've told Liang about your situation. He said that if one day he takes over the world, he will sentence you to death. By then, you won't be an empress, just yourself. The empress looked at the princess in disbelief. Did your son really say that? But if he were to do such a thing, wouldn't it damage his benevolence? The word benevolence might sound useless, but it is something every emperor needs. Otherwise, Xiaoyang wouldn't have survived until now. Keeping him alive is merely for the sake of this so-called benevolence. The princess shook her head and said indifferently, "Compared to your life, reputation is worth nothing." The empress calculated in her mind, "I'm already 35 this year. If you can succeed within 5 years, I'll be in my 40s and still have time to travel and see the beautiful landscapes of this world." Hearing this, the princess smiled and softly replied, "All right." Inside the manor, Shen Tao's eyes were as dark and deep as water. He glared at the two people in front of him, his face pale with anger. "You actually have the audacity to appear before me. Shen Yunyan, I've treated you well. After all, you are my own daughter. How could you do something so rebellious?" Shen Tao clenched his teeth and glared at his daughter. He couldn't understand what he had done wrong. Why were both of his children estranged from him? Why? Seeing Shen Tao like this, Shen Yunyan felt nothing but disgust. However, she still knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, saying, "These are my thanks for your upbringing." "You." Shen Tao looked at her in disbelief. "What are you doing? What are you afraid of, father? What could I possibly do? Kill my father?" Shen Yunyan smirked, her eyes cold as she looked at Shen Tao. Shen Tao was now confined to this manor, completely isolated and helpless. Killing him would be as easy as lifting a finger. He looked at Shen Yunyan in disbelief. "Are you here to take my life?" "Of course not, father. What are you talking about? You are my most respected and beloved father." Shen Yunyan stepped forward, her eyes filled with disappointment as she coldly stared at him. "Mother loved you so much, giving you her whole heart, yet you couldn't wait. She had barely passed away, and you already had a new woman. Why? She died giving birth to you. Why are you so cruel?" Shen Tao never expected that his daughter had harbored resentment all these years just because of this incident. He took a deep breath and looked at her. "I was also very sad about your mother's death, but I am the Minister of War, the head of the family. I cannot let the household fall into chaos, and I cannot let my children grow up without a mother." "Huh. Hypocrite." Shen Yunyan gritted her teeth, glaring at him fiercely. "Do you think I don't know why mother bled to death during childbirth? You. What are you talking about?" Shen Tao panicked and took a step back. "Don't spread rumors." At that moment, Shen Yuanfeng walked in from outside, hurriedly grabbing his sister's arm. "Why? Sister, tell me why?" Seeing the child his mother had risked her life to give birth to, Shen Yunyan wept uncontrollably. "After giving birth to me, mother's body was weakened. She shouldn't have conceived again, but someone still gave her potent drugs. Later, she became pregnant with you, but during the delivery, someone used blood-activating medicine on her." "Impossible. Why?" "Why? Because Shen Tao needed the support of Zhao Manyang's family." Shen Yunyan wept bitterly. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down as she looked at Shen Tao. "Everything is because of you. You thought you were flawless, but I tell you, I know everything. I've known for a long time. Do you know why you haven't had any children all these years? Because you can't have children, not because others can't, but because of you. I poisoned you, a contraceptive poison, in your wedding wine." "Ha ha ha." Shen Yunyan suddenly laughed, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoyang stood by, watching Shen Yunyan with heartache. He didn't step forward, allowing her to vent her emotions freely. "What? Now?" Shen Tao was utterly despairing, raising his hand to strike. "You insolent girl! You insolent!" Xiaoyang stepped forward, grabbing Shen Tao's arm and coldly said, "You dare to strike the royal consort? Do you want to die?" Shen Tao clenched his teeth. You rebellious daughter! You rebellious daughter!" Shen Yunyan leaned against Xiaoyang's shoulder. "Is that all you can take? I have a surprise for you." "Ah Fu!" Xiaoyang bellowed. Soon, Ah Fu and another guard, together, carried in a large box. The box was placed heavily on the ground, blood seeping from the cracks. Xiaoyang stepped forward, opened the box, and kicked it over. Dozens of heads rolled out, landing at Shen Tao's feet. "Ah, what is this? You this? Xiaoyang, how dare you?" Shen Tao was horrified. Xiaoyang sneered, "Take these heads and report back to the emperor." With that, he wrapped his arm around Shen Yunyan and turned to leave. Shen Yuanfeng remained behind, looking at Shen Tao, then at the heads on the ground. His small body trembled slightly. "Yuanfeng, it's not like what your sister said. I didn't. Your father wouldn't do such things. You've always known that, haven't you? Father has always loved you the most." Shen Tao's voice trembled, his hand shaking as he reached out to touch his only son. But Shen Yuanfeng recoiled in disgust, slapping his hand away. He stared straight at him. "Was father's love for me because I am your only son, or because I am your son? What nonsense are you talking about, child? Are you going to rebel against your father like your sister? Father's love for you is genuine." Shen Tao was getting anxious, wailing. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng burst out laughing as if he had heard the biggest joke. He laughed until tears streamed down his face, then waved his hand and said indifferently, "Father, I once respected and loved you, but I never expected you to be such a person. Do you know how miserable my sister and I lived in the courtyard after mother's death? Do you know how much suffering we endured in secret? If it weren't for the fact that you had no other sons, I might not have grown up. My sister hates you because of mother, but I don't hate you. I just feel disgusted, utterly disgusted. The thought of being born with such intentions makes me feel sick to my stomach." Shen Yuanfeng finally roared out. He was only 12 years old, but today, his world collapsed. "I will never see you again." Shen Yuanfeng turned and walked out. "I will find a way to erase everything about me from the Shen family, including my name in the family registry." "Shen Yuanfeng, stop. Stop right now." Shen Tao hurried to chase after him, but accidentally stepped on one of the heads on the ground, tripping and falling. The stench of blood immediately surrounded him. Chapter 43, Cry If You Need To. Shen Tao struggled in vain, unable to catch up with his son. After stepping out, Xiaoyang gave a direct order. "Send him back to me, whether alive or dead. Send him back."
Yes.
A Fu responded and quickly went to handle the matter. Once on the carriage, Shen Yunyan suddenly hugged Xiaoyang tightly and burst into loud sobs. All the grievances she had endured in the minister's mansion over the years poured out at this moment. She wanted to cry until the heavens and earth seemed to collapse, to cry until she felt she would die. After this, she would never cry for that scumbag again. Xiaoyang held Shen Yunyan tightly, shouting in a low voice, "Everyone, back off." He didn't want anyone else to hear Shen Yunyan's cries. Shen Yunyan clutched Xiaoyang's chest clothes tightly with both hands, sobbing loudly. Xiaoyang remained silent, simply holding her gently and patting her back softly, hoping to offer her a little comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Shen Yunyan cried herself into unconsciousness. Xiaoyang quickly checked her pulse, confirmed she was fine, and then breathed a sigh of relief, driving the carriage back himself. He held her all the way back to the Qin prince's palace. Seeing this, the princess was a bit nervous. What happened? Is she injured? Yes, seriously injured, an internal injury, but a good sleep will heal her, Xiaoyang said, pulling a blanket over Shen Yunyan. He took a handkerchief and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Xiaoyang so gentle and considerate, the princess also relaxed. She sat down and said softly, "Although we wanted to stay a few more days, the grand ceremony is over, and we must return. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Lianger, you must be very careful here on your own." This time, although Shen Tao failed, the more the Emperor Xia won't let you off. There will be countless hardships ahead for you, the princess sighed. Your mother cannot always be by your side. You must be cautious. Xiaoyang nodded. Mother, don't worry. It won't be long before I will return and restore your freedom. Silly child, if you can live a peaceful life in Qin all your life, it's not bad. It's just that the Emperor Xia cannot tolerate you, the princess sighed. What's the point of the world? A safe son is the most important. After hearing this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Mother, don't worry. He can't kill me. Indeed, princess, are you worrying too much? The empress walked in, handing Xiaoyang a box. This is the military token of the Dingwa Duke's residence. Take it and play with it. What? Xiaoyang almost instinctively caught the small box. Hearing the empress say this, Xiaoyang was visibly astonished. Isn't this inappropriate? He asked, his voice filled with surprise. What's inappropriate about it? That scoundrel is unworthy of his position. He usurped the throne, and the way he governs the world is a waste. Originally, we hoped he would die early, and his son would take over, but who knew his son is even more foolish. If they rule the world, the people will suffer, the empress said with righteous indignation. Although the words make sense, but, Xiaoyang coughed, kindly reminding, the crown prince is also your son. He is my son, but still a fool, the empress said with disdain. Then she pulled the princess and walked out, saying as they went, we will leave immediately. Don't see us off. It would be too emotional, and if it reaches that scoundrel's ears, it will cause many troubles. The princess was speechless. She looked back at Xiaoyang. Lianger, be careful in everything. Waiting for your good news. The empress was carefree. Xiaoyang looked at the military token in his hand, feeling both amused and helpless. This must be the thing the Emperor Xia has been dreaming of, right? Unfortunately, he can't get it, but it ended up benefiting Xiaoyang. Opening the box, there was also a note. Return soon and kill that scoundrel and restore my freedom. Indeed, the empress is no ordinary person. Xiaoyang chased after them, standing on the city wall, watching them board the carriage and slowly leave, waving vigorously. I will return. Half a month later, in the capital, the Emperor Xia looked at the heads in the imperial study and was so angry he gritted his teeth, giving Shan Tao 2 hard punches. Are you brainless? How could you be so disgraceful? How could you be so stupid? Shan Tao knew he hadn't done well this time, so he knelt there without saying a word, as he had nothing to say. The empress, upon returning, had to pay her respects to the Emperor Xia, so she walked in gracefully. Seeing the heads rolling on the ground, she showed no expression, only curtsying to the emperor. Your servant has returned and has come to pay respects to the emperor. Seeing the empress approach, the Emperor Xia almost instinctively stepped forward, but seeing the coldness in her eyes, he stopped abruptly, frowning at her. Why are you only returning now? The scenery along the way was beautiful, so I was delayed a bit. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. The Empress snorted coldly. Although she was admitting her fault verbally, her attitude showed no sign of repentance. Seeing her like this, the Emperor Xia took a deep breath. After going out for a walk, has the Empress's mind broadened? The scenery outside is indeed incomparable to the palace, but I am aware that I am the Empress, so I will not be captivated by the beautiful scenery outside and will obediently fulfill my duties as the Empress, the Empress said without expression, curtsying and then turning to leave. Seeing the Empress's back, the Emperor Xia's mood worsened. He kicked one of the heads on the ground, gritting his teeth. Waste? All of you are wastes. What use are you to me? Shen Tao knelt on the ground, trembling. Seeing him like this, the Emperor Xia became even more furious. Get out. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Shen Tao hurried out. Clean this up, the Emperor Xia shouted at the air. Soon, well-trained secret guards came down and began to clean up the mess. The Emperor Xia felt extremely stifled and thought of taking a walk in the imperial garden. But before he could leave, Xiaozhi rushed in a panic. Father, Xiaoyang, get out, the Emperor Xia roared, kicking Xiaozhi away and striding out. Xiaozhi looked confused, glancing at the eunuchs nearby, but those eunuchs didn't dare to meet his gaze. He hurried toward the Luli Palace. Seeing her foolish son arrive, the Empress's face showed a trace of impatience. What are you doing here? I heard that Mother has returned to the palace and came specially to pay my respects. Was everything smooth on the way, Mother? Xiaozhi stood up, looking at her with concern. The empress nodded and said indifferently, "It's kind of you to have such filial piety. I am fine. You can go back now." "Mother, after returning from Qin, is there nothing you want to say to your son?" Xiaozhi looked at his mother in disbelief. "Not even a word?" Seeing him look so heartbroken, the empress found it quite amusing. "Do you have a problem with your brain? How much can I see of the situation in Qin? Do you really think Xiaoliang would confide in me? Do you think he's as stupid as you?" "Here we go again." Xiaozhi took a deep breath. "Mother, I am also your child. Why do you keep calling me stupid? Am I really that stupid?" "Aren't you?" The empress looked at him with a mix of laughter and tears, somewhat helpless. "Look at you now. Do you have any semblance of a crown prince?" Chapter 44, Dog-Tired. Xiaozhi, the crown prince, felt utterly humiliated in his role. He took a deep breath. "In the eyes of my father and mother, I'm just a fool. If that's the case, why did they give me the position of the crown prince?" Seeing his outburst, the empress remained calm, coldly observing him. She said indifferently, "Do you really think you got this position on your own? If it weren't for you being my son, if it weren't for your maternal family, do you honestly believe you could hold this position? Instead of focusing on others, why not reflect on yourself? Does mother truly look down on me so much?" Xiaozhi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. "Why? Ever since I was old enough to understand, mother has never shown me any kindness. What have I done wrong?" Seeing his distress, the empress sneered. "Xiaozhi, allowing you to live is already my greatest concession. Take all your resentment and grievances and get out. Leave my luminous palace. Don't come back unless I summon you." Was this really something a mother would say? Xiaozhi couldn't believe his ears. Yet, these were indeed the words of his own mother. Gritting his teeth, he bowed slightly and turned to leave. His eyes reddened against his will. Clenching his fists, he said fiercely, "I'll prove to you that I'm not stupid." The princess emerged from behind and looked at the empress with a hint of helplessness. "I know you despise my brother, but after all, the child is innocent. Treating a child like this is a bit too much, isn't it? Too much?" The empress was speechless. "What's wrong with you? He's trying to kill your own son." The princess was left speechless, sighing and shaking her head in Wuna. Chapter 44, Dog-Tired. Xiaozhi, the crown prince, was indeed living a rather pathetic life. Taking a deep breath, he said, "In the eyes of my father and mother, I am nothing but a fool. If that's the case, why did they give me the position of crown prince?" Seeing his outburst, the empress remained calm, coldly watching him. She said indifferently, "Do you really think it's for any other reason? If it weren't for the fact that you are my son, and because of your maternal family, do you really think you could hold on to this position? Instead of focusing on others, you should take a good look at yourself. Does mother truly despise me so much?" Xiaozhi felt a pang of sadness in his heart. "Why? Ever since I was old enough to understand, mother has never shown me any kindness. What have I done wrong?" Seeing his distress, the empress sneered. "Xiaozhi, letting you live is already my greatest concession. Take all your resentment in Weiqi and leave. Get out of my Luli palace. Don't come back unless I summon you." Were these really words from his own mother? Xiaozhi couldn't believe his ears. Yet, these were indeed words from his own mother. With clenched teeth, he bowed and turned to leave. His eyes reddened, and he clenched his fists, vowing fiercely, "I will prove to you that I am not stupid." The princess emerged from behind and looked at the empress, feeling helpless. "I know you hate my brother, but after all, the child is innocent. Treating a child this way is a bit too much." "Too much?" The empress was speechless. "What's wrong with you? He wants to kill your own son." The princess was left speechless, sighing and shaking her head in Wuna. It was all the emperor's fault. Soon, it was time for spring plowing. To catch the right season, everyone in the Qin region who could work in the fields was busy in the fields. Even Xiaoliang was doing the same. As the Qin prince and ruler of the Qin region, he didn't have to participate in manual labor. But he understood the importance of leading by example. Since he had just arrived, Although he had quickly taken control of military and financial power, winning the hearts of the people was a subtle matter. It wasn't something that could be achieved just by having money and power. While he worked in the fields, Shun Yunyan was also busy in the palace, taking charge of the meals for the farming army. At noon, when it was time to eat, Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. He squatted by the field, washed his hands, and started eating. Everyone found it incredible to see him behave so casually, with no trace of nobility. Yet, somehow, it made people feel very at ease. Soon, Xiaoyang's actions spread throughout the Qin region. When the people learned that their ruler was working in the fields alongside them, they were astonished. Even the Lord of Heiqing thought it was impossible. He even came to verify it himself. Under the scorching sun, Xiaoyang wore coarse cloth and swung his hoe repeatedly. It's really tough to farm like this in ancient times. If this were modern times with mechanization, who would need to do this? Xiaoyang muttered to himself as he worked. The lords of several cities stood by the field, watching Xiaoyang in disbelief, their eyes wide. Finally, they all knelt down together, crying, "Your Highness, you mustn't do this." What was going on? Xiaoyang looked at them kneeling by the field and was speechless. He quickly walked over. "It's the peak of spring plowing season. Why aren't you organizing plowing in your cities and instead are kneeling here? Your Highness, you are of the highest nobility. How can you do such work?" The Lord of Jiqing was heartbroken. The Lord of Heiqing, though feeling Jiqing's reaction was a bit exaggerated, still agreed, "Yes, Your Highness, you are of noble birth. You shouldn't be doing this. Enough of your nonsense. Although I am of noble birth, in the face of the farming season and nature, there is no distinction between high and low. Last night, I observed the sky and predicted that there will be heavy rain in 15 days. Therefore, we must finish plowing within 15 days. Xiaoyang frowned at them. The two lords looked at each other, not speaking, just kneeling there. Seeing this, Xiaoyang kicked each of them, saying impatiently, "Time is running out. You're wasting time here. Are you looking to die? Get out of here and do what you're supposed to do." Now the two could confirm that Xiaoyang was speaking from the heart, not putting on a show. They hurriedly kowtowed and left in a rush. Xiaoyang called out to Zhang Jian and Qi Tai, "What's wrong with you two? Why have you stopped again? No slacking off. Work harder. Qi Tai, you've at least farmed before. How come you're not as fast as Zhang Jian?" Xiaoyang complained. Qi Tai was speechless. "Your Highness, I used to be a horse thief. You still need to farm. What else would you eat? Hurry up and work." Xiaoyang urged like a strict landlord. But there was a difference between him and a real landlord. While urging others, he also worked faster himself. Poor former generals who once roamed the battlefield now swung their hoes without rest. Even Ah Fu led the secret guards, diligently plowing, afraid of being scolded if they slowed down. For 15 days straight, they worked from sunrise to sunset. They had thought that Xiaoyang, being pampered, would only last 3.5 days, but to their surprise, he worked until the very end. The story of Xiaoyang working alongside the soldiers spread throughout the Qin region, and the people developed a good impression of their prince. Xiaoyang stood under the eaves, watching the torrential rain outside, his mouth stretching from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha, good, very good. Just as we finished planting, it rains. The crops won't have any trouble growing now." Shen Yunyan brought over some tea. "You're like a fortune teller. Can you really predict things like this?" "How could I predict it? I saw it in the stars. I observed the night sky," Xiaoyang said, taking a sip of tea. "These days have been tough on you. Feeding so many soldiers isn't easy, is it?" Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes and pulled his hand over. His palms were full of blisters. These blisters had broken and healed repeatedly, making his hands look quite unsightly. If this were the previous life Xiaoyang, he wouldn't have been so miserable. The main problem was that this body had been pampered, with hands as delicate as a woman's. "You're a prince. Why torture yourself like this?" Shen Yunyan felt Xintong, applying medicine and gently blowing on his blistered hands. "Does it hurt? With my wife taking such good care of me, it doesn't hurt anymore." Xiaoyang suddenly moved closer, wrapping his arms around Shen Yunyan's waist, looking somewhat wage. Wife, you still owe me a wedding night. Shun Yunyan's face turned bright red. The wedding night had been disrupted by assassins, and then Shun Yunyan had her period, followed by the rush to plow the fields. The matter had been delayed until now. Although it was Lethor Yingdong, Shun Yunyan still pinched Xiaoyang's waist hard, saying, "What are you talking about in broad daylight? Shame on you." "What am I talking about?" Xiaoyang moved closer again, kissing her forehead. "What? Are you trying to renege on it?" Shun Yunyan was both amused and exasperated. "How could I renege on such a thing? But it's still daytime. What are you trying to do?" It was all the fault of the emperor. Soon, it was time for spring plowing. To catch the right season, everyone in the Qin region who could work in the fields was busy in the fields. Even Xiaoyang was no exception. As the Prince of Qin and the ruler of the Qin region, he didn't necessarily have to participate in the labor, but he understood the importance of leading by example. Since he had just arrived, despite quickly gaining control of the military and financial powers, winning the hearts of the people was a subtle matter. It wasn't just about having money and power. While he worked in the fields, Shun Yunyan was also busy in the palace, taking charge of the meals for the farming army. At noon, when it was time to eat, Xiaoyang didn't stand on ceremony. He squatted by the field, washed his hands, and started eating. Everyone found it incredible to see him like this. His behavior was far from the usual aristocratic demeanor, yet it somehow made people feel incredibly at ease. Soon, Xiaoyang's actions spread throughout the Qin region. The people were amazed to learn that their ruler was working in the fields alongside them. Even the Lord of Black City found it hard to believe. He even came to verify it himself. Under the blazing sun, Xiaoyang wore coarse clothes and swung his host steadily. Farming in ancient times is really tough. If this were modern times with mechanization, who would need to do this? Xiaoyang muttered to himself as he worked. Several city lords stood by the field, watching Xiaoyang with wide, disbelieving eyes. Finally, they all knelt down together, saying, "Your Highness, this is not proper." "What's going on?" Xiaoyang looked at them, all kneeling by the field, and felt exasperated. He hurried over and said, "It's the peak of spring plowing. Why aren't you organizing it in your own cities? What are you doing kneeling here? Your Highness, you are of the highest nobility. How can you do such work?" The Lord of G City said with a heartbroken expression. The Lord of Black City, though feeling G City's reaction was a bit exaggerated, still agreed, "Yes, Your Highness, with your noble status, you shouldn't be doing this." "Enough of your nonsense," Xiaoyang said, frowning. "Though I am of noble birth, in the face of the season and the will of heaven, there is no distinction between high and low. Last night, I observed the stars, and in 15 days, there will be heavy rain. We must finish the spring plowing within 15 days. The two city lords looked at each other, neither speaking, just kneeling there. Seeing this, Xiaoyang kicked each of them, saying irritably, "Time waits for no one. You're wasting time here. Are you looking for trouble? Get out of here and do what you're supposed to do." Now, both men were certain that Xiaoyang was speaking from the heart, not putting on a show. They hurriedly kowtowed and left in a rush. Xiaoyang then called out to Zhang Jian and Qi Tai, "What's wrong with you two? Why did you stop? No slacking off. Get back to work. Qi Tai, you've at least farmed before. Why are you slower than Zhang Jian?" Xiaoyang said with dissatisfaction. Qi Tai was speechless. "Your Highness, I was a bandit before. You still need to farm. What else would you eat? Hurry up and work," Xiaoyang urged, acting like a strict landlord. But there was a difference. While he urged others, he didn't forget to speed up his own work. These once mighty generals, now wielding hoes, dared not stop. Even Ah Fu led the secret guards, diligently plowing, afraid of being scolded if they slowed down. For 15 days straight, they worked from sunrise to sunset. Initially, they thought Xiaoyang, being pampered, would only last 3 days, but to their surprise, he worked alongside them until the very end. The story of Xiaoyang working in the fields with the soldiers spread throughout the Qin region, and the people began to view their prince in a positive light. Xiaoyang stood under the eaves, watching the torrential rain outside, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Haha, good, good. Just as we finished planting, it rains. The crops won't have any trouble growing now. Shen Yunyan brought over some tea. You're like a fortune teller. Can you really predict things like this? How could I predict it? I observed it. I watched the stars at night, Xiaoliang said, taking a sip of water. These days have been tough on you. Managing the meals for so many soldiers isn't easy, is it? Shen Yunyan rolled her eyes, pulled his hand over, and saw that his palms were covered in blisters. These blisters had burst and healed multiple times, making his hands look quite gruesome. If this were the previous life of Xiaoliang, he wouldn't have been so miserable. It was mainly because this body had been pampered, with hands as delicate as a woman's. You're a prince. Why put yourself through such hardship? Shen Yunyan felt a pang of heartache as she applied medicine to his hands and gently blew on them. Does it hurt? With my wife being so caring, I don't feel the pain. Xiaoliang suddenly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Shen Yunyan's waist, his tone tinged with a hint of grievance. Wife, you still owe me a wedding night. Shen Yunyan's face turned bright red. Their wedding night had been disrupted by assassins, and since then, Shen Yunyan had her monthly cycle, followed by the rush of spring plowing. The matter had been delayed until now. Though it was a natural thing, Shen Yunyan still pinched Xiaoliang's waist hard. What are you talking about in broad daylight? Shame on you. What am I talking about? Xiaoliang leaned closer, kissing her forehead. So, you're going to default on this? Shen Yunyan was both amused and exasperated. How can I default on such a thing? But it's daytime now. What are you doing? What do you want? Chapter 45. It's all the same. Watching her on guard like that, Xiaoliang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. What could I possibly do during the day, my dear princess? What are you thinking? Realizing she had been fooled, Shen Yunyan was furious and stomped hard on Xiaoliang's foot, glaring at him. You dare to play tricks on me? Watch how I deal with you. Come on, haha. Chase me if you can. Xiaoliang took off running. Shen Yunyan wasn't about to back down at this moment. She hurried after him. You better stop. Watch how I deal with you. The servants of the Qin palace were all in disbelief, watching this scene unfold. They had never imagined that a royal couple could be so close and playful with each other. Exhausted from their antics, the two of them collapsed onto the floor of the main hall, not caring whether it was clean or not. There's an empty plot in the rear courtyard of the palace that I've prepared for you to grow vegetables. Shen Yunyan leaned against Xiaoliang, breathing heavily. Xiaoliang was a bit surprised. How did you know? How could I not know? You were planning to grow vegetables before, weren't you? Now that spring planting is over, it's time to start growing vegetables. Actually, I also hope to have some fresh greens to eat. Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang. Since we arrived, most of our meals have been meat, with vegetables like cabbage and potatoes. But you know, for the common folk, being able to eat potatoes to fill their stomachs is already a blessing. They are struggling as it is, and now they have to pay taxes. Life is really tough for them. Our emperor sits in the golden hall, only seeing the prosperity before him. He doesn't care about how hard life is for these people. Xiaoliang snorted disdainfully, clearly showing contempt. Hearing this, Shen Yunyan nodded, but sighed and murmured softly. How many people are there in the capital? The Qin region is so vast, with so many people. The emperor can't hear the cries of the common folk. Who will support him in the future? Indeed, the poor don't care who rules the country. When they can't even fill their stomachs, what loyalty can they have to the ruler? Xiaoliang looked at Shen Yunyan. It seems you share the same ideal as me. Yes, I want everyone in this world to be able to eat their fill. Shen Yunyan smiled, leaning against Xiaoliang. Before, in the capital, in the minister's residence, I couldn't see the whole world. I didn't know that for these people, being able to eat was already a luxury. During this time, as everywhere was busy with spring planting, the distribution of food was handled by Xiaoliang. The grain he brought from the capital had come in very handy. They would never forget the day when these people saw the steamed white buns, their eyes filled with tears of excitement. It was just a bun. From that day on, Shun Yunyan truly understood how great the cause Xiaoyang was pursuing was. You're truly my good wife. Xiaoyang suddenly turned and hugged Shun Yunyan, giving her a passionate kiss. Tonight, give me back my wedding night. Shun Yunyan blushed crimson but still nodded. All right. That's more like it. Xiaoyang happily held her, indulging in the moment for a while before reluctantly getting up to attend to his duties. Sowing the seeds was one thing. Whether they could be harvested was another. Although farming relied on heaven's blessing, Xiaoyang still believed in a bit of human effort. Have Xiaohua come see me. Xiaoyang sat in his study, starting to draw. Xiaohua almost ran in. Your servant greets the prince. Rise. Come take a look at this. Xiaoyang waved at him, showing him the blueprint in his hand. Xiaohua stepped forward, carefully examining the blueprint, his brows furrowed. What is this? This is a water wheel, Xiaoyang patiently explained. I saw large rivers around several fields. I thought if the water in the fields isn't enough, this could alleviate the situation. So we need to build one at the edge of every large field. But what if there's no water in the river? Xiaohua looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Last year there was too much rain, so this year there's a high chance of drought. The geographical conditions of the Qin region were like this. There were fewer years of good weather. Xiaoyang nodded. Your concern is valid. That's why I will also dig canals, build reservoirs, and dig wells. Even if there is a natural disaster, we won't be afraid. Xiaohua immediately nodded. Then I will go back and study these. Also, take a look at this. This is a tricycle. It can be powered by manpower, carrying 300 to 500 caddies of grain, saving half the manpower and animal power. It doesn't need animals to operate. And this requires animals to pull, but due to its special design, it's much more efficient than current carts. One cart can carry around 1,000 caddies of grain. Xiaoyang took out several blueprints. He looked at Xiaohua. You are a skilled craftsman, and I understand the saying even the best cook can't make a meal without ingredients. I have already ordered that anyone with relevant experience can come to work at the Qin Palace. You can choose and see if there's anyone suitable. This task is entrusted to you. You will be our Qin region's Minister of Works. What? Xiaohua was completely caught off guard. Not only was he not discarded, but he was also being heavily relied upon. He knelt down with a thud, kowtowing. Your Highness's great kindness, your servant will never forget. I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly and serve until my last breath. Seeing his excitement, Xiaoyang was both amused and helpless. He quickly helped him up, whispering, You don't need to be so polite. This is what you deserve. You are very capable. Don't underestimate yourself. Go. These need to be resolved before the seedlings emerge.
Yes.
Xiaohua nodded and turned to leave. He was now full of ambition, ready to showcase his talents. Xiaoyang tapped his fingers on the table. Ah Fu, are the things I asked you to prepare ready? Everything is ready, Ah Fu respectfully replied. He looked at Xiaoyang, hesitating. Xiaoyang frowned. What do you want to say? Your Highness, don't you remember? We are here for a grand cause. Are we going to waste time on these trivial matters? Ah Fu looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang smiled. War consumes manpower, resources, and wealth. So we must accumulate our capital. We need to be rich and have people. Do you understand? Moreover, if possible, I don't want to go to war, Xiaoyang sighed. The struggles of those in power only bring misfortune to the defenseless common folk. Under the rule of the Emperor of Xia, these people were already living in hardship. If there were more wars, it would be difficult for them even to survive. After a moment of thought, Xiaoyang sighed, For now, I just want to revive this barren land of Qin. I want to turn it into a granary, and it has the potential to do so. After all, he had come from a world of thousands. Even if he wasn't good at anything else, he could at least farm. Moreover, this land was now untouched black soil. Once these fields were sown with seeds and grew crops, they would understand what they had missed and wasted before. Chapter 46. Clean and Tidy. Ah Fu, naturally, did not fully grasp the scope of Xiaoyang's plans, only murmuring softly, I'm just afraid that the emperor won't give you time. If we start acting out of line now, that's when we'll truly be suppressed. During this period, we've been living and working alongside the people, eating with them, and that has already won their hearts. That father and son duo are masters of false benevolence. They absolutely won't make a move against me in such a situation. If I were to die, they'd be thrown into chaos, unsure of what to do. After all, no emperor wants to be condemned by the masses, do they? Xiaoliang chuckled. Leaning back in his chair, he spoke in a low voice. But you also need to keep an eye on the rumors outside. Make sure they don't spread any nonsense about me being a descendant of the previous dynasty, understand? Xiaoliang looked at Afu with seriousness. Afu nodded. Yes, I understand, Your Highness. With all the trivial matters surrounding you, perhaps it's time to find a eunuch to attend to you? Xiaoliang gave him a knowing smile. Are you trying to tell me you're refusing to work overtime? What is overtime? Afu was puzzled. Since when had the prince started using terms that were so hard to understand? Seeing Afu's bewildered expression, Xiaoliang laughed and waved his hand casually. Never mind, it's nothing. Just go and pick someone with a clear complexion and a bit of martial skill to attend to me. What kind of strange request was that? Afu looked at Xiaoliang, hesitating to speak. Had the newlywed prince developed an interest in men so soon? Thinking of this, Afu couldn't help but feel a pang of concern, even pity for Shen Yunyan. That night, Xiaoliang made sure to wash himself thoroughly and entered the room with a bright smile. Shen Yunyan had already changed into her nightwear and was sitting on the bed, waiting for Xiaoliang to arrive. The two had grown up together, and their relationship had always been one of mutual affection. Now that they had reached this stage, there was an indescribable awkwardness. Especially for Shen Yunyan, who was so shy that her body trembled slightly. Xiaoliang found her reaction amusing and kissed her forehead. Scared? You don't talk so much. Shen Yunyan blushed awkwardly, wrapping her arms around his neck. Although she had been instructed by the nannies before her wedding, she had no practical experience, so once she embraced him, she didn't know what to do next. Xiaoliang, seeing her flustered state, raised the corner of his mouth and gently kissed her face. Normally, the two had shared such intimate moments, but for some reason, tonight felt different. Xiaoliang's kisses fell upon her, soft and tender. Gradually, Shen Yunyan relaxed and instinctively responded to his caresses. Soon, they were completely exposed to each other, Xiaoliang kissing her repeatedly, not in any hurry. This was their wedding night, their first night together, a moment to be remembered for a lifetime. Soon, the room was filled with moans and pleas. The maids waiting outside kept their heads low, not daring to breathe loudly. Xiaoliang was completely absorbed, holding Shen Yunyan in a passionate embrace. As dawn approached, Shen Yunyan finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoliang, seeing her tired state, felt a pang of guilt, cursing himself for being too rough. With a slight smile, he kissed her once more and fell into a deep slumber. This was the first day since Xiaoliang arrived in Qin that he did not attend court. Not for any other reason, but because they had been too exhausted from the previous night's activities and had slept in deeply. The city lords, unaware of the true reason, assumed that Xiaoliang had fallen ill after working too hard in the fields. They were extremely concerned. They all turned to Afu, asking, "What's wrong with the prince? What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? Too tired from plowing the fields last night, that's what?" Afu waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to worry, my lords. The prince is fine. You should all return." With that, he turned and left, leaving the city lords looking at each other in confusion. Lord Ji frowned. Everyone knows the Prince of Qin has a weak constitution. Could he really be ill? Judging by Lord Afu's demeanor, it doesn't seem like the prince is truly ill, Lord He mused, thinking aloud. Perhaps we should return for now? Lord Ji glared at him. The prince trusts you, entrusting you with the governance of Han City, yet you show such indifference? Where did that come from? Lord He was at a loss, only able to respond helplessly. I just believe that the prince is a man of good fortune and won't be harmed. If Lord Ji is so worried, then stay and keep watch. I have many matters to attend to and must take my leave." With that, he turned and walked out. Lord Ji's expression changed repeatedly as he watched Lord Hei's retreating figure. When Xiaoyang finally woke up, it was already midday. He suddenly sat up, rubbing his temples. "Ah fu." At that moment, the maids entered with basins of water, kneeling on the ground. "Is the prince awake?" Only then did he realize that it might not be appropriate for Ah Fu to enter at this time. He glanced at the two maids and said indifferently, "Leave. I don't need your service. When the princess wakes up, take good care of her." With that, he began to dress himself. In fact, Shen Yunyan had already woken up, but after the intense night they had shared, she didn't know how to face Xiaoyang and decided to pretend to still be asleep. Before leaving, Xiaoyang couldn't resist kissing Shen Yunyan's cheek once more. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Ah Fu standing guard at the door. "What are you doing standing here?" "Lord Ji is kneeling outside the study, waiting for you," Ah Fu said, struggling to suppress a laugh. "He thinks you're unwell and didn't attend court." Seeing Ah Fu's expression, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and turned toward the study. Sure enough, he saw Lord Ji kneeling straight ahead. Sometimes, Xiaoyang really wondered how this man's mind worked. At his age, wasn't it time to focus on more important matters? "Lord Ji, what are you doing?" Xiaoyang frowned, looking at him. When Lord Ji saw Xiaoyang, it was as if he had seen his own father. He quickly approached. "Is the prince all right? Lord Ah Fu said you weren't feeling well this morning, and I couldn't rest easy, so I wanted to see you. If you wanted to see me, you could have just come in. Why kneel here? If others see this, they might think I'm punishing you. Get up and come in," Xiaoyang said, stepping into the study. Lord Ji, watching Xiaoyang's back, felt something was off. Entering the room, Lord Ji bowed. "Is the prince feeling well? Do I look like I'm unwell, standing right in front of you?" Xiaoyang frowned at him. "You're in such a hurry to see me. Is there something you need to discuss with me?" If there was nothing, he was ready to lose his temper. There was no real reason. Lord Ji looked at him, thinking for a moment, then said softly, "The prince has been in Qin for some time now, and there's only the princess in the inner palace. It's a bit too quiet. Are you saying that my household affairs are also your business?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "Why don't you go back and oversee the farming in Ji City instead of meddling in my household? Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 47. Only knows how to farm. The city governor of Ji had intended to flatter, but he never expected Xiaoyang to react in such a manner. How was this different from what he had imagined? Where in the world would someone not like women? Why was their lord so repulsed by the idea? "I'm asking you a question." Xiaoyang snorted. "Have you taken care of your own affairs? Coming to meddle in mine?" It dawned on the city governor that Xiaoyang was not shy. He was genuinely angry. Though he didn't understand why, kneeling and apologizing was the safest bet at this moment. He immediately knelt down. "I have erred. Please calm your anger, Your Highness." That was more like it. Xiaoyang snorted again, then said indifferently, "Though I am young and full of vigor, the Qin region is in ruins and needs rebuilding. I have no such inclinations. For the next 3 years, no selection of concubines." "What?" The city governor's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to believe what he had just heard. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang grew even more irritated and snapped, "Is it that hard to understand what I say?" "Yes, I understand. I shall take my leave," the city governor quickly replied. He had figured out that the more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. It was better to keep his mouth shut. Satisfied with his silence, Xiaoyang waved his hand, dismissed. As he left the study, the city governor felt a sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped death. Though he still didn't know what he had done wrong, he felt his life had almost been forfeit. In the imperial study in the capital, Emperor Xia looked at the report from the Qin region and frowned. "You mean to say that Xiaoyang has been farming all this time?" "Yes, the Qin prince has been farming," Shen Tao immediately replied. "The letters from my daughter also mention this." I just don't understand why a prince would enjoy farming. Emperor Xia threw the report at him, annoyed. Is it bad that he likes farming? What would be good? Are you hoping he'll stage a coup? At this, Shun Tao quickly knelt down. He knew the emperor had been displeased with him lately. Though he felt wronged, he dared not express it and could only meekly apologize. I dare not. I am at fault. If you know you're at fault, be more careful in the future. Stop doing such foolish things. I truly don't understand how your minds work. You're just causing trouble, Emperor Xia said through gritted teeth, waving his hand. Xin Tao scrambled to his feet and left. Emperor Xia then headed toward the Zhaoyang Palace. The princess saw him coming and immediately curtsied. Greetings, Your Majesty. We are blood relatives. There's no need for such formality, Emperor Xia sighed. The palace was cold and lifeless, and only with his sister could he feel a hint of warmth. Has Liang written to you recently? Emperor Xia asked casually as he sat down and began sipping tea. The princess glanced at him, then said calmly, Yes, he has. When I last visited, he mentioned that farming is a major task. His letters lately have been about farming in the Qin region. That child was pampered in the capital, and his health wasn't great. How can he endure physical labor like this? Emperor Xia sighed, sounding genuinely concerned. One might think he truly cared for his nephew. The princess, suppressing the urge to vomit, smiled and said, I understand your love for Liang, but after all, he is a prince. How could he be farming personally? He's just joining in for fun. As a child, he was confined in the palace and never got to play in the mud. The term, brother, softened Emperor Xia's heart. He took the princess's hand. I've always felt I've wronged you, but remember, we are blood-related siblings. You are my true sister. Brother, the past is behind us. We are connected by blood, and I understand. The princess smiled. Her demeanor suggested she had truly let go of the past. But who wouldn't care? Not everyone is a fool. Seeing the princess like this, Emperor Xia felt more at ease. He smiled and said softly, I'm relieved to hear you think so. Spring is here, and the palace is idle. Why don't we go out for a stroll? Emperor Xia suggested tentatively. The princess knew he hated going out, but he was doing it to please her. But what was there to be happy about when going out with him? She shook her head. I've been feeling unwell lately. I caught a cold returning from the Qin region. It's just too cold there compared to the capital. If you think the child is suffering there, why not call him back? Emperor Xia said with a gentle smile, looking at the princess. So that was his intention. From the moment he entered, she knew he wasn't up to any good. But she never expected him to act so quickly, already thinking of bringing the boy back. She thought for a moment, then said softly, Though the Qin region is harsh, it is your grace, your majesty. Whether it's punishment or reward, it is all divine will. Besides, Liang is growing up and holds that title. Staying in the capital would only make him a target. As long as he is safe far away, I am at peace. I have no other hopes in life. I only have this one child, and all I want is for him to be safe and well, the princess said, her eyes tearing up as she played the part of a self-sacrificing mother. She knew Emperor Xia harbored a sense of guilt toward her. As long as that guilt remained, she could achieve anything. Indeed, seeing the princess like this, Emperor Xia realized that bringing Xiaoyang back was not feasible in the short term. All right, I was just joking. Why are you so upset? Emperor Xia quickly backtracked. After a while, he left. As soon as he was gone, the empress emerged from the back, looking at the princess wiping her tears with admiration. How do you do it? You can cry on command. You're amazing. The princess rolled her eyes. Xiaoyang is already so far away, yet he still won't let go. He wants to destroy the person I care about most. Why do I have such a brother? Seeing the princess like this, the empress felt a sense of balance. I always thought I was the unluckiest person in the world, but seeing you, I know there's someone even more unfortunate. Have you thought about what to do next? He won't let your son go. I don't know. The princess shook her head softly. I thought Liang would focus on building an army after leaving, but for some reason, he chose to farm. The empress, having grown up in a military family, understood better. Because without food, even the strongest army is just empty talk. Chapter 48. Letting down guard. Oh! The princess frowned at her. The empress smiled and then said in a low voice, although under the emperor's rule, the common people's lives are getting worse day by day, but for now, it seems to be a relatively peaceful world, doesn't it? Heir, do you have to be so blunt? The princess was both amused and exasperated. If such words were to spread, you might end up losing your head. The empress shrugged nonchalantly. What's there to be afraid of? Living now is just suffering. If he really dared to kill me, that would be better. Seeing this, the princess was once again filled with helplessness. So, you mean Liang is doing this on purpose? Your son is brilliant. If my son were half as capable as yours, I wouldn't be so troubled. The empress sighed. Why was it that other people's sons were clever and smart, while hers seemed like a fool? At this moment, the fool in the empress's words was feeling quite pleased. I thought this Xiaoliang had some real skills, haha. I never expected it to be just about changing places to farm. Xiaozhe looked at the letter in his hand, feeling quite pleased. Bai Shu, standing by the side, was a bit worried. If the grain supply is sufficient, this might be hard to control. The Qin region is harsh, nothing grows well there. This fool, Xiaoliang, thinks he's so great? Haha, what a fool. Xiaozhe snorted. He burned the letter and looked at Bai Shu. Although he's as stupid as a pig now, we still need to keep an eye on him. If he has any other ideas, we'll be ready to respond at any time. Hearing this, Bai Shu immediately nodded and said in a low voice, yes, I understand. Xiaozhe took a deep breath. Since we can't take care of distant matters for now, let's focus on dealing with what's right in front of us. For several days in a row, Xiaoliang had been holed up in the study, not knowing what he was busy with. At night, however, he was quite diligent, never taking a break. During the day, Shen Yunyan had to teach the female officials farming techniques, and at night, she had to fulfill the reproduction plan, leaving her exhausted after just a few days. Her condition was deteriorating. Tian Zhao, seeing her mistress like this, felt heartbroken and whispered, His Highness is really not good at being considerate. He keeps at it until the middle of the night every day. Look at your complexion. Your Highness, it's terrible. You little rascal, what are you saying in broad daylight? Shen Yunyan blushed and pinched her. Stop talking nonsense. Tian Zhao immediately brought over a mirror, exasperated. Look at yourself, Your Highness. Is this me talking nonsense? Shen Yunyan looked at her pale face and sighed. It's not entirely His Highness's fault. It's mainly because I've been training these girls recently. Besides farming techniques, there are many other things, like weaving and embroidery skills we learned in the capital. This place is barren and poor, with nothing. Shen Yunyan sighed. When we were in the capital, I didn't realize how fortunate we were, thinking everywhere was like the capital. Now that we're in the Qin region, I realize the hardships I endured in the Ministry of Revenue were nothing. This place is truly harsh. Even though they had prepared everything when they left the capital, once they arrived with their supplies, they found that the resources were insufficient. It was like trying to quench a thirst with a cup of water. They were quickly depleting their supplies, and soon they might have to share the same hunger as the local people. The local people here lived in hardship, and even having enough to eat was a luxury. They had to give most of their grain as tribute, while those in the capital feasted without shame. Every time she thought of this, Shen Yunyan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Yin Yin, look what I brought you. Xiaoliang entered cheerfully from outside. Seeing this, Tian Zhao quickly retreated. She didn't want to witness anything inappropriate. Xiaoliang walked up, smiling at Shen Yunyan. Why is your complexion so poor? Are you feeling unwell? Or have you been too tired these days? What are you talking about? Shen Yunyan was once again embarrassed. Can't you be more discreet in broad daylight? Xiaoliang had originally been pure of thought, merely concerned about her health. But seeing her reaction, he found it amusing. He smiled, leaned closer, and whispered, What? Is it my fault? Don't you have any self-awareness? I'm already exhausted during the day, and you keep at it at night. Even a steel man would struggle to keep up, let alone me. Shin Yunyin rolled her eyes, feeling utterly pitiful. Hearing this, Xiaoyang immediately nodded, smiling. Yes, it's my fault. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll be more restrained. Look, what's this? Xiaoyang said, opening the box. Inside was a soft, fluffy little cake. He had spent half a day in the kitchen perfecting it. Why did you make me something delicious again? I feel like I've gained weight recently. Shin Yunyin took it and bit into it, surprised. How is this made? It's even softer than the milk cakes we had in the palace. Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel proud. Of course, I made it myself. Yinyin, do you think this could sell for a lot of money if we put it on the market? I have a way to make it last for months without spoiling. What? Shin Yunyin looked at him, then at the cake in her hand and frowned. That's impossible, isn't it? What's impossible? With me, anything is possible. I plan to sell these in the capital. Whatever taxes we send out, I'll earn back the same way. What do you think? Xiaoyang smiled at Shin Yunyin. Although Shin Yunyin hadn't had an easy life in the Shin household, being a daughter of the main family, she had never really worried about money. But now that they were in the Qin region and she was managing the accounts and finances, she realized how important money was. The Qin region was harsh, and the public treasury was empty. Aside from the supplies they brought from the capital, there was nothing. In just a few months, half of the money they brought from the capital had already been spent. If this continued, they would soon be struggling to eat. The imperial rewards were like a drop in the ocean here. Everything in this place was barren and had to start anew. Looking at Xiaoyang's determined expression, Shin Yunyin sighed. I never thought our esteemed prince would one day become a merchant. How pitiful. Yinyin, there's no such thing as high or low in human status. Without money, one can't move an inch. But without merchants, where would the money come from? Xiaoyang put his arm around her shoulder. Trust me, our days will get better. You believe me, don't you? Chapter 49. Break their legs and throw them out. Although Shin Yinyin had never seen the world Xiaoyang described, she had already begun to yearn for the concept of equality for all. She smiled and nodded. I believe you. That's good, Xiaoyang replied, feeling a warmth in his heart. Having someone who understood him by his side was truly a blessing. Soon, the greenhouse vegetables he had carefully cultivated began to sprout. Seeing the lush green sprouts in the greenhouse, Xiaoyang was overjoyed. He picked up Shin Yinyin and spun her around several times. This is great. They're alive, Yinyin. Did you see that? They're sprouting. In fact, Shin Yinyin had never seen such a sight in the capital, being the daughter of a high-ranking official. Now, looking at the green vegetables before her, she felt she might truly be seeing hope. She hugged Xiaoyang tightly. Yes, they're sprouting. They really are. At this rate of growth, we'll be able to eat fresh vegetables in 10 days at most. This is fantastic. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. Start planting all the land we've prepared with these fresh vegetables immediately. If anyone objects, break their legs and throw them out. Yes, Your Highness. A new eunuch, named Li Hua, was both handsome and clever. His name, though somewhat feminine, suited his position as a eunuch. Xiaoyang was very pleased. He crouched down, gently stroking the young vegetable sprouts, and whispered, With these vegetables, the people won't have to worry anymore. This is wonderful. Hearing this, Shin Yinyin felt a sudden pang of emotion and whispered, Xiaoyang, you've really changed. Of course. Before, I always hid behind my mother. Now, I can finally stand on my own. The people of Qindi rely on me for their meals. Not just Qindi, but all of Xia. And not just Xia, but neighboring countries as well. One day, I will unite the world, and everyone will be able to eat white rice and never go hungry again. This dream sounded naive and laughable, but only Shin Yinyin knew how difficult it would be to achieve. Thinking of this, Shin Yinyin felt another wave of heartache. She hugged Xiaoyang and said with a smile, It will happen. With you, It will definitely happen. Are you being silly? Xiaoyang chuckled, gently tapping her nose. How's your side of things going? From the start, they had divided responsibilities. Xiaoyang handled farming, while Shun Yinyan took charge of animal husbandry. I've personally taught the female officials how to raise rabbits. The long-haired rabbits you mentioned, can they really achieve what you described? Yes, they can. Just take care of raising the rabbits. The rest I'll handle. Oh, and make sure to raise more white geese. It's cold in Chindi, so we need something good for warmth. Fur, though warm, was rare and heavy, making it impractical for soldiers. In battle, it could even become a death sentence. Down jackets, on the other hand, were lightweight, warm, and could save cotton, which was scarce in Chindi. Last year, Xiaoyang had even seen soldiers in the depths of winter wearing only thin clothing, which had pained him deeply. Though Shin Yinyan didn't fully understand why Xiaoyang wanted these things, she trusted him unconditionally. All right, but we don't have many young geese here. What should we do? We'll hatch them. I'll teach you the hatching technique, and then you can lead the female officials in doing it. Xiaoyang smiled and draped an arm around Shan Yinyan's shoulders. I always told you to aim for something great, but now I'm asking you to handle these mundane tasks. Does that feel a bit unfair? Of course it does. Shun Yinyan playfully waved her fist, but quickly calmed down. But I understand that your top priority is the welfare of the people. I know how important that is for the army and for our future plans. This year, the people of Chindi will be able to eat their fill. Next year, countless others will hear about the prosperity of Chindi. Word will spread, and by the time they realize it, the spark will have become a raging fire. Then, without us lifting a finger, the throne will no longer be secure. Shin Yinyan scoffed disdainfully. Xiaoyang hugged her and made a shushing gesture. Be quiet, okay? Though Xiaoyang wasn't afraid of the emperor, he didn't want to invite trouble. Their current strength wasn't enough to confront the court, so they had to take a roundabout approach. First, they needed to fill their stomachs and their coffers. The rest could be dealt with later. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. He sought to encircle the cities from the countryside, to force the emperor to shoulder the infamy of centuries. He aimed to ascend the throne with righteousness, earning the veneration of the populace. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shun Yinyan immediately understood. She smiled and said, Yes, I was wrong. Good, you know you were wrong. Tonight, I'll punish you properly. You. Shin Yinyan blushed, giving him a playful glare. 15 days later, Xiaoyang's vegetable greenhouse experienced a bountiful harvest. He was extremely generous, distributing the fresh vegetables to the people of Qinqing and holding a grand banquet with the rest. He wanted everyone to see that he could grow vegetables, and he did. The city lords were incredulous as they looked at the green vegetables on the dining table. Your Highness, these green vegetables are precious. How can you be so extravagant? The Lord of Heiqing, being more straightforward, asked directly. Xiaoyang chuckled. The Lord of Heiqing is right. These vegetables are precious. But today, I want to show you that these vegetables will no longer be rare. I have mastered the cultivation technique, and even in winter, we can have a steady supply of such vegetables. This was impossible. The Lord of Heiqing looked at Xiaoyang with suspicion. Are these vegetables all personally grown by your highness? Yes. Eat first and afterward, I'll take you to see my secret base. Chapter 50. Going Against the Grain. Secret base? What secret base? Everyone found it incredulous, but dared not object too much. They cautiously took a bite of the dishes on the table. Although they were city lords, their lives were only slightly better than ordinary citizens. By this time, there were no green vegetables left to eat. Tasting fresh vegetables, the exquisite flavor sent their taste buds into a frenzy, even bringing some to the verge of tears. Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyang felt a pang of sympathy. He had never expected that the city lords, as officials of the court, would be so moved by a plate of leafy greens. This damned Emperor Xia, can't he open his eyes and see what he's doing? Your Highness, are these vegetables really grown? The Black City Lord's voice trembled. Previously, when Xiaoyang mentioned growing vegetables in winter, They all thought it was absurd. But now, the reality was right before their eyes, making it hard not to believe and hard not to be excited. Xiaoliang nodded. Finish your meal and follow me. He led them to the vegetable greenhouse in the rear courtyard of the palace. Here, it's as warm as spring. The Black City Lord looked at Xiaoliang in disbelief. He was truly curious about how the prince's mind worked, coming up with so many ingenious ideas. This is called a vegetable greenhouse. I know you've never seen one before, so I thought it best to build one first. Seeing is believing. I've studied the maps. Black City, G City, and Liao City are the most suitable for growing these. As for Lian City, it's better for raising livestock. Each has its strengths, so there's no need to compare. Qin City and Han City are the largest in Qin, so I've made new plans for them. G City Lord, remember to stay behind and discuss with me. His words left everyone convinced. They had thought Xiaoliang was acting on a whim, expecting them to implement everything one by one. But to their surprise, he had already arranged everything. They only needed to follow the plan and execute it. G City Lord, standing to the side, felt a surge of dissatisfaction watching Xiaoliang favor the Black City Lord. He spoke up, where did these seeds and seedlings come from? And what about the rabbits, chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs before? Where did they come from? What? Do you have an issue, G City Lord? Xiaoliang frowned, looking at him with displeasure. This old man's favorite pastime was flattery, but whenever there was real work to be done, he would go against him. Truly infuriating. However, he was deeply rooted in Qin, so now wasn't the time to deal with him. Besides, Xiaxia had already lost one eye. It was better to keep the other one for now, lest he stir up more trouble. Your servant doesn't mean to disagree, but Qin is a harsh, cold land. We don't have these things, and the court won't just give them to us. It might end up wasting your highness's efforts. G City Lord began to pour cold water on the situation, challenging Xiaoliang's authority. Xiaoliang endured again and again, but this old man just pushed his luck. He immediately wiped the smile off his face and coldly stared at him. Do you know that on the battlefield, shaking morale is punishable by immediate execution? Your servant is only thinking of your highness. If your highness sets expectations too high and they fail to materialize, wouldn't that be a pity? G City Lord boldly continued, unafraid of death. Seeing his attitude, Xiaoliang snorted coldly. You're quite good with words. Between the lines, you're implying that I'm grandstanding. Fine, I won't hold it against you. Listen to me, all of you. I am determined to push these measures forward. You can either comply or resign. I won't force you. I don't care what you think. My goal is for the people of Qin to have full stomachs. With that, he turned and left. His words stirred a wave of emotions among the crowd. The looks they gave G City Lord now carried disdain and contempt. Realizing everyone was looking at him that way, G City Lord clenched his teeth. Has the Prince of Qin lost his mind? Are you all crazy? We've been in this harsh land for so many years. Has anything changed? Why do you think a young brat can change all of this? His words grew more heated and reckless. Hearing this, the Black City Lord couldn't stand it anymore. But His Highness really did grow vegetables, and he worked alongside us in the fields, never slacking for a day. How many princes in the entire Xia Kingdom are like this? Perhaps only in our harsh land would there be such a prince. The Emperor and the Crown Prince probably can't even tell rice seedlings from wheat. The Lian City Lord chimed in. The Liao City Lord thought for a moment and quietly added, I also believe His Highness is serious. If this can truly change Qin's harsh conditions, wouldn't it be a blessing for the people? Everything else is secondary. Having a full stomach is the most important. The Qin City Lord hit the nail on the head. When your stomach is empty, everything else is just hot air. Only after you're full can you move on to other matters. Seeing he had lost the crowd's support, G City Lord could only back down. He muttered, I'm just worried that His Highness is new here and doesn't understand Qin. If he takes the wrong path, won't it be us who suffer? The Black City Lord snorted and said nothing, turning to head toward the study. The other city lords followed suit. Left alone, Ji City Lord stood there awkwardly. He couldn't understand what kind of ability Xiaoliang possessed to win people's hearts so quickly. Could it be that he had some kind of magic? In the study, Xiaoliang sighed. He looked at the city lords before him. It's already quite an achievement that you've held on in this harsh land until now. Perhaps I shouldn't demand too much of you. Anyone with any talent would try to leave this harsh land. So those who stayed behind were inevitably those who hadn't succeeded elsewhere. Like Xiaoliang, they all harbored a deep resentment, needing an outlet. They also wanted to prove themselves, but they had never had the opportunity before. Your Highness, as long as it can make Qin better, we are willing to do anything. The Black City Lord stepped forward first, expressing his commitment. Chapter 51. Assassination. With someone taking the lead, the others naturally did not want to be outdone. Observing their demeanor, Xiaoliang understood that they were only half believing him. He could empathize, as even in the centuries to come, the initial stages of cultivating this land would be fraught with difficulties, given its remote and frigid location. I know you all have doubts in your hearts, but one day, I will show you that everything I say can be realized. Now, go back and focus on your duties. There's no need to visit the Qin Palace unless necessary. Xiaoliang's voice was calm but firm. Seeing Xiaoliang's resolute demeanor, they inexplicably felt a surge of determination.
Yes.
The crowd bowed and exited. Trust, after all, needed time to build. Although Xiaoliang was anxious, he knew that rushing things now would do no good. Tao Jinzi entered, looking exhausted. Your Highness, I've gathered the items you requested. Some of these are not even available in Xia. I had to search in Chu and Luo to find them, Tao Jinzi said, pouring himself a cup of water without hesitation, clearly drained from his journey. Xiaoliang, however, was not concerned with his fatigue. Cut the chatter. Where are the items? At the city's warehouse. Do you expect me to carry all that here to see you? Tao Jinzi grinned. This man was good in every way except for his mouth, which was far too annoying. Despite being warned multiple times, he never changed. Xiaoliang felt a surge of irritation and snapped. I told you not to be so insolent. Do you not understand? Tao Jinzi slapped his own mouth in frustration. Yes, it's all my fault. I talk too much. Shall we go now, Your Highness? Yes, let's take a look, Xiaoliang replied, donning a heavy cloak. Although it was spring, the Qin region was still bitterly cold, and he needed to bundle up. Having lived 2 lifetimes without ever seeing heavy snow, he found the northern winds unbearable. Soon, they arrived at the warehouse within Qin City. Xiaoliang had wandered through the city multiple times and was familiar with every street. Though Qin City was the most prosperous in the Qin region, its cleanliness left much to be desired. Garbage and dirty water littered the streets. As the weather warmed and the snow melted, the true face of the once pristine snow world was revealed. This simply wouldn't do. It seemed that developing the Qin region was still a long and arduous task. These are the long-haired rabbits, these are the fertilized goose eggs, and these are the items on the list. I've kept samples for you to check. Are these what you wanted? Glancing at the items, Xiaoliang could almost see the golden future ahead. He smiled. Yes, these are exactly what I needed. Well done. Reward? Reward? Tao Jinzi's mouth twitched slightly as he replied with a grin. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness. But there's no need for a reward. About the payment, it will be settled after the autumn harvest. You'll receive a 10% interest, Xiaoliang said decisively. He wasn't the type to take without giving. Tao Jinzi had only jokingly mentioned payment, but to his surprise, Xiaoliang had actually made preparations to pay. He quickly shook his head and smiled. The funds from the guild are meant for the young master, so there's no need for payment. Why not? The world isn't mine yet, and I'll be asking the court for a substantial sum. Whoever owns the world should pay for its development. That's only fair, isn't it? Xiaoliang snorted. This was hard to argue against. Tao Jinzi chuckled. Indeed, Your Highness is wise. Watch out. Xiaoliang suddenly roared, kicking Tao Jinzi out of the way. Tao Jinzi's smile was still on his face as he flew through the air. From all directions, a dozen black-clad assassins emerged, their agile movements indicating they were highly trained professionals. As expected, Xiaoyang knew his days wouldn't be peaceful. These scoundrels had finally caught up. He grabbed a long sword and charged forward to engage the assassins. His hasty departure meant he had only Tao Jinzi with him. The man was all talk and no action, a complete weakling who was utterly useless in this situation. Tao Jinzi scrambled to his feet and quickly signaled for help. He mimicked Xiaoyang, grabbing a sword and nervously surveying the surroundings. However, everyone's attention was on Xiaoyang, with no one paying him any heed. His life wasn't worth much. Xiaoyang's was the most valuable. Seeing this, Tao Jinzi panicked. "Your Highness? Clear the area and ensure the safety of the people. Now!" Xiaoyang shouted. "Stop gawking and get to safety." What was the point of standing around like spectators in such a dangerous situation? Xiaoyang was highly skilled in martial arts and carried hidden poison needles. In the fight, not only did he hold his own, but he also gained the upper hand. The assassins, angered, began to fight with lethal intent. These bastards had been aiming for a live capture, hadn't they? Tao Jinzi, though a weakling, was clever. He quickly summoned reinforcements. Zhang Jian and Qitai arrived, dressed in coarse cloth and wielding farm tools, attacking the assassins with their hoes. Seeing his two generals fight in such attire, Xiaoyang felt a pang of embarrassment. This was too humiliating. None of these assassins could be allowed to live. If word got out, it would tarnish his reputation. "Kill them all," Xiaoyang commanded coldly, his attacks becoming more ruthless. The assassins, realizing they were outmatched, tried to flee, but Xiaoyang wouldn't let them escape. The royal guards quickly caught up, surrounding them and unleashing a barrage of arrows. "We arrived late to protect you, Your Highness. Please forgive us." Afu knelt, full of guilt. If anything had happened to the prince, he would have no face to live. Seeing his distress, Xiaoyang chuckled and said lightly, "Don't look like you've lost your father. I'm fine. Cut off their heads and send them to the Eastern Palace." "These are from the Eastern Palace?" Chapter 52. Is he brainless? Xiaoyang nodded and said softly, "I knew before that Xiaozhi wasn't very bright, but I never expected him to be this stupid." Assassins were things that should be kept hidden, things that, even if discovered, should be denied at all costs. But this fool, Xiaozhi, had left a unified mark on these people. During the battle earlier, Xiaoyang had noticed that all the assassins had a wolf head tattoo on their hands. Who in the entire Xia kingdom didn't know that the crown prince loved wolves? It was like exposing himself, completely brainless. Thinking about it, Xiaoyang felt even more disgusted. If such a person were to rule the world, it would be a disaster. Cut off the hands with the tattoos and send them over. The rest, drag them to the outskirts and feed them to the dogs. After giving the order, Xiaoyang turned and walked towards the Qin Palace. Tao Jinzi followed behind. "Your Highness, this is too dangerous. Maybe we should ask the Security Bureau to send someone to protect you? I have enough people around me and I don't need protection," Xiaoyang said, looking at him with a slight frown, clearly showing some disdain. "It seems like you're the one who needs protection, trembling like that." Tao Jinzi knew that his trembling was quite embarrassing, but he couldn't help it. He was just a businessman. He wasn't used to dealing with murder and robbery. "Why are you following me? Go distribute the goods. Everyone is waiting for these." "I'm scared. Following you is safer." Tao Jinzi smiled sheepishly. He knew it was embarrassing, but could his pride save his life? "Afu, take him back."
"Yes."
Xiaoyang quickened his pace towards the Qin Palace. His face darkened as he looked at Zhang Jian and Qitai. "I told you to take people to work on the fields, and you really think you're farmers now, huh?" The two exchanged glances and knelt down. "Yes, we deserve to die." So many people had slipped in silently. Wasn't that their fault as generals? "I entrusted my head to you too, and you treat it like a ball to kick around, huh?" Xiaoyang grew even more furious, slamming the table. "You idiots, what are you kneeling here for? Go investigate and find out which route they used to get in." The two exchanged glances, but didn't move. Xiao Yang frowned, noticing their hesitation. Got a clue? It seems they followed Tao the merchant's caravan, Chitai said, unable to hide his frustration. What? Not only did this guy act like a butterfly, but he also attracted bees and butterflies to himself? Damn, I shouldn't have let him go home. I should have killed him too. You too, take some men and investigate thoroughly. Today I was lucky, but next time won't be so fortunate. And this incident has had quite an impact on the people. You need to find a way to calm them down. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yang coughed lightly. I was almost assassinated and was so scared that I fainted upon returning. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. Any place that has harbored strangers recently must be thoroughly checked. As he spoke, Xiao Yang even acted as if he were weak and helpless. Just then, Shun Yunyan, who had heard the news, rushed in. Yang, are you okay? Shin Yunyan entered and saw him in this state, immediately rushing forward. Are you all right? Let me see what happened. She reached out to pull at his belt. Ahem, I'm fine. Really? Xiao Yang said awkwardly, grabbing Shin Yunyan's hand. I'm fine. Seeing him like this, Shin Yunyan felt even more heartbroken and upset. She whispered, Don't pretend to be strong in front of me. I'm not pretending. I killed them. The blood isn't mine, Xiao Yang said, feeling both amused and helpless. He had been in such a hurry to return that he hadn't even had time to change his clothes. The blood isn't yours? Shin Yunyan immediately realized and became annoyed. You're fine, so why are you acting like this? Are you brainless or something? The princess is mighty. Get out. Xiao Yang snapped. The two behind Shun Yunyan quickly left. But Shin Yunyan had been in such a hurry that she didn't notice there were two others in the room. Now, seeing Xiao Yang's stern yet inwardly flustered expression, she felt a surge of grievance. I care so much about you. I'm so worried. I'm afraid something might happen to you. But is this how you treat me? Is this what you have to say to me? Are you stupid? Xiao Yang smiled, pulling Shun Yunyan closer and gesturing for her to look outside. Damn. Seeing the two figures leaving, Shun Yunyan suddenly realized, her face turning red. Thinking about her earlier actions, she wished she could disappear into the ground. I said I wanted to take off your clothes, and you didn't even like it. Shin Yunyan said in frustration. So that's what it was. Ugh, why didn't you tell me earlier? How embarrassing. Watching her mumble to herself, Xiao Yang found her utterly charming. He leaned in and kissed her lightly on the lips. Even though I wasn't hurt, I was scared. Hold me. Hold what hold? Shin Yunyan gave him an annoyed look, then whispered, Hold me tonight. I want to hold you now. There's no one else here. Hold me. You're dirty. Shin Yunyan pushed him away with disdain, covered in blood. And he still wants to hold her? Xiao Yang pouted, nuzzling his face against her hand. Wash me, and I won't be dirty anymore. Hee. This guy is always trying to take advantage. Sweet Date, prepare a bath.
Yes.
Sweet Date was already used to such scenes. She had even grown accustomed to the contrast between Xiao Yang's ruthless actions outside and his tender behavior at home. She used to worry about her mistress suffering with him, but now she could finally relax. It's just that the prince is too clingy. She can't even find time to have a private chat with her mistress. Shin Yunyan reached out to help Xiao Yang undress. This time, instead of refusing, Xiao Yang spread his arms, enjoying the moment. It was just undressing, but he made it seem so suggestive, making her blush. Seeing Shan Yunyan's shyness, Xiao Yang's lips curled up. You're my wife. What are you afraid of? Why be shy? You're the one who's not shy. You shameless guy, Shin Yunyan said, both amused and exasperated. Behave yourself during the bath. Chapter 53. Fools begetting fools. Xiao Yang took the opportunity to hug Shin Yunyan, laughing. How can I be still when your hands are wandering all over me? You wouldn't. I would, he replied with a grin, then kissed her passionately. Over time, Shin Yunyan had noticed that while Xiao Yang was usually gentle, he became exceptionally bold during certain moments. She enjoyed his boldness, though sometimes it was a bit overwhelming. After exhausting themselves, Shen Yunyan sat on the desk, looking at Xiaoliang with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who's going to bathe you now? Myself, Xiaoliang chuckled, not bothering to dress as he sat in the bath. He raised an eyebrow at her. Want to join me? Feeling sticky and wanting a bath, Shen Yunyan hesitated. But seeing his predatory gaze, she decided against it. Better not to bathe and stay safe. Seeing her cautious demeanor, Xiaoliang laughed. We're old married folk, why the shyness? After cleaning up, Xiaoliang held Shen Yunyan and asked, How do you feel about things recently? What do you mean? I just feel tired, she replied with a resentful glance. But I've passed on all the farming techniques, and they should be implemented soon. At this, Shen Yunyan became excited. Do you think we'll have a bumper harvest this autumn? Will the people be able to eat their fill and wear nice clothes? As she spoke, she felt life was becoming more promising. Optimistic as she was, Xiaoliang shook his head. It's not going to be that simple. Though we're far from the emperor, he still has us on his mind. Trouble will come soon, he said, shrugging. The recent assassination attempt was just a signal, a warning. Shen Yunyan sighed in frustration. I don't get it. Why can't the court just let people live in peace? Exactly. But some people just won't live in peace, Xiaoliang snorted. If they won't settle, neither will I. Don't worry, I have a plan. You've been working hard. Rest now, and then let's discuss setting up a women's exams.
What?
Shen Yunyan stared at him in disbelief, her weariness vanishing. I said we'll set up a women's exams. Didn't we talk about establishing a women's school? If we have that, why not women's exams? Even if other places don't allow it, we can in our territory. This was one of the perks of being a feudal lord. Within your domain, you could do as you pleased, as long as you didn't miss annual tributes or ask the court for money or goods. Even if you boiled your people for meat, no one would care. Shen Yunyan looked at Xiaoliang with burning eyes. Yes, we talked about this before, but I thought you were joking. I didn't expect you to take it seriously. I take everything I promise seriously. Setting up a women's school is a must, and it's up to you to do it. Many people still can't accept it, so I want you to be the first female teacher. How about it? Xiaoliang smiled at her. Could it really happen? Shen Yunyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She hugged Xiaoliang and whispered, Thank you. She had thought that after marrying him, her life would revolve around the household, seeing only the four walls of her world. But she never expected this, that she could have this. She kissed his face repeatedly. Xiaoliang, you're the best man in the world. I love you. I really do. With that, she turned and hurried out. Tianzhao, get the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rights here immediately, she called, her steps full of energy. The news quickly spread across the Qin territory. Some rejoiced, while others were dismayed. In the Eastern Palace in the capital, Xiaozha laughed upon hearing the news. I thought he was so capable, but he's just a blustering fool. First, he's farming with peasants. Now he's talking about women's schools. And women's exams to be officials? How laughable. I must tell this joke to father and mother. Xiaozha chuckled. It was the first day of the month, so the emperor was required to dine and sleep in the empress's palace. Though seated at the same table, their thoughts were worlds apart. The empress, seeing his smugness, was too angry to eat. She shot him a glare, feeling utterly frustrated. But she quickly composed herself, knowing she couldn't let her emotions get the better of her. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the Crown Prince is here, announced the maid Mingxi. At this, the empress felt like throwing her chopsticks. Already in a bad mood. Why did that fool have to come now? Before she could vent, Xiaozha entered, bowed, and began to speak. Father, mother, I heard that the Qin prince is causing trouble in his territory. Oh? What kind of trouble? The emperor asked, intrigued. First, he's farming with peasants, and now he's setting up women's schools and talking about women's exams to be officials. Ha! How ridiculous! Xiaozha couldn't help but laugh again. The empress, holding back the urge to smash her bowl on his head, clenched her fists. The emperor also laughed. Recently, Liang fell ill in Qin. Maybe he's burned his brain? How absurd. Though he appeared concerned, His disdain was evident. Truly, fools begetting fools. The Empress gripped her bowl tightly, gritting her teeth to prevent herself from overturning the table. Mother? Xiaxia, noticing her silence, asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 54. Genuine Disdain. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? The Empress relaxed her brows and said indifferently, "It's nothing. She was just annoyed by that fool." Seeing that the Empress seemed a bit displeased, the Emperor Xia chuckled and said softly, "I know, you've always been very fond of Liang. Don't worry, I'll find a way to advise him a bit. I'm afraid it won't do much good. I've heard he's been acting arbitrarily in Qin and has already killed several city lords." Xiaxia immediately chimed in. "Why hasn't he killed you yet?" The Empress directly slammed her chopsticks down on the table. "Why talk about such violent matters while eating? If you want to discuss these matters, don't do it in my glass palace. Go to your imperial study instead." The Empress snorted coldly, displeased as she looked at Xiaxia. "You are the crown prince, not some gossiping old woman from the streets. Is it really worth getting so excited over such hearsay? Look at yourself now. What difference is there between you and a shrew from the market?" The Empress frowned. "You're utterly disgraceful." Xiaxia was utterly shocked that he, of all people, would be the one scolded. He furrowed his brows, confused as he looked at the Empress. "Why does Mother always scold me like this? I came here to inform you of this news because I was worried about Chun. Yet now I'm being treated like a gossiping busybody? I am the Empress and your birth mother. If I scold you, you listen. How dare you talk back? Get out and kneel on the brick floor outside." The Empress's face turned cold. Chapter 54. Truly Disgusted. What's wrong? What do you mean, what's wrong? The Empress relaxed her brow and said indifferently, "It's nothing." But she was clearly annoyed by that fool. Seeing the Empress's apparent displeasure, the Emperor chuckled softly and said, "I know you've always doted on Liang. Don't worry, I'll try to persuade him." "I'm afraid it won't work. I've heard he's been acting arbitrarily in Qin, killing several city governors already." Xiaxia immediately chimed in. "Why hasn't he killed you yet?" The Empress slammed her chopsticks down on the table. "Why bring up such violent matters during dinner?" she snapped. "If you want to talk about these things, don't do it in my glass palace. Go to your study." She glared coldly at Xiaxia. "You're the crown prince, not some gossiping old woman on the street. Is it really so exciting for you to spread rumors like this? Look at you now. What's the difference between you and a common shrew?" The Empress frowned. "You're utterly disgraceful." Xiaxia was utterly shocked that he was the one being scolded. He furrowed his brow, looking at the Empress in confusion. "Why does Mother always scold me like this? I came to inform you out of concern for Qin, yet now I'm being treated like a gleeful gossip. I am the Empress and your mother. If I scold you, you listen. How dare you talk back? Get out and kneel on the brick floor outside." The Empress's expression turned icy. Xiaxia felt a surge of wei qi, but he still stood up and walked out. Watching the Empress treat her own child so harshly, the Emperor felt a pang of discomfort. "Is it because he's my son that you treat him so cruelly?" "Cruel? Are you saying I'm doing this on purpose?" The Empress raised an eyebrow, her smile cold and mocking. When did he ever have any sense? Seeing her like this, the Emperor felt a wave of distress. "It's been so many years. Why do you still dwell on it? Is he really that important to you? Even after having my child, do you still cling to him? I don't understand what you're saying. I'm tired today. Please leave." The Empress couldn't even be bothered to pretend anymore. Seeing her like this, the Emperor's temper flared. He slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you speak to me like this? I am the Emperor. Why wouldn't I dare? Go ahead and kill me if you want. I'm the worst at talking anyway." The Empress simply gave up, throwing caution to the wind. Seeing this, the Emperor felt another wave of helplessness. "How many times do I have to tell you I'm sincere about you? Your sincerity is truly precious to me," the Empress said with a smile, so sincere it hurt. But the mockery in her eyes still stung the Emperor. He turned and stormed out, grabbing his son as he passed and dragging him to the study. The once pleasant meal had been ruined. Before they were out of earshot, the Empress overturned the table. The sound of shattered porcelain made both men pause. Xiaxia felt another wave of weightshift and muttered softly, "Does mother really hate me that much?" Seeing his son like this, the Emperor sighed and continued to the study. Xiaxia didn't know what he had done wrong, only that both his father and mother seemed to dislike him, though he didn't understand why. After all, he was their only child. Xiaoyang's behavior is suspicious. Since you have nothing to do in the capital, go to Qin and check on him, the Emperor said, waving his hand. He had hoped to spend the night with the Empress, but this brat had ruined everything. Xiaxia was surprised. Now? Should I go to Qin now? Aren't you always thinking about Qin? Now that I'm sending you, you don't want to go? I'll go. Xiaxia bit his lip and agreed. He looked at the Emperor and asked softly, "Why doesn't mother like me?" "You may leave," the Emperor said wearily, waving his hand. He didn't know how to answer that question. In the royal family, one must first be subject to the monarch, then son to father. With a heavy heart, he returned to the Eastern Palace and smashed everything he could find. Why? What have I done wrong? Why does everyone treat me like this? Seeing him like this, Bai Shu felt sympathy. "Your Highness, please calm down." "Bai Shu, you're clever. Tell me, why? Why is this happening?" Xiaxia's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped Bai Shu's shoulders tightly. Bai Shu, being a frail scholar, felt his shoulders might break. He looked at Xiaxia and said softly, "It's said that the Empress's heart belonged to someone else, not the Emperor." This wasn't exactly a secret. Everyone knew, except Xiaxia. "What?" Xiaxia stared at Bai Shu in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" "I deserve death." Bai Shu quickly knelt and begged for forgiveness. But Xiaxia wasn't interested in hearing that. He grabbed Bai Shu by the collar. "Tell me, who said this? What's going on?" The Empress is the only daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, dearly loved since birth. She had a lover before entering the palace as Empress, but Bai Shu couldn't bring himself to finish. Hearing this, Xiaxia's face turned even darker. "So, mother hates father and doesn't like me?" That seemed to be the implication. Bai Shu looked at him. "The Emperor killed that man." "What?" Xiaxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, in mother's eyes, I'm the son of her enemy?" Bai Shu suddenly realized that Xiaxia was quite sharp at times. How could this be? Why did she have me then? Who did mother love? Xiaxia sat down, looking lost as he stared at Bai Shu. Bai Shu didn't know how to respond, trembling on his knees. Seeing this, Xiaxia laughed bitterly. "Tell me, who was it?" "It was the late emperor." "What?" "It was Xiaoyang's father." "Xiaoyang, again Xiaoyang. This scoundrel just won't leave me alone. No wonder mother has always favored that bastard. Ha! One is the child of her beloved, the other the child of her enemy. Of course. Naturally, she would treat them differently." At this thought, Xiaxia clenched his fists. "I'll kill him. I must make him die." Still, he stood up and walked outside. Seeing the Empress treat her own child so harshly, the Emperor Xia also felt a pang of discomfort. "Is it because he's my son that you treat him so poorly?" "Poor treatment? Does your Majesty mean that I'm doing this on purpose?" The Empress raised an eyebrow, her smile fake. When did he ever use his brain? Seeing the Empress's expression, the Emperor Xia felt a wave of distress. "So many years have passed. Why do you still cling to the past? Is he really that important to you? Even after having my child, you still can't forget him?" "I don't understand what your Majesty is saying. I'm tired today, please leave." The Empress couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Seeing her like this, the Emperor Xia felt another surge of anger. He slammed the table hard. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am the Emperor." "Why not? Why don't you just kill me then? I'm the worst at talking anyway." The Empress gave up entirely, like a broken pot being smashed. Seeing this, the Emperor Xia felt yet another wave of helplessness. "How many times do I have to tell you that my feelings for you are genuine? Your Majesty's sincerity, I truly cherish it." The Empress smiled, speaking with such sincerity. But the mockery in her eyes still stung the Emperor Xia. He turned and left with a sweep of his sleeve. As he passed by his son, he picked him up and carried him to the imperial study. The once pleasant meal had been utterly ruined. Before they had even left, the Empress overturned the table. Hearing the sound of shattered porcelain, both men paused for a moment. Xiaxia felt even more wronged and muttered softly, "Does mother really hate me that much?" Watching him in this state, Emperor Xia sighed with a mix of helplessness and resignation, then proceeded toward the imperial study. In truth, Xiaxia didn't know what he had done wrong. He only knew that both his father and mother didn't seem to like him, yet he didn't understand why. After all, he was their only child. Something seems off about Xiaoyang's behavior. Since you have nothing to do in the capital, go and take a look in Qin. The Emperor Xia waved his hand. Today, he could have slept with the Empress, but thanks to this brat, everything was ruined. Xiaxia was somewhat surprised. At this time, does your majesty want me to go to Qin? Aren't you always thinking about the people in Qin? Now that I'm sending you, you don't want to go? I'll go. Xiaxia could only grit his teeth and agree. He looked at the Emperor Xia and asked softly, "Father, why doesn't mother like me?" "You may leave now." The Emperor Xia waved his hand helplessly. He didn't know how to answer that question. Although there were many questions in his heart, in the royal family, one was first a subject, then a father. With a heavy heart, he returned to the Eastern Palace and smashed everything he could get his hands on. Why? What have I done wrong? Why does everyone treat me like this? Why? Seeing him like this, Bai Shu felt distressed. "Your Highness, please calm down." "Bai Shu, you're smart. Tell me why. Why is this happening?" Xiaxia's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped Bai Shu's shoulders tightly. Bai Shu was just a frail scholar, and with this sudden outburst, he felt like his shoulders were about to be crushed. He looked at Xiaxia and said softly, "It's said that the Empress's heart belonged to someone else, not the Emperor. In fact, this wasn't a secret. Everyone knew. It's just that Xiaxia didn't." "What?" Xiaxia looked at Bai Shu in disbelief. "What are you talking about? I deserve to die." Bai Shu quickly knelt down to apologize. Xiaxia, however, didn't want to hear any of that. He grabbed Bai Shu by the collar. "Tell me, who said it? What exactly is going on?" The Empress is the only daughter of the Duke of Dinghua, showered with love since childhood. She already had someone she loved, but later entered the palace and became the Empress, so? Bai Shu couldn't bring himself to finish the sentence. Upon hearing this, Xiaxia's face turned even darker. "So, mother hates father and doesn't like me? That's about the gist of it." Bai Shu looked at him. "The Emperor killed that person?" "What?" Xiaxia's eyes widened in disbelief. "So, in mother's eyes, am I the son of her enemy?" Bai Shu suddenly realized that Xiaxia was quite clever at times. How could it be like this? Then why did she have me? Who did mother love? Xiaxia plopped down on the ground, looking at Bai Shu in confusion. Bai Shu didn't know how to answer, trembling as he knelt there. Seeing this, Xiaxia laughed. "Tell me, who was it?" "It was the previous emperor." "What?" "It was Xiaoyang's father." "Xiaoyang, it's always Xiaoyang. Why does this bastard keep haunting me?" No wonder mother has always favored that illegitimate child. Heh, one is the child of her beloved, the other is the child of her enemy. Of course, there would be a difference in treatment. At this thought, Xiaxia clenched his fists. "I want him dead. I must make him die." Chapter 55. No Good Deeds. Bai Shu sighed with resignation. Whether Xiaoyang lives or dies, the world will still be yours. Why bother with him? Upon hearing this, Xiaxia roared, "The world! You saw how my father and mother treated me. As long as Xiaoyang is alive, this world will never be mine." Seeing Xiaxia in this state, Bai Shu realized that Xiaoyang had become his obsession, a thorn in his side that needed to be removed. If not eliminated, it would fester. "Actually, Your Highness, why must you take matters into your own hands? He's causing chaos in Qin province. If all his efforts come to nothing, and the land yields nothing, wouldn't he naturally be rendered useless?" Bai Shu quickly offered advice. Xiaxia seemed exhausted and sat down in a chair, glaring at Bai Shu. You make it sound simple. Achieving a harvest failure, how easy do you think that is? It's just farmland. How difficult can it be? Bai Shu chuckled. Besides, Xiao Yang's control over the city lords is inconsistent. If someone feels envious and takes matters into their own hands, it wouldn't implicate your highness, would it? Xiaxia found this reasoning convincing. His eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. You're right. That makes sense. He immediately stood up and began instructing his subordinates to pack their belongings. This was the perfect opportunity to teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly received news from the princess that Xiaxia was on his way. His first reaction was that this guy was up to no good. He pondered for a moment and summoned Zhang Jian and Qi Tai to his study. Aside from basic military training, all the soldiers had been busy with farming and raising livestock to ensure better provisions during their campaigns. Perhaps due to long hours in the fields, both men had tanned considerably. Seeing their appearance, Xiaoyang chuckled softly. The crown prince is coming. What's he coming for? Qi Tai snorted disdainfully. It's bound to be trouble. Having been a bandit, Qi Tai had long lost any respect for the crown prince or the emperor. Zhang Jian, however, was different. As someone who had always served in the military, loyalty to the throne was ingrained in his bones. Why did your highness summon us? Zhang Jian furrowed his brow. Could it be that the crown prince intends to assassinate your highness? Nonsense, Xiaoyang frowned. He looked at the two men. One was clueless, the other both clueless and grumpy, and felt a headache coming on. With a sigh, he said, some things, even if they're as obvious as a flea on a bald head, shouldn't be spoken of casually. Do you understand? Everyone knows the crown prince hates me. Why bring it up? This time, he's coming to play the role of a loving brother, so he won't assassinate me. But staging a self-inflicted injury is entirely possible. Xiaoyang chuckled. This is really giving me a headache. Wasn't there any peace to be had for farming? Stop what you're doing immediately and patrol the city. Require everyone to have clear identification for entry and exit. Locals must register with the authorities, not just people, but livestock as well. Any outsiders must have neighbors vouching for them and present a travel permit. When I investigate any incidents, I must be able to pinpoint the responsible individual. Xiaoyang quickly began arranging the next steps. The journey from the capital to Qin province would take at least 15 days. Those 15 days would be enough for Xiaoyang to prepare everything. Also, inform everyone not to speak too much with strangers. If anyone leaks Qin province's secrets, they will be executed without mercy. Xiaoyang's eyes flashed with a cold ruthlessness. That was his nature, gentle as water when dealing with the common folk, but ruthless with traitors. Keep a close eye on the city lords. Don't let them communicate freely with the outside. Xiaoyang clenched his fist. He had long known that some of the city lords in Qin province were not loyal, as evidenced by the leaks to the capital. Zhang Jian and Qi Tai nodded repeatedly. Understood. Qi Tai, contact your old bandit friends and prepare some surprises for Xiaozhou along the way. Consider it my way of returning the favor, Xiaoyang snorted. When he had traveled from the capital to Qin province, he had faced obstacles at every step. Now that Xiaozhou was coming, did he really think he could do so smoothly? Dream on. Qi Tai immediately became excited. Yes. Be careful with your methods. Don't leave any evidence, Xiaoyang chuckled. Now, get to work. As they left, Zhang Jian looked at Qi Tai's excited expression with exasperation. What are you so pleased about? Nothing. I just really like how His Highness has a grudge and settles it. Qi Tai grinned. Zhang Jian still felt something was off. Did the Crown Prince offend you before? Are you using this as an opportunity for personal revenge? Not really. His Highness said to teach him a lesson, so that's what we'll do. Qi Tai retorted confidently. Zhang Jian could only shake his head and walk away, leaving a final warning. Just remember, don't cause trouble for His Highness. Got it, Qi Tai replied immediately. Xiaoyang stood on the city wall, gazing down at Qin City. He had been here for over half a year, and there were still no significant changes. However, the border seemed restless. Earlier, Shin Yuanfeng had sent word that there might be a battle in the fall. In truth, Xiaoyang knew that the war should have started in the spring, but both nations tacitly agreed to postpone it as their people needed to focus on the harvest. With ample provisions in the fall, war was inevitable. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile as he returned to his study to continue drawing plans. Xiao Hua had been working on the project for days and finally managed to create part of what Xiaoyang had requested. Excitedly, he came to show Xiaoyang, hoping to get his approval. But before Xiao Hua could speak, Xiaoyang was even more excited, pulling him over to show him his drawings. Can you make this? In this age of cold weapons, a powerful crossbow was the ultimate offensive weapon. With a long range, high damage, and the ability to fire continuously, such a weapon would dominate the battlefield. Seeing the drawings, Xiao Hua immediately understood what it was. Although he was a carpenter, he had served in the military for years and was well-versed in military equipment. Chapter 56. Truly Heartbreaking. Your Highness, we cannot privately forge ironware. Xiao Hua looked at Xiaoyang with some helplessness. To prevent the feudal lords from rebelling, ironware was strictly controlled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned, then slapped his thigh. How could I have forgotten about this? Apart from the military equipment issued by the imperial court, producing their own weapons was a challenging endeavor. But in this world, money could make the devil push a millstone. He chuckled, putting an arm around Xiao Hua's shoulder. You've spent your whole life in the military, so you're quite the veteran, right? What did this mean? Xiao Hua felt a surge of nervousness, cautiously looking at Xiaoyang, his body stiffening. Your servant does not understand what your highness means. What I mean is, you must know people who deal in military equipment, right? Xiaoyang pressed further. Was this something that could be discussed? Your highness, I don't know anything. I truly don't know anything. Xiao Hua hastily knelt down. But Xiaoyang waved his hand dismissively, saying calmly, I'm not saying you deal in military equipment, but surely someone does, right? Money is no object. Quietly buy those things, and we'll modify them ourselves later. Xiaoyang chuckled, looking at Xiao Hua. If we can dismantle someone else's house to build our own walls, wouldn't that be a good thing? What kind of good thing was that? Xiao Hua looked at Xiaoyang with confusion. Seeing this, Xiaoyang found it amusing. You don't get it? Yes, I understand. I'll handle it right away. Xiao Hua immediately agreed. Although he truly didn't grasp Xiaoyang's thought process, he knew this wasn't something he could refuse. He turned and walked out. Watching Xiao Hua's retreating figure, Xiaoyang felt quite satisfied. However, he still sent a signal to bring Tao Jinzi in. Tao Jinzi had a special pass allowing him to enter and leave the Qin prince's palace at will. Entering the study, he asked, What does the young master need? Money. First bring me 300,000 taels of gold. Xiaoyang spoke frankly. Why not just rob a bank? Tao Jinzi looked constipated. Your Highness, what do you need so much money for? Ironware. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Or, you can just give it to me directly. I can't be bothered with the hassle. He thought it was something major. Tao Jinzi chuckled and then whispered, Our guild can help procure some. Also, the escort agency can handle it. Your Highness might not know, but the Tianxia Guild owns 2 iron mines. You can have as much as you want. You have your own iron mines? Does the imperial court know about this? Does he know every single or vein in the world? Tao Jinzi snorted disdainfully. If such a valuable thing were given to him, wouldn't that be a waste? Very well. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Make sure the transport is kept secret. If it's discovered, I might be the first to die. The current emperor was already glaring, waiting for any chance to catch him in a mistake. So, he couldn't afford to hand over a reason to die voluntarily. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Young master, just wait and see. Go ahead. Although this man had a sharp tongue, he was quite reliable when it came to handling tasks. Half a month passed quickly. When Xiaja set off from the capital, he was full of spirit, but after being chased by bandits and mountain thieves along the way, by the time he reached the Qin territory, he was disheveled and utterly disheveled. So, when he saw Xiaoyang, the The resentment in Xiaja's heart reached its peak. Seeing Xiaja's venomous gaze, Xiaoyang felt rather innocent. He chuckled and then stepped forward. Your servant greets the crown prince. Your servant greets the crown prince. Shun Yinyan followed behind Xiaoyang, curtsying gracefully. On the day of their wedding, Xiaja had gotten himself drunk. He had thought he could lock his heart away, but seeing Shan Yinyan standing so obediently by Xiaoyang's side, Xiaja still felt a sharp pain in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, forcing a smile. Chandi, you're too polite. We are brothers, no need for such formalities. Your Highness has had a long journey, please come with me. Xiaoyang quickly ushered him into the Qin prince's palace. He had expected the Qin territory to be cold and desolate, but to his surprise, it was beautiful and well-equipped, with no hint of hardship. Although the Qin territory was cold, it was only harsh in winter. Other seasons were quite pleasant. Originally, Father was worried that Chen Di would suffer here, but now it seems Father's concern was unnecessary. Xiaja said with a hint of jealousy. Hearing this, Xiaoyang chuckled. The Emperor has always been very kind to me. When choosing my fief, he naturally chose the best, so how could it be truly cold and harsh? Ever since he learned that Xiaja was not favored by his parents, Xiaoyang had seized on his weakness, ready to strike hard. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiaja's face turned pale with anger. However, he maintained his usual gentle demeanor and did not lose his temper in public. He merely smiled. Yes, Father favors you more than his own son. One must be more polite with others' children, but naturally stricter with one's own. Besides, your Highness is the crown prince, the future ruler of the world. The burden on your shoulders is heavy, so of course, you must work harder. Xiaoyang chuckled. Unlike me, I can just eat, drink, and have fun. Xiaoyang smiled. To live a carefree life as an idle prince and be happy all my life, that's all I desire. Every word he spoke seemed so friendly. But in Xiaja's eyes, it was nothing but a provocation, because the life Xiaoyang described was exactly the life Xiaja wanted. Yet, while Xiaoyang was already living that life, Xiaja was still being looked down upon by his parents. He clenched his fists tightly beneath his wide sleeves, gritting his teeth. Chandi, you are truly blessed. Xiaja forced a smile, raising his wine cup. When you got married, I didn't have the chance to come. This cup is my toast to your wedding. As he spoke, he gazed at Shun Yinyan with deep affection. As long as you two are harmonious, I'll be at ease. This passionate gaze almost made Shun Yinyan sick. She really wondered how he could be so disgusting. She frowned, glancing at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was clearly enjoying the situation, chuckling as he raised his wine cup. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Shun Yinyan also raised her cup, echoing the words. The title, Your Highness, pierced Xiaja like a knife. Chapter 57. Childish and Laughable. Xiaja forced himself to swallow the bitter pain in his heart and downed the cup of wine. He set the cup down and began his attack. I hear, Chindi, that you plan to establish a girls' school? Oh, the crown prince is also aware of this? Xiaoyang smiled. Xiaja nodded. Chandi, this matter has already caused quite a stir. Qin is a harsh and barren land, where many boys can't even afford to go to school, yet you're starting to worry about girls. This doesn't seem appropriate, does it? And to establish a women's civil service examination? That's even more absurd, unheard of. When this news reached the capital, Xiaja had wanted to laugh, and now he finally could laugh in his face, which naturally filled him with delight. Upon hearing this, Shun Yunyan's expression turned somewhat displeased. She frowned and said softly, Does the crown prince believe that women are unworthy? Of course not, but I think it's best for women to stay in the inner chambers and lead their lives there, Xiaja chuckled. However, Qin is Chandi's fiefdom, and I'm merely speaking casually. Seeing Xiaja's demeanor, Xiaoyang didn't get angry. He smiled faintly and said, I understand your highness's concern, but even if it's difficult, I will still do it. Indeed, a fool is a fool. Xiaja secretly despised him, but felt a strange sense of relief. As long as he continued to act like this, it wouldn't be long before he was pulled down from his position. Watching Xiaoyang's behavior, Xiaozhi couldn't fathom why his parents had shown him special favor. Clearly, he was the real fool. After a meal filled with superficial pleasantries, Xiaoyang felt utterly exhausted. He embraced Shen Yunyan and muttered gloomily, "That guy, how does he have such good acting skills?" "My lord, actually, what he said isn't entirely wrong," Shen Yunyan sighed. "At first, when you mentioned setting up schools and civil service examinations, I was very excited, but now that it's being implemented, I realize how difficult it is. With people barely able to feed themselves, who would send their daughters to school?" "I know that," Xiaoyang said, hugging her gently and smiling. Then, in a low voice, he added, "So this matter can't be rushed. We need to take it step by step. Right now, our most critical task is to make money. Money, such a wonderful thing." Shen Yunyan knew he was tired today and had drunk quite a bit. She smiled tenderly, kissed him, and said, all right, I'll follow your lead. That's more like it." Xiaoyang nodded contentedly. Xiaozhi, what a fool. The fool, Xiaozhi, was currently basking in his triumph at the manor. "I thought he was so formidable, but it turns out he's just a man with a pretty face," he mused. "Haha, it seems that in the capital, it was the princess who was giving him advice. Now that she's gone, he's nothing but a nobody." Xiaozhi chuckled, looking at Bai Shu. Bai Shu nodded. "Indeed, the crown prince is wise. Tomorrow, we'll go to the fields to take a look. I want to see what's so special about the land he personally tills." Xiaozhi lay down on the bed, satisfied, but then wrinkled his nose in disgust. Truly a harsh land. Even the bed is so hard. The next morning, Xiaoyang got up early and went straight to the greenhouse to check on his little green vegetables. Although Xiaozhi was currently causing trouble like a rotten egg, Xiaoyang still continued with his work. Seeing that the little green vegetables were growing well, he nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, It seems that farmyard manure is indeed a good thing." "Yes, your highness is truly amazing. Excrement, which is usually the hardest to deal with, has been turned into a valuable resource by your highness. It's truly remarkable," Ah Fu praised, standing by. At the beginning of spring, Xiaoyang had already ordered the excavation of biogas pits to ferment manure for farmyard fertilizer. This served a dual purpose, solving environmental issues across Qin and improving crop yields. He glanced at Ah Fu and smiled. "At most, in a month, we'll be able to eat fresh vegetables. By the way, the seedlings in the fields should be emerging by now. How are they?" Xiaoyang asked Ah Fu with a smile. Ah Fu shook his head. "Currently, it's hard to tell. They've just sprouted." "Never mind. I'll go take a look myself once that guy leaves," Xiaoyang said. "This thing keeps hovering around me every day. I'm starting to get a bit annoyed," he muttered, squatting at the edge of the field, his brow furrowed. Over the past few days, Xiaozhi hadn't wasted time at the Qin prince's palace. Instead, he had been flitting around like a social butterfly among the various city lords. Some had been swayed by his words, but others focused solely on their duties, paying no mind to anything else. "Go and send a message to Shen Yuanfeng. Have them stir up some trouble on the border to scare Xiaozhi." Xiaoyang stood up. The border general was a former official of the previous dynasty, now completely obedient to Xiaoyang. The entire Qin region was under his control. Xiaozhi had walked right into a trap, utterly clueless. In the Ji City Lord's residence. This harsh Qin land offers meager dishes. "It truly is a hardship for the crown prince," Ji City Lord said, bowing respectfully. He didn't resemble a city lord at all, more like a fawning courtier. Xiaozhi smiled, not even glancing at the food on the table, and said, "I've come to see you. I hear that the Ji City Lord is dedicated to the people. In this harsh Qin land, you've worked hard. Your highness is jesting. This is what I should do. Wherever I am, I serve the country loyally," Ji City Lord declared with a solemn expression. Xiaozhi looked at him and said, "Actually, with such ambition, staying here is a bit of a waste. How about I try to arrange for you to be transferred to the capital?" "Your Highness," Ji City Lord knelt excitedly, "I am deeply grateful for your Highness's kindness. As long as you serve me well here, I will not mistreat you, Xiaozha chuckled, raising his cup and taking a sip. Now, tell me, what has Xiaoyang been up to lately? Only then did Ji City Lord realize that being transferred wasn't so simple. He knelt on the ground, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Highness. The Qin Prince is overambitious. Since arriving, he has executed the former city lord of Han and acted arbitrarily, ruining the farmland. Who knows what the autumn harvest will be like?" As he spoke, Ji City Lord even managed to look genuinely concerned. Seeing this, Xiaozha felt secretly pleased. He smiled faintly and said, "When in the capital, father and mother showed special affection for Chan Di. He has always been frail and sickly, unfamiliar with the ways of the land, and naturally unaccustomed to this harsh Qin region. But don't worry, I will advise him, ensuring you don't suffer too much. Your Highness is wise. On behalf of the people of Qin, I thank Your Highness." Ji City Lord immediately performed a deep bow. Chapter 58. A Good Opportunity. And so, an alliance was formed. Xiaozha was in high spirits and drank several extra cups, stumbling back to the manor late at night. His situation was quickly reported to Xiaoyang in great detail. "You mean to say Lord Ji isn't being honest?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at Afu in front of him. Afu nodded. "I personally eavesdropped, and it's true. Lord Ji is very dissatisfied with the prince's decisions and was spouting nonsense in front of the crown prince." At this point, Afu was seething with anger, his voice filled with venom. "That guy is simply asking for death." Xiaoyang chuckled softly. "If he deserves to die, then let him die. But now is not the time. Has Yuan Feng responded? In 3 days, there will be a conflict at the border. Indeed, having someone in the military is a great advantage. Inform the people in advance not to go out, and tell our soldiers not to cause too much of a ruckus," Xiaoyang said with a smile. "Just a small skirmish will do. Xiaozha is a coward. Any slight disturbance and he'll run away on his own." Afu nodded. "Understood. I know the importance. Don't worry, Your Highness, we won't involve the civilians." Returning to his palace, Xiaoyang saw Shun Yunyan still calculating accounts and smiled. "Why so late today?" "Yes, I've started building the women's school, but for some reason, someone went to tear it down, saying we're deviating from the norm," Shun Yunyan said pitifully, looking at Xiaoyang. "This matter might not be as simple as we thought. We were too optimistic." In truth, Xiaoyang hadn't expected to accomplish this right away. But he needed to propose the idea now, allowing time for gradual influence. Eventually, the people of Qin would naturally accept the notion that women could also attend school. For now, it was indeed difficult. You don't need to worry too much. Starting something new is always challenging, but it will get better in time. Don't worry. I understand, Shun Yunyan smiled, continuing her calculations. As she worked, she became increasingly frustrated. She threw the ledger in her hand in front of Xiaoyang, annoyed. This Xiaozha is truly a rat in the rice. This is Qin, not the capital. Does he think he's still in the Eastern Palace? Look, in just over 10 days, he spent over 2,000 taels of silver. Eating gold, is he? Shun Yunyan was furious again. 2,000 taels could raise how many rabbits? Seeing Shun Yunyan's rambling, Xiaoyang found it endearing. He smiled gently and whispered, "Don't worry, we'll get all that money back." He winked, his expression mischievous. This look, Shun Yunyan was all too familiar with it. She immediately leaned in. "What do you mean?" "Our Qin borders the neighboring Chu kingdom. The border has always been chaotic, and Chu has been eyeing us for years. Don't you think they'd be excited to know the crown prince of Xiao is here?" Xiaoyang said with a grin, looking at Shun Yunyan. This, Shun Yunyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her hands rubbing together excitedly. "Brilliant! Heh, won't he be scared out of his wits?" Xiaoyang snorted, tilting his head and kissing her. "All right, time to sleep." Why sleep again?" Shun Yunyan blushed, but still leaned in. 3 days later, Qincheng was in chaos. Xiaozha was awakened by the commotion. Opening his eyes, he saw Bai Shu rushing in frantically. "Your Highness, it's bad. The people from Chu's border know you're here and want to capture you.
What?
Xiaxia was shocked. What are you talking about? It's true. Qincheng is in chaos. It's said that the king of Qin has been hiding in the palace, and all the guards are there. Bai Shu knelt on the ground, panicking. Xiaxia frowned slightly. That's impossible. Qin is far from the border. How could they just waltz in? Of course, they didn't enter openly. But now the city is in chaos, so no one knows exactly what's happening. Your Highness, for safety's sake, we should leave quickly. They're all after you. Bai Shu was frantic, not wanting to be caught here. In their hasty escape, Xiaxia took nothing but 2 horses and his own 2 legs, fleeing quickly. Standing on the city wall, Xiaoyang coldly watched Xiaxia's hasty escape. How can someone like him be fit to be the ruler of a nation? Shun Yunyan stood beside Xiaoyang, disdainfully snorting. He's naturally not fit, but with the city in such chaos, people will surely be frightened. These are all my men, just to scare Xiaxia. Xiaoyang waved his hand, then said indifferently, I thought he would investigate properly, but I didn't expect him to run away so quickly. How laughable. At this moment, Ah Fu came up. Your Highness, everything has been taken care of, no casualties. Don't worry. Also, the Crown Prince left behind quite a lot of valuables. More than 2,000 taels? More than that. Ah Fu smiled. Xiaoyang tilted his head, looking at Shun Yunyan. They're all yours. How about it? Thank you, Your Highness. Shun Yunyan was immediately thrilled. Quick, bring the items over. I want to see. They're already in your palace. Ah Fu bowed, smiling. Without a word, Xiaxia left, but Xiaoyang wouldn't let it go so easily. He sent a swift horse to chase after him. Brother, wait. Xiaoyang finally caught up, panting heavily. Seeing him, Xiaxia was furious. What are you doing here? There were no outsiders here, so he didn't bother with pretenses. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang looked full of concern. Where is brother going? You tell me. Xiaxia was exasperated. You're truly useless. The capital of Qin, and you let people waltz in, almost getting me killed. You hid in the palace and didn't come out. Do you care about my life or death? Xiaxia shouted, growing angrier. Hearing this, Xiaoyang feigned grievance. Brother, what do you mean by that? How could I not care about you? I came after you because I was concerned for your safety on the journey. You. Xiaxia gritted his teeth. Xiaoyang, I think you're hoping I die, aren't you? Your Highness, watch your words. Xiaoyang dropped the act. He crossed his arms, smirking at him. I said, I came because I'm worried about you. Does the Crown Prince not appreciate it? You. Xiaxia was furious. You're insolent. You. Xiaxia's eyes darted around. In the wilderness, with only the 2 of them, it was indeed a good opportunity. Chapter 59. Clarifying the situation. As soon as he turned his eyes, Xiaoyang knew what he was thinking. There was no outsider here, so there was no need to beat around the bush. Crossing his arms and smiling faintly, he looked at him. Yes, this is a desolate wilderness, messy and chaotic. Even if someone really died here, who would know why? What I don't understand is why the Crown Prince is so confident that the one who dies will be me. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and looked at him. This is the Qin territory, my fiefdom. Do you really think it's under your control? Although Xiaoyang was just standing there, not making any moves, and his tone was very ordinary, Xiaxia still felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, even getting goosebumps. Crown Prince, I have no intention of harming you, so it's best if we leave each other alone. Otherwise, the Eastern Palace might have to change its master. Xiaoyang snorted coldly. Take your things, take your men, and get out. Xiaxia was utterly shocked that Xiaoyang dared to speak to him in such a manner. Gritting his teeth and speaking viciously, he said, How dare you? You're just a remnant of the previous dynasty. What are you? I am the Crown Prince, born of the Emperor and Empress. What are you? The Emperor and Empress? Hearing this, Xiaoyang burst into laughter as if he had heard something ridiculous. Then his eyes turned fierce and cold as he stared at him. You must have forgotten, If not for a coup and assassination, I would be the emperor and empress's child too. You. How dare you? You're a traitor. I'll kill you. Xiaxia was hit at his most sensitive spot, and he was so furious that he jumped up. He quickly drew the sword at his waist and lunged straight at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had long known that he wouldn't be able to hold back. With a disdainful snort, he easily deflected the wild attack with just a twig in his hand. Taking a step back and changing his stance, he deliberately toyed with Xiaxia, his twig moving unpredictably, each strike landing on his buttocks, resembling a father disciplining his disobedient son. Xiaxia, born as the crown prince, had always been pampered and adored since birth. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Ashamed and furious, he gritted his teeth. Kill him for me. These words were, of course, directed at his personal guards. But to his surprise, no matter how hoarse his voice became, there was no response at all. Having had enough fun, Xiaoyang kicked him away with a single kick, coldly saying, "Do you think I came here empty-handed? You dare to kill my guards? You wanted to kill me, so killing a few servants means nothing to me." Xiaoyang crossed his arms, looking down at him with disdain. Now, Xiaxia was truly alone, with only Bai Shu, who was powerless, by his side. Bai Shu might not be strong physically, but he had a sharp mind, relying on it to survive all these years. He quickly knelt down, shielding Xiaxia. If something happens to the crown prince in the Qin territory, wouldn't the prince of Qin also be held accountable? Oh, you seem to have forgotten. This is no longer part of the Qin territory, Xiaoyang sneered. In a place overrun by bandits and thieves, if someone dies, is it really a big deal? The crown prince's bad luck. He'll just have to accept it, won't he? Bai Shu took a deep breath, glancing at Xiaoyang. Prince of Qin, are you really going to do this? Ha, stop your little tricks. I won't kill him. After all, the game hasn't even started yet. Xiaoyang waved his hand. Put away your schemes. I only want to be the ruler of the Qin territory. I have no interest in the entire world. If you keep focusing all your attention on me, you're making a big mistake. I've heard that the Prince of Rong and the Prince of Jin are already recruiting soldiers and buying horses. Xiaoyang bent down, looking at the disheveled Xiaxia on the ground. You don't even know what's happening right under your nose, and you come here to pick a fight with me. For what? What? Xiaxia's eyes widened in disbelief. These two were still young and hadn't reached the age to be granted territories, so they had always been raised in the capital. But he never expected that they would be doing such things in secret. How infuriating. Although Xiaxia didn't want to admit it, Xiaoyang was right. These two were the emperor's real sons, and they were the ones most likely to dethrone him from his position as crown prince. Looks like you're not too stupid after all, Xiaoyang said, pulling him up and smiling faintly before adding, "Have a safe journey, my dear older brother." Xiaxia clenched his fists. Don't get too smug. Don't think you've won, Xiaoyang. I'll kill you. Just wait. Oh, take care. No need to see you off. Xiaoyang waved his hand and turned around, swaggering away. His purpose this time was to shift Xiaxia's attention away from him. Xiaxia gritted his teeth. This Xiaoyang, he was just pretending all along in the capital. Your Highness, we should hurry back. If those two princes make a move on the way, we might not be able to defend ourselves, Bai Shu quickly advised. What was the point of not focusing on the situation at hand? Xiaxia was unwilling. He really didn't want to miss this opportunity. But he had underestimated the situation, and now it was too late to turn things around. With a heavy heart, he left the Qin territory, this trip having been in vain. Having come out, Xiaoyang wouldn't return casually. He rode his horse and began inspecting the area. Although these city lords were competent, he was still worried that something might be amiss. If anyone was secretly disobedient, it would delay important matters. The Qin territory was harsh and rugged, with a tough populace struggling to make a living. Now that they finally saw hope, everyone was full of energy. Seeing this flourishing scene, Xiaoyang's heart was finally filled with some comfort. However, as he passed through Ji City, he noticed something was off. Previously, Ji City was planned to be suitable for fruit trees, so they were told to clear the mountains and plant trees. But this time, the mountains were still barren, and where were the fruit trees? Why were there none to be seen? The tree seedlings had been delivered right after the new year, so why were there no fruit trees, and no reports of their death either? After circling G-City, Xiaoyang found that nothing had changed. In other words, this old man had agreed on the surface but hadn't done a thing. Well, very well. Playing the game of outward obedience but inner defiance, very well. Xiaoyang didn't immediately act out. After wandering around, he returned directly. Chapter 60. Obeying in public but disobeying in private. Acting out at this moment would not solve the root problem. It would only exacerbate the conflict. Therefore, he decided to handle the matter after returning. The Qin King's palace. Shen Yunyan paced anxiously on the city wall, and upon seeing Xiaolong return on horseback, she immediately rushed out. "You've finally come back? You scared me to death. Why did you stay out for so long this time?" "I was planning to return, but then I thought of some other things to do, so I was delayed." "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Xiaolong smiled and pulled her into an embrace. "What? Are you worried about me?" "Who's worried about you?" Shen Yunyan spat in annoyance. "You just left without even giving me a message. I thought something had happened to you." "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go back first." Xiaolong held her hand and walked inside together. After resting, he immediately summoned the Black City Lord. During this period of interaction, he found that the Black City Lord was the most intriguing. Although Black City was not the most prosperous, this man was undoubtedly the most loyal and genuinely loved this land, sincerely wishing for his people to live better lives. Such a person was most suitable for use during this initial stage of development. Suddenly being summoned, the Black City Lord felt uneasy, especially when he arrived at the study and Xiaolong remained silent. Standing there, the Black City Lord felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Seeing the Black City Lord's anxious demeanor, Xiaolong found it somewhat amusing. "Am I that scary?" "Your subject does not mean that. I just don't know why your highness summoned me." "There is something." Xiaolong smiled. "I heard you are a native of Qin. During the imperial examinations, you actually had the opportunity to stay in the capital, but you chose to return to Qin, didn't you?" If he was going to use this man, it was natural to investigate his background. Upon hearing this, the Black City Lord was momentarily unsure how to respond. After pondering, he softly said, "Yes, your subject is indeed a native of Qin. I hope to use my knowledge to ensure the people can eat well. The first time I went to the capital for the exams, I saw many things I had never seen before. Before that, I always thought the world was as harsh as Qin, but after leaving, I realized only we suffer so much." The Black City Lord sighed. Seeing the Black City Lord's expression, Xiaolong felt a sense of empathy. If one had never left home and was deceived, that was one thing. But having seen the world and then returning, how could one remain unaffected? Having such thoughts is a blessing for Qin. Xiaolong smiled and looked at him. "How much do you know about the G-City Lord?" "The G-City Lord?" The Black City Lord was clearly taken aback, not expecting Xiaolong's topic to shift so abruptly. It was almost like a sharp turn. However, he managed to hide his surprise and softly said, "The G-City Lord is not from Qin. I heard he was originally a scholar from Jiangnan. During the imperial examinations in the capital, he inadvertently offended a noble and was exiled here." "Exiled?" Xiaolong chuckled. The term exiled was quite fitting. In the court, every official position is fiercely contested. Yet no one desires the positions in Qin. Many even resort to bribery to avoid being sent to this desolate land. So, only the least desirable candidates are sent here to serve. Being an official here is no different from being exiled. Xiaolong pointed at himself. "It seems I too have been exiled." "Your subject did not mean that, Your Highness. Please forgive me." "Your Highness, please be cautious with your words." The Black City Lord looked at Xiaolong with concern. Everyone knows that Xiaolong is the Qin king, appointed by the emperor himself, and Qin was granted by the emperor. To say exiled is to express discontent. Have you truly never resented anything? Your subject does not understand your highness's meaning. Xiaolong waved his hand, smiling. He knew he had been here for a short time, so it was natural for the other party not to trust him. He smiled and said calmly, "Before coming, I knew Qin was harsh, but only after arriving did I truly understand how difficult life is for the people here. Don't you want them to live more comfortably? Your subject does, but I lack the ability." The Black City Lord had a clear understanding of his limitations. In the eyes of the Emperor, Qin is a barbarian land, not even worth the effort or money. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here to fend for himself. The Emperor sits high above. How would he care about the suffering of the people? To them, the people are no more than ants beneath their feet. The truth is harsh, but it cannot be spoken aloud. Xiaolong just looked at him. "Do you trust me?"
What?
The Black City Lord, for the first time, raised his head to meet Xiaolong's gaze. In that moment, he saw the determination in Xiaolong's eyes. For some reason, the G City Lord, who had been half doubting, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of security. The G City Lord insists that your highness's methods won't work, so he continues as last year, focusing only on farming and neglecting the barren hills. All the saplings and breeding rabbits have been sold. The Black City Lord lowered his head, quietly revealing all these details. Who did he trade with? The third prince of Chu Xiaoyao. The Black City Lord's head lowered even further. It was actually with someone from Chu? It seemed the G City Lord was far more complex than he had imagined. Indeed, G City is closest to the border, naturally facilitating trade between the two countries. It seemed he had underestimated the G City Lord's boldness. Originally, he thought the G City Lord was just relying on Xiaji to speak out, but never expected there was also support from Chu. Is this treason? Your subject does not know. The Black City Lord knelt down. Treason could lead to the annihilation of one's entire family, so he dared not speak carelessly. Xiaolong was not concerned about this and waved his hand. "You may leave. What happened today will not be disclosed. Go back and do what I have asked you to do. Your wishes will soon be realized." Yes, your subject takes his leave. The Black City Lord bowed and turned to leave. After exiting, his clothes were soaked with sweat. Xiaolong sat there, his fingers lightly tapping on the table in an irregular rhythm. "Your Highness, shall I kill him?" Afu suddenly appeared, looking at Xiaolong with seriousness. Chapter 61. As stupid as a pig. Xiaolong was startled by the sudden appearance of a Fu and felt utterly speechless. "Are you a cleaver? Kill, kill, kill. All you know is fighting and killing. Taking a life is easy, but I want to execute him according to the law." A Fu waved his hand dismissively, saying indifferently, "Whether he dies by my hand or the law, it's still death. What's the difference? Get out." Xiaolong rolled his eyes, realizing there was no point in arguing with this man. He muttered, "Forget it. Talking to you is pointless. Just leave." A Fu disappeared without another word. Xiaolong rubbed the pattern on his ring and snorted. "Xiaolong," Shinyunyan entered with a bowl of porridge. "Have some hot food." Xiaolong immediately leaned in, whispering, "I'm so tired. Could you feed me? What did you do outside to be so exhausted you can't even lift your hands?" Shinyunyan looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Xiaolong waved his hand dismissively. "I just want you to feed me." Seeing his shameless behavior, Shinyunyan sighed. "I never knew you could be so shameless. Look at you now. Where's the dignity of a prince? In front of you, I'm just your husband. As long as I act like a husband, that's enough." Xiaolong said this with complete confidence, opening his mouth expectantly. Shinyunyan couldn't help but smile and fed him the food, though she was still worried. What about those seeds and livestock? What about them? Sending them now would only line someone's pockets. It's better to just forget about it. Xiaolong sighed, feeling helpless. Shinyunyan was surprised. "Are you afraid of him?" "Haha, my silly girl. Why would I be afraid of him?" Xiaolong chuckled, then whispered, "I just don't want to make things easy for him." "But you can't let one person affect the whole city's people. That's not fair at all," Shinyunyan frowned. looking at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry, G-City isn't big. Falling behind this year won't matter. Besides, come autumn, he'll have his just desserts." Hearing this, Shun Yunyan finally relaxed. After Xiaoyang finished eating, he took Shun Yunyan to the back room. "Watch carefully, I'll teach you how to weave," Xiaoyang said seriously. But Shun Yunyan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "You, a man, know how to weave? I can do it. I've used a loom at home before." "No, look closely," Xiaoyang smiled. He then picked up some processed rabbit fur and began weaving, quickly producing a blanket, which he handed to Shen Yunyan. "What do you think?" Shen Yunyan was stunned. Even though she had watched it happen, the blanket seemed almost unreal. She touched it, feeling it against her face. "It's so soft and warm." "Yes, that's how rabbit fur is used. Come, try making one yourself. Let's see if you've learned." Xiaoyang stepped aside. Although Shen Yunyan had experience with weaving, being the daughter of a high-ranking official, she wasn't very skilled. The process looked simple, but was actually quite difficult. After several failed attempts, she looked at Xiaoyang in confusion. "Why does it look so easy for you, but not for me? And when did you learn to do this?" "I learned from someone else." "Try again. I'll guide you." Xiaoyang smiled, stepping behind her and holding her hands. "Here, do it like this, then push with your feet. Like this?" He spoke earnestly, but Shan Yunyan, at this inopportune moment, couldn't help but get distracted. Xiaoyang's voice was deep and gentle, with an inexplicable charm. Her mind went fuzzy as she blinked up at him, unable to resist leaning in and lightly kissing his Adam's apple. The room seemed to fall silent, as if everything else had disappeared, leaving only the two of them. They stared at each other, breathing heavily, their eyes filled with desire. Learning? Who cared about learning anymore? Passion ignited, and without hesitation, they came together in a frenzy. Tianzhao, standing outside, seemed to be used to such scenes, quietly closing the doors and windows. When she noticed someone's hand slipping into someone else's clothing, she quickly turned away, as if even a glance would cause her to grow eyesores. In G-City, the G-City magistrate soon learned of Xiaoyang's visit. Feeling guilty, he was anxious, afraid that something might be discovered. He looked at his advisor. "Do you think the prince has found out?" "Don't worry, magistrate. The prince is known for his temper and love of grand displays. If he had discovered anything, wouldn't he have reacted by now?" "I think everything is fine," the advisor said confidently. The G-City magistrate finally relaxed. "For now, it's fine. But how will I explain things come autumn? In a few days, you can report that the livestock didn't survive." "Problem solved," the advisor suggested, offering a rather poor solution. Yet, even this bad idea seemed like a lifeline to the G-City magistrate, who nodded eagerly. "Yes, you're right." "That's settled then." Xiaoyang, however, hadn't expected that before he could deal with the G-City magistrate, the man would submit a report. Reading the pitiful tone in the document, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes, annoyed. "This G-City magistrate really thinks I'm an idiot, doesn't he?" Seeing his angry expression, Shen Yunyan approached. "What's wrong?" "The G-City magistrate claims all their livestock died." Xiaoyang threw the report on the table, his face dark. He had originally planned to let the man live a few more years, but now it seemed the man was courting death. How infuriating! Seeing his frustration, Shen Yunyan couldn't help but smile, gently massaging his shoulders. "Don't be angry. If you want to kill him openly, this is a good opportunity. All the livestock were distributed together, and others are doing fine, but his died. That shows his incompetence, doesn't it?" Xiaoyang could see the logic in this, but he was still puzzled. Who had given the man the audacity? Chapter 62. Open and above board. Did they think he was a fool in their eyes? Thinking about it, he felt another surge of anger. However, Xiaoyang quickly calmed down because he knew that he had succeeded. As long as these people treated him like a fool, it would be much easier for him to act in the future. "Summon City Lord Jian," Xiaoyang said, patting Shan Yunyan's arm. Shen Yunyan immediately understood and kissed him on the cheek before running off. City Lord Ji entered and directly knelt on the ground, crying loudly, "Your Highness, please forgive me. Your Highness, save me. I deserve to die. Do you even know you deserve to die? Xiaoyang sneered, looking at him coldly. Tell me, what exactly happened? City Lord Ji looked up, his eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang's expression was unreadable, his eyes calm with no hint of emotion. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, or whether he was happy or displeased. City Lord Ji could only lower his head cautiously. I deserve to die. Tell me, how did the livestock die? I truly don't know. All I know is that they were all gone overnight. How laughable. Xiaoyang sneered inwardly, but maintained a look of urgency on the surface. He immediately stood up. What did you say? All the livestock died overnight? This is a disaster. Quickly, take me to see. See? See what? City Lord Ji hurriedly stood up. Your Highness, those things are filthy. How can your Highness go there? It's extremely inauspicious. What do you know? Xiaoyang snapped, clearly annoyed. If all the livestock died overnight, it must be due to a plague. If it spreads to other animals, the entire Qin region will be doomed. Hurry up and take me there. City Lord Ji's legs went weak, and he couldn't move. He knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. Your Highness, please forgive me. I deserve to die. It's all my fault. What does this have to do with you? Xiaoyang crossed his arms and looked down at him. Where did you go wrong? Was it by being two-faced, or by treating me like a fool? Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and snorted. No more games. He was done playing. He had to make them understand the price of deceiving him. What did this mean? City Lord Ji collapsed onto the floor, his face ashen. Your Highness, what are you talking about? Look for yourself. Xiaoyang tossed all the evidence onto the ground. How did you collude with the third Prince of Chu? How did you scheme against Ji City and the Qin region? Every transaction, every deed is recorded here. Xiaoyang clenched his teeth. I thought you were merely greedy for money and made a foolish mistake, but I never expected you to be so monstrous. No, I didn't. I'm being framed. City Lord Ji panicked, genuinely panicked. Framed? As a city lord, you disregarded human lives and even sold the food supplies meant for our border soldiers to the third Prince of Chu, strengthening their army to attack our great Xia. Xiaoyang seethed. All the transaction records are here. Do you still dare to deny it? Do you know that treason carries the penalty of extermination of the entire clan? Xiaoyang spoke coldly. What? City Lord Ji stared at him in disbelief. You're going to exterminate my entire clan? It's not me who will exterminate your clan, but the law of the land. I am executing you according to the law, which is just and righteous. But don't worry, you won't die just yet. I will hold a public trial for you, and I will ensure you live in infamy for all eternity. Guards, take him away. Xiaoyang had completely lost patience. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the guards to drag City Lord Ji out. I'm innocent. I'm innocent. Prince Qin, you're abusing your power. You're abusing your power. How laughable. If Xiaoyang didn't have solid evidence, how could he act so decisively? Immediately notify all the city lords to arrive in Qin City within 3 days. I want the entire world to know the consequences of treason. Seal off City Lord Ji's residence. No one is allowed in or out, and no news is to leave. Also, inform Shun Yuanfeng that it's time to start at the border. Xiaoyang's words were firm and resolute. Although his methods were harsh, everyone was convinced. Such a person deserved to die. 3 days later, the various city lords arrived, each with heavy hearts. They had no idea what had happened, only suspecting that something had gone wrong with Xiaoyang. After surveying their faces, Xiaoyang tossed all the evidence onto the table. You all passed the imperial examinations, so you should be able to understand this, right? Everyone looked at the documents in disbelief. This was too outrageous. City Lord Ji dared to betray us like this? Isn't this treason? City Lord He, be cautious with your words. The City Lord of Liao quickly interjected. City Lord He clenched his teeth. Be cautious? Look at this. Isn't this the most shameless act of betrayal? What else could it be? Last year, our food supplies were so tight. Do you know how many people starved to death? Even our soldiers in the military had to endure the winter on empty stomachs, yet our food ended up in the hands of Chu's army. City Lord He seethed, clearly furious. While our soldiers suffered through the winter, they feasted on our food and attacked us. Isn't that the height of shamelessness? Xiaoyang nodded. Exactly. City Lord Ji committed treason, and I intend to execute his entire clan. Everyone turned to look at Xiaoyang. The law demands no less, City Lord He agreed first. Such a person deserved to die. Your Highness, you've only recently arrived in the Qin region, and the people don't yet fully understand your greatness. Wouldn't such a harsh punishment damage your reputation? City Lord Liao asked with concern. Xiaoyang chuckled and said indifferently, What does my reputation matter? I don't care about such trivial things. I want the entire world to know the consequences of betrayal. I am executing him according to the law, and I am justified. Xiaoyang declared firmly. City Lord He knelt on the ground. Your Highness is wise. These crimes should be made public so that the people of our Qin region can see what justice and the law truly mean. Your Highness is wise. The other city lords also knelt down. Xiaoyang's eyes darted around. Good. Now write letters back to your cities, and each city should send 50 people to witness the trial. I want this to be a grand affair, known to all. The people here were fierce and unruly. Only harsh measures could maintain order. Such harshness was not about bloodshed, but about peace and development. Chapter 63. Won't let it go. The news of Xiaoyang's decree to exterminate the entire clan of the Ji city lords spread rapidly across the entire Qin region. While people in other cities were unaware of the details, the citizens of Ji City, who had suffered greatly, naturally knew what was going on. They were eager to witness the execution of this vile and corrupt scoundrel with their own eyes. 10 days later, Xiaoyang set up the court right in the middle of the marketplace. He wanted to make the execution of the Ji city lord a public spectacle, ensuring that the man would die without a burial site and would be remembered for all eternity as a villain, unable to find peace even in death. In truth, the trial was straightforward. The evidence was irrefutable, and no miracle could overturn the verdict. As soon as the evidence was presented, before Xiaoyang could even pronounce the sentence, the surrounding citizens couldn't hold back any longer. They began hurling whatever they had in their hands at the Ji city lord. The crowd was in a frenzy, venting all the suffering they had endured over the past days, raining down blows on the Ji city lord's body and face. The Ji city lord clenched his teeth, but couldn't dodge the onslaught. He glared at Xiaoyang, his voice filled with venom. If you dare to kill me, the crown prince will never let you off. This man's mind was clearly unhinged. Xiaoyang burst into laughter at the Ji city lord's words. What are you trying to say now? Are you implying that the crown prince was the one who ordered you to do all this? Accusing the crown prince is a grave crime. Xiaoyang, you dare, the Ji city lord snarled. If you kill me, the crown prince and the emperor will never let you off. Clearly, in a desperate bid to save his own life, the Ji city lord had begun to speak without thinking. Xiaoyang smiled. This man was only helping him. The crown prince and the emperor would now find it hard to escape the mud being slung at them. I execute you according to the law, a just and righteous act, with a clear conscience. Exterminate the entire clan, immediate execution. Xiaoyang's verdict was final. As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire family of the Ji city lord was dragged out in front of the entire city. One by one, they were beheaded before the eyes of the crowd. Heads rolled to the ground. The citizens fell to their knees, shouting, Your Highness is wise. Long live the prince. Perfect. This was exactly the result Xiaoyang had wanted. He leaped onto the table and declared loudly, I swear here today that from now on, anyone who violates the law will be executed without mercy. Your Highness is wise. The citizens bowed, their hearts now fully in submission. The people of the Qin region were known for their fierce and unyielding nature. To gain their respect, Xiaoyang had to demonstrate his own strength and resolve. Only then could he earn their loyalty. The crowd looked on with admiration in their hearts. The blood of the Ji City Lord's family had added a touch of color to Xiaoyang's path to power. Returning to the Qin palace, Xiaoyang immediately began recounting the day's events to Shan Yunyan. Today, I finally understood what it means to have the will of the people, what it means to have their hearts, Xiaoyang said excitedly, his eyes shining. Shan Yunyan looked at the vibrant Xiaoyang and smiled softly. You look wonderful. And you do too, Xiaoyang replied with a smile, kissing her. However, Ji City is in ruins, and the people's hearts are unstable. I need to go there, so I must temporarily leave the Qin palace. Shan Yunyan frowned, looking at him. Can't you take me with you, Your Highness? No, I can't, Xiaoyang said with a smile. There are still many things waiting for you to handle here in the Qin palace. Shan Yunyan thought for a moment, then said quietly, All right, then go alone. But I must remind you, don't pick wildflowers by the roadside. With that, she turned and walked away. Xiaoyang left without hesitation. With the Ji City Lord dead, Ji City was in chaos. The citizens believed they had been abandoned by the Qin prince, fearing a hopeless future. But to their surprise, Xiaoyang arrived quickly. Not only did he come, but he also brought new livestock and fruit tree saplings. Xiaoyang, as before, didn't put on any airs of a prince. Instead, he threw himself directly into the hard labor. Due to the Ji City Lord's incompetence, the people had no idea how to plant fruit trees. Xiaoyang had no choice but to patiently teach them step by step. Your Highness, if we hadn't seen it with our own eyes, who would believe that a prince would work alongside us like this? A young man said excitedly, his eyes shining with admiration. Xiaoyang looked at him and smiled. You're an interesting fellow. I've noticed you working tirelessly these past days. What's your name? I'm just an insignificant nobody, the young man said with a smile. I have the title of a scholar, but that's nothing special. My name is Lu Hai. Greetings, Your Highness. Just by looking at Lu Hai, Xiaoyang could already tell what the young man was aiming for. Are you recommending yourself? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Yes, I am recommending myself, Lu Hai said, kneeling down. The Ji City Lord was incompetent, but fortunately, Your Highness is wise. I wish to follow Your Highness and assist you in governing Ji City. After hearing this, Xiaoyang didn't dismiss it as a wild dream. Instead, he smiled and said, Very well. I like people with courage, but know that courage alone is not enough. You must also have the ability. Give me 3 days. If you can explain the basic situation of Ji City, I will consider whether to give you a position. Lu Hai was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that his attempt, made on a whim, would actually bear fruit. Yes, I will not disappoint you. Xiaoyang smiled and continued working. Soon, everyone had learned how to plant trees, and the progress sped up significantly. The Ji City Lord was dead, but his deputy was still alive. He knelt trembling before Xiaoyang. Your humble servant, Li Fei, pays his respects to Your Highness. How much do you know about the Ji City Lord's actions? Xiaoyang asked coldly. Speak. Li Fei trembled as he replied, Your servant knows everything, but my life was in his hands. I had no choice. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded. I understand your predicament, but I cannot forgive you. You lack the spirit of sacrifice. You are not fit for this position. Go home and till the land. Your Highness, Li Fei kowtowed again. I know I am weak, but there is something I must say. Oh, at a time like this, did he still have something to say? Xiaoyang frowned and said, Then speak. It will take 3 to 5 years for the fruit trees to bear fruit. What will we eat and drink during that time? Li Fei asked, looking at Xiaoyang with confusion. Chapter 64. I am a princess. He was just an ordinary citizen, so his concerns were limited to matters of food and drink. If one couldn't even satisfy their hunger, then all other discussions were meaningless. Seeing him like this, Xiaoling smiled faintly and said, Not bad. You dare to speak up, which means there's still hope for you. This time, I've brought a number of young livestock. For Jiqing, the livestock industry is a way out, and the best one at that. And there's also international trade. Xiaoling added another point. This time, Li Fei was completely lost. He looked up at Xiaoling, his eyes filled with confusion. May I ask, Your Highness, what is international trade? It's about selling our great Xia's goods abroad and buying good things from outside. Money becomes goods, and goods become money. Xiaoling explained patiently. Li Fei was left dazed and confused, but for some reason, he felt it sounded incredibly impressive. He smiled and said softly, If that's the case, I have no regrets. With that, he reluctantly removed the official hat from his head, his eyes reddening. He had come from a humble background and had struggled step by step to reach where he was. Although he hadn't achieved much, still, seeing him like this, Xiaoling frowned slightly. Even though you can't be an official anymore, I have another task for you. Saying this, he took out a blueprint he had drawn earlier and handed it to Li Fei. This is for you. In a while, I'll send you some more horses. You need to build this. Li Fei looked at the blueprint, his eyes widening in disbelief. This is a place for raising horses? Yes, it's a place for raising horses. I'm entrusting the entire Qin region to you. Xiaoling said seriously, looking at Li Fei. Li Fei couldn't believe his eyes. He had thought his future was over, but never had he expected to be given a chance to do something meaningful. He kept kowtowing, his voice choked with emotion. This subject thanks Your Highness, thank you. Seeing his excitement, Xiaoling finally smiled warmly. You don't need to be so excited. Go ahead, do your best. With that, he stood up and walked over to Li Fei. What I like are people who take action. All the sincerity in words is meaningless. I only care about what you do. Tears streaming down his face, Li Fei tightly gripped the blueprint, his voice choked. This subject will spare no effort, even at the cost of his life. Go now. Xiaoling nodded in satisfaction. That evening, Xiaoling pushed open the door, intending to take a good bath and rest, but to his surprise, he found a naked woman in his bathtub. The woman had delicate features, fair skin, and a seductive gaze. Xiaoling's expression darkened slightly. He frowned and said coldly, Get out! Your Highness, I've come to serve you. The woman cooed, her body writhing like a snake as she stood up from the tub. You've worked hard all day. Let me. Without hesitation, Xiaoling took off his outer robe and draped it over the woman. Get out. Your Highness. The woman's voice was soft and alluring, and her hand reached out toward him. Something's not right. Xiaoling immediately reacted, quickly stepping back. With a swift motion, he shattered the bathtub. Sure enough, the woman's lower body was clothed. All traces of her previous charm vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. She lunged at Xiaoling, and a fierce fight ensued. Xiaoling let out a cold laugh. For someone to go to such lengths to take his life, they were really pulling out all the stops, even resorting to a seduction ploy. Good, very good. Clever tactics, impressive skills. Xiaoling's movements were bizarre, without any set pattern, yet every strike was lethal. Soon, he had the upper hand. By this time, the guards outside had realized something was amiss and rushed in. Your Highness, please forgive us. We came too late to protect you. Get out. Xiaoling shot them a glare. Useless fools. Easily distracted by a pretty face. Xiaoling's expression turned icy as he coldly gazed at the woman kneeling on the ground. Who do you work for? The Crown Prince or the Emperor? The woman snorted and remained silent, stubbornly glaring at Xiaoling. Oh? Xiaoling glanced at her and understood. You're from the Chu Kingdom's third prince, aren't you? Haha, very good. This third prince of Chu really knows how to strike first. Xiaoling gritted his teeth. I haven't even gone after him, yet he's come knocking first. Does he really think I'm that easy to provoke? Just kill me, the woman snapped coldly. She would rather die than submit. Seeing her like this, Xiaoling found it rather amusing. He shook his head and said lightly, Kill you? That would be a waste. Look how beautiful you are. If I were to kill you like this, wouldn't that be a waste of beauty? The woman felt a sense of dread. She frowned, looking at Xiaoling. What do you want to do? What do you think? Xiaoling stepped forward, gripping her chin with a smile. You came here for a seduction mission, so how could I disappoint you? Don't you think so? The woman was utterly shocked. She had never expected Xiaoling to have such a twisted taste. Even an assassin wasn't safe from his advances. Just as she was about to bite down on the poison hidden in her teeth, Xiaoling suddenly moved, dislocating her jaw and removing the poison. Seeing the deadly poison, Xiaoling sighed. Look how beautiful you are. It would be a shame to die like this. TSK. I thought your third prince would have some new tricks up his sleeve, but it's the same old boring poison. Can't you find a better place to hide it? Xiaoling chuckled, patting the woman's cheek. I won't ask you anything, so don't worry. Afu, come here. Take good care of this young lady, Xiaoling bellowed. Afu immediately appeared before him, understanding the situation from Xiaoling's expression. He turned and walked toward the woman. Xiaoling sat there, coldly observing everything. The woman had thought Xiaoling was just trying to scare her, but to her utter disbelief, he was serious. Afu showed no mercy, immediately beginning to undo his belt. I'll tell you everything, the woman panicked. Please, don't do this. Seeing her reaction, Xiaoling smiled. You came here to assassinate me, so you should have expected this. Yet you still want to cling to your virtue? You. The woman gritted her teeth. I'm not an assassin. I'm the 9th princess of the Chu Kingdom. Chapter 65. Bigger trouble. What the hell? The 9th princess? The 9th princess of Chu? Xiaoyang was genuinely surprised this time. He carefully examined the half-naked girl on the ground, finding it hard to imagine that this person could actually be a princess. When she was lying in the bathtub earlier, it didn't seem so, but now, with him staring at her, Chu Ruyue felt her face burning up. Why are you staring at me like that? Chu Ruyue bit her lip. Haven't you seen a beauty like me before? Her cheekiness was truly something else. Xiaoyang snorted coldly, then said indifferently, I've seen beauties, but never a woman with such thick skin. Since you're the 9th princess, I can't just kill you casually. Consider yourself lucky. With that, he turned around, got into bed, and prepared to sleep. What was going on? Chu Ruyue had thought that once Xiaoyang knew her identity, he would let her go, but to her utter disbelief, She took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, What do you mean by this? Let me go, Xiaoyang, you bastard. Let me go. Annoyed by the noise, Xiaoyang silently inserted a silver needle into her throat, and instantly, the world fell silent. The next morning, Xiaoyang got up early, as if he didn't see Chu Ruyue still kneeling on the ground. He changed into a simple cloth outfit and went out to work. The season waits for no one. If he couldn't finish planting these trees quickly, there would likely be bigger trouble ahead. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang hastened his pace. For 3 consecutive days, Xiaoyang followed the same routine, returning to sleep at the right time and leaving early after dressing. Chu Ruyue remained like a statue, unable to move or speak, without food or water. At first, her eyes showed defiance, but by the 3rd day, the defiance was gone, replaced by fear. Seeing her terrified expression, Xiaoyang found it amusing. He sat in front of her and said lightly, I thought you were quite arrogant before, as if you feared nothing. I didn't expect you to be so scared. Haha, it's quite interesting. What's so interesting? Chu Ruyue cursed inwardly, but her expression betrayed her helplessness. Xiaoyang didn't enjoy tormenting the defeated, especially not a foolish one. He frowned and muttered, You're the 9th princess of Chu, aren't you? It's been 3 days, and no one's come looking for you. Are you lying to me? Chu Ruyue tried with all her might to speak, but no sound came out. She didn't know what was wrong with her, or if she would ever be able to speak again. Thinking that she might really become mute, she felt terrified and despairing, tears streaming down her face. TSK, is that all you've got? Xiaoyang chuckled, then used his internal energy to force the silver needle out. Sobbing, I really am the 9th princess of Chu, but my brother doesn't know I came to find you, sob. Chu Ruyue wailed loudly. But soon, she stopped crying, surprised as she looked at Xiaoyang. I can still speak? Are you hungry? Xiaoyang asked a crucial question. Chu Ruyue eyed him warily. What do you mean? Ah Fu, clean her up. We're returning to the Qin Palace. Xiaoyang instructed, then turned and walked outside. What does clean her up mean? Ah Fu soon entered, untying the ropes around her without hesitation, then brought over a piece of clothing, looking at her. Do you want to dress yourself, or should I help? Get lost. Chu Ruyue snapped. But Ah Fu remained unmoved, repeating, Do you want to dress yourself, or should I help? I'll do it myself, just get lost. Chu Ruyue grabbed the clothes and shouted. She was usually quite strong-willed, but after kneeling for 3 days, her knees were no longer under her control. Before she could even stand up, she fell to the ground. Her reputation, her dignity, was completely ruined. She lay on the ground, crying loudly. Ah Fu glanced at her, then called in 2 maids, clean her up and give her some food.
Yes.
The 2 maids stepped forward to help Chu Ruyue. Although she was unhappy, she couldn't refuse. She glared at Ah Fu through gritted teeth. I'll beat you to death after I've eaten. Even after eating, you'll still be weak, Ah Fu said. So don't think about causing trouble. Leaving here is practically impossible. With that, he closed the door, not wanting to watch or take advantage. In the afternoon, Xiaoyang boarded the carriage. Seeing the refreshed Chu Ruyue inside, he smiled. You look a bit more like a princess of Chu now. What exactly do you want? Verify your identity and send you back. Xiaoyang spoke the truth. Having the Chu princess in his hands was a big trouble. He naturally wouldn't keep her, but he wouldn't let her go easily either. He needed to think carefully about it. Seeing his expression, Chu Ruyue frowned slightly. You're going to let me go? What? Do you have any objections? Or do you wish for me to kill you? Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. I really don't understand you. You're a princess, so why pretend to be an assassin? And to top it off, you were poisoned? Impressive, really impressive. Although she was now his defeated opponent, Xiaoyang clearly remembered how formidable this woman had been at the start. I may be the princess of Chu, but they don't care about me. If not for my brother, I wouldn't have survived until now. You suddenly did this, causing my brother a lot of losses and getting scolded by our father. I had to kill you to avenge him. As she spoke, Chu Ruyue felt her fists clenching again. Seeing her so earnest, Xiaoyang found it laughable. He looked at her and said calmly, Your brother doing business isn't wrong, but colluding with local officials to drain the livelihood of our Qin people, that's something I can't forgive. If you can't control your subordinates, why blame my brother? Chu Ruyue snorted. The only thing she could move now was her mouth. Soon, the carriage stopped, and they arrived at the Qin Palace. Knowing Xiaoyang was returning today, Shen Yinyan had been waiting at the gate. But she never expected that 2 people would step out of the carriage, the other being a delicate and graceful woman. Upon seeing Chu Ruyue's beauty, Shen Yinyan's heart instantly chilled. Chapter 66. A Pitiable Person. She gave Xiaoyang a deep look before turning and walking away. Yinyan, it's not what you think. Yinyan, listen to me. Xiaoyang immediately abandoned Chu Ruyue and strode towards Shen Yunyan. Chu Ruyue, feeling weak all over, collapsed to the ground, watching helplessly as Xiaoyang walked away. Xiaoyang, I will kill you. She clenched her fists and cursed fiercely. Xiaoyang, however, was too preoccupied to care about this. He quickly caught up to Shen Yunyan, grabbing her arm and speaking with a hint of helplessness. What's wrong with you, Shen Yunyan? Shen Yunyan was in tears, yet she stubbornly refused to let him see her weakness. Soon, Xiaoyang noticed something was amiss. Hurriedly stepping forward, he saw her crying and became flustered. My poor wife. She's not my woman. She's the 9th princess of Chu, here to assassinate me. As he spoke, Xiaoyang quickly explained the whole situation clearly. Shen Yunyan had already stopped crying, now looking at him with curiosity. And then? Then I brought her back, and then you ran away. First, you were crying, and now you're laughing. Xiaoyang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, pulling her into his embrace. I remember my promises to you forever. so please don't be sad. Rest assured, I only want you, no one else." With that, he gave her a passionate kiss on the lips. Hearing this, Shun Yunyan, who had stopped crying, couldn't help but shed tears again. "You're so good to me? You're my wife, the one I'll spend my life with. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Xiaoyang smiled, kissing her forehead. "All right, don't be angry anymore. I have something important to tell you." The two of them, hand in hand, returned to their bedroom. "What do you want to tell me?" "This Chu Ruiyue is a troublemaker, so I want to leave her in your care. You don't need to treat her well, just make sure she doesn't die." Xiaoyang smiled. He took out a vial of soft bone powder. "Give her this 3 times a day, never miss a dose. This woman is a skilled fighter." "I understand," Shin Yunyan nodded, taking the powder and looking at him. "So, how long should we keep her here?" Xiaoyang smiled and whispered, "The third prince of Chu is said to be a shrewd and cunning man, very good at business. If that's the case, what do you think he would trade for his sister? I'm really curious. It's been so many days, and he hasn't noticed his sister is missing. Maybe he doesn't care about her?" Shin Yunyan looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang shook his head and whispered, "If he truly didn't care, things wouldn't be like this. So, he must still care about her. I'll send him a message later." Soon, Ah Fu brought Chu Ruiyue in. Xiaoyang looked at her, smiled, and then whispered, "I don't want your life, so I plan to return you to your brother. Tell me, do you have anything on you that can prove your identity?" Chu Ruiyue looked at him, then at Shen Yunyan, deliberately putting on a seductive demeanor. "What do I have? Didn't the prince already see everything clearly before? Damn, this unlucky woman, even with just her mouth, is quite formidable. Fortunately, everything was already explained beforehand, or else who knows what kind of trouble would arise now. Since you have nothing to prove your identity, I'll just cut off your finger. Surely your brother won't fail to recognize your finger, right?" Xiaoyang smiled, feeling as if he had come up with a brilliant idea. Ah Fu, being straightforward, immediately took out a dagger. "Which finger?" Seeing this, Chu Ruiyue panicked and struggled. "No, don't. My hairpin. My brother recognizes it." "If only you had said that earlier." Xiaoyang took the hairpin and handed her over to Shen Yunyan. "Don't be too polite." Shin Yunyan chuckled, took her, and turned to leave. Looking at the hairpin in his hand, Xiaoyang thought for a moment and whispered, "Call Tao Jianzi in." Tao Jianzi soon arrived. "Your Highness, you're back. I've brought all the things you asked for and can give them to you right away. I ask you, have you ever cooperated with the third prince of Chu?" Xiaoyang looked at him with curiosity, still fiddling with the hairpin. What does this mean? Previously, someone who had done business with the third prince of Chu ended up dead. Now, yes, we have cooperated. "We did business in ironware," Tao Jianzi honestly replied, "but it was through legitimate channels. We didn't exploit the people. Why are you so nervous? The third prince has a younger sister, the 9th princess. Do you know about her?" Xiaoyang looked at him with curiosity. Tao Jianzi immediately nodded. "I know. This little princess is most willful and mischievous. It's said she dislikes needlework and only loves martial arts. Her skills are superb, but for some reason, she has disappeared recently. It's said the third prince has searched everywhere, but can't find this precious sister. You think, how much is the 9th princess of Chu worth to the third prince?" Xiaoyang smiled, twirling the hairpin in his hand. Seeing the hairpin, Tao Jianzi immediately stepped forward, examining it closely. This is the hairpin of the 9th princess. It was a gift from the third prince during her coming-of-age ceremony, and she never parted with it. How is it in your highness's possession? Could it be that the 9th princess is also here? Tao Jianzi looked at him in disbelief. Your highness kidnapped the 9th princess? For what purpose? Kidnapped? Xiaoyang was speechless. Where did I kidnap her? She came to assassinate me. After understanding the situation, Tao Jianzi immediately became excited. What a great opportunity, your highness. This is our chance to turn things around. The 9th princess is like the apple of the third prince's eye. With her, we can get whatever we want. Why isn't the third prince in the capital, but doing business on the border? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at him. Why are the third prince and the ninth princess so close? Tao Jinzi chuckled and said lightly, even among royal bloodlines, there are distinctions of high and low. The third prince is the son of a lowly servant, naturally not well regarded. As for the ninth princess, they are siblings born of the same mother, so they are especially close. After their mother left, they only had each other to rely on, naturally inseparable. The third prince is both scholarly and martial. Being a merchant is a waste. However, his brothers all come from noble backgrounds and look down on him. If not for controlling Chu's economic lifeline, he probably wouldn't have survived until now. Tao Jinzi sighed, somewhat wistful. Speaking of which, he's also a pitiable person. Chapter 67. There's no need to be so direct. Poor man. Hearing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle, giving him a sidelong glance and saying with a touch of annoyance, yes, hearing you say that, he really does seem like a pitifully unfortunate rich man. Ahem, I didn't mean it that way. Tao Jinzi awkwardly chuckled, then whispered. Did the prince suddenly bring up this third prince because of the previous incident with Meiji? Originally, Xiaoyang hadn't planned to mention it, but now that he heard this, he felt something was off. He furrowed his brows and looked at him. What's wrong with this? Go ahead and explain it to me. Yes, I've actually investigated this matter before. Although Meiji was truly despicable, it has to be said that this incident really has nothing to do with the third prince. After all, their transactions were flawless. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded. He smiled and said calmly, naturally, if he didn't have that kind of skill, he wouldn't be qualified to do business. This prince isn't making things difficult for him because of this matter. It's his own sister who keeps causing trouble for me. If I don't take this opportunity, wouldn't I be too foolish? Take this hairpin and deliver it. Say that within 3 days, I have time to meet him. If it's after 3 days, I'm afraid I won't have the time. Xiaoyang stood up, stretched lazily, and smiled. After all, everyone knows that I'm a hard-working man who has to toil in the fields. Tao Jinzi felt as though he was being mocked, but without any evidence, he could only obediently nod and turn to carry out the task. Border in. Seeing the hairpin, Chu Xiaoyao's expression changed. What do you mean by this? Tao Jinzi shrugged, looking at him with a smile. I'm not interested in your precious sister, but her attempt to assassinate our young master makes things a bit more complicated. What? Assassinate the Prince of Qin? Chu Xiaoyao stared at him in disbelief. How is that possible? Yue would never do such a thing. Don't you have any idea what your own sister is like? Tao Jinzi was exasperated. I've told you before to keep a better eye on her, but you never listened. Now look, things have escalated to this point. How do you plan to resolve it? Resolve? What resolve? Chu Xiaoyao snorted, twirling the hairpin in his hand. Although I had some cooperation with your Meiji, our dealings were perfectly legitimate and didn't violate any laws. So now, what exactly does your prince plan to do? He's angry, but not because of business dealings. It's because of the assassination attempt. Tao Jinzi sighed. Our young master isn't an ordinary person. He's ruthless, and you should know that. If you don't intervene, he really will kill your sister. I'm not joking. Over the years, our cooperation has built some rapport. I've said all I can, so you decide what to do. After speaking, Tao Jinzi didn't waste any more words and stood up to leave. Looking at the hairpin in his hand, Chu Xiaoyao finally spoke up. How do I get in? Follow me and pretend to deliver goods. Tao Jinzi smiled. I guarantee you'll get in safely and come out safely. Chu Xiaoyao waved his hand. All right then, let's go now.
Now?
Your prince said within 3 days, right? I'd rather get this resolved quickly. What's wrong with that? Tao Jinzi thought about it and found no fault in that logic. After preparing, he led him toward the Prince of Qin's palace. As soon as they entered, Xiaoyang smiled. You dare to have the esteemed third prince serve as your errand boy. You really do have some skill. Chu Xiaoyao looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. How did you know my identity? Seeing his naive expression, Xiaoyang smiled and said lightly, I didn't know. I just guessed, and it happened to be right. What a sly one. Chu Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, but still spoke up. Now, can you release my sister to me? Hand her over like this? Wouldn't I be at a loss? Xiaoyang blinked at him. Sit down, let's talk. Tao Jinzi, being perceptive, turned and walked out. Standing at the door, he glanced cautiously at Afu beside him. Why are you looking so sour? Have I done something wrong? No, the prince said this is cool. Afu spoke seriously. Cool? What does that mean? Tao Jinzi was puzzled, but didn't dare to ask. With them gone, the conversation inside became more direct. Chu Xiaoyao casually found a place to sit, looking at Xiaoyang with a smirk. So, what are your terms? You're quite accustomed to this. Xiaoyang smiled at him and said lightly, Are you so sure I'll negotiate with you? Chu Xiaoyao nodded, then thought for a moment and said softly, Fellow travelers can recognize each other at a glance. Well said. Fellow travelers can recognize each other at a glance. I can see that you're not someone who's content to stay in the realm of commerce. So I assume you have other ambitions? Xiaoyang smiled at him. This much, anyone could see. Chu Xiaoyao smiled and said lightly, My mother was a lowly foot washer who died years ago. Now, I have no one in the court, no one in the military, just a few coins in my hand. Myself and my sister live together, not seeking anything, just hoping for a peaceful life. If you truly only sought peace, why would you linger in this harsh borderland? Xiaoyang chuckled. Let's be straightforward. I can help you ascend to the throne of Chu. What can you offer in return? Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Xiaoyang in disbelief. I know you're direct, but do you really have to be so direct? We're both straightforward people. What's the point of beating around the bush? You're lingering at the border because the capital is dangerous, aren't you? I have a way for you to return to the capital without risk and without disrupting your current business empire. But how you stay in the capital will depend on your own skills. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Both men were sharp, and the implications were clear. A political marriage? Yes, you marry your sister to me. We'll form an alliance. Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Chu Xiaoyao took a deep breath. It was a good plan, truly a good plan. But this? Chapter 68. You're right here. After much deliberation, Chu Xiaoyao finally spoke in a low voice. No, that won't do. She won't be willing to become your concubine. Fine. I'll call her over and ask. Xiaoyang clapped his hands. Soon, Shun Yinyan entered, accompanied by Chu Ruyue. Upon seeing her brother, Chu Ruyue immediately began to cry out in muffled sobs. However, she was completely powerless, unable to move at all. Her eyes were filled with a pitiful plea. Shun Yinyan curtsied. I shall take my leave now. But Xiaoyang grabbed her arm, whispering, You should stay and listen to this as well. Chu Xiaoyao was surprised. He never expected that Xiaoyang would show such respect for his wife. For some reason, he felt a twinge of envy. Shun Yinyan, feeling shy, tried to pull her hand back, frowning at Xiaoyang. Your Highness, these are matters of state. As a woman, I fear it's not appropriate for me to be here. It's fine. You're my wife. These are our family matters. It's better if you're here, Xiaoyang smiled, pulling her to sit beside him. He then looked at Chu Xiaoyao and said with a smile, I'll formally propose marriage to your sister. By making a big deal out of it, you and your sister will naturally have to return to the capital. Even if someone wants to stop you, they won't have a reason, right? I spit on you. Chu Ruyue finally managed to speak, spitting out angrily, You can dream on. I'd rather die than marry you. Brother, I don't agree. I refuse. Chu Ruyue tearfully pleaded with her brother. Seeing Chu Ruyue's distress, Xiaoyang rolled his eyes and said irritably, Do you think I like you or something? Even if you did marry me, you'd just be kept here as a bridge of communication with your brother. After all, family members are the most natural thing. Upon hearing this, everyone came to their senses. Shun Yinyan looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. She had almost accepted the situation, thinking that even if another woman joined their household, it was only natural. She had even prepared herself to be a gracious mistress, but now, it seemed it was all for nothing. Feeling Shan Yinyan's relief, Xiaoyang smirked, leaning on her shoulder. Scared? What a scoundrel! Shan Yinyan kept a straight face but pinched his waist hard, without holding back. Ouch! Women are the most vicious. Xiaoyang was in tears from the pain, but for the sake of his dignity, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Watching their interaction, Chu Xiaoyao found it utterly unbelievable. He had grown up in the royal family, but his life in the palace was not good. He had never seen his mother and father show any intimacy. They always seemed on edge, so Chu Xiaoyao had no idea that married couples could be like this. Your sister is right here. Take her back. Xiaoyang waved his hand, concluding the matter. What? Chu Xiaoyao was again surprised. He had thought Xiaoyang would stop at nothing to achieve his goal, but never expected him to so easily return his sister. What was the point of all this then? Seeing Chu Xiaoyao's puzzled expression, Xiaoyang chuckled and said, What? Are you planning to stay for dinner? No need. Goodbye. Chu Xiaoyao said coldly, carrying his sister and turning to leave. After they left, Shen Yinyan frowned at Xiaoyang. What exactly are you planning? Nothing much. He wants to be the emperor of Chu, so I'll help him. In the future, I'll also be the emperor. With this connection, the two countries won't need to fight anymore. Isn't that a good thing for the people? Xiaoyang said with a smile, justifying his actions. Although he said that, Shan Yinyan still didn't quite believe him. She snorted coldly, Get out of here. We've grown up together. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Tell me the truth. The truth is just that, Xiaoyang smiled. Whether he becomes emperor or I become emperor, it's not something that can be achieved overnight. So we start cooperating now, going through hardships together. When our goals are reached, we'll naturally be brothers who have shared hardships. By then, with him unifying the world, his wish for trade and communication would be fulfilled. Seeing the sparkle in Xiaoyang's eyes, Shen Yinyan didn't want to say more. Do you think they'll agree? They will. It's an irresistible temptation, a rare opportunity. Xiaoyang smiled at her. I may be a descendant of the previous dynasty, a thorn in the side of the current emperor, but I have the support of the former royal family. I have people. I have money. Who else would he cooperate with? Even if he wants to cooperate with the emperor's sons, do you think they'd even look at him? Xiaoyang finally revealed the cruel truth. Indeed, they wouldn't. Chu Xiaoyao's background was too lowly, so how could the highborn princes ever consider him? If someone were willing to condescend to cooperate with him, he wouldn't have had to endure the harsh border conditions for so many years. Hearing this, Shan Yinyan finally understood. Then, what about the 9th princess? She'll become the concubine of the Qin prince, but don't worry, I won't have any relations with her. Once our goals are achieved, she can go wherever she wants. Xiaoyang wrapped his arm around Shan Yinyan's waist. I only want you. You can rest assured. What more could Shen Yinyan worry about? Hearing these words, she was deeply touched. After pondering for a while, she finally said, I grew up in the Ministry of Revenue. I'm very clear about the matters between men and women. Don't think I'm just talking about you. Even the emperor might have to compromise with women for power. If that day ever comes, I won't stop you. I'll accept it willingly, and you don't need to feel guilty. Xiaoyang frowned, looking at her. What do you mean? I know you want that position, and the path is full of thorns. Sometimes, you might need to gain support. So Shen Yinyan's voice grew softer. Clearly, Xiaoyang's expression grew darker. Seeing Xiaoyang's reaction, she could only choose to stop talking. I don't want to hear such words again. I know you don't trust me, and I know there are times when one is forced to do things. But I won't give up, and I don't allow you to give up. If you ever say such weak things again, I won't talk to you. Xiaoyang said seriously. Chapter 69. Willing or not. He was usually quite amiable, rarely showing such sternness. Seeing him so serious now, Shen Yinyan couldn't help but laugh softly, then whispered, I understand. That's more like it. Xiaoyang snorted. This time, You said such things, and I'm still very angry. So, you must make it up to me now. Make it up? For some reason, Shin Yinyan felt a wave of shyness, her face turning red as she whispered, "How do you want me to make it up to you? What do you think?" Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. Shin Yinyan's face was flushed, but she still leaned in and kissed him. Xiaoyang was both amused and touched, pulling her closer by the waist and softly said, "Actually, that wasn't what I meant, but since you're being so proactive, I won't hold back." And with that, he passionately kissed her. At the border inn, after cleaning herself up, Chu Ruyue began cursing. "That damned Xiaoyang. I'll kill him one day. How dare he humiliate me like that, the scoundrel." Watching his sister go crazy in front of him, Chu Xiaoyao felt a mix of helplessness. He slammed the table heavily, annoyed. "Enough! Brother?" Chu Ruyue looked at him in disbelief. "What's wrong? Don't you love me anymore?" Chu Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, his voice full of anger. "If I didn't love you, I wouldn't have brought you back. Do you know how much skill it takes? You dared to assassinate the Qin king. You're still alive here cursing. Do you know how lucky that is?" Although the mission had failed, Chu Ruyue still felt a bit of resentment. But seeing her brother so angry, she didn't dare to argue back. "I'm not going to argue with you about this. I'll just ask you directly, are you willing to marry for the sake of your brother?" Chu Xiaoyao got straight to the point. His sister was too simple-minded. Talking about anything else would be useless. "What?" Chu Ruyue couldn't believe her ears, looking at him in disbelief. She whispered, "Brother, do you know what you're saying?" "Of course, I know what I'm saying," Chu Xiaoyao said seriously. "He offered a condition I couldn't refuse. If we want to return to the capital, to take that position, to avenge our mother, this is the simplest way. Otherwise, I really don't know how long we'll have to wait." They weren't traveling abroad, unwilling to return. It's just, they couldn't return. The humiliation they suffered in the capital was still a nightmare for them. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue calmed down, tilting her head to look at her brother. "Is this the only way?" "It's not the only way, but it's the simplest and most effective. We don't have any other options right now. We can only wait, keep waiting," Chu Xiaoyao said earnestly, his eyes filled with concern for his sister. "I know you wouldn't be willing, but don't worry, he won't touch you. It's just a deal." "Not touch?" Chu Ruyue felt like she was hearing a joke. Does brother believe that? I didn't believe it at first, but today, seeing his interaction with his wife, I realized you probably wouldn't be able to get in. So, why waste your body? Qingyao has been your guard since you were young. Take him with you, okay? Chu Xiaoyao had already started planning the next steps. He knew this move was inevitable. Chu Ruyue nodded, whispering, "Brother, you know how I feel about Qingyao, right?" Chu Xiaoyao certainly knew his sister's feelings, but because of the vast difference in their status, he hadn't taken it seriously. Now, seeing his sister so persistent, he felt another wave of headache. After hesitating, he said softly, "Are you sure about this? After marrying Xiaoyang, my reputation will be ruined. Who else could I marry?" Chu Ruyue smiled at her brother. "Then I'll ask Qingyao myself. If he doesn't mind, I'll marry him, okay?" "Why would he mind?" Chu Xiaoyao snorted. Even with this, marrying him would be a favor to him. The matter was practically settled. However, Chu Xiaoyao wasn't in a hurry to tell Xiaoyang. He waited for him to come and ask for the result. After all, they were the near Fong, and in such matters, it was not appropriate to be too proactive. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. These days, he was up early and stayed late, almost as if he wanted to plant himself in the fields. Finally, Xiao Hua finished the water wheel. "Your Highness, I've completed it. Would you like to come and take a look?" Xiao Hua was covered in dirt, clearly having been hands-on with the project. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang smiled and said softly, "All right, I'll go with you today." Soon, they arrived at Xiao Hua's courtyard. This courtyard was a favor Xiao Hua had asked from Xiaoyang at the beginning, and Xiaoyang hadn't asked much about it. He never expected it to be used for this. Seeing the two large water wheels in the courtyard, Xiaoyang felt a surge of excitement. He quickly stepped forward, inspecting them carefully, and said with a smile, "Excellent, Really excellent. You're amazing. It only took 2 or 3 months to make this. Great, great. Hearing this, Xiaohua also felt relieved, saying softly, I'm glad your highness is satisfied. I was afraid I'd disappoint you. You're doing very well. You're doing exceptionally well, too well. Xiaoyang said several times, clearly very excited. He slapped his thigh. Go, call Zhang Jian and Qi Tai over. Let them see this. Fu quickly left, and soon Zhang Jian and Qi Tai arrived together. Seeing the large water wheel, they were all a bit puzzled. What is this? You don't need to worry about what it is. Find some people to transport these to the fields. Any field near a river should be equipped with these. Xiaohua, I'll have to trouble you to make more. Xiaoyang looked at Xiaohua with a bit of sympathy. After all, he was getting older, and this work was still quite tiring for him. Seeing Xiaoyang's concerned gaze, Xiaohua also felt a warmth. Kneeling down, Your Highness, don't worry. After making these 2 water wheels, the younger ones have learned. Making 3 or 4 a month won't be a problem. The season waits for no one. The Qin region is vast, and we can't just focus on Qinqing. Find more people, aim for 10 a month, and distribute them to each city. That way, the others can follow the example. Also, give them the blueprints. There's no need to keep this a secret. Xiaoyang smiled, arranging the next steps. Chapter 70. A Rare Talent. Xiaohua immediately nodded. Yes, I will handle it right away. If you do this well, I've said before that there will be great rewards for success. Xiaoyang chuckled, pulling out a handful of banknotes from his pocket. After a quick glance, there were roughly 200,000 taels. You and your subordinates have all worked hard. Take this and go. Thank you, Your Highness. Thank you. Xiaohua was ecstatic at the sight of the banknotes. Indeed, all other rewards were secondary. Nothing was more direct and effective than money. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Last time, I mentioned the crossbows and gunpowder to you. Have you prepared everything? The materials you need should arrive in about a month. By then, all the water wheels will be finished, and we'll only need to focus on this. Xiaoyang smiled as he looked at him. Xiaohua immediately felt the weight of his responsibilities. He nodded and whispered, Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will do my utmost. That's more like it. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, glanced at Zhang Jian, and turned to leave. Feeling Xiaoyang's gaze, Zhang Jian quickly caught up. Your Highness, what are your orders? Have you been training the soldiers according to the plan I gave you? Isn't this something that should be decided by General Qi? Zhang Jian rubbed his nose timidly. After all, he was only the deputy general, and Qi Tai was the true commander. Seeing Zhang Jian's reaction, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. I thought you were at least a man and wouldn't be petty over such a small matter. But it seems you're just like a woman, getting all narrow-minded, aren't you? Your Highness, you're mocking me. I truly have no say in this matter. Zhang Jian said earnestly, looking at Xiaoyang. He seemed to recall something, shyly smiled, and then murmured, When I lost to Qi Tai before, I was indeed a bit resentful. I thought, he's just a former bandit. What gives him the right? But these days, he's been tightening military discipline, training the soldiers, and even integrating your plan, making slight modifications that yield even better results. That's when I realized, he's not just a bandit. Zhang Jian's admiration in his eyes was genuine. Oh? Xiaoyang hadn't expected this. He was also somewhat surprised. Are you being serious? Absolutely, Your Highness. You've been busy with the fields lately and haven't been able to oversee the military. But General Qi hasn't slacked off. He's divided the soldiers into 2 shifts, alternating between farming and training, ensuring no one is neglected. Nothing has been delayed. I also found it strange, so I secretly investigated. Only then did I learn that Qi Tai was considered a renowned general in the previous dynasty, though the current emperor doesn't recognize him. Zhang Jian scoffed. Now, the military of the Great Xia is filled with extravagance. Everyone's busy indulging in food, drink, and pleasure. If a real battle broke out, I wonder if they'd even be able to hold their weapons. It seems even the heavens are helping. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. If you say so, then I'm reassured. Your Highness, rest assured, everything in the military is fine. However, we should still show more concern for the border regions. Zhang Jian sighed. I've heard the soldiers talking. Last year, due to insufficient military provisions, they suffered greatly. This year, with all the changes you've implemented, if things are the same by the end of the year, it could lead to serious trouble. The border troops were something Xiaoyang hadn't yet figured out how to handle. After all, if he were to visit the border now, it might be noticed by those with ill intentions who could send word to the capital. If the emperor and others found out, it could cause a lot of trouble. However, if he failed to pacify the troops, any unrest could lead to disastrous consequences, especially since the general guarding the border was a former general from the previous dynasty. Xiaoyang took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Jian. I have a plan in mind regarding this matter. Focus on farming. The fields I've entrusted to you are our brother's food supply. There can be no mistakes, understood? Yes, I understand. Zhang Jian nodded. Rest assured, Your Highness. They were all capable, so Xiaoyang was naturally at ease. After wandering around all day, he returned to the Qin Palace as night fell. Upon entering the Qin Palace Hall, he noticed the atmosphere at home seemed a bit off. Shun Yunyan was sitting there, flipping through account books, but her expression was clearly troubled. What's wrong? Xiaoyang walked over, frowning as he looked at her. Shin Yunyan slammed the account book onto the table and said fiercely, Can you dig up that G-City Lord and have him banned, sir? What happened? Look, even after confiscating everything from his household, there's still a deficit of 300,000 taels. Shun Yunyan's eyes reddened, and she clenched her fists. A mere city lord dared to embezzle so much money. Why didn't he just die? No, he was already dead, but the mess he left behind still needed to be cleaned up. Thinking of this, Shun Yunyan felt another surge of anger. The people of G-City are truly suffering. Being the closest city to the border, they're constantly harassed. Now, with insufficient food, it's truly a dire situation. Your Highness, what should we do? It's fine. Xiaoyang gently stroked Shun Yunyan's head. Think about it. Even after confiscating everything from the G-City Lord's household, there's still a deficit of 300,000 taels. So, where did that money go? Shun Yunyan, caught up in her anger earlier, hadn't thought of this. She frowned, looking at Xiaoyang. After a moment, she murmured, Yes, that's right. He couldn't have spent all that money himself. There must be other places or people involved. Who could it be? Exactly, who could it be? Xiaoyang's lips curled slightly. Do you remember what he said before he died? That if he died, someone would never let us off? The Crown Prince. Shin Yunyan gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide. It's the Crown Prince. Xiaoyang snorted. I thought Xiaozhi was a fool, but it seems I underestimated him. The guy is both stupid and evil. A crown prince of the nation, colluding with a border city lord, embezzling and concealing filth. Shameless, utterly shameless. Shin Yunyan clenched her fists. This matter cannot be left alone. 300,000 taels. That's the blood and tears of the people, the lives of countless children. Indeed, so I won't let him off either. Xiaoyang smiled, kissing Shan Yunyan. But don't get too angry. Take care of your health. Chapter 71. Ridiculously stupid. In this harsh and bitter land, everything was secondary, except for one's health. Hearing these words, Shin Yunyan felt a bit more at ease. I had trained some girls before, and they have become skilled in weaving and raising livestock. I have already sent them home, as you instructed, and even gave them money, Shin Yunyan whispered, leaning against him. Actually, I originally wanted to keep them to study, but these children were eager to return home, and their families didn't want them to stay in the palace to continue their education. However, I selected a few clever ones to serve as female officials in the palace, and their parents didn't object. As she spoke, Shun Yunyan felt a bit disheartened. I thought that establishing a school for girls and allowing them to take the imperial exams would be a great benefit, but now I realize it's nothing but a fantasy. Seeing Shun Yunyan's disheartened expression, Xiaoyang smiled and softly said, don't be disappointed. It may not be possible now, but in 5 or 10 years, it will be. I don't understand. Men and women are the same. So why is it that every good opportunity is always for men? Shin Yinyan stood up. Those who don't allow their daughters to study, they kneel and beg, asking if this opportunity can be given to their sons. Why is that? Because in their eyes, women studying is useless. Only men studying can take the imperial exams and have a chance at a future, Xiaoliang said with a smile. Even in modern times, several hundred years later, there would still be many people who favored men over women. Such deeply ingrained ideas are difficult to change. So the only way is to create more opportunities for women to work, so they can understand that women studying is also valuable. Seeing Xiaoliang's calm demeanor, Shun Yinyan smiled. Fortunately, I have you by my side. Yes, fortunately, I have you by my side, Xiaoliang said, holding her hand. You haven't seen your brother in a long time. I'm preparing to go to the border to pacify the troops. Why don't you come with me? Hearing this, Shun Yinyan's first reaction was naturally one of joy. But soon, she realized, if we both leave, what about here? Things in Qinqing are currently stable, even if there are some undercurrents. If we stay, they won't act. Only if we leave will they make their move, Xiaoliang said, pinching Shun Yinyan's nose. Shin Yinyan rolled her eyes at him. I didn't know you had so many tricks up your sleeve before. Xiaoliang laughed, picked her up, and softly asked, Do you like me now, or before? Why do you always ask that? Of course I like you now. Shin Yinyan kissed him. I'm happy just looking at you now. I hope we can always live happily together. Hearing this, Xiaoliang felt at ease. He had been reborn into someone else's body, and if she had always liked the previous Xiaoliang, it would have felt like deceiving her feelings. But since she said she liked him now, that meant she liked him. That was good enough. The vegetable greenhouse had also yielded a good harvest, so Xiaoliang didn't hesitate and took all the vegetables they could harvest, packing them up to head toward the border. The news quickly spread to the capital and reached the eastern palace. What did you say? Xiaozha looked at the messenger in disbelief. Say that again. He killed the entire Ji family? How dare he? Bai Shu's face changed and he whispered, It seems to be true. The Ji city lord was colluding with the Chu kingdom. Executing the entire family is in accordance with the law. Outrageous. Xiaozha clenched his teeth. Although the Ji city lord had dealings with the Chu kingdom, he was still my man. All these years, he was my source of wealth. Bai Shu was so scared his legs went weak, and he immediately knelt down. Your Highness, be careful with your words. Get out. Xiaozha roared, driving everyone out. Bai Shu took a deep breath. If it were for any other reason, it would be fine, but now it's for treason. If people find out about the connections between the Ji family and the crown prince, then, at this, Xiaozha also realized the gravity of the situation. He stepped back in fear and sat down in his chair. You're right. We absolutely cannot let anyone know. It might be very difficult, Bai Shu said, taking a deep breath. The Prince of Qin is cunning and bold. He won't let this opportunity slip. If he tells the Emperor, it might still be manageable, as the Emperor would protect you. But if he tells the whole world, then? He wouldn't dare. Xiaozha clenched his teeth. But he was only shouting impotently now. He knew that if Xiaoliang wanted to do it, he would, without a doubt. Your Highness, someone from the Empress's palace has come to ask you to visit, a little eunuch outside hurriedly announced. The Empress? Xiaozha had always been neglected before, but now she was actively seeking him out. What was going on? This is bad, Your Highness. The Empress might know something. Bai Shu quickly stood up. You must go quickly. Whatever the Empress says, you must act as if you know nothing. Pretend to be stupid. Absolutely pretend to be stupid. How could the Empress know? Xiaozha was extremely nervous, whispering, It's over. The Empress won't let me off. In the Palace of Glass, the Empress was seething. What a fool, this fool. I was at least clever in my life. How could I have such a stupid child? Look at what he's done. The Empress was furious, throwing all the letters in her hand at the princess. The princess glanced through them and said helplessly, Xiaoyang also wrote to me about this. I can't understand why the crown prince, living in luxury in the capital, would need so much money. Just as she finished speaking, the crown prince walked in. The princess smiled. Since you mother and son have things to discuss, I'll take my leave. Farewell, princess, Xiaoja bowed. Looking at him, the princess smiled mysteriously. Turning back to see her mother's furious expression, Xiaoja was nervous and knelt down. Your Majesty.
Slap.
The empress didn't hold back, slapping him across the face. You scoundrel. Look at what you've done. Xiaoja felt like his teeth were about to fall out, his face full of disbelief. Mother. Chapter 72. The tiger daughter of a general's family. Who do you think you're calling mother? How dare you even address me? The empress was so furious her face turned pale, and she couldn't resist kicking him several more times in her rage. Who are you? Tell me, who are you? Xiaoja had never been beaten like this before in his life. In his world, his mother had always despised him, never caring for him or scolding him. Now, although his body ached, there was a strange feeling in his heart. After all, his mother's eyes finally had him in them. Your Majesty, please calm down. The attendants rushed forward to restrain the empress. The empress, however, was consumed by anger and showed no mercy, kicking each of them away with a single blow, snapping, Get out of my way, all of you, and leave. Your Majesty, please calm down. The servants in the room all knelt down, the empress beating the crown prince. If word of this got out, what would people think? The empress was so enraged that she smashed several cups. Get out. Everyone knew that the empress was once the tiger daughter of a general's family. She wasn't some sheltered girl confined to the inner chambers. She had followed her father and brothers onto the battlefield, where she killed without blinking. Seeing that she was truly furious, no one dared to say more and quickly retreated. Tell me, how long have you been colluding with Lord Ji of Jiqing and the Chu Kingdom? The empress slapped him again in her fury. You are the crown prince of Great Xia, the future emperor. How could you do such a thing? Are you mad? Mother, I am innocent. Xiaoja, remembering Bai Shu's words, quickly cried out in protest. Seeing him like this, the empress clenched her teeth in frustration, glaring at him fiercely. You dare deny it? The evidence is conclusive. Do you think denying it will make a difference? Do you think I'm a fool, or what? Mother, I am your son. Why would you believe outsiders over me? You scoundrel. The empress's face turned pale with anger. She grabbed his collar, her teeth clenched. You're trying to usurp the throne. A crown prince, attempting to usurp the throne. How dare you try to justify yourself? I am truly innocent, Xiaoju exclaimed, feeling a surge of grievance. I am the crown prince. The entire Great Xia will be mine in the future. Why would I attempt to usurp the throne at this time? I merely wanted some money. I never expected Lord Ji to be so audacious. In the end, it's all Xiao Yang's fault. He's deliberately trying to cause trouble for me, trying to get me killed. Xiaoja gritted his teeth. It was all Xiao Yang's fault. If not for him, why would I be kneeling here getting beaten? Even at this point, he still blames others? The empress looked at Xiaoja with a disappointment she had never felt before. She took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I thought, even if you were a bit foolish, at least you had some sense. But I never expected you to twist things to this extent. Get out, get out. How could Xiaoja just leave like that? He clutched the empress's skirt tightly, choking back tears. Mother, I won't leave. I won't. Tell me why. Why have you never liked me since I was a child? Why? Get out. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. When the Emperor of Xia entered, he saw this scene and his face darkened with anger. What is going on here? Your son pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor. Xiaoja's face was swollen and disfigured, looking quite wretched. Seeing him like this, the Emperor's expression changed, and he snorted coldly, displeased. Empress, what is the meaning of this? I am disciplining my own son. Is that not allowed? The Empress was still furious, and her mood worsened upon seeing the Emperor. It was all because of him that Xiaoja, this vile offspring, existed. You. The emperor took a deep breath. The crown prince is already an adult. Even if he has made mistakes, you cannot beat him like this. My son, I can discipline him whenever I want. The empress coldly stared at the emperor, snorting. If his majesty finds this inappropriate, then take him away. The emperor never expected the empress to be so unyielding today. He was momentarily stunned. You? I bid farewell to his majesty the emperor. The empress directly bowed. The emperor was furious, glaring at the empress. Do you think that I truly have no way to deal with you? How could there be no way? You are the emperor now, and our lives are in your hands. The sovereign commands, and the subject must obey. Just give me a cup of poison wine for a quick death. Mother! Xiaja's voice trembled with fear. He had thought his mother was already very harsh with him, but never expected her to be even more so with his father. Where was this the behavior of an empress towards an emperor? The emperor strode forward, grabbing her arm. Is it because you still can't forget him? Is it because of him that you hate me, and because this is my child, you hate the child as well? Let go, let go. The empress struggled with all her strength to push him away, taking a deep breath and trying to calm down. She gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, I am your empress, and the empress of the people. The crown prince may be my child, but he is also the crown prince of the people. You should take your son and go question him about Lord Ji of Jiqing. Mother? Xiaja looked at the empress in disbelief, never expecting his own mother to expose this matter in front of everyone. The emperor had come today for this very reason. He frowned and looked at Xiaja. What is the truth of the matter? Your son does not know. I am truly innocent. Xiaja took a deep breath. Chundi has always had some misunderstandings about me. Perhaps this matter is still a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? 300,000 taels of silver, all a misunderstanding? Treason and betrayal of the country, also a misunderstanding? The empress truly felt that her son's intelligence was truly remarkable. She rolled her eyes and coldly said, Xiaja, don't treat everyone as fools. You may leave first. I will discuss this with you another day. The emperor glared at him. Although the matter of Qin province was important, in the emperor's eyes, there were more pressing matters to attend to. Xiaja had no idea what was going on between the two of them and could only turn and walk out. The emperor looked at the empress. How long do you intend to keep this up with me? Your servant dares not. The empress, no longer angry, coldly looked at the emperor. How could I dare? Every word she spoke was laced with sarcasm. The emperor took a deep breath. When I sought your hand in marriage, it was with sincerity. I know, and I thank His Majesty. The empress remained formal and businesslike. Seeing her like this, the emperor felt a wave of helplessness and turned to leave. The news from Qin province was swift, and Xiaoyang soon learned of this incident. Our Empress Dowager is truly formidable. Xiaoyang chuckled. I never expected her to resort to physical punishment, arranging for a good slap. Shun Yunyan nodded, then softly said, in truth, the Empress Dowager was once a stunning beauty. Chapter 73. The hardship is over. As she spoke, Shun Yinyan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. She lowered her voice and said, if it weren't for the emperor using his power to bully others, the empress wouldn't be the empress now. She was meant to soar like an eagle in the sky, but now she's trapped in a cage, living like a gilded canary. What about you? Xiaoyang frowned, looking at Shun Yinyan. What about you? Me? What about me? Shun Yinyan smiled softly. I love you. I adore you. I'm willing to stay by your side for a lifetime. So wherever you are, that's where I'll be. Besides, our palace will be vast, won't it? Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before saying quietly, although you're my princess now, you still have freedom. You can go wherever you want without needing to report it. Just go whenever you feel like it. All right, everything is prepared. Let's head to the frontier to see Yuan Feng. Xiaoyang took her hand and walked out together. Shun Yinyan watched Xiaoyang's back, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Who would want to spend their entire life in a place like the Imperial Palace? Soon, They arrived at the frontier. It was said that the frontier was bitterly cold, but this was Shen Yinyan's first time here. After getting off the carriage, she was surprised and looked at Xiaoyang. It's even colder here than in Qingqing? Yes, the frontier is the coldest. Our soldiers, because of Ji Chengzhu, spent the entire last year in such conditions, wearing thin clothes. Xiaoyang clenched his fists, his face dark. Upon hearing this, Shen Yinyan's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "He deserves to die, and so does his entire family." "Those who deserve to die are not just him," Xiaoyang snorted. Soon, the people behind them began unloading things from the carriage. General Zhong Wuyun pays his respects to Prince Qin. A tall and robust man in armor walked over, knelt down, and performed a grand bow. Xiaoyang quickly bent down to help him up. "General Zhong, you're too polite. I've just arrived in Chengdu and finally have the time to come to the frontier to see you. I know how hard it is for you, so I've brought cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, vegetables, cotton clothes, and charcoal. Whatever Qingqing has, I've brought it."
What?
Zhong Wuyun looked at the people behind Xiaoyang unloading the goods, feeling surprised. "Your Highness, what does this mean? Although I've just arrived, I know how harsh the frontier is. You've endured so much here, so having some good food can at least make you feel a bit better." Xiaoyang smiled. "Let's go to your camp and take a look." Before, he had only heard about the harsh conditions at the border, but seeing the tents and the soldiers, Xiaoyang felt a deep sense of unease. Last winter, there was no war, so it was relatively easier. But even now, as spring had arrived, many soldiers still had frostbite on their faces and bodies. It was hard to imagine how they had survived the icy winter last year. Seeing them like this, Xiaoyang's heart ached deeply. "I didn't know you were suffering. After returning to Qingcheng, I'll send more medicine to you." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness." Zhong Wuyun was momentarily unsure of what Xiaoyang's intentions were. "I know you've suffered, and it's my fault for not noticing sooner." Xiaoyang's heart was heavy, and he then recounted the story of Ji Chengzhu. Zhong Wuyun was a general from the previous dynasty and naturally felt close to Xiaoyang. Now, hearing Xiaoyang's words and seeing his actions, Zhong Wuyun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. With such a young lord, they wouldn't suffer anymore in the future. "The Emperor of Xia is wary of us, so he deliberately indulged the crown prince," Zhong Wuyun said quietly. "He left us in this place, hoping we'd all be worn down and die so he could feel at ease." Xiaoyang had considered before that the Emperor of Xia might not be entirely unaware of this. Now, it seemed to be true. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will ever bully you again." "Thank you for your grace, Your Highness." Zhong Wuyun was so moved that he almost knelt down again. Shen Yinyan kept stretching her neck, looking outside. "Go ahead," Xiaoyang smiled. "This is a military camp, and it's inconvenient for women to move around. Go change your clothes." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shen Yinyan turned and walked out. Now, only the two of them remained in the tent. "Young master." Zhong Wuyun knelt down again. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. "You're not much older than me, yet you're covered in the scars of time. You've been guarding this place all these years, and you've endured a lot." Zhong Wuyun felt a warmth in his heart. He lowered his head and said softly, "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. With your words, I feel my life is complete. You want to die, but I won't allow it. Get up quickly, and let's talk about things slowly." Xiaoyang smiled. "Immediately send someone to check the military provisions. See what's missing, and I'll arrange for it to be sent to you once I return. We're completely out of everything. If it weren't for the help from the World Trade Association and the Escort Bureau, we wouldn't have survived until now." Zhong Wuyun clenched his fists. The Zhong family, once a loyal and noble clan in the previous dynasty, now, under the Emperor of Xia, couldn't even have a full meal. This is outrageous. Xiaoyang gritted his teeth. What gives him the right to do this? The Emperor said that Chengdu is remote and the frontier is bitterly cold. It's too difficult to transport supplies from the capital, so we should find ways to feed ourselves. Not only are military supplies lacking, But even our military pay requires repeated requests, or else it won't be given. Zhong Wuyun clenched his fists tightly. Our brothers are starving and freezing, enduring day after day, and it's truly unbearable. Fortunately, the princess is merciful. Even though she's in a difficult situation herself, she didn't forget to help us, which is why we've managed to survive. As Zhong Wuyun spoke, his body began to tremble, not from the cold, but from anger. Seeing him like this, Xiaoyang was momentarily at a loss for words. He took a deep breath and walked over. I promise that from now on, there will never be such a day again. In the army, the old, weak, sick, and disabled have already given up and passed away. Now, only the strong remain. Your Highness, we were originally 10,000 soldiers, but now we're down to 8,000. However, we still report 10,000 to the outside world. Zhong Wuyun smiled at him. Xiaoyang was sharp and immediately understood what this meant. He nodded in satisfaction and then said with a smile, "Good, well done. I'll arrange for 2,000 more soldiers to join you soon, but they'll come in batches. There are many spies in your army, so you must be cautious. If the border is unstable, don't hold back. Strike hard, and we have the money to support it." Xiaoyang immediately gave him the confidence. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wuyun was so moved that tears almost came to his eyes. He had finally endured through the hardship. Chapter 74, Heartache. Xiaoyang watched him with a pang of heartache. Despite her own feelings, she still handed over her training plan to him. "Take a look, is it still usable?" Seeing the training plan Xiaoyang handed over, Zhong Wuyun was somewhat surprised. "Did your Highness write this?" "Yes," Xiaoyang smiled. "What do you think?" "Your Highness is indeed remarkable, but our current physical condition is poor, and I'm afraid we can't handle such intense training." Zhong Wuyun blushed with embarrassment. Hearing this, Xiaoyang didn't feel any blame but rather felt apologetic. She softly said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of the provisions." "Thank you, Your Highness." Zhong Wuyun knelt down once again. Xiaoyang smiled. "Get up, I have many things to discuss with you. These days in Qin, I haven't been idle. Here's a map I drew. You can compare it with the ones in your army." Xiaoyang quickly handed over the map. At first, Zhong Wuyun didn't pay much attention, but after seeing the map, he was utterly astonished. The border cities were vividly depicted, with every river, street, and hill clearly marked. Even precise measurements of distances were included. With this map, military operations would be much more efficient. "Your Highness, you're too amazing." Zhong Wuyun couldn't believe his eyes. In his previous life, Xiaoyang had undergone rigorous training, so this was just basic work. Seeing Zhong Wuyun's admiring gaze, he smiled, feeling a sense of comfort. Meanwhile, Shen Yunyin looked at her emaciated and tanned brother with deep heartache. She softly said, "It's only been a few days since you arrived, and you've already lost so much weight. And you're darker. Are you not eating enough?" She handed him 2 strips of jerky. Seeing the jerky, Shen Yuanfeng's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and stuffed it into his mouth, smiling. "Sister, don't worry. The border is tough, but I've gained a lot here." Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyin felt even more heartbroken. She took a deep breath and softly said, "Look at you now. Have you not eaten meat in a long time? Today, we brought a lot of good food. You can have a hearty meal tonight." Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt comforted. "Before coming, I never imagined it would be this tough here. Not even enough to eat, and no quilts to keep warm. I thought I might die here, but I survived. Sister, don't worry. I'll keep working hard." Shen Yuanfeng looked at Shen Yunyin earnestly. Shen Yunyin sighed deeply and softly said, "My brother, you were once the young master of the Ministry of Revenue, living in luxury. It's my fault for sending you here to suffer." Seeing his sister's distress, he knew she was worried about him. He smiled and softly said, "Sister, it's spring now. I won't freeze to death. Don't worry. I didn't know it was this hard here. Why don't you come back with me to Qin City? You can work as a palace guard, okay?" Shen Yunyin's heart softened. Although she had thought boys should be toughened up, Seeing her brother like this was unbearable. Shin Yuanfeng shook his head and smiled. It's tough here, but I like it. I don't want to leave, sister. Don't worry, I can handle it. Handle what? Xiaoyang walked in and couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. But upon seeing Shun Yuanfeng, he couldn't laugh anymore. He was shocked to see how emaciated the boy had become in just a few months. How did you end up like this? They don't have enough to eat or wear here, and they have to train. How could he not lose weight? Shin Yunyan wept uncontrollably. She hugged her brother tightly. I only have you left. If something happens to you, what will I do? Xiaoyang quickly stepped in. All right, don't cry. Your Highness. Shin Yuanfeng stood up and bowed. Xiaoyang chuckled. There's no outsider here. You don't need to be so formal. Calling me brother-in-law isn't inappropriate. Brother-in-law, Shin Yuanfeng smiled. Brother-in-law, please help the soldiers here. They don't have enough to eat or wear. They're barely surviving. Hearing this, Xiaoyang nodded and softly said, I didn't know about this before coming here. But now that I do, I won't let you continue living like this. I want to take my brother back. Shin Yunyan wiped her tears and looked at Xiaoyang pleadingly. Xiaoyang smiled and softly said, I think this depends on your brother's wishes, don't you think? Sister, a man should achieve great things. I won't leave. Shin Yuanfeng looked at his sister earnestly. It's tough here, but I'm happy to be here. Seeing her brother's determination, Shin Yunyan felt frustrated. You? All right, we've just met. Let's not argue. We'll be here for a while, so we can discuss this later, okay? Xiaoyang quickly interrupted their argument. He then turned to the outside and ordered, prepare some good food. Tonight, we'll have a family reunion dinner. A reunion dinner should have been a joyous occasion. But seeing Shen Yuanfeng wolfing down the meat, Shun Yunyan felt sad again, tears streaming down her face. Back at the Ministry of Revenue, you could have anything you wanted. Now, for just a piece of meat, look at you, slow down. Shin Yuanfeng shook his head. Sister, I have to eat fast. Otherwise, I won't be full. Seeing Shun Yuanfeng like this, Xiaoyang also felt heartbroken. He sighed helplessly and softly said, slow down. There will be plenty of opportunities to eat meat. I brought a lot of livestock. You can eat slowly, no need to worry about not having enough. Brother-in-law, thanks to you, otherwise, we'd starve to death before dying in battle. Shin Yuanfeng wiped his mouth and looked at him earnestly. But the general is really amazing. Even with such scarcity in the army, no one dares to harass the civilians. This was exactly what Xiaoyang wanted to hear. He nodded in satisfaction and smiled. It seems you've really grown up. Hearing them talk, Shin Yunyan stood up and walked outside, wanting to tidy up her brother's bedding. Are you being taken care of in the army? Xiaoyang smiled and looked at him. Shin Yuanfeng shook his head. I've learned a lot by the general's side. As for special treatment, there isn't any. The general said I'm a man and should learn to rely on myself, not always on others. Chapter 75. When did you arrive? Shin Yunyan felt a pang of heartache. She had previously thought she could handle all this with a calm heart. But seeing her closest person suffer like this was too much for her to bear. She clutched Shin Yuanfeng's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Knowing his sister was worried about him, Shin Yuanfeng didn't resist. He just smiled softly and said, Sister, don't worry. I can take good care of myself. Seeing him like this, Shin Yunyan rolled her eyes and muttered, You still say that? Look at you now, ugh. She grabbed her skirt and rushed out. Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and he immediately followed her out. He patted her back gently, asking, Are you okay? Are you all right? Could it be that the food in the camp has gone bad? Xiaoyang took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the corners of her mouth. Shun Yunyan's stomach churned again, and she vomited once more. Darling, when did your menstrual cycle arrive? Xiaoyang lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. What did he mean by that? Shun Yunyan frowned slightly, her face turning red. Of course, it's of course. She instinctively placed her hand on her lower abdomen. Could it be? Xiaoyang chuckled, took her hand, and began to feel her pulse carefully. Finally, he picked her up and exclaimed, I'm going to be a father. Ha ha ha. Sister's pregnant? Shin Yuanfeng rushed out from inside, looking at his sister in disbelief. He laughed loudly. That's great. I'm going to be an uncle. Shun Yunyan, feeling dizzy in Xiaoyang's arms, clung tightly to his neck. Put me down quickly. That's wonderful. I'm going to be a father. No wonder I've been working so hard day and night. It's finally bearing fruit. Xiaoyang said proudly. What kind of crude words were those? Shin Yunyan was furious. Once she was put down, she hit Xiaoyang hard and snapped, Shut up. Don't say such things. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing? Ha ha ha. Let's see who dares to laugh. Wonderful. I'm going to be a father. I have a child now. I want to announce it to the world and share this good news with everyone. Inform the kitchen to slaughter pigs, cows, and sheep. Eat as much as you want. The Princess of Qin is with child, and the entire army will celebrate together. Xiaoyang held Shin Yunyan tightly, laughing heartily. Shin Yunyan had never seen Xiaoyang so excited before and felt a bit lost, especially when the soldiers around them surrounded them. Laughing loudly, she wished she could find a hole to bury herself in. She pinched the flesh on Xiaoyang's waist. Stop talking and let's go. Haha, the princess is shy. I won't talk to you anymore. Xiaoyang picked her up horizontally and carried her back to his tent. Meanwhile, the remaining people surrounded Shin Yuanfeng, congratulating him on becoming an uncle. Once back in the tent, Xiaoyang gently placed her on the bed and whispered, The child is less than 2 months old now, the most fragile time. You need to be extra careful. I've decided to stay here until your pregnancy reaches 3 months before returning. Why? Shun Yunyan frowned. There are still many things to handle in Qin City. Nothing is more important than you and the child in your womb. The Qin Palace is too complicated, so it's better to stay here where it's quiet. Once the child is stable after 3 months, we won't have to worry about anything. Xiaoyang looked at her seriously. Realizing this, Shun Yunyan came to her senses. Although marriage and childbirth are the most ordinary things, when they happen to them, it's not so simple. The Emperor Xia is narrow-minded and doesn't want to see them succeed and bear fruit. If he knew about the child in her womb, he would surely cause trouble again. Shin Yunyan smiled and leaned on Xiaoyang's shoulder, whispering, I'm so happy that I forgot all this. Thankfully, you're here with me, thinking about these things for me. You're so good to me. Now, don't do anything. Just focus on resting, okay? Xiaoyang pressed his ear against her lower abdomen, listening carefully. Seeing him like this, Shin Yunyan blushed again and said helplessly, The baby is still so tiny. How could there be any movement? After listening for a while without hearing anything, Xiaoyang looked disappointed. He tapped her belly and said, Hey, I'm your father. Haha. Shin Yunyan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Xiaoyang, however, didn't laugh. He picked up a pen and paper and began writing down precautions for pregnancy. Then he called Tianzhao over and gave her detailed instructions several times. If the princess wants to eat something, don't hesitate. Just go to the town and buy it. Don't worry about being treated specially in the army. I'm the prince, and I make the rules. Xiaoyang kept talking for half an hour before finally finishing his instructions. Tianzhao had never seen a husband so exaggerated about his wife's pregnancy. She carefully memorized every word he said. Only then did Xiaoyang feel at ease and walked out. Although his wife's pregnancy was a wonderful thing, there were many other matters waiting for him outside, and he couldn't spend all his time here. Tianzhao looked at Shun Yunyan, who was blushing, and smiled. Miss, it seems the prince really cares about you. But, seeing Tianzhao sigh, Shin Yunyan smiled. What is it? But now that you're pregnant, you can't serve the prince. What will you do? Tianzhao frowned and whispered, A pregnancy lasts 10 months. How can a man endure that? Being from a wealthy family, they all knew that when the mistress was pregnant, it was customary to take in concubines. Shin Yunyan touched her lower abdomen and said softly, I'll discuss this with him later. In truth, if possible, Shin Yunyan didn't want to discuss this at all. She was pregnant, yet she had to watch her man with another woman. Which woman would be willing to do that? Xiaoyang's visit this time was partly to stabilize the army's morale and partly to update their equipment. Your Highness, you mean to take the outdated military equipment? Zhong Wuyun looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Xiaoyang nodded. Most of these outdated weapons are sold at a low price. Why not let me turn them into something valuable? Hearing this, Zhong Wuyun felt troubled and said softly, the soldiers' salaries depend on this. If it were just me, it would be fine, but how many families in the army are dependent on this? Everyone puts their lives on the line to ensure their families can live better. Zhong Wuyun sighed. Although it was hard to say such things, it was the truth. Xiaoyang had anticipated this. He nodded. I understand what you're saying, so I plan to buy all this with my own money. Chapter 76. About to become a father. What do you mean? They won't let go of the eagle without seeing the rabbit. Well said. What a perfect. They won't let go of the eagle without seeing the rabbit. Xiaoyang laughed angrily, but also felt relieved. Zhong Wuyun truly had the face of a shrewd businessman. After thinking for a moment, he decided to contact Tao Jinzi and have him come over, asking him to bring some supplies to treat the soldiers. Tao Jinzi arrived quickly with quite a lot of goods. He enthusiastically walked up to Xiaoyang. Young master, is there anything you need? I need to borrow money. Xiaoyang was straightforward. Upon hearing this, the smile instantly disappeared from Tao Jinzi's face, and he turned around, shaking his head. No money. I'll offer 1% interest, Xiaoyang said with a smile, looking at Tao Jinzi. And I can also use the customs pass as collateral. Tao Jinzi immediately became interested upon hearing these terms. He tilted his head and looked at him. Really? Of course it's true, Xiaoyang said, looking at him earnestly. Then, lowering his voice, he added, You've always wanted to trade goods abroad, but lacked the necessary Tonggan one day, haven't you? This, he was indeed being thoroughly manipulated. How much do you want to borrow? How much do I want to borrow? Xiaoyang threw the question back to Zhong Wuyun. Zhong Wuyun had already prepared the abacus beads. Upon hearing this, he quickly started calculating 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels. Xiaoyang repeated. Why not just rob someone? Tao Jinzi instinctively clutched his money pouch. I don't have that much money. Well then, you shouldn't be the head of the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. I'll do it myself. Xiaoyang shook the token in his hand. This must be what they call coercion and temptation, right? Tao Jinzi endured the humiliation and said through gritted teeth, I didn't bring that much money. Tell your manager to go back and get it, and you stay here and play chess with me. Xiaoyang smiled at him. Is there no justice left? Originally, Tao Jinzi thought he could take advantage of the situation, but now it seemed that he could leave with his pants still on. That was good enough. He looked at Xiaoyang pleadingly. I need a loan note, 1% interest. Truly a top-notch businessman. Even at this moment, he didn't forget to handle business formally. Xiaoyang smiled and then wrote out the loan note with a wave of his hand. Looking at the loan note, Tao Jinzi took a deep breath. I'm really curious, young master. How do you plan to repay the money? You don't need to worry about that. Xiaoyang smiled. It's spring now, so naturally, there's no money. But the seeds have already been sown, and by autumn, there will be a big harvest. Seeing his confident expression, Tao Jinzi shrugged. I kindly remind you, you now owe me 500,000 taels. By the end of the year, it will be 550,000 taels. Not repaying is not an option. Xiaoyang laughed. No problem. If I can't repay, I'll lead my troops to raid the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. Damn. Tao Jinzi finally understood that he would never gain the upper hand in words. Feeling a surge of frustration, he muttered, Then, do we still play chess? Do you still have the mood to play? Zhong Wuyun looked at him with a mix of laughter and tears. Tao Jinzi was speechless. Then what other choice do I have? It seemed there really was no other choice. The two started playing chess, going back and forth. Soon, 300,000 taels of silver arrived, and Tao Jinzi could finally leave the military camp. When he came, he was full of joy, but now when he left, it was as if his mother had passed away. Watching his back, Xiaoyang couldn't help but laugh. Zhong Wuyun also laughed. Your Highness, you truly have a way with things. In fact, He's just stubborn. Xiaoyang smiled. After all, a businessman's life is money. When cutting meat, you have to give a little sweetness to taste, don't you think? Yes. Zhong Wuyun also laughed. Over the course of a month, Xiaoyang transported all the old military equipment from the border back to Qinqing, handing it over to Qiao Hua for modification. He also supervised the training for a month, adjusting the training plan based on the actual situation here. Zhong Wuyun initially thought Xiaoyang was just acting on a whim, but he didn't expect that for a month. He almost lived the same life as the soldiers, getting up together, sleeping together, and training together. It was as if he wasn't a high-ranking prince, but just a member of the military camp. Clearly, he was a prince raised in the luxurious capital, yet he blended into the military camp without any trace of difference, as if he was born to be here. This illusion made Zhong Wuyun feel that he seemed destined to belong here. During this month, Shen Yunyan had been staying in the house, taking care of the child, with her greatest activity being persuading Shen Yuanfeng to leave with her. Now, with the 1-month deadline approaching, Shen Yuanfeng still had the attitude of a pig not fearing boiling water. Shen Yunyan was furious and said through gritted teeth, "I'm your sister, do you think I would harm you?" "Of course, I know you wouldn't harm me," Shen Yuanfeng said with a playful smile. He knew his sister was pregnant and couldn't afford to get angry, so he kept his tone light and cheerful. "You have to be careful with your baby. I'm going to be an uncle soon, and I don't want my little nephew to think I'm some delicate person who can't handle a bit of hardship." Hearing this, Shen Yunyan realized that she was unlikely to persuade her brother to leave with her. She sighed, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. "When our mother gave birth to you, she passed away. She held my hand tightly, making me promise to take good care of you. If she knew I left you here to suffer, she would blame me." Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued, "I've let her down. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you out in the first place." Seeing his sister so upset, Shen Yuanfeng quickly shook his head. No, that's not it, my dear sister. Please don't cry. If you cry, the baby might look unhappy. Don't worry, I can take care of myself here." He spoke earnestly, trying to reassure her. Last year was tough, but now that brother-in-law is here, things will get better. I told you, I want to be a great general, and I need to earn my rank through real battles and achievements. Shen Yuanfeng's determination was clear. Growing up with a father who was the Minister of War, he knew it would be difficult to make a name for himself in the military due to nepotism. Only by proving himself on the battlefield could he achieve his dreams and ambitions. Watching her brother so resolute, Shen Yunyan felt a mixture of pride and sorrow. "I see. Our Yuanfeng has truly grown up. Sister, when you return, please take care of yourself and the baby. Qinqing isn't exactly a paradise. You need to protect yourself and your child," Shen Yuanfeng said, showing a rare moment of concern for his sister. Shen Yunyan nodded, knowing that her brother's heart was in the right place, even if he was stubborn about staying. Chapter 77. As long as the color is good. Watching her brother's incessant muttering, Shen Yunyan felt a wave of comfort. She took his hand and softly said, "You're only 12 years old, and you're already worrying about these things? Don't worry, sister will take good care of herself." Xiaoyang lifted the curtain and entered, seeing the two of them reluctant to part. He smiled faintly and suggested, "If you really can't bear to leave, why not come back with us?" Shen Yuanfeng bowed and replied, "I won't return." The boy had some manners, but not much. Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and then smiled. "That's fine. Stay here and gain experience. When your sister is 8 months pregnant, you can return to accompany her, understood?" Shen Yuanfeng, who had been about to object, softened upon hearing this and quickly agreed, "Yes, I understand. Sister, wait for me." "All right." Shen Yunyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. 8 months would pass quickly, and then she could be with her brother again. Xiaoyang took her hand, and they walked out together. After over a month in the military camp, the place had been completely transformed. Zhong Wuyun stood at the entrance, respectfully seeing off Xiaoyang with an imposing manner. Inside the carriage, Shen Yunyan looked longingly at her brother and whispered, "I just don't understand. Why is this little boy so obsessed with the military camp? Because he wants to surpass his father, Xiaoyang chuckled and explained softly. Men understand men. His intentions are clear. He wants to rise above his father and must work harder to do so. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Shen Yunyin took a deep breath and murmured, I sometimes regret taking my brother away. He might have had a bright future in the ministry, but it wouldn't have been so difficult. I hate Shen Tao, but he doesn't understand these things. Seeing Shen Yunyin's distress, Xiaoyang smiled gently, taking her hand. Even though the child is young, he is sharp-eyed and clear-minded. Even if you didn't say it, he knows everything, doesn't he? Children grow up with their own thoughts. I know you're worried about your brother, but rest assured, he'll be fine and well. Xiaoyang gently patted her, comforting her. After several days of travel, they finally returned to the Qin Palace. With a child in her womb, Shen Yunyin was easily fatigued and went straight to sleep upon returning. Xiaoyang frowned and looked at Tianzhao. You've learned a lot by your mistress's side these past days. You need to help with the palace affairs more, understand? From now on, you're no ordinary maid but a first-rank lady-in-waiting in the palace. You can make decisions on matters, ensuring the princess is at ease. Xiaoyang granted her authority. Tianzhao was utterly surprised by this sudden fortune. She looked up at Xiaoyang in disbelief and then knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness, for your grace. Keep learning. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction and turned toward the study. As soon as he sat down, Tao Jinzi rushed in, frantic. My lord, you're finally back. Tao Jinzi hurried forward. The third prince of Chu has been searching high and low for you. Why did you return so late? Oh dear. Xiaoyang felt a pang of awkwardness, suddenly remembering his partnership with them. Go on, he said. The third prince agreed to the marriage of the princess. He wants you to propose. Tao Jinzi smiled. Congratulations, my lord, on getting married. What nonsense is this? Xiaoyang shot him a glare and snapped. Cut the chatter. Tell me the conditions. No conditions, just a request to treat the ninth princess well. You know her temperament. There's just one issue, the title. Tao Jinzi looked at him helplessly. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. You mean, a concubine requires the emperor's approval, but a lesser wife doesn't? Exactly. Tao Jinzi hesitated. But making the princess a lesser wife would be an insult, wouldn't it? What's the difficulty? Tell Chu Xiaoyao that I will give his sister a grand wedding. Xiaoyang waved his hand and began drafting a memorial. He intended to make this affair public, letting everyone believe he was merely a dissolute nobleman indulging in pleasure. Seeing his intent, Tao Jinzi understood and smiled before leaving. Xiaoyang quickly finished the memorial and sent it to the capital with an urgent dispatch. The Emperor of Xia soon received the news. His eyebrows furrowed tightly as he read the memorial and headed straight to the Zhaoyang Palace. The eldest princess saw the emperor's troubled expression and hurried to meet him, smiling. Brother, you're here? Look at this. Look at what your son has done. The emperor thrust the memorial into her hands. After reading it, the eldest princess smiled and said softly, This isn't a big deal. I heard the princess is pregnant. It's natural for the child to have another woman by his side, isn't it? Hearing this, the emperor calmed down. Do you know this ninth princess of Chu? I do. She's said to be beautiful, but because her mother was a lowly servant, she's been looked down upon in the Chu court. It's amusing that since she was 6, she's been traveling with her brother, handling business. A princess acting like a merchant. Perhaps they met during a transaction and fell for each other. The eldest princess spoke as if it were natural, clearly not taking these matters to heart. In her eyes, it was just her son taking a concubine. The emperor, seeing her reaction, felt his earlier concern was perhaps excessive. He frowned, hesitated, and then said softly, I'm just a bit worried. Chu and our Xia have never been on good terms. Exactly because we're not on good terms, a marriage could stabilize the border. Besides, it's just a concubine. Once she's here, we control the situation, don't we? The eldest princess smiled. Brother, do you think there's something amiss? Originally, The emperor suspected Xiaoyang had ulterior motives, possibly conspiring with Chu. But now, hearing her words, he was unsure. He furrowed his brow and asked softly, "So, you agree? It's just taking a concubine. As long as she's good-looking, what more is needed?" Chapter 78. Must go and see for myself. Emperor Xia finally snapped back to reality, smiled, and then spoke in a low voice. "Since you've agreed, I naturally won't object. However, even though it's just a concubine, it's still a matter involving a prince and a princess, so the wedding must be held in the capital." "Your Majesty means to summon Lianger back?" The princess's eyes lit up. "That would be wonderful. I've been missing him dearly." Seeing this, Emperor Xia felt as if he had punched into a cotton ball. No response at all. He frowned, turned around, and left. The empress emerged from behind, frowning as she looked at the princess. "You're not really planning to bring your son back, are you?" "The emperor won't let my son return. He was sent away with great difficulty. How could he be allowed to come back?" The princess snorted disdainfully. "He's saying all this to me now just to test my thoughts. Now that he knows the princess's background is humble and won't provide much support, he probably won't care much about it." The empress pinched the bridge of her nose. "You two are siblings from the same mother, yet why are you so clever and your brother so foolish? Haha, maybe I was given an extra brain when I was born." The princess sighed. "I wonder what Lianger is up to." Seeing her worried expression, the empress remained unconcerned, waving her hand and saying calmly, "Don't worry about that. I think Lianger is a sensible one. He won't do anything he shouldn't. Besides, he's grown up now. Do we really need to worry about these things? Then what should we be concerned about now? We should keep a close eye on things in the capital and ensure no one messes things up." That, indeed, was crucial. The matter of Xiaoyang taking a concubine, especially a princess from Chu, was no small affair. Emperor Xia quickly summoned Xiaozhe. "Go and take a look. See what tricks they're playing." "Should I go myself?" Xiaozhe looked at him in surprise. "But there are many matters in the capital, and I have a lot on my hands. You and Shen Tao will go together." Emperor Xia cut him off directly. "This matter is of great importance, so you must go in person and keep a close eye on it. If Xiaoyang really forms any ties with Chu, it could lead to big trouble. Also, the child in Shun Yunyan's belly must not be allowed to live." "What?" Xiaozhe took a deep breath. "Shun Yunyan is pregnant? Are you still thinking about that woman? She's just a used flower. Is she worth your concern? How useless can you be?" Emperor Xia was full of disdain, frowning at him. "Get out. Just looking at you annoys me." Xiaozhe didn't say anything else, kowtowed, and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang quickly received a response, confirming the approval. He hurried to the border inn to meet with Chu Xiaoyao and deliver the betrothal document. "Take this back to the Chu capital and inform your father about this matter. I will soon head to the capital to propose marriage." Xiaoyang smiled, handing the betrothal document to him. Looking at the document, Chu Xiaoyao took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly. He knew that this wasn't just a piece of paper. It was his hope to return to the Chu capital. He looked up at Xiaoyang. "In fact, you didn't have to go this far. I must go this far." Xiaoyang chuckled and then said calmly, "Since we're cooperating, I'm naturally sincere. However, there are some things I need to discuss with your sister in person." Chu Xiaoyao understood that they had matters to discuss. He smiled, pointed to the back and whispered, "She's in the back. Go and see for yourself." "Why not?" Xiaoyang got up and headed toward the backyard. From a distance, he saw Chu Ruyue practicing her sword. It was undeniable that although her mind wasn't sharp, her skills were excellent. Every move and stance was precise. Feeling Xiaoyang's presence, she turned her sword and lunged directly at him. Since today was about cooperation, it was only natural to show her sincerity. Xiaoyang smiled and stepped forward. Although he had no weapon, his moves were deadly, and he quickly disarmed her, emerging victorious. Seeing this, Chu Ruyue became even more furious, gritting her teeth. "Bastard! You have a weapon and I don't. How am I the one being treacherous? Don't forget, you were the one who attacked first." Realizing she couldn't argue with him, she became even angrier. Chu Ruyue snorted. Aren't you here to see my brother? What are you doing here with me? I'm here to see you for a reason. Xiaoyang smiled. I've come to discuss our marriage. It's just a deal, a farce. What's there to talk about? Chu Ruyue snorted. I already have someone I like, so this person will accompany me to your palace and serve as my guard. There are only eunuchs in the palace. Xiaoyang stated the truth. What? Hearing this, Chu Ruyue's face changed immediately, and she gritted her teeth. What do you mean? Aren't you here to discuss cooperation? My meaning is clear. I don't trust your man, and I don't trust him in the palace. Putting him there would be like letting a wolf into a flock of sheep. It's impossible. Xiaoyang shook his head firmly. This was a matter of principle, no compromise. Hearing this, Chu Ruyue became even more irritated. Then what do you mean? I can set up a separate courtyard for you, but during our marriage, you can't cheat on me or have children. If you do have a child, it will be considered mine, and that could lead to complications. Xiaoyang was straightforward. This statement made Chu Ruyue's face turn pale, and she slapped him angrily. You're outrageous. You're shameless. Xiaoyang caught her hand. What are you doing? I'm not a loose woman. You're out of line. Chu Ruyue gritted her teeth. If it weren't for being forced, why would I marry you? Now you're insulting me with such words. You deserve to die. Seeing her furious and angry expression, Xiaoyang smiled. Whether you're willing or not, you're going to marry me, aren't you? Besides, I'm saying these things for your own good, aren't I? Xiaoyang sighed, a hint of helplessness in his voice. I'll give you everything I should, so you should also give me what I need. With that, he turned and walked toward the front. Xiaoyang knew that the other party didn't like him, but he didn't care, as he didn't like her either. However, just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he was blocked by a burly man. Chapter 79. I don't want to. Although it was their first meeting, Xiaoyang could roughly guess who this person was. He raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile, and said lightly, Do you know what the crime is of obstructing me, the prince? Please be kinder to the princess. The man knelt on the ground. If your highness could show the princess more kindness, I would rather die. What was going on here? Did these Chu Kingdom assassins only have the word death in their minds? Seeing his demeanor, Xiaoyang said with some helplessness, My affairs with your princess are none of your business. Since you are her guard, you should do your duty and protect her well. After speaking, he walked around the man and left with large strides. Seeing his retreating figure, the man clenched his teeth and stood up. Chu Ruyue watched him with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She walked over and whispered, Do you really wish for him to be kind to me, to cherish me, to be inseparable from me, to spend every night with me in intimate embrace? Is that what you want? The man's eyes lowered, and he remained silent, but his hands clenched into fists at his sides. Seeing his reaction, Chu Ruyue understood his thoughts and snorted. If you don't speak up today, I'll follow your wish and marry him. Treat him well, love him, and never. I don't want to. Qing Yao clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, I don't want to. That was more like it. Chu Ruyue stepped closer, pinched his cheek, and whispered, You want me, and I want you. That's how it should be. If I want you and you don't want me, I'll kill you. But your highness, don't worry about that. Just follow me, and we'll be together forever. That's enough. Chu Ruyue smiled, leaning on his shoulder and whispered, We grew up together. How could I not feel your intentions? What does it matter about our different statuses? My mother was just a servant, and my status is even more humble. So, I don't care about these things. Upon hearing this, Qing Yao's expression changed slightly, but he still mustered the courage to wrap his arm around her waist and said, I will always accompany you, your highness. That was more like it. Watching the two of them embrace, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a sense of betrayal. He tilted his head and whispered to Chu Xiaoyao, If such things happen in your courtyard, that's fine. But if they happen in mine, I won't allow it. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoyao's expression also darkened. He said helplessly, I know you must feel uncomfortable seeing this, but you should also understand that this isn't my fault. Seeing his reaction, Xiaoyang snorted and turned to leave. If he couldn't even control his own sister, what was the point of discussing cooperation with him? Seeing Xiaoyang turn and leave, Chu Xiaoyao finally snapped out of it and hurriedly chased after him, whispering, Don't worry, it won't happen. Xiaoyang didn't respond but returned to his Qin prince's palace in silence. As soon as he sat down, Ah Fu approached and said, Xiaojia is coming, and this time he's bringing Shen Tao. The two of them joining forces could spell trouble for us. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyang smiled. It seems the emperor has finally gotten smarter this time. Hearing this, Ah Fu frowned, hesitated, and then whispered, So, what should we do? What should we do? Just do what needs to be done. Xiaoyang smiled and then said lightly, Do they know what we're growing in Qin? It's not even autumn yet, so why the rush? What's there to fear? This time, we don't need to be too generous. In fact, it's better to be a bit austere. Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. It's time to complain about being poor. Ah Fu immediately understood. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Is there any message from my mother? The princess said that your highness can do whatever you wish. This was the power of trust. Even though she had no idea what he was planning, she still trusted him completely. This was truly wonderful. After tidying up, Xiaoyang headed straight to his Qinggong, sleeping quarters. From a distance, he saw Shen Yunyin sitting there, calculating accounts. Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang felt a pang of heartache. He quickly approached and whispered, I told you, your child is the priority now. Don't look at these accounts. My goodness. Giving birth is a woman's ordeal. During this period, you should eat less and move more to avoid the baby growing too large, or else it will be too painful during childbirth. Xiaoyang wrapped his arm around her shoulder and started looking at the account books. These things aren't that important. Don't worry about them. Okay? Just leave it to Tianzhao. With her salary as a first-rank female official, she can't just sit idle, can she? Your Highness, I'm here. Tianzhao's head popped out from behind a pile of account books. Seeing her, Xiaoyang's expression darkened slightly, and he forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. Who knew that talking behind someone's back would get him caught red-handed? What a mess. He sighed and then said softly, You're too slow. Look how tired our princess is. That was just shameless. It's not that Tianzhao is too slow. These accounts are just too complicated. Shen Yunyin frowned. These are the accounts from the estates and fields below. Now that spring planting is over, it's time to settle them. Only then can we know how much we have by autumn. Xiaoyang looked at the mountain of account books and took a deep breath. He then said softly, There are too many of them. Don't look at them now. By the time you finish, autumn will be here. Just move them out and hand them over to the accountants. Aren't they paid to do their job? After saying that, he pulled Shen Yunyin to sit down beside him, massaging her shoulders and whispered, Don't overwork yourself. Seeing you like this, I feel heartbroken. Seeing his concern, Shen Yunyin blushed and whispered, Thank you. You and I are husband and wife. What's there to thank for? In fact, it's I who owe you an apology. I once promised you a life of one man, one woman, but now I have to take a concubine. We both know the reason, but outsiders don't. They might think I can't control myself just because you're pregnant. Hearing this, Shen Yunyin frowned and looked at him. I have the essence. What do I need the appearance for? I'm just afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. There will definitely be more performances in the future. Chapter 80. Truly despicable. When Xiaoyang spoke up to this point, he also felt a bit helpless. If it weren't for the need to ally with the Chu kingdom, he wouldn't have to go to such lengths. But allying with the Chu kingdom was a necessity. If he wanted to gain weight in the Chu kingdom, the crown prince had to be on his side. This was the reason why Xiaoyang was determined to take this step. Seeing Xiaoyang like this, Shen Yunyin felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She softly said, I grew up in the palace, so I understand these things better than anyone. You still take the time to talk to me about this, which is already giving me a lot of face. Yang, I know you have me in your heart, but you are now a prince, and in the future, you will be an emperor. You have me in your heart, but your heart cannot be only for me. I understand that. I understood all this before I married you, but I still chose to marry you. I want you, and I can accept all of this." Shen Yinyan smiled. She liked Xiaoyang very much, but she didn't want to make him feel conflicted. After all, she was a girl raised under feudal ethics. No matter how clear-headed she was, it was of no use. Could she really be like a modern woman? Seeing Shen Yinyan like this, Xiaoyang's heart ached fiercely. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be meaningless. Only actions could speak volumes. Taking a deep breath, he softly said, "Don't worry. I'm not worried. How could I be worried? You're right here with me. How could I not feel at ease?" Shen Yinyan leaned against him, smiling gently, then softly said, "Xiaoyang, you treating me like this, I am already very, very grateful." Seeing her like this, Xiaoyang really didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, kissed her, and said, "I've been running around outside these days, really tired." "Then sleep," Shen Yinyan chuckled, pulling him down to lie together. Holding the person she loved the most, of course, she could sleep well. Half a month later, after settling everything in the Qin region, Xiaoyang set off directly for the capital of the Chu kingdom. Just a concubine, yet so ceremoniously, some people had already started pointing fingers at Shen Yinyan. Shen Yinyan stood on the city wall, watching the carriage grow farther away, smiled, and softly said, "Tianzhao, do you think one man, one woman, for a lifetime, is just an empty phrase? If the princess is unhappy, why not just tell the prince directly?" Tianzhao looked at her, puzzled. To say it directly? Shen Yinyan smiled, but her face showed more helplessness as she softly said, "Before I married him, I knew he was a prince and could never have only one woman. So what is there for me to say directly? Now that he treats me so well, do I still have to act spoiled because of his favor?" Hearing this, Tianzhao whispered, "But seeing how well the prince treats you, even if you really said it, he probably wouldn't refuse, right?" Of course, he wouldn't refuse. But even if he did agree, there would be a rift between them in the future, wouldn't there? On the road, Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang in confusion and whispered, "I really don't understand why you called me along. What do you think I called you for?" Xiaoyang gave him a sidelong glance, feeling a bit helpless. "I told you, besides fooling around. Do you have any other thoughts? I called you along this time to discuss business matters. The only one doing business in the Chu kingdom is the third prince. Why don't you just talk to him directly?" Tao Jinzi looked at him, puzzled. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. "Look more, listen more, and talk less. You're so annoying." "Annoying me?" Tao Jinzi turned his face away, feeling upset. "If you find me annoying, why did you call me along?" The Chu kingdom wasn't far from the Qin region, and after 10 days, they arrived. Since the king of Chu had already known about the planned alliance, Chu Xiaoyao and his sister had returned to the Chu capital in advance. Entering the guest house, Xiaoyang stretched and softly said, "I'm really exhausted." Seeing him like this, Tao Jinzi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness. He softly said, "So what's your plan? Rest a bit?" "Nonsense. Can I rest?" Xiaoyang gave him another sidelong glance, lay down on the bed and said, "Tell the people outside not to disturb me." After saying that, he really fell asleep. This was probably a professional habit left over from long-term training. Because of his time as an assassin, he had little sleep, so he had developed the skill of falling asleep instantly. Seeing him like this, Tao Jinzi felt even more helpless. In the Chu palace, Chu Ruyue looked at herself in the mirror, dressed in luxurious finery, and smiled. "Qing Yao, do I really look like a princess of noble birth?" "A princess is naturally noble." Qing Yao stepped forward and carefully looked at her. Chu Ruyue shook her head and softly said, "Princesses are not all the same, you know? When I was little, I knew I was different from other princesses. They could wear beautiful clothes and pretty flowers, but I had nothing. I only had endless rotten meals, endless laundry, and endless martial arts training. When I was young, I really didn't understand why I had to endure such suffering, but now I finally understand. In fact, people are born with high and low status, don't you think? Chu Ruyue took a deep breath and looked at him. Qing Yao had been by her side since childhood, accompanying her through her growth. The hardships she endured, Qing Yao had endured even more. Looking at Chu Ruyue, he only felt heartache. This is not the princess's fault. From childhood to adulthood, I've only seen the emperor 4 times. I'm afraid he doesn't even remember he has a daughter like me, does he? Now, this daughter who has always been ignored suddenly has some use. Do you think he's very excited, that he feels he struck it rich? As soon as the words left her mouth, a beautiful woman walked in. She looked at Chu Ruyue with disdain, snorted, and coldly said, "You don't really think that just by putting on this dress, you're really a princess, do you? Whether I wear this dress or not, I am a princess. Don't you know that, sister?" Chu Ruyue stood up, coldly looking at the young girl in front of her. This was her younger sister, 3 days younger than her. Her mother was a noble concubine, showered with love since childhood. Hearing this, Chu Yue became furious, slapped her across the face, and said through gritted teeth, "Bitch, you can't even behave in the borderlands, seducing the Prince of Qin. How shameless are you? The alliance between the 2 countries is about to begin. Are you sure you want to say such things?" Chapter 81. Humiliation. Marriage alliance? Upon hearing these words, Chu Yue burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world, rolling her eyes at her counterpart. Laughable, truly laughable. All you're doing is traveling 1,000 miles to become a concubine. Do you really think you're something special? As she spoke, Chu Yue stepped forward and grabbed her chin. When you were in the Chu Palace, you were the daughter of a lowly foot washer. Once you leave this palace, you'll just be a lowly concubine. Let me tell you, people like you are born to be inferior. Such words were something Chu Ruyue had heard far too many times before, so she didn't take them to heart. Seeing Chu Yue's menacing expression, she found it rather amusing. She chuckled softly and said, "Then why are you so upset?" "Upset? Me? Upset over a wretch like you? I'm just disgusted that you're so eager to become a concubine, bringing shame to our royal family of Chu." Chu Yue flung her away with a cold snort and strode out. The room was in complete disarray, and Chu Ruyue lay on the ground, her eyes filled with fury. Qing Yao hurried in from outside, rushing to her side. He quickly helped her up and whispered, "Princess, what she said isn't true. Don't call me princess. I don't want to be a princess, not at all." Chu Ruyue clenched her teeth. "If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to be this so-called princess. What kind of princess am I? So wretched." She gritted her teeth. "Why? When we share the same royal blood, do I have to be so lowly? Why?" Seeing her in this state, Qing Yao didn't know what to say. He could only let out a helpless sigh and softly said, "Let's get up first. The ground is too cold." The king of Qin has already arrived in the capital and will soon enter the palace. This miserable life will soon come to an end. When we go to Qin together, everything will be better. Chu Ruyue pulled on his arm, stood up, and hugged his waist. When we reach Qin, we'll live our happy lives. Just as Chu Xiaoyao entered, he saw this scene and his face darkened. He strode forward, pulled her out of Qing Yao's embrace, and slapped him. Qing Yao knelt silently on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Ruyue grew anxious. "Brother, what are you doing? What were you doing?" Chu Xiaoyao growled. "Why are you so careless? I've always liked Qing Yao. You know that, don't you?" Chu Ruyue glared at Chu Xiaoyao with stubborn defiance. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaoyao felt a wave of helplessness. He sighed. "I know you two are in love, but I'm telling you, the wedding is right around the corner. If any rumors spread at this time, you need to think about the consequences." "Yes, I was wrong." Qing Yao immediately admitted his mistake. Chu Ruyue also knew she was in the wrong, so she could only lower her head and remain silent. Seeing his sister like this, Chu Xiaoyao felt even more helpless. He reached out, touched her cheek, and noticed the red marks on her jaw. Realizing what had happened, he sighed softly and said, "Yue has always bullied you. and I know you've endured a lot for my sake. Now, you're about to leave this wretched place. You must stay calm and not let anything go wrong, understand? Yes. Chu Ruoyu nodded obediently, a rare moment of understanding without any argument. The inn. Xiaoyang had a peaceful sleep and woke up to a new morning. Seeing Xiaoyang's relaxed state, Tao Jinzi was utterly speechless. You sure can eat and sleep? Once I leave Qin, I'm no longer the king of Qin? Xiaoyang glared at Tao Jinzi, feeling that the boy had become increasingly impudent lately. Hearing this, Tao Jinzi suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The palace hasn't summoned us yet. Are they trying to give us a taste of their authority? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang, puzzled. This trip was for the purpose of proposing marriage, and now that they had arrived, there was no movement. Wasn't anyone in a hurry? Xiaoyang chuckled and said lightly, not summoning us at this time isn't about showing authority. Someone is targeting the siblings of the Chu family. Upon hearing this, Tao Jinzi suddenly understood. Right. Right about what? Your Majesty, what should we do next? Just sit here and wait like fools? Tao Jinzi looked at Xiaoyang with concern. Xiaoyang suddenly sat up. With such beautiful scenery outside, isn't it a shame not to explore? What do you mean? Let's go out and have some fun. Xiaoyang stood up and walked out. The climate in the capital of Chu was pleasant, and the scenery was beautiful. Every street reeked of decadence, truly worthy of being the wealthiest nation in the world. The people of Chu were born with a knack for business. Everyone knew how to trade. Thus, the treasury of Chu was always well stocked. Chu was vast and rich in resources, with an abundance of goods. Xiaoyang strolled leisurely, picking up various delicacies, curios, and trinkets, as well as jewelry and clothing. To those in the know, he was here for a serious matter of proposing marriage, but to those unaware, he seemed like a wealthy young master out for leisure. Tao Jinzi followed behind, feeling his legs grow weary. He couldn't understand how a man could enjoy shopping so much. Seeing him stop at a stall to examine makeup, Tao Jinzi was utterly speechless. The way he carried himself truly resembled a spoiled young master. After a full day of wandering and eating, Tao Jinzi was genuinely curious how Xiaoyang, who appeared thin, could consume so much food. By evening, Xiaoyang returned with a round belly, satisfied and burping. It's great being in a wealthy place. Everything tastes so much better. That day, Tao Jinzi had spent over 200 taels of silver. He held up the bill, 200 taels. Yes, you'll cover this expense. Xiaoyang stated it with complete confidence. What? Just as Tao Jinzi was about to speak, Xiaoyang suddenly changed his expression and kicked him hard, not only refusing to pay but also resorting to violence. The powerful kick sent Tao Jinzi rolling across the ground. He scrambled to his feet, gritting his teeth. Your Majesty, you. The next moment, a cold, gleaming blade sliced past his scalp. There were assassins. Tao Jinzi scrambled to escape, shouting, Help! Assassins! Protect the king! Hashtag chapter 82. Rest in peace? As he cried out to the heavens, Ah Fu had already appeared, standing in front of Xiaoyang and engaging the attacker directly in combat. Assassins flooded in from all directions, a total of 17 or 18. The small room was instantly filled with these intruders. Very well, indeed. To attempt an assassination at the envoy's residence? The waters of the Chu kingdom are indeed deep. Xiaoyang moved swiftly, like a tiger descending from the mountain, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. During his time in Xia, he had to conceal his true abilities, so he had never truly unleashed his power. Now, after holding back for so long, he no longer wished to restrain himself. His fists, like the hooks of the Grim Reaper, showed no mercy. Within just a few exchanges, all 17 or 18 assailants lay defeated. Knowing these were all sworn-to-death warriors, Xiaoyang had no intention of leaving any alive. After ensuring they were all dead, he smiled, stepping forward to inspect them carefully. Although they wore Chu Kingdom attire, the insignias on their bodies were not the royal insignia of Chu, but rather a familiar mark. one that clearly identified them as belonging to Xin Tao and Xiaxia. These two men must indeed be out of their minds, always resorting to such open and traceable assassinations. Looking at the sea of corpses on the ground, Ah Fu frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then whispered, "I'll go bury them all." Bury them? Do you think they deserve a proper burial? Dream on. Xiaoyang immediately took out some bone-dissolving powder and sprinkled it over the bodies. Soon, there was no trace of them left. When the staff from the Yichan entered and saw nothing but piles of clothes, they looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. Xiaoyang shrugged and smiled. "I had originally planned to enjoy the sights of the Chu capital, but it seems someone was more impatient than I was. It looks like I have no choice but to visit the palace now." Being attacked in the envoy's Yichan was a serious matter that could affect diplomatic relations between the two countries. After all, he wasn't just anyone. He was the Qin prince, a descendant of the previous dynasty, and a moral banner held by the Xia emperor. Could he be easily harmed here? The manager of the Yichan was on the verge of despair. The news was sent to the Chu palace overnight. When the Chu emperor learned of the incident, his face turned pale. How dare they? Who could be so audacious? The empress quickly tried to calm him down, whispering, "Please, your majesty, calm yourself. The Qin prince has been here for a few days now. It's about time we received him. Delaying any further might not be appropriate." "This could be a good opportunity," the empress smiled. "I've already made all the arrangements. The palace is ready to welcome the Qin prince at any time." Although the ninth princess's background is humble, the Qin prince is, after all, a first-rank prince. "We cannot afford to slight him," the empress continued to persuade. Hearing this, the Chu emperor's expression grew cold. He snorted, "She's just the daughter of a lowly concubine. Being a side consort in the prince's mansion is already a step up for her. But Xiaoyang's identity is special. He may be a prince, but he's also a descendant of the previous dynasty. If we get too close to him, it might be difficult to explain to the Xia emperor in the future. Your Majesty, he's already here, and there's no way to avoid him. Moreover, the world is ever-changing. Who knows what the future holds? Who knows who the next Xia emperor will be?" The empress smiled faintly. Even if she's just a lowly concubine's daughter, using her as a pawn to test the waters might be useful. The Chu emperor nodded in satisfaction. "You're right, Empress. Having you as my wife is my fortune. Then, should I arrange for the Qin prince to enter the palace?" The empress smiled, looking at him. The Chu emperor nodded. "There's no need to be too extravagant, just don't lose face." "Yes, your majesty." The next morning, a summons from the palace arrived. Xiaoyang didn't dress up extravagantly. He simply wore a plain purple robe, looking like a young man full of joy as he headed to the palace. Everyone had expected Xiaoyang to be a figure of great authority, but no one had anticipated such a charming young man. The Chu emperor, upon seeing Xiaoyang, felt a momentary huanghu, as if he had been transported back to Shiji Nanqian. Back then, the Great Xia had not yet undergone a change in dynasty, and the two countries had maintained harmonious diplomatic relations. Even their monarchs could sit down and play a few rounds of Go together. Alas, the Qin prince of Great Xia, Xiaoyang, pays his respects to the Chu emperor. Xiaoyang stood in the hall and performed a proper bow. The Chu emperor chuckled. "The Qin prince has traveled far. Please, rise. I've rested in the Yichan for a few days, enjoying many delicacies. I've already recovered." Xiaoyang smiled, looking at the Chu emperor. The Chu emperor found his smiling, crescent moon eyes quite amiable and felt a sense of closeness. He also smiled and then softly asked, "I heard the prince has been wandering the streets for a few days. Did you enjoy yourself? The capital of Chu is vast, and I'm not very familiar with the roads, so I just wandered around aimlessly." Xiaoyang chuckled. The empress glanced at Chu Ruiyue and smiled. "It's all right. Little Nine has been wandering outside the palace for many years and is very familiar with the capital. You two can go out together sometime." "This visit is precisely for the ninth princess," Xiaoyang smiled. He stood up and said in a low voice, "I fell in love with the ninth princess at first sight during a border trade. After inquiring around, I learned she was the ninth princess of Chu. I have already informed the emperor and have come specially to propose marriage." With that, he presented the marriage contract. Then, he looked affectionately at Chu Ruiyue. Soon, his expression turned apologetic. "However, I already have a principal wife. Therefore, I can only offer the 9th princess the position of a side consort. But I assure you, apart from the principal wife, no one in the Qin prince's mansion will be more noble than the 9th princess." After reviewing the marriage contract, the empress nodded in satisfaction and looked at Chu Ruiyue. "Being a side consort is a bit of a weichi for our little nine." Little nine," she called affectionately. In reality, they rarely met. Being an empress, everything else is secondary. What's most important is having good acting skills. Chu Ruiyue also changed her previous arrogant demeanor and stood up obediently, bowing to the empress. "Your Majesty's kindness, I understand. The Qin prince is extraordinary and majestic. I fell in love at first sight. Even if it's just a side consort, I am willing." The empress smiled gently. "Since little nine is willing, as elders, we shouldn't interfere with their happiness. This matter is settled. Qin prince, our little nine has always been well behaved. Please treat her well," the empress said with a kind expression, as if she were truly fond of this daughter. Chapter 83. You've lost weight. In such a situation, Xiaoling naturally had to play along. He stood up and smiled. "Your Majesty the Empress, rest assured, I will definitely treat Princess Jio with utmost care and love." With that, the matter was settled. The next part of the evening was devoted to enjoying music and dance. To make things seem more convincing, Xiaoling's gaze lingered on Chu Ruiyue almost imperceptibly. However, at this moment, Chu Ruiyue suddenly noticed that Chu Yue's eyes seemed to be constantly fixed on Xiaoling. She glanced over several times and found that Chu Yue was staring at Xiaoling with a look of infatuation. This was getting interesting. Chu Ruiyue never expected that the proud and haughty Chu Yue would actually like someone like Xiaoling. After thinking for a moment, she stood up and walked over to Xiaoling, smiling at him. "You really are quite charming, aren't you? So, you want to discuss this with me here and now?" Xiaoling raised an eyebrow, looking at her tenderly. Both of them spoke in low voices, so no one else could hear what they were saying. From the outside, it looked like they were exchanging sweet, intimate words. Seeing him like this, Chu Ruiyue rolled her eyes inwardly, took a sip of wine, and then turned to walk away. The Empress, seeing that the two seemed to be getting along harmoniously, finally relaxed and glanced at the Emperor. Before meeting Xiaoling, the Emperor hadn't been too keen on the idea, but now, seeing him, he thought of an old friend. He considered that if his daughter could indeed marry into Xiaoling's family, it might not be such a bad thing. Soon, Chu Ruiyue changed into a new outfit and came to perform a dance. Since she wasn't raised in the palace, her dancing carried a sensuality that was absent in the more refined styles of the royal court. It was undeniably alluring. Chu Yue, watching Chu Ruiyue flaunt herself, felt a surge of anger. Her face turned grim, and she clenched her teeth, then stood up and left in great strides. The proposal went smoothly, and the banquet concluded successfully. As for the assassination attempt, it was as if it had never happened, with no one mentioning it. Xiaoling didn't bring it up because he knew who the culprit was, while the emperor remained silent because he hadn't yet determined the identity of the assassin. The Qin Wang Palace, Xia. Upon learning that Xiaoling had gone to the Chu kingdom to propose marriage, Shen Yuanfeng hastily rode back, determined to seek justice for his sister. Observing her brother's intense anger, Shen Yunyan sighed with a hint of helplessness. "Take it easy, slow down. Sister, he's mistreating you." Shen Yuanfeng clutched his sister's hand, his teeth clenched. "This scoundrel, how dare he mistreat my sister? I'll teach him a lesson." Seeing her brother like this, Shen Yunyan smiled and then recounted everything that had happened. Although there were extenuating circumstances, Shen Yuanfeng still felt angry. Even so, how can you still have any dignity left? Dignity? What do I need dignity for? Shen Yunyan smiled. "I just want peace, my silly brother." The prince is in a precarious position, and I can't add to his troubles. Hearing this, Shen Yuanfeng felt even more distressed for his sister. He held her hand and whispered, "Sister, can't you stop putting yourself through such hardships?" "Silly brother, how is this a grievance?" Shen Yunyan chuckled and then calmly said, "You're still young, and there are many things you don't understand. Don't worry, you'll understand in time. Since you're here, don't leave just yet. Shen Tao and Xiaozhe will be here soon, and you should also see father." Shen Yunyan smiled. "All right, don't be angry. This whole matter was a calculated move. If you reveal anything to father, it could complicate things." Witnessing his sister's understanding and composed attitude, Shen Yuanfeng felt even more helpless. He knew all too well that given Xiaoling's current situation, the idea of having a monogamous relationship was nearly impossible. "Sister, is there anything I can do to help you? Just stay by my side." Shen Yunyan leaned against him, smiled, and closed her eyes, her face filled with contentment. After a long and arduous journey, Xiaozhe finally arrived in the Qin region. The first thing he did upon arrival was to request a meeting with Shen Yunyan. Tianzhao hurried in. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince requests an audience with you." "What does he want with me?" Shen Yunyan remained leaning against Shen Yuanfeng, saying indifferently, "Just tell him I'm not available to receive guests." "What do you mean, not available?" Xiaozhe suddenly barged in. Seeing Shen Yunyan, who had visibly lost weight, his heart ached. He strode forward and grabbed her hand. "You've suffered, Yinyan. You've suffered. Let go." Shen Yuanfeng reacted quickly, pulling her away, and said through gritted teeth, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please behave yourself. My sister is the Princess Consort of Qin." Hearing the title Princess Consort of Qin, Xiaozhe became even more furious. He clenched his teeth and said, "She should have been my crown princess. If it weren't for Xiaoling's interference, I would be your brother-in-law." What gave him such confidence? Shen Yunyan was speechless. She took a step back and said softly, "I am now the Princess Consort of Qin, so please, Your Highness, behave yourself. If word of this gets out, both of us will be drowned in gossip." "What if I say I don't care?" Xiaozhe took a step forward, gazing at her with deep affection. "What if I say I don't care about these things and just want to be with you?" This man's mind might really be a bit off. Shen Yunyan placed her hand on her stomach and said softly, "I am now the Princess Consort of Qin, and this is the child of the Prince of Qin. You are my elder brother, and I am your sister-in-law. I don't care about these things. I just want to know, are you willing to leave with me?" Xiaozhe took another step forward. This time, Shen Yuanfeng reacted quickly and immediately blocked the two of them. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please behave yourself. You may not care about your reputation, but the Shen family does, my sister does, and the Prince of Qin does as well," Shen Yuanfeng said with disdain, frowning at him. Hearing this, Xiaozhe finally snapped back to reality. He took a step back, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at Shen Yunyan. "We grew up together, the three of us. Why did you choose him?" "What three of them grew up together?" Shen Yunyan was puzzled. She and Xiaoling had been close since childhood, but when did they ever grow up together with him? "Thank you for your misplaced affection, Your Highness, but it seems we were never destined to be husband and wife. Please don't speak of this again." Shen Yunyan took a deep breath. "I am the Princess Consort of Qin, married to the prince by imperial decree. This is a legitimate union that no one can overturn." Xiaozhe was unwilling, but he didn't know what else to say. He could only sigh helplessly. "Still, take good care of yourself. Look at you. You've lost weight." Chapter 84. Just follow and die. Upon hearing this, Shen Yunyan felt like vomiting. She frowned at Xiaozhe and waved her hand. "All of you leave." This time, a glimmer of hope flickered in Xiaozhe's eyes. But Shen Yuanfeng was still uneasy. "Sister, are you sure you'll be fine here alone?" "Don't worry, this is the Qin Wang Palace. I'll be fine. Go now." Shen Yunyan smiled at her brother. After everyone left, Xiaozhe immediately stepped forward, grabbing Shen Yunyan's hand. "I knew it. I knew you still have feelings for me. You're with Xiaoliang because you had no choice, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely take that throne, and then we can be together again. I don't care about your past. This man's brain was definitely not functioning properly. Shin Yunyan forcefully pulled her hand back. She looked at Xiaxia seriously, speaking word by word. I don't like you. Never have. I don't even remember growing up with you. Marrying Xiaoyang. I did so willingly. Are you crazy? Xiaxia couldn't believe his ears. He stepped forward, gripping her shoulders tightly, his teeth clenched. Why? Why do you like him? What is it about me that's not good enough? Tell me, tell me. Shin Yunyan's shoulders ached, but her gaze was firm. It's not about whether you're good or not. It's about whether I like you or not. Yin Yin. Xiaxia was desperate. Don't you understand? Xiaoyang is a remnant of the previous dynasty. He won't live long. What will you do if one day he dies? If he lives, I live. If he dies, I'll follow him in death. The current emperor treats the prince kindly. You'd better not say such things again. Shin Yunyan looked at Xiaxia with a hint of helplessness. I'm telling you this alone today because I want to make things clear between us. I hope we can avoid any awkwardness in the future. It's for both our sakes. Do you understand? Shin Yunyan frowned, looking at Xiaxia. Today, they were in the Qin Wang Palace, so these words wouldn't spread beyond these walls. But if Xiaxia acted like this in public again, it would ruin both her reputation and Xiaoyang's. Finally, Xiaxia seemed to snap back to reality. He took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and looked at Shin Yunyan intently, his voice low. Even if you're stubborn now, I know you still have feelings for me. I'll make you realize that your choice now is a grave mistake. With that, he turned and walked out. Watching his retreating figure, Shin Yunyan felt another wave of disdain. How did this man, with such a mind, become the crown prince? After another moment of disdain, she took a deep breath and sat down in a nearby chair. Tianzhao entered with tea, looking at her. Your Highness, are you all right? Have some soup? I'm fine. Shin Yunyan took a deep breath. Where is Shin Tao? The minister is staying at an inn in the city. He sent word, wanting to meet with you and the young master. Tianzhao sighed. With the princess just pregnant, so many troublesome matters kept arising. On the other side, upon hearing the news, Xiaoyang immediately began preparing to return home. There was no way he would leave Shin Yunyan alone to face all these complications. But the Emperor of Chu hasn't said we can leave yet. Tao Jianzi worriedly looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang found this amusing. He tilted his head, looking at Tao Jianzi. He's the Emperor of Chu, not the Emperor of Xia. Besides, I'll leave when I want to. Does he have a say in it? Hurry up and pack. I'm going to the palace to bid farewell. With that, he put down his things and headed to the palace. The Emperor of Chu also felt that Xiaoyang was a troublesome presence. If he stayed in Chu for too long, it might bring trouble to himself. So, being able to see him leave quickly was actually a good thing, and he didn't try to stop him. However, unexpectedly, Princess Chu Yuwei heard the news and rushed over in a hurry. She looked straight at him. You're leaving? Your Highness, Xiaoyang bowed, taking a step back to create some distance. But Chu Yuwei was too anxious and didn't care. She stepped forward again. I'm asking you, what are you doing? I'm going back. Xiaoyang was at a loss for words, looking at the Emperor of Chu as if for help. Seeing his beloved daughter acting so shamelessly, the Emperor of Chu was furious. Enough! Back off! Father! Chu Yuewei's eyes reddened. Are you really letting the prince leave like this? Yes, back off now. The Emperor of Chu gritted his teeth. This was so embarrassing. Chu Yuewei took a deep breath, then took off the jade pendant from her waist and handed it to Xiaoyang before turning to leave. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. I bid you farewell. With that, Xiaoyang returned the jade pendant. He was already the 9th prince consort of Chu, so there was no reason to have any connections with the 10th princess. He wasn't stupid enough to engage in private exchanges in front of the Emperor of Chu. Seeing this, the Emperor of Chu smiled and said softly, Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. Safe travels. Without waiting for the rest of the